In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar on the towering execution platform of Rogue Town, as the executioner's blade pierced Roger's body, the square fell into a brief silence before erupting into thunderous cheers. Some cheered because the evil pirate king had finally been executed, but more because of the words he spoke before his death. "You want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go find it. I left everything there." The cheers in the square rose and fell one after another. On the outer wall of the square, 9-year-old Dylan sat atop the wall scanning the scene within. Red-haired Shanks, Heavenly Yiksha, Doflamingo, Hawkeyes, Mihawk, Sand Crocodile, Crocodile Dragon, Buggy Moria. Some stood expressionless, some smiled darkly, some wailed loudly. Dylan reached out to catch the raindrops falling from the sky, watching the powerhouses who would soon shake the world. It's beginning. The Great Pirate Era. Half a month later, on an unknown island in the East Blue. A Marine branch office. "Kid, this is a Marine base. What are you doing here?" "I want to join the Marines." "Join the Marines." "The Marines aren't some place for playing house. Where are your family? Go home quickly." Dylan shook his head. "I have no family." The Marine at the gate paused as if understanding something. In this era, killing, plundering, war, and oppression were everywhere. Looking at the boy before him, silent, clothing worn yet clean, the guard nodded and said, "Wait here a moment." When he came out again, a tall Marine accompanied him. "What's your name?" "Dylan." "Why do you want to become a Marine?" "Why?" Dylan thought for a moment. Perhaps because after transmigrating into this new body, aside from having decent physical qualities, he had nothing else to rely on. After witnessing Roger's execution in Rogue Town, Dylan had picked out this modest, unremarkable Marine base from the map. As for why he didn't stay in Rogue Town, besides the future troublemaker Smoker, there would be many more problems there. It wasn't a good choice. Moreover, besides the East Blue, people from the Four Seas, and even the Grand Line, often visited Rogue Town to pay tribute to Roger's place of beginning and end. Joining the Marines meant receiving systematic training, as long as one had talent, enough resources would be provided. Even if he couldn't awaken color of the Supreme King, the three colors, or observation, he could still greatly enhance his combat ability through the Navy's 6 styles. Leave iron body out of it. For peace. Dylan looked at the Marine flag fluttering in the center of the base and said with certainty, "Peace, huh?" Following Dylan's gaze, the Marine also saw the flag, the very flag that intimidated this sea and protected this sea. "Register him as a chore boy. He can participate in basic training and handle some chores." "Yes." The tall Marine turned and went inside while the guard at the gate waved at Dylan. "Come with me, kid. We're comrades now, haha." Year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar. Major headquarters reports the red hair pirates have been spotted in the East Blue. Shanks. Dylan reached for the sword beside him instinctively. "He's in the East Blue. Red hair. What exactly did he come to the East Blue for?" "To see Buggy. To revisit Rogue Town." As a future Yonko, Red Hair surely couldn't be unaware that Goa Kingdom was Garp's home. Then why did he run to Windmill Village? To duel Garp. He probably didn't have that kind of strength yet. Or to Shimatsuki Village. What does the base commander think? Just report the coordinates, no need for a direct confrontation. Understood. Tell the commander I'll be away for a few days. Yes. Leaving the base, Dylan had changed into civilian clothes. White hair scattered casually over his shoulders, his 2-4-meter frame looking even taller and more slender, his handsome face carrying a hint of cold sharpness. The black scabbard was casually tucked at his waist. Dylan boarded the ship to Goa Kingdom, one hand on the hilt, the other in his pocket. In the waters of the Goa Kingdom, a small boat drifted on the sea. In the distance was a similarly small pirate ship. The flag on the ship was a skull with a scar over its left eye. "Boss, someone's ahead. Looks like they're coming for us." Yasopp raised his telescope to look, describing the other's appearance. Just one person, no flag, no Marine uniform, carrying a very long sword. "Oh, a swordsman." Red hair, wrapped in blood-stained bandages, walked from the cabin to the deck, looking in the direction Yasopp indicated. As if sensing his gaze, the person on the other boat lifted his head at the same time. "He doesn't seem to carry good intentions, Shanks. Should I go?" "Wait." Shanks raised his right hand. "Let's approach and see." When the two ships drew close, Shanks stood at the gunwale looking down at the drifting small boat. "Seems like you were waiting for me." Dylan raised his head, not touching the sword resting beside him. "Yes. Come up for a talk. Or should I come down?" Dylan grabbed the long sword, and with a flicker he appeared on the deck of the Red Hair pirate's ship. "Bring the wine." Red Hair waved his hand to restrain the restless crew, then cut off their attempts to dissuade him. "This is a fine wine from my homeland, different from the East Blue taste. Want to try?" After a big bowl of strong liquor went down, Shanks asked with a smile, "How is it?" Dylan nodded, but made no comment. Seeing this, Shanks put down his large bowl, his expression turning serious. "So, what are you waiting here for me, Marine?" "Marine." At the word Marine, the others immediately tensed up. Yasopp even slightly raised his rifle, but Ben Beckman pressed it down with his hand. Ignoring the others' subtle movements, Dylan looked directly into Shanks' eyes and asked, Someone like you, why did you come to the East Blue? Isn't the New World enough for you? Just sailing around the four seas. That's pretty normal for a pirate, isn't it? Shanks looked at Dylan with a smile, but his expression was not relaxed. Dylan stared at Shanks, clearly unconvinced. Shanks met his gaze, then laughed. Sorry, as for the deeper reason, I can't tell you for now. Hearing Redhair's answer, Dylan stood up, glancing around the surroundings. Don't stay in the East Blue too long. With that, Dylan leaped off the ship's rail. After the small boat had drifted away some distance, Shanks seemed to think of something, and standing at the rail, he called out to Dylan, "What about you then? Why are you in the East Blue?" Dylan didn't look back. With his back to Shanks, he raised a hand and waved, "Same as you. I won't be staying here much longer." After Dylan's boat disappeared from view, Shanks still stared blankly at that stretch of sea. Shanks. I'm fine. He's quite an interesting guy. Turning around, Shanks grinned at his crew. I didn't expect the East Blue to have so many interesting people. Is this really the captain's hometown? The East Blue. Yasopp, also from the East Blue, laughed out loud. The East Blue is called the weakest sea. Before the others reacted, Shanks's expression froze, and Ben Beckman's hand, holding his cigarette, froze in midair. Lucky Roo, chewing on a bone, asked, "What's going on?" You too. Shanks let out a wry smile, saying nothing. Ben Beckman took a heavy drag of his cigarette before saying, "We used to think the East Blue appeared weak because of the sea routes in Garp. But now it seems." Blowing out a thick cloud of smoke, Ben Beckman said, "Aside from Garp, the East Blue hides another remarkable figure." Returning to the base, he encountered the base commander coming towards him. He was no longer the tall man he once was. Over a decade had passed, and much had changed. The former base commander, including the Marine who had first brought him in, was long gone. The current base commander was a burly man named Hans, who had been transferred here 6 months prior, holding the rank of captain. "Dylan," Hans called out, stopping Dylan as he was about to head inside. "You went to see Redhair?" Dylan nodded. Just a glance from afar, no contact. "That man has been making quite a name for himself these past few years." Hans agreed. Shanks had indeed been on the rise recently. Though his powers still lagged behind the older generation of mighty figures, it was said he had carved out a place for himself in the New World. After Roger's death, the pirates' arrogance had not been suppressed, and instead it had grown more rampant. In the present New World, figures like Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido were being hailed as emperors of the sea. Nonsense. By the way, the pressure in the Grand Line has been mounting. Headquarters has issued another summons. I heard you've refused them all before. Hans knew little of Dylan's past. Only a few of the older veterans vaguely remembered that this man had been stationed at this branch for a very long time. His rank had been slowly accumulated through countless minor achievements, eventually reaching the level of lieutenant commander. Such a rank required official commissioning at headquarters. Your commissioning hasn't been officially completed yet. This time. I'll go this time. Dylan's gaze shifted past Hans, looking towards the Marine flag fluttering in the wind, just as it had all those years ago. Hans let out a slight sigh of relief. This man held considerable prestige within the base. At times, Dylan's orders were even more effective than his own as the captain in charge. As soon as possible. Considering the travel time, I can give you 3 months. If that's acceptable, I'll report back to headquarters. Hans had once studied the files on Dylan. The records left by the previous base commander showed Adams Dylan. Place of birth unknown. Orphan. Joined the Marines at age 9. Personality calm. Physical qualities outstanding. Advocates for justice and peace. Then followed pages of battle achievements and honors added by successive base commanders. Dozens of pages densely filled. Though the bounties were not high, the sheer volume was overwhelming. During his own tenure, Hans had personally added nearly 4 pages to Dylan's record of exploits. What a monster! Hans muttered, watching Dylan walk away. Shimatsuki Village. Dylan stretched lazily as he stepped onto the island. He hadn't expected this place to be directly on the route. The locals cast strange glances at the pitch-black long sword at his waist. You here to challenge Koshiro too? Dylan turned towards the voice. It was a young man who also had a sword at his waist. No, just looking around. In the original story, Shimatsuki Village had deep ties to Wano country and the Revolutionary Army. That squinty-eyed Koshiro didn't seem like an ordinary person either. Before Dylan could finish, a rough voice roared from behind. Hey, you sword thief. Dylan acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing forward. The voice behind him erupted with anger. I'm talking to you. The one in white. You think you can just steal my famous blade and walk away? Dylan paused, then turned around. A Ronin with a Chanmage hairstyle was staring greedily at the black scabbard at Dylan's waist. The Ronin licked his dry lips. This must be a fine blade. Even sheathed, he could sense its undeniable sharpness. The onlookers stepped back as they saw him. This man was a notorious Ronin in the area, his Iato swift as lightning. But he was also a scoundrel. No one understood why such a rogue possessed such swordsmanship talent. This is your sword, oi? Dylan raised his eyelids, lazily looking at the man with the Chanmage. He despised that hairstyle. I'll give you 5 seconds to get out of my sight. The icy voice echoed in the Ronin's ears. The Ronin, instead of being afraid, laughed heartily. He leaned forward slightly, his right hand gripping the hilt at his left side. In that case, a flash of red light. The Ronin suddenly felt a chilling sensation on his neck. Then he felt the world spin and saw a sight that utterly bewildered him. Who is this? Why are they wearing my clothes? And holding my sword? So I really did run into a sword thief. A gasp rose from the crowd. Dylan turned and walked away, utterly indifferent. My apologies, it's always the blood of these small fry. The black scabbard at his waist vibrated slightly. Ishin Dojo. Hearing the commotion outside, Koshiro stood up and walked to the entrance. Dylan was already standing in the courtyard while a large crowd had gathered outside the main gate, seemingly waiting for something. The bespectacled Koshiro smiled at Dylan. May I ask what brings you here, guest? Dylan looked at Koshiro's gentle appearance and suddenly thought of something amusing. I've heard that those with squinty eyes are always strong. The crowd outside let out a synchronized, oh, and wore expressions of just as we thought. You just guessed. Koshiro didn't seem offended at all, still asking politely. May I ask what brings you here, guest? Dylan chuckled. Just kidding. I'm not here to cause trouble. I only wanted to ask the master to take a look at my sword. Oh. Koshiro looked towards the long sword at Dylan's waist. Please come in, guest. Seeing that there would be no fight, the crowd outside dispersed disappointedly. Black scabbard, dark red hilt. Koshiro held Dylan's long sword with both hands, his brow furrowing slightly. With a hint of anticipation and a hint of hesitation, Koshiro slowly drew the blade. A wave of bloodlust rushed from the black and red blade, and a faint trace of crimson light seemed to emanate from it. Clapped. Koshiro immediately sheathed the sword and handed it back to Dylan. Shura, one of the 12 supreme gray blades. Dylan took Shura, gently stroking the scabbard. The bloodlust in the air vanished instantly. Any special traits? Koshiro looked at Dylan, a little taken aback. Traits? Hasn't the guest already demonstrated its traits to the fullest? Is that so? Dylan stood up and gave Koshiro a slight nod. Thank you for your time. After Dylan left, a bead of sweat the size of a bean rolled down Koshiro's forehead. He swallowed hard. Shura. He's turned it into a black blade, and it's so completely subservient to him. After calming himself, Koshiro returned to his usual squinty-eyed smile and beckoned towards the folding screen nearby. Come on out. That must have scared you, didn't it? Kuna, with her short hair, and a boy with a green algae-like haircut, peeked out cautiously from behind the screen. Father, that man just now. You two still have a long way to go. But, if you ever aim to become the world's greatest swordsman, I think he will certainly be one of your greatest obstacles. The mere wisp of aura that Shura had released earlier had nearly overwhelmed them. Even these two, usually so strong-willed, could not muster any bold words at that moment. Kuna clenched her fists tightly, turned around without a word, and walked away. The green-haired boy gritted his teeth, muttered, "Damn it," and ran off as well. Koshiro watched them go, a smile spreading across his face. The world's greatest swordsman, huh? Thinking of that seemingly unremarkable man, Koshiro still felt a suffocating pressure. The patrolman at the small harbor verified Dylan's identity, snapped a sharp salute, and watched him walk away. The civilians had already confirmed that the Ronin had attempted to seize the man's weapon which had instigated the duel. Though duels to the death were not permitted by law. Well, if it was reclassified as an attack on a Marine headquarters lieutenant commander, then there was no problem at all. On a medium-sized merchant ship, Dylan leaned against the railing, resting his eyes. The lookout in the crow's nest suddenly shouted, "Damn! It's a pirate ship." After looking more carefully, the lookout's voice twisted in fear. It's the Krieg pirates. The Dory Dannet Sable. The main ship of the Krieg pirates, a massive 3-deck sailing vessel with a Black Panther figurehead, was the nightmare of all merchant ships in the surrounding waters. Men, the name of Captain Krieg will resound across the world. Ooh, Admiral, there's a merchant ship ahead. A merchant ship? Krieg grinned wickedly. How dare a merchant ship appear where I, Captain Krieg, am present? Men, we've got some fun. Ooh. The enormous Dory Dannet Sable drew alongside the merchant ship in less than 10 minutes. The merchant ship didn't dare to turn and flee. The Krieg pirates, if encountered ordinary merchant ships, couldn't outrun them even with full sail. And if you tried to escape, they would slaughter everyone once they caught up. Begging for mercy was useless too, because aboard besides Krieg was that cold-blooded, ruthless man, Demon Jin. The only hope was that the man wasn't on the ship today or wouldn't participate in this raid. Dylan narrowed his eyes, watching the helpless sailors and merchants filled with despair. Krieg, that guy hasn't gone to the Grand Line yet. His territory was not near my branch before, so I never bothered to look for him. Now I recall. He was indeed a notable figure in the East Blue. But, didn't he later call himself something like the East Blue Overlord, or King of the East Blue? Dylan stood up, sword in hand. The sailors and merchants who had been kneeling on the deck saw the young man who had hitched a ride now standing at the bow holding a weapon. They screamed in terror. "Hey, stranger, come back. You'll get us all killed." Dylan tilted his head, thinking. I recall there's a guy named Jin on his ship known for his cruelty and never leaving survivors. Do you really think kneeling here and begging will save your lives? At the mention of Demon Jin, the faces on deck turned pale, but they still clung to a sliver of hope. Maybe Demon Jin isn't on the ship today. Stranger, we gave you a ride out of kindness, don't. Thank you for the ride. As a token of gratitude. A flash before the eyes of everyone on the merchant ship, and the young man who had been standing at the bow vanished. A flicker of hope rose in their hearts, but more than that, despair. In these waters, whether against other pirates or the Marines, the Crick pirates had never tasted defeat. On the top deck of the Dory Danid Sable, Ironwall Baru was banging the shields on his arms. Haha, I shall become the Admiral's strongest shield. Is that so? How strong? A calm, indifferent voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. On the huge Black Panther figurehead stood a man in white robes holding a long sword, his shoulder-length white hair fluttering in the wind. Ironwall Baru's slow-witted hadn't yet reacted. Demon Jin stepped forward first. Who are you? For someone to appear silently on the bow of the Dory Danid Sable at such height was no easy foe. A Marine. A Marine. Ironwall Baru finally came to his senses. With a strange cry, he charged ahead of Jin. A mere Marine, how dare you? Shu Dylan gently pushed the tsuba of his sword Shura with his left thumb. A crimson wave flew from the blade, which had been exposed only an inch. A mere Marine. Dylan jumped down from the bow, walking past Ironwall Baru, whose body was split from forehead to crotch. Demon Jin swallowed hard, but did not retreat. Marine, do you dare to challenge the king of the East Blue? Dylan squinted his eyes. A fierce gust of wind spread from around him, and the surrounding pirates suddenly felt a violent shock, followed by dizziness. Then one by one they lost consciousness. Hundreds of crew members fell to the ground like grass blown by a strong wind, sprawling in all directions. Only Admiral Crick and Demon Jin remained barely conscious on the deck, but both were drenched in sweat. Hey, what is this? Crick, clad in golden armor, barely managed to stand upright. Don't underestimate us, Marine. I am. A line of blood flew, and two heads soared high into the air. What king were you? After leaping to the top of the mast and impaling Crick's head on the highest point, Dylan returned to the merchant ship. Let's go. They won't come. You? The first mate of the merchant ship was about to speak when the lookout on the mast widened his eyes. It's Crick's head. He's dead. He's dead. Hearing the lookout's words, the first mate stared in shock at the indifferent young man before him. He had disappeared just a moment ago, but in such a short time the Crick pirates were. Set sail? Set sail. The sails slowly rose. Watching the Dory Danid Sable grow smaller in the distance, Dylan gripped the hilt of Shura. King of the East Blue. A crimson light shot from the stern, slicing the distant Dory Danid Sable from bow to stern in two. The East Blue doesn't need such things. The unconscious crew members slid off the tilted deck and cabins into the sea like dumplings. At the top of the mast, Crick's head stared into the distance with an expression of fury and terror. Low Town. Dylan strolled leisurely along the stone-paved road. Beyond this town lay Reverse Mountain. Of course, he had no intention of taking Reverse Mountain. The Marines had their own warships capable of crossing the comm belt. He had come here merely to reminisce about the past. Hey! A familiar voice sounded behind Dylan. Red-haired, Shanks stood alone, a bottle of wine in his hand. What a coincidence meeting you here again. Are you heading to the Grand Line? Shanks looked at the upright Dylan. This young Marine gave him a great sense of pressure. Although they had never fought, Shanks sensed an unprecedented aura from him. It was completely different from any other Marine he had encountered. Neither Garp's fortitude nor Zephyr's decisiveness matched his presence. Even the rising stars within the Marines, Kizaru Akiji Akainu, had a fundamentally different aura from this seemingly cold man. He was more like an abyss, deep, steady, but no one knew what lurked beneath. Quite a coincidence. Here to reminisce. You were crying your eyes out back then. Dylan glanced at Shanks. He neither hated nor particularly liked this man. It was just not the right time to fight him. Back then. Shanks paused, recalling that day over a decade ago, and his expression instantly dimmed. Ah, yes, indeed. So you were also here back then. Judging by your age, you must have been about 10. In those days. Shanks looked up. Did you ever think of setting sail, eh? Set sail? Dylan pressed the hilt of Shura and gave Shanks a meaningful look. As a pirate. Hearing the hostile tone, Shanks laughed. Being a pirate isn't. A thief is a thief. Dylan interrupted coldly. Mountain bandits, pirates, thieves. They are all thieves. Those who blindly pursue personal freedom by plundering the weak, no matter what dreams they hold, cannot change the fact that they are thieves. Don't talk to me about dreams, freedom, or comrades. Your freedom. The air around Dylan began to distort. Is built on the suffering of the weak. Visible black lightning surged from Dylan's surroundings. Shanks's pupils contracted. The same black lightning erupted from his body. The two auras collided, causing the dark clouds in the sky to swirl. When their auras dispersed, fine cracks appeared on the surrounding walls. This is a town. For now I have no intention of fighting you, but red hair. Dylan's gaze was sharp. Don't cross the line. Otherwise, not only will there be no ship for you in the new era, but I will personally extinguish your dreams. After Dylan left, Ben Beckman and the others approached from the street corner. Lucky Rue's ever-present drumstick was gone, and Yassop clutched his rifle tightly. What a terrifying guy. Yassop glanced around the corner. A Marine who possesses the qualities of a king and has trained conqueror's hockey to such an extent. Malenfanguel. Diluin, having just completed his promotion ceremony, walked out of the administrative area. "Ah, an extraordinary newcomer has arrived," a languid voice sounded from the side. That tone. Qingji. Vice Admiral Kazan. Diluin gave a slight bow. "Here at headquarters for your promotion." Qingji pushed up the eye patch on his forehead and looked at Diluin with interest. "Yes." Kazan suddenly looked around and then said to Diluin, "Want to have a drink?" "Does this guy drink?" I recall he did drink when Zifa died. But can you drink at headquarters?" Following Qingji into his office, Diluin glanced around. The furnishings were simple, even shabby. Only two things stood out: a recliner that looked incredibly comfortable and his personal plaque. Lazy Justice. Speaking of which, you and I have quite different personalities. Qingji picked up 2 bottles of wine and tossed one to Diluin. "I believe in lazy justice, but you, my friend, are extremely diligent." Huh. Diluin caught the wine, popped the cork, and took a gulp. "You know me." Qingji also took a large gulp, then spat. "What kind of manly wine is this?" "It's awful." After muttering, Qingji gave Diluin a proper look. "Over the past few years I've nominated you for conscription, but it seems you've always refused. Why did you agree this time?" "Has it been Qingji who nominated me all along?" Diluin frowned. "Was it internal Navy intelligence? Or Kapu?" Seeing Diluin's puzzled expression, Qingji volunteered, "It was Mr. Kapu. He said that every time he returned, the East Blue felt so peaceful that he didn't even need to do much cleanup. We went to some trouble investigating and found you with great difficulty. You've done well in the East Blue. How about it? Would you like to come work under me? I'll give you considerable autonomy." Qingji, a Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters candidate for Admiral, disciple of Blackarm, Zifa, and a devoted fan of Kapu. The future 3 admirals of the Navy, Qingji, Huang Yuan, and Shi Quan. Shi Quan's attitude toward pirates is too rigid. Though similar to his own style, there is a fundamental difference. That old monkey Huang Yuan, his words and actions are highly suspicious. Cowardly against Straw Hat, but ruthless against Zifa, he might well be a traitor of the Revolutionary Army. Although serving under him offers the convenience of getting close to Bajayapank, you might be sold out by him one day. As for Qingji, lazy as he is, he still values loyalty. Otherwise he wouldn't have saved the unlucky Simoji from Mingo back then. "I do the fighting, you take the blame." That's one way to put it, but you could be more tactful. "It's a headache. Headquarters often assigns tasks, and I will." Qingji looked up and took another big gulp. "So does that mean you agree?" Diluin spread his hands. "Why not? If I followed Sakisiji, I'd probably be fighting every day. I still have many things to do." "I see." Qingji didn't ask why Diluin didn't mention Bolosolinuo. "But before that I have some matters to handle. If it's quick, I'll be back in half a year. If slow, maybe 1 or 2 years. What a busy man. Need any help?" Diluin shook his head. "No need. If luck is bad, I might not come back. You're a devil fruit user, better not get involved." "Devil fruit user? Not come back?" Qingji rarely showed a worried expression. "Is it some dangerous area related to the sea?" "Forget it. Since you don't need my help, I won't pry. Be careful yourself, and contact me via Den Mushi if you need help." 2 years later. Kongdao. A violent thunderstorm filled the sky, twisting and surging for nearly an hour before slowly dissipating. Gonfuer watched the figure slowly emerging from the temple, lowering his head slightly with the others. "Lord Thunder God." Gonfuer. Compared to 2 years ago, Diluin's appearance seemed unchanged, yet even more refined and profound. Below the temple, the residents of Kong Dao looked up at the tall, imposing man who seemed as deep as an abyss, their hearts filled with awe. No one knew when he had arrived at Kong Dao. When he appeared, he defeated the original god Gonfuer with absolute power, yet he did not kill Gonfuer or the other priests. After he found the golden bell hidden in the clouds and rang at the Sky Islanders, and the Shandia people who had been enemies for centuries ceased their conflict and together revered him as god. This Thunder God was not harsh. He could even be considered a benevolent god. The affairs of Kong Dao were all handled by Gonfuer. Gonfuer had originally been the sky god here. He was also deeply trusted and loved by all. "I will be away for a while. Kong Dao will be managed by you temporarily. Before I return, cut off the route from the Blue Sea. If you encounter intruders, contact me via sound dial or Den Mushi." "Yes, Lord Thunder God." When the people looked up, the figure above the temple had already vanished. Gonfuer took a deep breath and turned around, saying, "Seal the temple. Cut off the route from the Blue Sea." Below Kong Dao, Jia Yadao Mo Guzhan. As Diluin walked into a bar, he saw a pink figure facing the counter drinking. Beside him stood a tall man with a large sword at his waist. On the other side, a strange-looking old man was interrogating a group of thugs. That place is utterly boring. The Tangjihida pirates are the pride of the North Blue. We want to become pirates like you. Have you ever killed anyone? Diluin walked over to the pink man and sat down, picked up a glass of wine, and took a gulp. A small-time thug like you wants to join this flamingo. As soon as the word flamingo was uttered, the tall man's expression changed. The strange old man covered in snot and interrogating the thugs also turned around. The flamingo sitting nearby grinned. Fufufuyu. Who are you? Navy. Navy. You. Diamandi's hand had just reached his sword hilt when Duo Fu Lang Ming stopped him. Stop, Diamandi. TSK. Warlords are such a hassle. Watching Diamandi being stopped by Duo Fu Lang Ming, Diluin looked disappointed. If that guy had attacked, he could have legitimately killed him and even the entire Tangjihida pirates. After giving a sidelong glance at the stunned Diamandi, he turned slightly to look at the blonde thug, who was both excited and startled. I'm asking you a question. Have you killed anyone? Or are you just playing house with wooden sticks? Bailami raised his hands and laughed wildly. Kill. Of course. We've killed plenty sailing from the North Blue. Killing is what we do best. We're going to join the Tangjihida pirates. Ha ha. Excellent. As soon as the words fell, the air seemed to freeze. Duo Fu Lang Ming sitting next to Diluin stiffened for a moment, then turned his head mechanically. Hey, don't tell me. Before he could finish, a series of dazzling lightning bolts erupted from the thugs' bodies. Tuale Boer, standing beside Bailami, was startled. Amid the thugs' screams, Diluin slowly stood up. Daffy. Diluin rose leisurely and walked over to Bailami as if strolling in a garden. Throughout, Duo Fu Lang Ming did not say a word, nor did he intervene. He let Bailami and his crew wail and convulse in the lightning. Hey, see that? In the face of absolute power, your idol doesn't dare move. Bailami struggled, let out a yell, and pounded the floor with his fists. Damn it. I'll give you one more chance. Have you ever killed anyone? If you're lying, I'll let you go as ordinary thugs. But if you've actually shed blood. Diluin's expression darkened and the air around him trembled. Summary execution. Bailami struggled to lift his head and looked at his idol, Celestial Yaksha Duo Fu Lang Ming. What awaited him was a suffocating silence. Bailami glanced at the man standing before him, gritted his teeth, and said with his last ounce of strength, No. No. Clap, clap. Diluin clapped his hands. That's a good boy. Go back where you came from. All right. At the door, Diluin turned and glanced at the slumped blonde. You said you don't like those daydreaming pirates. TSK. Too bad. Your idol has the biggest and most arrogant dream of all pirates in the world. You truly don't deserve to be on his ship. With that, Diluin pushed the door and left. Creak, creak, the wooden door of the tavern swayed in the wind, as if mocking Bailami's arrogant declaration and sneering at his idol. Duo Fu Lang Ming stood up with a dark expression and walked toward the door with Tuale Boer and Diamandi following closely behind. As he passed Bailami, Duo Fu Lang Ming paused. He's right. Indeed, you don't deserve to be on my ship. In Akiji's office at Marineford. Don Quixote. That man's background is questionable and his methods of becoming a warlord were quite unconventional. But all of that was approved by Mary Gios. Akiji shrugged. I don't want to deal with it. Dylan glanced around. You got promoted, huh, Admiral Kazan? Akiji scratched his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Can't be helped. The Grand Line is turbulent right now. Speaking of which, did you finish what you came here to do? Done. Dylan extended his hand. A mass of lightning crackled in his palm. Went to pick up a devil fruit. The moment he saw the lightning, Akiji's lazy demeanor vanished. The rumble fruit. As a Logia-type fruit, it was ranked among the top in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and Akiji recognized it instantly. Yeah. Dylan nodded. This was my primary objective for coming to the Grand Line. You? Akiji straightened up slightly from his slouch, then slumped back down. Well, good for you. Logia. I'm envious. Envious my ass. Aren't you a Logia user too? Though he thought this, Dylan was quite pleased with the rumble fruit he had been waiting for. After all, lightning granted the ability to fly and incredible movement speed, and its destructive power was immense. Furthermore, tempering his body with lightning allowed him to continuously strengthen his physique, avoiding the complete suppression by the sea and sea stone that other ability users suffered. You're not here for anything else, are you? Akiji groaned, collapsing onto the sofa. I don't have anyone to help me here, and I've got my own stuff to do. If you're free, think you could handle a few missions for me. You don't have any stuff? Your stuff is riding your bicycle to stalk little girls or sunbathing on Garp's ship, isn't it? I could, but I'm just a commander. It's a bit hard for me to act on your behalf, isn't it? A commander going out to fight for an admiral. That doesn't quite look right, does it? Rank, huh? Akiji scratched his hair. This was indeed troublesome. While the Marines valued pedigree and strength, internally field promotions for officers still heavily relied on combat merit. This wasn't like years later after the Paramount War, when the Marines' top-tier forces had shrunk, leading to a worldwide draft. Got it. Akiji's eyes lit up. He rummaged through his drawer and pulled out a wanted poster. Go take him out, and I'll apply for your promotion. Dylan took the poster and looked at it. Blood Hook, Rod Bounty 5500 berries. Huh, I've never heard of this guy. Where did this guy come from? How come I've never heard of him before? Well, you're still young. It's normal you have it. He was a small-time nobody from a terrifying pirate crew from long ago. A terrifying pirate crew. A nobody. Dylan rubbed his chin re-examining the photo on the wanted poster. The guy looked to be in his 50s or 60s. At that age. Don't tell me he was on Rock's ships. Ahara, that's right, Rock's. Akiji's eyes widened. You know about the Rock's pirates? How old are you? It actually was. Well, that did make him a nobody. Compared to guys like Whitebeard, Shiki Kaido, and Lin Lin. Shiki. That guy's still hiding in the sky messing with monsters. Should I take him out early? Normally these ability users are captured and imprisoned rather than killed, which effectively limits the devil fruits from re-entering circulation. If you just killed every ability user you caught, fruits like the Mera Mera Nomi would end up in the hands of other pirates shortly after their previous owner's death. That's a situation neither the Marines nor the world government wants to see. As for the float fruit, forget it, I'll put that on hold. I can go look for him when I have the time and kill him then. After all, I'm just a mere commander right now. Yeah, a mere commander. So where is he, eh? Dylan pointed at the vicious-looking man on the poster. The photo seemed to be a recent candid shot. If the Marines had a recent photo, they probably had a lead on his location. His last known whereabouts were in the Alabasta Kingdom. You can start there. If we get any new info, HQ will contact you via Den Mushi. Alabasta. Isn't that Crocodile guy there? By now Crocodile should have already lost to Whitebeard and started his search for Pluton. I'll be off then. Dylan rolled up the wanted poster, stuffed it in his pocket, and left. Back in the office only after Dylan's footsteps had faded did Akiji pull down his sleep mask. How does he know where devil fruits are? And about rocks? What a pain. Oh well. The first half of the Grand Line, Brother Dafu, that guy named Rod, I've never heard of him before. Why does Mama place such importance on him? She even sent us all the way to paradise to escort him to Tato Land. Charlotte Dafu, with two balloon-like objects on his shoulders, glanced at his younger brother beside him. It's normal you don't know. He's an old-timer, used to be a grunt on Mama's old ship. Mama's ship? You mean the Queen Mama Chanter? How come I've never heard of him? Not that one. Dafu gazed out at paradise, which was much calmer compared to the New World. It was a ship from a much older time. In terms of pure strength, no one was more powerful than them. The Alabasta Kingdom. Rain Base. Unlike the rest of Alabasta, Rain Base, as its name suggested, was humid and refreshing. At the Rain Dinners Casino, a tall hostess's eyes lit up at the sight of the tall, handsome Dylan. Besides his looks, the man's attire, his sword, and his aura all pointed to him being wealthy. Several hostesses vied for his attention, flaunting their figures in hopes of being chosen to accompany him. Feeling their intense gazes, Dylan paused for a moment, then surveyed the room. You? Dylan pointed at one of the blonde hostesses. The blonde hostess beamed, walking over and wrapping Dylan's arm between her ample bosoms. What would you like to play, sir? She then pressed forward slightly, causing a gentle friction against Dylan's arm. Wah! A wild laugh echoed from the main hall, and Dylan raised an eyebrow. So he is here. On the seas, the big MOM pirates were renowned for their intelligence network, followed by Morgan's and the Cipher Pol agencies. But the Marines' intelligence was equally formidable and far more extensive. Shortly after Dylan left Marineford, a detailed report on Blood Hook Rod was transmitted to him via a projection snail. It included the man's hobbies and behavioral patterns. Gambling was one of them. Back in his Rocks days, the man had gambled so recklessly that he lost his right hand. I bet on big. Rod, enjoying a rare winning streak, laughed heartily as he tossed chips onto the table. Seeing this, others followed suit and placed their bets. I bet small. An equally arrogant voice came from across the table. Dylan, a cigarette dangling from his lips, threw down a handful of chips. As Rod looked his way, he blew out a defiant puff of smoke. Huh. Wahaha. Let's get this started then. Rod licked his lips. Let me show you that Rod-sama's luck is undefeated. 10 minutes later, the people who had been standing behind Rod had all vanished while a crowd had gathered behind the young man across from him. Hey, out of money already. How boring. Since when did Rain Dinners start serving these poor bastards? Did Dylan know how to gamble? Of course not. But using tiny electrical currents to control the dice was child's play. Just as Rod stood up to leave, a cheer erupted from behind him. The young man was scattering his winnings into the crowd. Here, this is all on the one-armed old man. He then laughed. Everyone say thank you to the one-armed old man. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Thank you, one-armed old man. Rod's body stiffened, and his black armament hockey began to coat his hook. And no, I can't. Rod swallowed hard. He had only just managed to escape the Marines' pursuit. He absolutely couldn't be discovered here. He remembered how even a man like the captain had been defeated by Garp. Even though guys like Newgate seemed powerful now, Rod knew that once you got on the Marines, or the world government's radar, there was no good outcome. In the distance, Dylan, while scattering chips into the air, slipped a few of the highest denomination ones into the hostess's hand. This is a little bonus for you. I hope when I come back you're not working here anymore. Dylan stood up, stopping the blonde hostess from following him. Sir, the hostess watched the white-haired young man stagger out of the rain dinner's entrance, momentarily lost in thought. What did he mean by that? Usually if a customer was satisfied with the service, wouldn't they want the same hostess next time? As Dylan exited the main doors, the hostess gave a slight start, her expression complex as she stared at the entrance. What a kind customer. She clutched the chips tightly in her hand, then raised a hand to adjust her collar. Outside Rain Base, Dylan stopped. Hey Iron Hook, you've been following me the whole way. Aren't you going to make a move? Rod emerged from behind a hill, his face dark. You bastard, why did you deliberately lure me out here? Oh, Dylan looked at the wary Rod and smiled. Ho, you're pretty cautious. Since you knew it was a trap, why did you still follow? Yee. Rod instinctively licked his lips. If it were Sengoku or Garp, hell even Akiji or Sakazuki here, I'd have run long ago. But you, Armament Haki instantly coated the iron hook on his right hand. I've never heard of you. Funny. Black Armament Haki simultaneously coated the sheath of his blade Shura. In the original story. I've never heard of you either. Brother Dafu. Something's wrong. On the outskirts of Alabasta, a frail young man rushed up to Charlotte Dafu, pinching a small card between his fingers. His Vivre card is burning. He's dying. What a... Dafu stared at the slowly burning Vivre card, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could someone in paradise really finish him off? Or had he provoked those dogs of the world government? Mission first, Dafu could not tolerate failure. He puffed out his chest and roared, full speed ahead. Mother's orders must not fail. Yes, sir. At Alabasta, Dylan, 1 foot planted on the unconscious blood hook, Rod dialed a den mushy. The antennae of the den mushy suddenly sprouted a pair of sleep shades, and its round eyes turned into dead fish eyes. Oh my, finished so soon. It was exhausting, you know. By the way, do I have to deliver this guy myself? I still need to head back to the East Blue. At Marine Headquarters, Akiji scratched his head. You can drop him off at the nearest Marine base. But this guy's background is complicated. I heard Big Mom is looking for him. You know how formidable her intelligence network is. How about, is there anyone to take over or not? If not, I'll just cut off his head. It's not like he's a devil fruit user. Rod, who was playing dead on the ground, swallowed hard, but didn't move a muscle. Is this guy really a Marine? Does he casually cut off people's heads? Wait a moment. If you cut off his head, what if Big Mom comes asking? So that's what you're worried about. Dylan paused. Kazan really was a loyal friend. But a crimson flash of Shura and Rod's head was separated from his body before his shocked expression could fade. You bastard. How dare you? A furious roar came from afar. Charlotte Dafu, his lower body steaming with heat, rapidly approached. The Vivre card in his hand had completely vanished, and he had just witnessed the young man decapitate Bloodhook Rod with a single slash. As Charlotte Dafu closed in, a genie-like figure emerged from his belt. I'll make your head pay for this. Demon slash. The giant Jin swung its longsword, unleashing a massive slash toward Dylan. Hey, didn't I tell you to calm down? Need me to come over? No need. Just remember to count this guy's bounty for me. He should be Big Mom's third son, Charlotte Dafu. Dylan held the den mushy in one hand and raised Shura with the other. Clang. The massive slash halted the instant it touched the blade of Shura. No matter how much power Charlotte Dafu and the Jin poured in, the slashing force did not advance an inch. Being Minister of Tado Land. Oh my, you really know how to stir up trouble. Are you sure you don't need me to come over? Stir up trouble. You're the one who told me to take him down. I want a month off after this. Oh my. Before Akiji could finish, Dylan hung up the den mushy. Interrupting a phone call is very rude. Didn't Linlin teach you that? You? Charlotte Dafu felt a chill as he watched the young man effortlessly block the Jin's attack. He did not recklessly strike again. Dylan smiled at Charlotte Dafu's gloomy expression. A Charlotte, what did Linlin send you to grab this guy for breeding? That would mean I just killed your stepfather. Bastard. Charlotte Dafu, who had been cautious, exploded with rage upon hearing Dylan's words. How dare you disrespect mother? Jin, fine slice. Countless tiny slashes flew out, surrounding Dylan from all directions. How absurd. Dylan snorted, twirled the hilt of Shura, and traced a circle. A crimson sword aura burst forth like a gale, more violent and denser than Charlotte Dafu's slashes. The two slashes clashed fiercely in midair, kicking up sand and gravel. For a moment the air was thick with dust. Got you. Superheated steam. Charlotte Dafu, his body clad in armament Haki, burst out from the dust. His blackened fist radiated scorching heat, and the Jin beside him raised its large blade high. Die! Seeing Dylan not dodge, Charlotte Dafu's eyes flashed with joy and anger. This guy dared to underestimate him so much. Truly, you never learn. A black arm shot through the smoke and grabbed Charlotte Dafu's fist. Heavenly punishment. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a lightning bolt several meters in diameter descended from the sky, enveloping the two of them. Hey, no way. On a distant dune crocodile, a cigar dangling from his mouth, stared at the colossal pillar of lightning. Does the Marines have someone like this? After the lightning dissipated, Charlotte Dafu, his body smoking, panted heavily and supported himself with one hand. The Jin had vanished. Not only does he possess powerful swordsmanship and hockey, but he's also a Logia-type devil fruit user. No, it's more than that. His fruit ability easily pierced through my armament hockey. He has developed his ability to an extremely formidable level. Brew. Charlotte Dafu, unable to break free from Dylan's grip, reached into his coat and pulled out a den mushy. Dafu, what's going on? Why did Rod's Vivre card burn up? Did you finish him off? The moment the den mushy connected, its face became round and plump with thick eyelashes appearing above its eyes. I'm sorry, Mother. The mission failed. Rod was killed by a Marine. A Marine? Is there a Marine like that in paradise? It's... Charlotte Dafu looked up at Dylan. A Marine I've never seen before. I heard him talking to Akiji. Mama, the Marines are as strong as ever. Hey Marine, how about a trade? Dafu turned the den mushy toward Dylan. Oh, is that Linling? What are you willing to offer to buy your son's life? Big Mom didn't seem to mind Dylan calling her Linling and laughed heartily. Mama, interesting brat. What do you want? Treasure. Famous sorts. A devil fruit. Or maybe I'll give you my favorite daughter. Mama, if you're willing. A fruit. I'll pick it up at Sabaody Archipelago in 2 months. If the value doesn't match. Dylan's eyes swept over Charlotte Dafu's body. I'll take back the difference. Charlotte Dafu felt a chill run through his body under that gaze. This guy, if he's not satisfied with the fruit, he'll definitely cut off some part of my body. Absolutely. Mama, what a greedy brat. But the Charlotte family's intelligence network spans the world, and devil fruits are the last thing we lack. Rest assured it will be equal to my son's worth. I hope so. With that, Dylan released Charlotte Dafu. The den mushy went dead. After Charlotte Dafu stumbled away with his massive shoulder armor, Dylan turned to look at a sand dune to the side. What? Do I need to come and get you? Whoosh. A gust of sand swept over and slowly coalesced into a human form in front of Dylan. A man in a black coat, slicked back hair, and a prominent scar across his face. Crocodile. You're so weak it's laughable. You? Crocodile's eyes darkened. Sandstorm. Before the sand could gather, it slowly dissipated. Shura, glowing with black and red light, rested on Crocodile's shoulder. Do you want to die? Dylan's eyes were cold. The you who fought against Barrett and the you after losing to Whitebeard are two completely different people. Cold sweat dripped from Crocodile's forehead. This guy was serious. If he moved, even a muscle, he would die. An immense pressure washed over him, even stronger than the feeling he had when facing Whitebeard. What do you need me to do? Dylan sheathed Shura and looked into the distance toward the east blue. I want you to remember one thing. If you get defeated by some random nobody while you're a warlord, I'll kill you myself. So, stay alert, you arrogant little lizard. Crocodile's face was dark. Defeated in paradise. But he dared not retort. The man before him looked at him like an ant, and he could sense that if a fight broke out, he would be killed instantly. After tossing Rod's head to Crocodile, Dylan's body turned into a blinding flash of lightning and vanished. Crocodile clenched his fist, staring at the direction Dylan had gone. Bastard. If I could control Pluton. East China Sea. Kokoyashi Village. Ha. Lowly humans are born to be ruled by fishmen. You are the first to be punished by Master Arlong. For your foolish love. Arlong, with his saw-like nose, stood with one hand on his hip, the other pressing a gun against the forehead of a human woman. No Jiko Nami. I love you. Holding the gun to Belmir's head, Arlong laughed cruelly. Under my rule, all who have no money must die. Do you understand now, inferior races? Fear and reluctance flickered in the eyes of the surrounding villagers. If you truly love them, shouldn't you protect them well? On the distant road, a figure carrying a long blade strolled slowly toward the crowd. Belmir, blood seeping from her lips, had been awaiting death, but this lazy voice struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Lowly. Whoosh. Before Arlong could finish his sentence, a flash of white light blazed before everyone's eyes, and a massive arm flew through the air. Damn it. Torrents of blood gushed from the severed limb. Before the surrounding fishmen and villagers could react, Dylan kicked Arlong to the ground and pressed Shura against his chest. Superior race. A salmon fishman holding a bottle saw Arlong instantly defeated and shouted, "Hey. You bastard, our boss is one of the 7 warlords." Hearing this, Arlong's pupils contracted. Don't speak his name. We won't rely on that traitor's reputation. Jinbi. That dead blue fatty. I heard he never spared humans in the past few years either. When I find him, I'll beat him into fish head soup. You? Arlong spat out a mouthful of blood, showing no sign of yielding. Ha. Damn lowly race, do you think this can make a great fishman bow down? No. A smirk curled on Dylan's lips. He channeled his energy into the blade's hilt, and a visible shockwave rippled outward, the immense force pressing Arlong's body deep into the ground. Arlong pirates attacked a human village, murdered civilians. All members, execute. A blur of motion flashed before everyone's eyes. A shadow too fast to track darted about, accompanied by faint, delicate sounds of slicing. When the noise faded, all former Arlong pirates members lay in pieces on the ground, except for Arlong, who was driven into the earth, and an octopus monster. In an instant, the air was thick with the stench of blood mixed with the unique, fishy odor of the fishmen. Hey Octopus, Jimby's name won't save you now. Why not try invoking Rayleigh to spare your life? The octopus fishman, Hachi, his mouth like a trumpet, stammered in shock. And you. Seeing the octopus utterly devoid of fighting spirit, Dylan turned away, ignoring him, and walked back to Arlong with his bloodstained Shura. So what now, superior race? How about buying your life with money? How much is your hairtail's life worth? 5 berry, or 10? You bastard. Vile human. Fishmen will never surrender. Clap clap. Dylan planted Shura beside Arlong's neck and applauded. Truly admirable courage, but unfortunately. Dylan grasped Shura's hilt in a reverse grip. A black-red blade aura erupted from the ground. Except for his head, Arlong's body vanished in an instant. I don't buy that crap. Hachi, trembling at the sight of the towering aura, and the other humans all stared in shock. Hey, octopus. Dylan kicked Arlong's head toward Hachi. Seeing the ferocious head flying toward him, Hachi instinctively tried to dodge, but his body froze under Dylan's gaze. He numbly reached out and caught Arlong's still furious head. Go back to Fishman Island. Tell the blue fatty and the scum of Fishman Street. Shura returned to its sheath, its edge fully concealed. If I ever encounter even one so-called superior race on the seas again, I'll raise your Fishman Street to the ground. After the crowd disposed of the Arlong pirates' bodies, everyone dispersed, leaving only Jin and Belmir's family of 3 watching the young man seated on a rock. Hey, are you a Marine? Jin swallowed hard, eyeing the tall young man in white. Though he hadn't harmed any humans, the aura he'd released moments ago nearly overwhelmed them. Ah, yes, a Marine. Dylan crossed his legs and leaned Shura against a nearby tangerine tree. Then, may I ask who you're? Here to find someone, Dylan said, looking up at Belmir with her pink hair. Sensing his gaze, Belmir looked at him in surprise. You're looking for me? Yeah, Dylan leaned against the tangerine tree, tapping Shura's sheath lightly. I'm personally inviting you to join my squad and return to the Marines. Aye. Belmir, retired for nearly a decade, hesitated. She'd been away from the battlefield too long, and Nami and Nojiko were still young. I'm a Marine, not a pirate. I won't force you or hold favors over you. Protecting civilians is a Marine's duty, isn't it? Belmir paused, glancing at her still shaken daughters, then said after a moment, then I join. A loud shout came from the side. You must join. Mayor, I know this is your dream. Nami and Nojiko will be cared for by me and the villagers. The village guard, Jen declared, chase your dream with all your heart. Mayor, once you grow strong, remember to protect our village well. Nojiko the elder finally understood. With tears in her eyes, she tugged at Nami's sleeve, and together they walked to Belmir and hugged her. Aunt Mare, thank you for raising us. When you return to the Marines, be sure to visit us often. Nami looked up at Belmir. When I'm bigger, can I sail on your warship and draw sea charts? Honestly. Belmir crouched down, hugging her 2 small daughters tightly, then turned to Jen. What do you mean protect the village? Isn't that a man's job? That's not like you, Mare. Didn't you say women should be full of courage? Jen laughed heartily, his face beaming with relief. Hey, it's the Marines, not Impel Down. No need for such a somber farewell. You can come back anytime. Dylan, unable to bear the dramatic scene, interrupted their tearful goodbye. Belmir broke into a smile. You're right. With a man as strong as you as my superior, I doubt I'd even manage to die. Belmir patted the 2 girls' backs to signal them to let go, then stood up. So may I ask why you chose me? Why? Dylan clicked his tongue and smiled at Belmir. Pirates need comrades, and so do Marines. As for why you, it's your courage. I believe that's the most unparalleled potential. Brubrubble. Hey, this is Dylan. Oh, you've reached the East Blue already. Rod's head has been sent back to HQ for verification. Also, HQ has reassessed your merits in the East Blue. Congratulations, Rear Admiral Dylan. Rear Admiral, huh? I guess that's passable. Being looked down on. How troubling. By the way, didn't you mention encountering someone from the Charlotte family on the Den Den Mushi? How did it go? Beside him, Belmir's heart churned at Akiji's casual tone. On the other end of the line was Admiral Akiji of Marine Headquarters. This man can speak directly to an admiral. I cut him down, but let him go. Let him go. Dylan stood, slinging Shura over his shoulder. I let him go. Now isn't the time to start a war with the New World pirates, so I made a deal with Lin Lin. She bought her son back. Silence fell on the other end. After a long pause, Akiji's voice returned. You didn't have to tell me that. Dylan laughed heartily. What are you going to report me to Sengoku? If I actually brought back Dafu's head, Sengoku would be the one losing his mind. Oh, you really do know Sengoku-san well. Fine, let him go then. But won't the Charlotte family leak the news? Don't worry. If word gets out, the worst I face is expulsion from the Marines, but the Charlotte family would lose face before the other great pirates. They won't say a word, and that crocodile isn't stupid either. He wouldn't dare. As long as you're clear on that. By the way, now that you're a rear admiral, wrap up the East Blue business and return soon. Stand in for me. Brub. Marineford. Akiji stared at the silent din, mushy, lost in thought. Who's the admiral here, him or me? Haki. It's just a term for a type of power. Besides being able to awaken it innately, it can also be acquired and enhanced through training. The 30-year-old Bayer Mayer with a cigarette dangling from her mouth stared at Di Luan's right hand, which was covered in jet black armament haki. Haki is divided into 3 types: armament, observation, and conquerors. Armament haki is the most common and also the most practical. Observation haki can be trained, but it requires a certain talent. As for conquerors haki, Di Luan shrugged. Only a very few people possess it. The application of armament haki is also divided into many types. The first thing you need to master is hardening. Di Luan grabbed a large stone and threw it into the air, then extended his arm. The stone whistled down and struck Di Luan's arm. Crack. Not only the arm, but even the muscles on his arm didn't tremble in the slightest. This? Bayer Mayer's eyes widened. This is the most basic application, armament hardening. Of course, basic application doesn't mean it's the weakest. Cultivated to its extreme, it remains extremely powerful. As long as one achieves initial hardening, ordinary guns and swords can be ignored. Moreover, armament hardening can negate the damage from many devil fruits, and it also provides a very direct counter to devil fruits. Bayer Mayer was eager to try. Really? That's great. Devil fruits. They say they are powers from demons, yet they can be countered. This was the gap between the 4 seas and the Grand Line. The East Blue, as the weakest sea, not only lacks people who can use haki, but devil fruit users are also extremely rare. The few who have fruits are all from the Grand Line. In the 4 seas and Paradise, devil fruit users are quite common. In the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World, even small fry soldiers can use armament hardening. Everyone with a bit of fame can play with fire. In short, the flame fruit. Not even a dog would eat it. It was precisely because of the disparity in regional power that even those who had been defeated in the Grand Line could return to the 4 seas and throw their weight around. For example, trash like Kuli Ku and Along. Di Luan, who had been daydreaming, sensed a change in the surrounding aura and focused his gaze on Bayer Mayer. There really is such a power. Bayer Mayer, seeing her own hands covered in black, was startled, then laughed heartily. It seems I really do have talent. Of course, your talent is certainly not bad. There's also one most important reason this power has always existed within you, but due to the limitation of cognitive threshold, you didn't know it existed, so you didn't discover, master, and use it. Watching Bayer Mayer swing her fists, Di Luan pondered for a moment and said, in future battles, try to move away from using firearms. Although both pirates and Marines have positions for snipers that requires very unique talent and strong observation haki support. Of course, Bayer Mayer withdrew the haki covering from her arm. With this power, ordinary guns can indeed be abandoned. Next, you need to think carefully about what combat style you want or are suited for. Close quarters combat, swordsmanship, or do you have the confidence to harness the power of a devil fruit? Bayer Mayer had heard a bit about it, but then shook her head. Rumor has it that after eating a devil fruit you become a rotten swimmer. As for swordsmanship, I'm afraid I don't have that talent. So I still hope to fight with my fists. Good. Then settle the children and prepare to come with me to headquarters for systematic training. The Marine headquarters has specialized instruction and training methods for the 6 powers and haki usage, which will be more systematic and professional than Di Luan's own teaching. The top players have already emerged except for Blackbeard Dichi. That red-haired guy will officially become one of the emperors of the sea in a few years. Although the Marines have overwhelming power when facing any single faction alone, if they have to face 2 or more factions simultaneously, they will fall into a passive or even disadvantageous position. Moreover, the Marines' duties restrict them. They cannot launch large-scale offensives and are often forced to defend passively. Admiral. Indeed, too many restrictions. No wonder old man Kapu never wanted to get promoted in his life. Before coming here, Di Luan's understanding of this world was also very limited. After all, the omniscient perspective mostly followed the Straw Hat Pirates in its progression. When he was a teenager, he once really liked that optimistic and fearless boy, but as he entered his youth, Di Luan began to feel somewhat tired and started to have some doubts about that protagonist. Hopefully that day will never come. Di Luan took a cigarette from the pack left by Bayer Mayer and took a deep drag. After all, he was someone he really liked in his youth. It's just that he was a bit annoyed by him shouting Pirate King, all day long. Happy boy, placing hope on these illusory legends. In this world, everyone has the opportunity to obtain power nearly divine, so why still beg for fate's charity? Really? Can't understand. Oh, it seems the officer has a lot on his mind. Bayer Mayer stood not far away, hands in her pockets. All settled. Dylan didn't explain, but stood up and looked behind her. The village policeman, Jian, and the Na Mei sisters were looking at him with some fear. Although this man looked extremely handsome and lazy, the coldness and resolve he showed when he executed a Long and his crew just now were not something ordinary people could bear. Dylan beckoned to Na Mei, signaling her to come to him. Na Mei nervously grabbed Nuo Chigao's clothes, her body slightly stiff. Go Na Mei. The Marine officer is a good man. He protected us all, didn't he? The older Nuo Chigao encouraged Na Mei, while Bayer Mayer and Jian also looked at her with encouraging eyes. Na Mei pressed her lips tightly, then walked up to Dylan and said shyly, Mr. Marine, I heard you want to draw the most complete and detailed map of the entire world. Everyone else thought that Bayer Mayer had told Dylan, but only Bayer Mayer showed confusion in her eyes. She hadn't mentioned the children's situation. Oh, how did this man know? Yes. When it came to her dream, Na Mei's eyes lit up immediately. She pulled out a half-finished map from behind and handed it to Dylan. Dylan took a look. She was indeed very talented. Although it wasn't as professional and detailed as the Marine's internal maps, it was already quite remarkable for a self-taught person. After carefully folding the map and returning it to Na Mei, Dylan then said to village policeman Jian, I will have headquarters prepare some professional books for her to study. For now, I entrust the sisters to you. The East Blue won't have two formidable foes. If a dangerous person invades. Dylan took out his spare Den Den Mushi and placed it in Na Mei's hand. This is my Den Den Mushi. It can directly dial my number. If you encounter a life-threatening danger, I can arrive within 2 hours. Mr. Marine, can I ride a warship to draw maps of the whole world in the future? Of course you can. Dylan patted Na Mei's head. Not only can you, we will also compile the maps you draw into an atlas, print your name on it, and let the whole world share your joy. Yeah. Na Mei grinned, took an orange from her pocket, and said, Big Brother Marine, this is for you. I'm in Kokoyashi Village, East Blue. Yes, send a warship to pick me up. Ah, can't you fly? Are you coming or not? Qingji stared at the Den Den Mushi once again, feeling doubtful. Also prepare some books related to cartography and bring them along. The more detailed the better. No. Also designate Kokoyashi Village as a protected area. Moreover, the branch base commander, Colonel Mouse, has serious issues. Have the inspectorate verify him. Okay. Baloob. In Marineford, Qingji looked at the Den Den Mushi that had gone silent, a bit puzzled. Even Zhang Guasen wouldn't hang up on me like this, right? Oh well, what a hassle. After passing on Dylan's request, Qingji pulled down his blindfold again. Nico Robin has already entered the Grand Line. Should I go and see? What kind of life will she have? Marineford. Having completed his promotion ceremony under Akiji's guidance, Dylan finally received his cloak and an independent office. Belmir's records were also retrieved from the Navy's archives, and with Akiji's push, her re-enlistment paperwork went through without a hitch. She was reinstated with the rank of Lieutenant Commander. What is this? This can be called justice of the Navy. Damn it, how is this any different from pirates? A roar echoed through the vast corridor, and Akiji rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Oh, this is really... Bang. The sound of a door slamming rang out as a man with short white hair, slouching like a thug with a cigar dangling from his mouth, stormed out of the office in a fury. Smoker, are you picking fights with the inspectorate again? Have you ever wondered why you're still a lieutenant commander? Because he's too weak. Dylan watched the man striding toward them with an arrogant, swaggering gait. The Navy's #1 scapegoat, the shame of the Logia-class fruit smoker. Rank and such. Smoker blew out a thick plume of smoke nonchalantly. Stopping before the two, Smoker eyed Dylan, who now wore the Vice Admiral's cloak. So you're the guy Kazan's been going on about. You look pretty scrawny. Oh, this guy. Akiji cast a pained glance at Smoker, then said to Dylan, he's a friend of mine. Go easy on him. Damn you, Kazan. Who are you looking down on? Smoker was furious. Though he was still just a lieutenant commander as a Logia user with considerable merits, it was only his reckless, willful nature that had kept him stuck at that rank for years. After all, the nickname Mad Dog of the Navy wasn't for nothing. But Dylan gave Smoker no time to react. Before Smoker could finish his sentence, a jet black arm seized his collar. WH. Huh. Devil fruits aren't everything. Dylan grabbed Smoker and slammed him against the wall. The powerful armament Haki completely suppressed Smoker's elemental transformation. You bastard. Smoker drew his sea-stone-tipped jit. Kazan had told him this guy was also a Logia user. Haki could catch him, but if the sea-stone touched his opponent, it would instantly seal his powers. The jit whistled down toward Dylan, and Akiji, watching nearby, narrowed his eyes slightly. Sea-stone, huh? How will he handle this? Dylan held Smoker down with his left hand, and with his right he clenched his fist as jet black armament Haki instantly enveloped it. Sea-stone isn't everything either. His blackened right hand shot forward fearlessly to meet the sea-stone-tipped jit. What? As he watched Dylan grab the top of the jit, Smoker's anger vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. He himself had tried touching sea-stone before. It drained his strength instantly and sealed his ability. Crack. A cracking sound came from the tip of the jit. Smoker's shock turned to horror, and Akiji's eyes narrowed even further. What was this for real? Snap. Dylan twisted his grip on the jit, and with sheer force snapped off the sea-stone inlaid section. Then Smoker and Akiji watched as Dylan clenched his palm, and fine metallic powder sifted from his hand. Sea-stone is indeed very hard. Dylan released the utterly stunned Smoker, examined the small piece of sea-stone in his hand, then tossed it back to Smoker. Here, take it back. Go have a new weapon forged. A newbie, huh? Quite an impressive display of skill. Pahaha. If Kazan hadn't been pestering me with his summons, I would have kept him in the East Blue forever. That would have made things much easier for me. From the other end of the corridor, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, and Kizuru approached the trio in a line. You possess remarkable strength. Have you considered serving under my command? I've looked into your past. Your methods are quite similar to mine. You shouldn't be wasting your talents under a lazy man like Kazan. Akainu stared at Dylan. Dylan's ruthless attitude toward pirates earned his admiration, and that man Kazan. Sakazuki, are you really trying to poach my subordinate right in front of me? Paha. Garp laughed heartily, shoving a donut into his mouth. Give it up, Sakazuki. This kid's nothing like you. Sengoku shot a puzzled glance at Garp. This man had barely been at headquarters these past few years and rarely bothered with its affairs. Why would he directly override the opinion of an admiral like Sakazuki? Hearing Garp's words, Akainu didn't press the matter. With a cold snort, he brushed past the group and left first. Who truly frighteningly strong these young folks these days? Kizuru tilted his head, gave Dylan a once-over, and said nothing more. After exchanging greetings with Kazan, he too took his leave. As for the scapegoat Smoker, he was just a lieutenant commander. Neither Akainu nor Kizaru paid him any mind. It wasn't that they didn't know him, but Smoker's reputation within the Navy was poor, and neither his rank nor his strength warranted the attention of two admirals. This dealt a grievous blow to the pride of the Navy's mad dog. Am I really that weak? A glint passed beneath Sengoku's glasses. Though Smoker's abilities were lacking as a Logia user, he still had potential. He couldn't let the man give up on himself so easily. Smoker, you're also one of Zephyr's students. You should know that there are many ways to fight. On this sea, almost no one can master physical combat, swordsmanship, hockey, and devil fruit abilities to the absolute peak all at once. So you need to choose what you're best at. Paha. There have been exceptions. Newgate and Lean weren't they like that? Garp laughed, cutting off Sengoku, then turned to Smoker, but Sengoku's right. To become strong, you first need to know yourself and find your own path. After all, monsters who excel at everything have been few and far between on this sea, from ancient times to now. Garp glanced at the blade, Shura, hanging at Dylan's waist, and thought to himself, maybe there's about to be one more. After hearing Garp and Sengoku's words, Smoker fell silent. His Logia fruit was powerful, but his mastery of it was poor. As for physical combat, he'd barely trained in the 6 powers because of his fruit. His swordsmanship was 0. And hockey. To this day, he hadn't even mastered armament hockey, still relying on the sea stone inlaid in his jit to fight other ability users. I understand, Mr. Garp, Fleet Admiral. I'll seriously think about my own path. Before Garp and Sengoku, even the arrogant Smoker bowed his head humbly and accepted their advice. Sengoku turned to Dylan, staring at him intently. And what about you? Me? Dylan was puzzled by Sengoku's question. To be frank, after you accepted Akiji's summons, came to headquarters, and received the Rumble fruit, we conducted 2 rounds of investigation on you. We confirmed that you were born into a merchant family in the West Blue. Later, your family's ship was attacked by pirates, and you ended up drifting to the East Blue. You've done well in the East Blue all these years, maintaining Garp's style. You've kept the East Blue's reputation as the weakest sea intact. Dylan smiled, but didn't respond. The East Blue wasn't as weak as it seemed. In his decade or so of purging, he'd still encountered quite a few promising individuals. Besides, he couldn't guarantee he could completely cleanse the sea. The sea was vast, and relying only on branch Navy ships. It was hard to cover every corner. Trash like Krieg was practically on the verge of declaring himself king. Your strength is more than sufficient. Though you're currently under Kazan, you can choose to become a directly affiliated Vice Admiral at headquarters, or we can make an exception and dispatch you as a base commander. A base on the Grand Line, not in the 4 seas. Sengoku-san, that's not quite fair to me. Kazan, I know you have your doubts about the Navy and about the world government's actions. But for the peace of the majority, sometimes sacrifices are indeed necessary. Akiji scratched his head and looked at Garp. How about this? I'm willing to accept the position of base commander, but I want to choose the location myself. I'll also remain under Kazan's command. I'll carry out missions on his behalf. However, Dylan looked at Sengoku, whose expression was growing serious, and continued, I need you to honor the promise Kazan made me, that I'll retain a sufficient degree of autonomy. And what exactly does this autonomy of yours entail? Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly. He'd heard of this young man's methods. His attitude toward pirates was almost on par with Sakazuki's. If this guy were placed in the New World, no, even on the first half of the Grand Line, he would absolutely stir up a massive storm among pirates, perhaps even trigger a war. It's exactly what you're thinking, Sengoku-san. Dylan let out a light chuckle. But don't worry too much. I'm not a madman. Even if I do go to war, I'll wait for the right moment. The right moment, huh? Sengoku looked at Dylan with a meaningful smile. So which place have you chosen? G5. At the front of the New World. Marine G5 base. A group of fierce-looking Marines gathered together discussing without restraint. Oh, has the headquarters sent another new base commander? What kind of guy is he? Most of them were not wearing the white Marine uniform, simply displaying the numbers 5 or G5 on some part of their body or clothing. Who cares? If he's a soft guy, we don't need to bother with him. After all, this is the New World. Soft guys should go to the 4 Seas. What if he's a very powerful guy? A voice completely different from their wild tone sounded beside them. The person who had just spoken replied instinctively, if he's strong enough. Enemy attack. Several more alert Marines reacted, using their weapons to support themselves as they quickly stood up. At the base's main gate, a tall figure appeared in their sight. Hey you. This is Marine G5 base. What are you doing? The figure remained completely unmoved. Sengoku and Garp said that G5's location is special, so this base's style is very similar to mine. However, countless black thunderbolts surged from Diluin's body, and the powerful force shook the Marines inside the base. With your level of strength, I'm not impressed. Trash, now get on the training ground and line up. Anyone not there within 1 minute can get the hell out. You are the newly appointed base commander, Rear Admiral Diluin, specially appointed by the Fleet Admiral. Diluin stood at the base's main gate, lifting his eyelids to look at the questioner. Any problem? You have 50 seconds. The others exchanged glances, then rushed out in a chaotic swarm. Time's up. On the training ground, the G5 Marines had already lined up, but the formation was truly unbearable to look at. In the crooked ranks, buzzing discussions could be heard. Diluin walked down from the gate towards the training ground, and the G5 Marines instantly fell silent. Having fought for years in the New World, their insight and experience far surpassed those from the 4 Seas or Paradise. This man, the newly appointed base commander, actually possesses conqueror's haki. This is the quality of a king. But what kind of king does this man intend to become? The king of the Marines. Diluin slowly descended the steps, expressionlessly watching the pirate-like Marines. I don't care what you were like before, but from today on, my rules are the rules. Anyone with objections can either shut up or get the hell out. I'm done. Any objections? His powerful aura expanded, and the Marines inside instinctively straightened their bodies. Gulp. Many Marines swallowed nervously, but no one voiced any doubt. The G5 Marine branch in both appearance and conduct closely resembles pirates. Although they uphold justice, they disdain the ways of the headquarters and other branches, and their methods against pirates are exceptionally brutal. They also believe more strongly in the strong. Since there are none, your first task is to fix the construction and sanitation. Diluin tossed down a blueprint. You have 2 months to complete the task. With that, Diluin's body flickered and vanished. The G5 members stared at the spot where he disappeared, first in silence, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Oh, a powerful guy has come. Our days are going to be good now. In the sky, Diluin heard their voices and paused for a moment, then turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance. Marineford flank impelled down. The recently famous Rear Admiral Diluin. Mazellan looked at Diluin in the reception room. What business brings you to impel down? I've come to ask for a person. Diluin did not sit down, but stood in the center of the reception hall. Seeing Diluin's attitude, Mazellan did not ask further. The Marines often formulated targeted combat plans that required using prisoners as bait or deciding on executions. Then, the paperwork, Rear Admiral Diluin. Most prisoners in Impel Down are devil fruit users. Although you are a newly promoted Rear Admiral, I believe you also know the rules. Diluin shook his finger. I'm not here to ask for a prisoner. Prisoners are useless to me. I'm here for another person. Another person. Mazellan stared at Diluin, recalling the rumors about him, as if understanding something. I see. You want to transfer Shilio. However, that also requires paperwork. After I meet him, if he satisfies me, the transfer order will be conveyed by Sengoku. Mazellan's ferocious face showed gravity. In that case, Mazellan pressed the intercom in the room. Notify Shilio to come to the top floor. After turning off the intercom, Mazellan's massive body examined Diluin. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke. Shilio is too bloodthirsty, and once he starts killing, he cannot distinguish friend from foe. I hope you can control him better rather than being influenced by him. Diluin chuckled lightly and replied, So your tolerance for him must be reaching its limit. If I hadn't come, you would have been prepared to act against him, right? Later, Shilio was indeed defeated by Mazalan, imprisoned and sentenced to death. During the wait, neither spoke, and Mazalan's expression was serious. Diluin meanwhile recalled information about Shilio. No one to use. The truly powerful ones in the Marines were mostly admirals or chief staff officers. The so-called headquarters vice admirals. TCH. Their titles sound good, but their actual combat strength is extremely unstable, and they are mostly under the command of Kizaru or Akainu. Kazan, that lazy fish, has only the unlucky smoker under his command, and he's still a weakling. To end the great pirate era, one must gather all usable power. Mazalan, you called for me. Shilio, 3 meters tall with a cigar in his mouth, appeared in the top-floor reception room. Not me, but this man. The G5 base commander, newly appointed Rear Admiral Diluin. Mazalan looked at Diluin, then at Shilio, and fell silent. He was also not very convinced by the rumors about Diluin. Oh, the newly promoted Rear Admiral rumored to have combat power on par with an admiral. Shilio blew out a puff of thick smoke, scrutinizing Diluin. What do you want with me? Diluin slowly drew Shura. Mazalan's pupils constricted, and Shilio at the door revealed a smile. After I verify your strength, we can talk about other things. As Shura left its sheath the moment the black-red blade was exposed to the air, the huge reception room seemed to have all the air sucked out. Shilio raised an eyebrow. This aura. It was not just a beast, but a demon. Interesting. If you get killed, it'll be like Mazalan pronouncing judgment on you early. Diluin flicked the blade. Shilio showed no sign of backing down, instead saying excitedly, if I kill you, I'll have to defect, but this is really exciting. Clang. In the reception room, 2 black shadows flashed, and Rain and Shura clashed tightly. What terrifying power and the intensity of this hockey. Shilio shifted the cigar in his mouth, a red light glowing in his eyes. If this is all you've got, Shilio, I'm not satisfied. Diluin's arm shook, and Dark Conqueror's hockey coiled up along Shura's handle. Of course not. I haven't been this excited in a long time. Shilio's arm also tensed, and a dark red aura climbed up along his arm toward Rain's blade. Rain slash. Now that's more like it, Shilio. The Dark Conqueror's hockey suddenly burst forth, and the blades that had been pressed together gradually separated. Under Shilio's astonished gaze, Rain trembled for a moment before finally giving way, springing backward. Shilio's body was also sent flying backward by the force transmitted through the blade. After retreating several meters, Shilio steadied himself. What kind of power is this? Can Conqueror's hockey be infused? Shilio's eyes gleamed with red light. This world is truly exciting. Come with me, Shilio, to the new world. There will be plenty of people for you to kill. Rain returned to its sheath, and the red light in Shilio's eyes gradually faded. As you wish, sir. Vice Admiral Diluin, the formalities must still be completed. Though Magellan disliked Hillel, he could not simply let him go without justification. Understood. Diluin pulled out a transponder snail. Marshal, it's Diluin. The snail, shaped like glasses, emitted Sengoku's voice. What's the matter? Surely you don't think I'd start a fight this quickly? Diluin chuckled before stating his purpose. I need to transfer Hillel, the head jailer of Impel, down to G5 base. I've already discussed it with him and Director Magellan. Hillel. Diluin, he is no ordinary swordsman. I hope you can restrain him and prevent his bloodlust from taking over. Sengoku pointed out the issue, bluntly unconcerned whether Hillel was nearby. Of course, Marshal. Unless he becomes stronger than me one day. Otherwise he will forever remain a blade of the Marines. Remember your words, Diluin. As the snail call ended, Diluin looked up at Magellan, who nodded silently, then turned his gaze to Hillel, who towered over him. You have 1 chance each year to challenge me. If you win, you gain your freedom. Even my life is yours. If you lose, you must obey all my commands unconditionally for the following year. Any objections? Straightforward. Hillel exhaled a puff of smoke. But I accept. Following a man as powerful as you, my blade will never grow lonely. Once outside the gates of Impel Down, Diluin glanced at the sky before telling Hillel, you'll temporarily take command at G5 base. I have another errand. Understood. Diluin looked back at the fathomless great prison, then vanished in a flash of lightning. Hillel grinned at Magellan before boarding the departing warship. Watching the two leave, Magellan frowned deeply. At Marineford. Training ground. Belmir was sparring with a middle-aged Marine, both covered in armament hockey. Diluin sat on a bench outside, observing their offense and defense. You spent so many years in the East Blue, so why only now did you decide to train her? To be honest, past adolescence, her potential may be limited no matter how much you train her. Akiji walked over to Diluin with a deck chair tucked under his arm. Diluin looked at Akiji, who had already collapsed onto the chair, and couldn't help but mentally complain. Indeed, aside from Akainu, every Marine was a slacker. Not necessarily. After all, this scene never lacks for miracles, does it? Miracles, huh? Akiji muttered, but didn't refute Diluin. He pulled down his eye mask to block the sunlight. By the way, there's a case in Water 7. Go take a look for me. Don't let anything go wrong. Water 7. Diluin frowned. Tom's trial. Oh my, you know about that. I have to go out, the Water 7 matter is yours. Ever since the O'Hara incident, Akiji had become lazy and dispirited. In his early years he believed in burning justice, but after witnessing Akainu attack Marines and civilians to complete a mission, he began to doubt the Marines' justice. He no longer cared about many things, except for his little girl. Alright, I'd like to meet the man who built Roger's ship. But Kazan, what should I do if I encounter something that contradicts justice? Diluin asked casually, his eyes fixed on Belmir, sparring in the arena. Akiji's usually languid body tensed. Contradicts justice. That question has troubled me for years. Perhaps you can give me the answer. Understood. Diluin stood up and shook the cape from his shoulders. In the arena, Belmir saw Diluin rise and instantly stopped sparring, appearing before him in a blur of motion. You've mastered Soru quite well, Diluin said, looking at Belmir, who resembled a delinquent girl. Your armament hockey coding has also improved. You have 2 months. After that, report to G5 base on your own. Yes, sir. Belmir saluted with great seriousness, then grinned. So serious, Vice Admiral Diluin. But, when do I get paid? I'm almost out of money for cigarettes. Diluin turned to Akiji on the deck chair. Hey Kazan, we're all your subordinates. Advance us some pay, shouldn't be a problem. Oh my, you're out of money. I know you gave most of the loot from pirate suppression in the East Blue to the poor, but the remaining amount must be astronomical. Diluin spread his hands. That's true, but it's not on me. I'll have to send someone to fetch it after G5 is built. So you bastard aren't going to pay your adorable subordinate. Looking at Belmir's expectant face, Akiji was momentarily taken aback. It's not that. It's just, go to the Internal Affairs office and collect 1 berries, Diluin told Belmir. Tell them it's advance pay from Admiral Kazan. Yes. Belmir's figure flickered and reappeared in the distance, moving even faster than before. Hey. Akiji scratched his head. Well, I'll forget it. I don't have many people here anyway. Do as you please. With that, Akiji lay back down. A smile curled at the corner of Diluin's mouth. I'm off then, Kazan. If I run into trouble on my path to justice, you'll have to share some of the burden. Yeah. Akiji waved dismissively at the air as if quite impatient. After Diluin's presence faded, Akiji muttered to himself, a different kind of justice. What could it be like? Water 7, the renowned shipbuilding hub. Aside from the ancient weapon, Pluton, it had also built the pirate king Joel D. Roger's ship, the Gold Roger, and later Luffy's Thousand Sunny. In the sky, Diluin looked down at the sea train, speeding across the ocean, and couldn't help but praise. Remarkable invention. A judicial ship was anchored nearby. A purple-haired, grotesque-looking man was holding a transponder snail. The head of CP-5, Spandam. Pluton. Yes, the lost ancient weapon. The blueprints should still be in the hands of the people of Water 7. Most likely Tom, since he built the Gold Roger for Roger. Complete this mission and you'll be promoted to CP0 ahead of schedule. See. CP0. Spandam trembled with excitement, clutching the snail. That's CP0. Damn it, that old man's crimes will be cleared in 3 days. Damn. I can't miss this opportunity. Diluin hovered in the air, watching Spandam's every move. Using the unique training method from Skypea, his observation hockey mantra allowed him to effortlessly perceive the actions and even thoughts of those weaker than him. His agreement with the world government cannot be broken, but I absolutely cannot allow him to regain his freedom. Spandam's eyes darted, recalling the 2 children beside Tom. Since the charge of building the Gold Roger is about to be cleared, I'll just add another charge for him. Diluin watched coldly as Spandam grinned maliciously in the cabin. He pulled out his transponder snail and transmitted the recording to Akiji. After receiving the recording, the snail on the other end fell silent, then clicked off without a sound. Still running away, Kazan. The buster call on O'Hara had been orchestrated by Spandam's father Spandine, and Akiji was not uninvolved. Diluin put the snail back into his pocket and slowly ascended into the high clouds. Spandam, you can be considered one of the world's most exceptional scumbags. His eyes narrowed slightly, then snapped open wide. Countless bolts of lightning materialized around him, turning the already overcast sky even more oppressive. Spandam pushed open the cabin door, staring at the rolling thunderclouds above. Does this kind of weather happen in paradise? Sir, something's wrong, a CP5 agent said at the cabin entrance. This isn't normal weather change. What do you mean? Spandam looked around. What do you mean it's not normal weather change? It might be. A creature controlling the weather. I think we should leave this sea area as soon as possible. Leave? Spandam shrieked. Leave? A voice appeared on the deck. Where are you going? Diluin landed on his toes, gazing at Spandam with his mop of purple curls. Whenever I see that hideous face of yours, it makes me feel extremely displeased. Marines? Spandam shrieked. Who authorized you to board my ship? You Marines are nothing but lackeys of the world government. Spandam pointed a finger at Diluin. You a mere rear admiral, what do you think you're doing? Care to guess? Diluin gently tapped the ship's railing and countless bolts of lightning coiled around him, dense threads of electricity filling the air, enveloping the Justice ship in the center. Rear Admiral Diluin, do you intend to attack CP and the ships of Eni's lobby? Ho! Recognized me. Diluin looked at the CP-5 member who had spoken. The vast intelligence network of CP was constantly monitoring every movement across the sea. When Diluin defeated Bloodhook, Road, and was promoted to Rear Admiral, CP had thoroughly reviewed his past. He was an exceedingly formidable man possessing strength at the level of a Vice Admiral at minimum. That was CP's assessment of him. Mr. Spandam is a CP-5 commander appointed by the world government and, as if not hearing the man, Diluin strolled leisurely toward the cabin door. Keep recording. What's wrong? Did the Den Mushy break? The CP-5 member's face darkened. The small Den Mushy in his arms and the imaging Den Mushy hidden in his hat had both fallen silent. Rear Admiral Diluin, please consider the consequences if a Marine attacks judicial personnel and CP. Then let me consider. Diluin glanced at Spandam's purple nose. I've considered. I'll kill you all. You? The CP-5 member's face darkened. The two men flanking Spandam vanished in an instant. Finger gun break. Storm leg sever. Bang. Bang. Seeing his subordinates charge forward, Spandam didn't hesitate for a second. He turned and bolted toward the cabin. Diluin hurled the two CP-5 members who looked like dead fish into the cabin. You bastard. You scoundrel. Spandam grabbed a golden Den Mushy from the bedside table. I don't know what trick you used, but if I press this button. A buster called. Why not give it a try? Diluin leaned against the doorframe, looking utterly unconcerned at the sweat-drenched Spandam. Crack. Spandam's hand trembled and the golden Den Mushy awakened. I pressed it. Spandam's exaggerated expression lasted less than 2 seconds before twisting into a sneer. TCH, forget it. Then you'd better prepare to be buried at sea, you fool who dared to assault the great Spandam. Diluin leaned against the doorframe and scratched his ear. We're out at sea, you know. If the signal gets out, you'll be reduced to scrap in the Marines' cannon fire too, won't you? You're lying. But, Diluin flicked his fingers. Within my ability range, the signal can't get out. Don't worry. That's even more terrifying, you bastard. You have a point. Diluin licked his lips. I'm starting to understand Shiryu's penchant now. Spandam backed into the corner of the cabin. What are you going to do? Let you return to the essence of your life. Shura lay ready as Diluin slowly drew it. You scum. Swish, swish, swish. A crimson blade aura burst from Diluin's body, cutting through the Justice ship and Spandam's flesh like paper. Slap. Shura returned to its sheath, and the entire Justice ship disintegrated like a tower of blocks with its base removed. Diluin hovered in the air, smirking at the fragments drifting on the sea, then transformed into a streak of light and flew toward Shueji-do. Fulanmu. You're adding weapons to the ship again. You idiot. A ship without weapons isn't a ship. AIC Bagu, you moron, you have no sense of style at all. Mwahaha. A real man should face the ship he built with a resounding spirit. None of your business. None of your business. Diluin slowly descended to Feichuan Dao and looked around. They can build a sea train in a dump like this. No wonder a guy named Tang Mu can't be underestimated. Especially since this guy is in cat form. Seeing Diluin descending from the sky, Tang Mu's chubby face showed a hint of seriousness. The shouting match between Fu Lanqi and Bing Shan also quieted down. Though Diluin said nothing, the aura he exuded instinctively made the three master and apprentices uneasy. World government. Seeing Diluin's cloak, Tang Mu instinctively thought the world government was about to break their promise. Diluin tossed the recording Den Mushy over. Tang Mu caught it and pressed the switch in confusion. Pluton. Yes, it's the lost ancient weapon. It should still be in the hands of someone in Shueji-do, most likely Tang Mu. After all, he built the Oro Jackson for Roger. Once this mission is completed, you can be promoted to CP0 ahead of time. Haha. Since the crime of building the Oro Jackson is about to be cleared, then I'll add another charge for you. After listening to the recording, Tang Mu fell silent. After a moment, he stared at Diluin and asked, what do they plan to do? Their original plan was to steal that idiot's Frankie battleship and attack the Justice ship so that the idiot would be sentenced to death. That would leave you with few options. Building the sea train can only offset one charge. How will you offset the other? The Pluton blueprints. Or your life. I see. Tang Mu was a bit dejected. It seems that even a resounding man like me can't escape fate. Beside Tang Mu, Fu Lanqi and Bing Shan, who had been arguing, both wore grave expressions. Living in Shueji-do adjacent to Eni's lobby, they knew all too well how easy it was for the world government to frame them. Due to some personal reasons, I've already taken care of that guy. But, Diluin shook his finger. That doesn't solve the problem. The world government's search for Pluton won't end just because CP5 failed. Damn it. Pluton, or Oro Jackson, We're just shipwrights. How can we control whether the person sailing the ship is a god or a demon? Should we be punished for that? Well, who knows? That's not something a small fry like me can decide. Just taking out the CP5 who were planning to frame you took a lot of determination on my part. Or you could choose to run now. If you want to escape the world government's threats, becoming pirates in the new world isn't a bad idea. Diluin leaned against a large ship's rudder and sat down. He was telling the truth. With Tang Mu's extremely high recognizability, hiding was almost impossible. The only way to temporarily guarantee safety was to go to the new world and join one of the four emperor's crews. After all, the world government still lacked the capability to launch a full-scale offensive into the new world. Pirates. Damn, not that either. Fulanmu. Tang Mu, unusually stern, lowered his head to stop Fulanchi. This man's oppressive aura was even stronger than Roger's back then, and he was wearing a marine officer's cloak. Since you've helped me out of this predicament, I suppose this old body of mine can still be of some use to you. May I ask what you desire? Could it be the Pluton blueprints too? Tang Mu spoke bluntly, unlike his attitude towards Spandam in the original story. Pluton. Diluin shook his head. Maybe I'll use it someday, but not now. Tang Mu's massive hands clenched together. Then what do you want? My naval base and my future flagship are still in need of a shipwright. Join the Marines. I'll shoulder the matter of Pluton with the Marines on your behalf. And Diluin turned to glance at the mature beyond his years Bing Shan. I'll tell you another way to be free from the world government's threats. Give Shueiji enough autonomy and a voice. That way you can peacefully build the ships of your dreams. How about it? What method? The green-haired Fu Lanchi's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing Diluin's words. Bing Shan and Tang Mu, however, looked at Diluin with grave expressions. Joining the Marines. To them, wasn't that like delivering a lamb to the wolf's den? If I refuse, the world government will surely send someone again soon. Tang Mu gazed at the surrounding scrapped ships, a sense of sorrow and despair rising in his heart. Probably. After all, it's Pluton. And next time it certainly won't be trash, like CP5. After a moment of silence, Tang Mu suddenly burst into laughter. Mwahaha. It seems that even a resounding man like me can't escape fate. In that case, I'll face it head on. Roger. It was an honor to build a ship for a man like him. I believe a man like you won't be any less. Tanuki, old man. Fu Lanchi stared wide-eyed at Tang Mu. Are you really going to join the Marines? Marines? What's wrong with that? Among pirates there are good people and heroes like Roger, but even more are villains. Among the world government there are bad people like that Spandam, but even more are good people. Tang Mu stood up and grinned. I chose you because I see in you a hope that is the same as Roger. No. A hope completely different from Roger. A prophet. Careful you don't get stabbed. Diluin chuckled. No, it's not a prophecy. Tang Mu shook his head. It's the voice of the heart. Diluin looked at the serious Tang Mu, nodded slightly, then turned to Bing Shan. If you want enough voice, integrate all of Shueiji and make it the best shipbuilding base in the Grand Line, even the entire world. Then the world government will have no choice but to cooperate with you rather than resort to military threats. If you encounter resistance, I can provide you with some covert armed support. Diluin looked at Bing Shan, whose expression showed some interest. Most of the time it's better to conquer this place through your own efforts. Otherwise, even if unified, it will be fragile. I see. That's indeed a very good idea. Tang Mu rarely smiled benevolently, then looked at Bing Shan. AIC Bagu, the future of Shueiji is in your hands. Hey, Tanuki, old man, why not me? Mwahaha. As for you, Fulan Mu. Tang Mu placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. You're going to build the most awesome and resounding ship in the world. Just as Diluin finished explaining to Bing Shan his plan to unify Shueiji and was about to take his leave, three auras rapidly approached the Feichuan Island. Three tall figures wearing bizarre masks appeared at the edge of Feichuan Island. Adams Diluin, Rear Admiral. We have inquiries for you on behalf of the Supreme Authority of the World Government. CP0, is it? Diluin regarded these peculiar individuals. From the auras they exuded, their strength was quite ordinary. At most they were on par with the mid-tier combatants of a Yonko crew. Oh, you recognize us. It seems you are indeed privy to certain hidden information. Then, the leading CP0 pointed at Tang Mu. We have reason to suspect your involvement in the disappearance of CP5. And what is your purpose in approaching this criminal who is still under sentence? Diluin took out a cigarette and lit it, exhaling a puff of smoke as he looked at them. I know nothing of CP5's affairs. As for this fellow. He paused for a moment before saying to CP0, call the 5 elders. I'll explain to them. You are not authorized to speak directly with the 5 elders, the leading CP0 said emotionlessly. Is that so? Diluin chuckled lightly. You lackeys truly have no vision. Swish. A crimson blade flash streaked past. Before the CP0 member on the left could react, he was sent flying. A trail of blood spread across his chest. Marine, are you preparing to? Silence. You maggot in the gutter. If not for the peace of the seas, I could set sail as a pirate at any time. Indeed, if I wished, I could join either Kaido or Ling Ling whenever I pleased. Rotten potatoes and stinking eggs like you lack the ability to stop me and are unworthy of addressing me in such a manner. Though Shura had already been sheathed, the aura it had unleashed in that single instant suffocated everyone present, making it hard to breathe. My patience is limited. If the 5 elders are unwilling to converse, I shall return to G5. After that I will do as I please, and you will have no say in the matter. The leading CP0 fell silent for a moment, then took out a din mushy dialed, and briefly recounted the situation. Adams Diluan. Why did you attack CP0? You should know that they are directly under the supreme authority of the world government. This is tantamount to an act of war against the government. The din mushy had taken on the form of a golden-haired red-faced man, one of the 5 elders. There are matters that are beyond their jurisdiction, Diluan said, looking at the din mushy after a pause. I have no intention of rebelling against the government, and I believe you have already investigated this. My decades of meritorious service in the East Blue are sufficient proof. Indeed, that is why we are willing to speak with you. We believe you are loyal to the world government and willing to contribute to the peace of the seas. A cold sneer echoed in Diluan's heart, but his tone betrayed nothing. Since that is the case, let us get straight to the point. Regarding Pluton, it should not be in Shui Jidu, as CP has surely investigated thoroughly. As for Tang Mu, keeping him under the control of the Marines is better than killing him or driving him completely to the opposition. I believe you concur with this. The din mushy fell silent for a moment, seemingly acknowledging Diluan's point. There is some truth in what you say, but the world government cannot abandon the lead on Pluton. How troublesome. Diluan dropped the cigarette, and gazed at the din mushy. Then how about I trade another piece of information? Regarding a certain devil fruit that the world government has been seeking for 800 years. The din mushy's originally half-closed eyes suddenly widened. What do you know? Diluan shook his head. I know very little. I have never been to Laugh-Tale, nor O'Hara, and I have no interest in the history of the past. I only pursue the future. Haven't you already verified certain things multiple times? What is it? Can't trust your own judgment or CP's intelligence capabilities. Is that so? We have indeed confirmed your past. But the fact that you can speak of such things and know of that fruit proves you are no ordinary man. Do not dwell on this, 5 elders. We are not enemies. Besides, there are many others in this world who know the truth. The crew members who followed Luo Jie to Laugh-Tale, certain individuals from Rocks and fellows like Duafulang Minga, are there not? Diluan's words once again plunged the 5 elders into silence, while the CP0 holding the din mushy trembled all over. Knowing such secrets about the very essence of the world was hardly a stroke of luck for him. Well said. Compared to Luo Jie's crew, what does it matter if a man like you knows the truth? I trust you will still be willing to safeguard the peace of the seas. So, where did that fruit go? It was taken by red-hair Xiang Ku-Si. Him. Startled, the voice on the other end of the din mushy seemed to encounter a problem, and a slight argument broke out at the other end. The 5 elder who had been speaking addressed Diluan. Adams Diluan, you shall be responsible for overseeing Tang Mu. If you receive any definite information about that fruit, notify us. How should I notify you? Diluan looked at the CP0, whose hands had begun to tremble. Tell CP0. No. You shall contact us directly. The golden-haired 5 elders' voice came through. CP0 will provide you with a special din mushy that can communicate directly with us. Is that so? What a remarkable privilege. By the way, besides that fruit, I also have some ideas regarding the 3 ancient weapons. However, I lack sufficient manpower. How about this? When necessary, could CP0 be made to cooperate with me? The CP0 bent over, holding the din mushy. Upon hearing Diluan's words, the masked CP0 raised his head. Though his face was hidden, Diluan could clearly sense his anger. Permission granted, but you may only share intelligence through the CP organization. You are not authorized to mobilize CP members. After the din mushy went dark, Diluan looked at the leading CP0. The CP0 twitched the corner of his mouth, then pulled 2 din mushy from his pocket. One azure, one slate gray. The blue one is a direct line to the 5 elders. The gray one is a direct line to me. The CP0 hesitated for a moment before saying, Do you want a promotion? Diluan asked the CP0. I know some interesting things. If you submit them as an investigation report, you will surely be promoted. How about it? The 5 elders said I cannot order you around, but would you be willing to give it a try on a private basis? A flicker of interest crossed the eyes behind the CP0's mask. This man, who could speak with the 5 elders about secrets even he did not know, perhaps. Diluan put away the din mushy and said with a smile, I know your intelligence network and financial resources are vast. Help me find a few fruits. I have approximate locations. Once found, I will give you the intelligence for your promotion. What kind of fruits? And the intelligence refers to. Diluan leaned in and whispered a few words into the CP0's ear. The CP0's eyes instantly widened. Paying no heed to the CP0's stunned expression, Dylan let out a hearty laugh, turned, and walked toward Tang Mu. Come, your crimes have been cleared. From now on you are a shipwright of my G5 branch. During Di Luan's conversation with the five elders, he had not avoided Tang Mu. Tang Mu was filled with astonishment at the exchange between Di Luan and the world's highest authority. Back in the day when Luo Jia was at this age, he neither possessed such strength nor such insight and influence. Then Rear Admiral, please take good care of this magnificent me. Tang Mu roared with laughter, the shadow that had weighed on his heart for years vanishing in an instant. Isabagu, I leave the subsequent construction of the sea train to you. Tang Mu turned back to glance at Bing Shan, saying nothing more. After all, CP0 was still present. Rest assured, old raccoon. Fu Lanqi shouted, we will make Shuiji do the greatest shipbuilding center in the world. After boarding the CP0 ship, Dylan looked at the CP0 agent, whose face was as sour as if he had eaten something disgusting, and said, oh, don't be so stingy. Even if we aren't partners, at least we are colleagues, aren't we? The CP0 agent stared at Dylan, who was lazily leaning against the deck, momentarily at a loss for words. The five elders said you have no authority to mobilize CP. Hitching a ride isn't considered mobilization, is it? Dylan grinned at the CP0 agent. Don't be so petty. There will be plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future. The CP0 agent remained silent, quietly digesting the locations of the devil fruits that Dylan had revealed earlier, along with the secrets that could lead to his promotion. If it were true. By the way, what's Spandine's background? Leaning against the ship's railing, Dylan asked, casually enjoying the sunlight. Spandine has already left the CP organization, but he still wields some influence within it. Despite his inner dislike for Dylan, the CP0 agent hesitated for a moment before answering the question in a measured tone, constrained by the pressure from the five elders and Dylan's formidable strength. Moreover, a transaction existed between them. Just as Dylan was idly chattering with the CP0 agent, the previously calm sea surface suddenly began to churn with waves. My. Dylan looked toward the sea and spotted a familiar figure. Coming to find me, huh? Blue fatty. Continue sailing. I'll catch up later. Dylan's body transformed into a flash of lightning, vanishing from the deck. On the sea surface, Jinbi stood atop a wave, his expression calm as he watched the approaching lightning. Yo, so the octopus delivered my message. Jinbi fell silent for a moment before meeting Dylan's mocking gaze. Arlong, although what? Although he did many evil deeds, he doesn't deserve death. Dylan sneered, his gaze toward Jinbi shifting. A crime is a crime. I don't distinguish between races. Needless to say, fishmen, the humans I've killed number at least 80,000, if not 100,000. And the reason is simple. They were guilty. The navy greatcoat behind Dylan flapped loudly in the howling sea wind. So Jinbi, keep the scum of Fishman Street in line. If you can't do it, it's best if you finish them off yourself. If it comes to me. The sea wind howled and the clouds in the sky began to churn violently, with countless bolts of lightning weaving through them and roaring. It won't be a matter of just one or two heads. Sensing the intertwining thunder and lightning in the air, Jinbi asked in a deep voice then. What about the criminals who kidnap and traffic our kin? Fight fire with fire, Dylan replied calmly. I understand. Facing Dylan's imposing aura, Jinbi, standing on the wave, nodded. I will advise Neptune. As for Fishman Street, a sharp glint flashed in Jinbi's eyes. I will settle it myself. That's best. With that, Dylan's figure began to blur, and the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated. A moment later, apart from Jinbi still standing on the wave, the entire sea area had returned to a calm and sunny state. Gazing at the distant sails that were almost invisible, Jinbi remained silent for a long time, his heart still filled with inner conflict. Back on the CP0 ship, Dylan sat down by the railing again. The CP0 agent glanced at him and silently walked into the cabin. With Tom in tow, Dylan couldn't easily use his ability to fly. The journey from Water 7 to G5 would still involve some troublesome individuals, and if he let Tom go alone, he would inevitably attract unwanted attention. By the way, Tom, you're a fishman, right? Dylan looked at Tom, who was sitting obediently beside him. Yes, a roaringly strong bullfish man. Tom grinned. Dylan appraised Tom's plump physique. This guy could lift a ship with one hand. His raw strength alone was a force to be reckoned with, especially as a fishman. Have you ever fought? Fought? Tom looked at Dylan in confusion. I am a roaringly strong shipwright. Fighting and such. No, that's not right. Dylan looked at Tom with a rare, serious expression. Having power but not using it lightly is one thing, not having power at all is another. Tom, on this sea, whether you're a marine or a pirate, only by possessing power can you truly uphold your convictions. But the usually kind Tom hesitated. Though he was immensely strong, his gentle nature made him truly inept at combat. What do you think of my strength? Tom was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his hands and said, extremely powerful. It seems even stronger than the roaringly strong Roger in his youth. Exactly. Dylan raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Because I am strong enough, I have many choices and the world is more tolerant of me. Whether it's taking down CP5 or forcefully protecting you, it's all inseparable from my immense power. If I were extremely weak today, not to mention you and Water 7, even I would have lost my life here. Dark King Rayleigh, as the first mate of the Pirate King, shouldn't he be a prime target for elimination? Why is he still able to live openly in the Sabaody archipelago? Because he is strong enough to make the Marines and the world government consider whether it's worth forcefully suppressing him as long as he doesn't go berserk. This is the convenience that power brings. Seeing Tom's conflicted expression, Dylan gazed at the sea. Have you never thought that if you possessed great power, not only would scum like CP5, but even the world government or the great pirates dare not easily trouble you? And you could better protect your disciples and help Water 7. Hearing Dylan's words, Tom fell silent. If that were really the case, maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing. Dylan had no reason to deceive him. If not for Dylan killing CP5 and being present in Water 7 that day, the fate of his disciples and even the entire Water 7 would have been vastly different. Sitting cross-legged on the deck, Tom struggled for a moment before his breathing became heavy. Then what should I do? Play to your strengths. Dylan replied decisively. The fishman's water control and your strength. In simple terms, that's fishman karate and armament hockey. Hey, CP, Dylan shouted toward the cabin. Come out for business. The expressionless CP0 agent emerged from the cabin and looked at Dylan. The world government has been around for 800 years. Surely they have a complete record of the fishman karate training methods, right? How about it? Should I trade with the 5 elders, or with you? Seeing Dylan's nearly shameless attitude, the CP0 agent opened his mouth. We do have it. What are you offering in exchange? Dylan stroked his chin. Fishman karate wasn't really a big deal and many people knew it, but the world government's version was definitely the most complete. What could he trade? How about the whereabouts of the op-op fruit? The CP0 agent's pupils contracted. The op-op fruit. The fruit valued at 5 billion berries by the world government. In exchange for mere fishman karate training methods. Seeing the CP0 agent's starry-eyed look, Dylan burst out laughing. You're dreaming, aren't you? In addition to the complete fishman karate training methods, you'll have to give me at least 1 devil fruit I need. 2 fruits will settle the deal. How about it? The CP0 agent calculated in his mind and nodded. Agreed. If you're willing, we can withdraw a fruit of the same type from the Mariewa treasury right now. There may be differences, but the type will match. Deal. Upon receiving Dylan's confirmation, the CP0 agent immediately called the 5 elders. What is it? The one who answered was still the golden-haired elder. After listening to the CP0 agent's report, the elder instructed him to point the din-din mushy toward Dylan. The op-op fruit is also a crucial fruit. We can grant your request. Speak, where is its whereabouts? Later the CP0 will bring the fruit encyclopedia from Mariewa to you. In a neighboring town, a boy named Trafalgar Law has eaten it. His identity is somewhat complicated and linked to Sengoku. The rest is for you to investigate. Understood. The CP organization will verify the rest. The din-din mushy went dead. Dylan looked at the CP0 agent with a meaningful smile. See, didn't this merit fall right into your lap? The CP0 agent remained silent, but finally nodded slightly. Law. Since you intend to inherit Rosinantes, well then, don't become a pirate. Go shine in the Marines. After sailing for over half a month from Water 7, the CP0 ship finally arrived at the edge of the new world. Yo, we're about to part ways. Don't you have any farewell words? On the deck, the masked CP0 agent seemed accustomed to Dylan's usual playful demeanor. Don't be so serious. Even a spy can be a bit lively. Dylan patted the CP0 agent on the shoulder. The agent neither dodged nor responded. Seeing this attitude, Dylan clicked his tongue, then picked up 2 small cases and said to Tom, Let's go, Tom. We're home. Inside the cases were 2 devil fruits he had selected from the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia at Mary Geos. The monotonous voyage of over half a month had tired even the robust Tom. Hearing Dylan's words, Tom swayed as he stood up and walked over to him. Finally. We've finally reached our destination. Even a proud man like me finds this hard to bear. As the 2 disembarked, the CP0 agent stood at the bow watching Dylan's retreating figure. 10 days prior, a swift investigation had confirmed the identity and history of the boy named Trafalgar Law. The world government acted quickly, even directly dispatching Sengoku to the neighboring town to recruit the boy. After learning of Rosinante's past, Sengoku held Law's hand and returned with him to Marineford. As Fleet Admiral, Sengoku personally called Dylan. Although he only said, "Thank you," the weight of those words was immense. When Dylan walked through the gates of the G5 base, the previously chaotic and filthy facility was now clean and orderly. Though still under construction, it had begun to take shape. You're back. At the base entrance, Shiryu, biting a cigar, looked at Dylan and Tom behind him. After being transferred from Impel down to the G5 branch, Shiryu's rank had changed. He was now a Marine captain serving under Dylan. As for Tom's status, Dylan had discussed it with Sengoku during the journey, but Sengoku stated that Tom would need to make a significant contribution to the Marines before he could be granted a rank. Dylan didn't object, as neither he nor Tom relied on a Marine salary. Nothing happened while I was away. Dylan looked at the unusually quiet G5 base and extended his observation haki. Don't tell me you slaughtered all the cats and dogs at home while I was out. After sensing the area, he found no one missing, but they all seemed to have lost their former arrogance and wildness. It seemed they had been beaten up, after all Shiryu wasn't known for his good temper. Restraining himself from killing them was already a great show of restraint. Dylan walked in, and Shiryu deliberately fell half a step behind to walk alongside Tom. He glanced at Tom briefly before looking away. Just a nobody. Adams Dylan. I'm going to file a complaint against you with headquarters. Before he even entered the main hall, a rude voice rang out from within. A hideous-looking Marine stormed forward angrily. Who is this guy you brought back? This is an insult to Marine Justice Gutto. Rear Admiral Gutto, with a leather belt slung across his chest, glanced at Shiryu, behind Dylan, a flicker of fear in his eyes. But seeing that Shiryu didn't beat him as usual, Gutto immediately became arrogant again. Gutto. This guy in less than a month has been abusing the Marines of G5 daily, and this is... Boom. A fist covered in dense armament haki slammed into Rear Admiral Gutto's abdomen. Goth. Like a fired cannonball, Gutto flew from his spot and slammed heavily into the distant wall embedded there. Deduct the repair costs from this scum's salary. Dylan turned to the nearby orderly and said, Yes, sir. The orderly straightened up, glancing at Gutto. You finally got what was coming to you. Dylan then called Akiji. Oh, what is it now? I haven't had a quiet day in ages. Rear Admiral Gutto of G5 Branch Unit 06 is suspected of human trafficking, smuggling, and embezzling Marine assets. Should I execute him on the spot, or will headquarters send someone to take him away for investigation? Is it true? Probably. Oh, executing him on the spot isn't good. Just report it to the inspection department. Someone will come to handle it. Hey, can't you show a bit of patience for your dear subordinate? Click. What the hell, Kazan? You're hanging up on me now. Dylan shook his head and tucked the din mushy back into his coat. After the orderly had Gutto carried away and locked up, Dylan walked into his office and sat down. Shiryu, your reign isn't a Blackblade yet, is it? Shiryu shifted the cigar in his mouth and drew rein. That's not something just anyone can achieve. As far as I know, only Mihawk's Yuru has become a permanent Blackblade. No, wait, it seems yours is one too. Dylan smiled. Actually, there's another one too. That blade. Dylan thought for a moment. Where is Shusui now? Thriller Bark. The national treasure of Wano. Well, there's plenty of time. It's still 8 years before Straw Hat sets sail. No need to rush. I'll just leave it in Moria's care for now. Besides, haki swordsmanship is also a crucial element. Of course, if you're purely seeking power, I have a better option here. Shiryu raised an eyebrow. What is it? Dylan placed one of the cases he had brought from the CP0 ship onto the desk. Zoan. Human fruit. Mythical Zoan. Azura form. A mythical Zoan. Shiryu's breath hitched. Having served at Impel Down for years, he knew exactly how rare a mythical Zoan fruit was. Dylan looked at him with a knowing smile. In terms of rarity, mythical Zoans were indeed rarer than Logia types. But that didn't necessarily mean they were stronger. Strength was a very broad concept encompassing various factors. Physical techniques, haki, devil fruits, talent, experience, even racial traits, and weaponry could all influence a person's power. Compared to mythical Zoans, Dylan believed Logia abilities were purer and more straightforward. This fruit suits you well in some ways because the legendary Azura was also extremely warlike and quick to anger. How far you can develop it depends on your own fortune and its acknowledgement. Acknowledgement. Dylan didn't elaborate. Awakening a devil fruit required specific conditions, especially for mythical Zoans. Each seemed to harbor a certain will within it. To awaken and gain its true power, one needed the acknowledgement of that will. Seeing that Dylan didn't answer, Shiryu didn't press further. He stood before the desk staring at the Azura fruit in thought. Dylan didn't rush him either, leisurely sipping his tea. 10 minutes later, Shiryu seemed to have made up his mind. If I accept it, what will it cost me? No extra cost. You are my blade, the sharper the better. Dylan pushed the box containing the Azura fruit forward. The taste is a bit off. Hope you're not a picky eater. Shiryu stared at Dylan for a long moment before finally smiling. I wonder just how powerful you truly are. Or perhaps in your mind, even if I turn Rain into a black blade and develop this mythical Zoan fruit to its limits, I still wouldn't be a match for you. Dylan chuckled, but didn't deny it. We'll see when that day comes. Shiryu, war isn't far off, and your time is limited. You crave blood and slaughter. Don't worry about that. Endless battles await you soon. Your concern won't be a lack of opponents, but whether you're strong enough. Is that so? A smile spread across Shiryu's face. Then I won't hold back. I'll repay this fruit's kindness with the blood of our enemies. With that, Shiryu picked up the Azura fruit, and without a moment's hesitation took a big bite. A month and a half later. Sabayati Archipelago. Dylan strolled through Grove 12. He paused as he passed a bar. Shacky's Rip-Off Bar. Dylan stopped to look at the sign. Isn't this the bar run by Rayleigh's old flame? Dark King. Rayleigh should be working as a coating mechanic around Grove 50-something by now. Dylan glanced at it and turned to leave. Yo, Marine boy looking for someone. Ahead on the road, Rayleigh, holding a shirt in one hand and a bottle of booze in the other, looked at Dylan. Just passing through. Dylan looked at Rayleigh. This guy didn't show up during the Paramount War or the Wayno incident. He only spent 2 years in the middle giving Straw Hat some training. Training? More like prenatal education. He's nowhere near as good as Teacher Kaido. Kaido taught Luffy Conqueror's Haki infusion in half a day and guided him to awaken his mythical Zoan fruit. And you, Rayleigh, you taught him for 2 years, a full 2 years. In the end, Luffy leaves, and his observation Haki was taught by Katakuri, his armament by Hyogoro, and his conquerors by Teacher Kaido. You dare call Luffy your disciple? Seems to me like you're just trying to claim credit without doing the work. Rayleigh found it strange that the Marine before him didn't pay him much attention, just staring at him with an odd mocking gaze. Not coming in for a drink, boy. No thanks. You're broke anyway. Coding doesn't pay well, and you're always selling yourself off at the black market. What good liquor could you possibly offer me? Watching Dylan walk away, Rayleigh was stunned for a moment. Then he recalled what Shanks had said when he returned from the East Blue 2 years ago. Rayleigh-san, I met a very interesting kid in the East Blue, you know. He said the same things as the captain. I've placed all my bets on him. Is that so? That's wonderful. However, the excitement on Shanks' face faded, replaced by a grave expression. In the East Blue, I also encountered a very special Marine. A special Marine. Rayleigh looked at Shanks curiously. This guy, in a sense, was one of the torchbearers, always possessing immense confidence and unparalleled optimism. Why would he show such an expression? A very special Marine, Rayleigh-san. Shanks recalled the moment Dylan's conqueror's Haki erupted in Lobetown. His power was simply breathtaking. Even without losing my left arm, I doubt I could have defeated him. Oh, hearing this, Rayleigh set down his bottle. At that time, Shanks, in terms of personal strength, was already nearing the level of the older generation's powerhouses. And a Marine who could make him feel oppressed. Among active-duty Marines, only Garp and Sengoku should have that kind of power. And he's very young. Seems a few years younger than me. Rayleigh-san. After a moment of silence, Rayleigh smiled slightly. Shanks, that's the seat, isn't it? To chase your dreams climbing one mountain after another is an essential experience. Since you believe in that kid from the East Blue, then choose to trust him. After all, isn't the sea full of miracles? Adams Dylan. Not long after leaving the entrance of Shacky's Rip-Off Bar, a woman's voice sounded from behind Dylan. A woman nearly 4 meters tall stood at the street corner, her head shrouded by a hood. Dylan looked at her without speaking. Today was the day Lin had agreed to pay up, and the one who came should be a member of the Charlotte family. So tall a member of the Long Leg tribe. Smoothie. Dylan raised an eyebrow. At this time, the title of Sweet Commanders didn't seem to exist yet, but Smoothie's ranking within the big MOM pirates should also be quite high. Sending someone like this, could it be that Lin intends to renege on the deal? The woman leaning against the wall shook her head. I am Charlotte Snack. Smoothie is my sister. Oh, what's this? Just an unknown nobody. Did you bring the goods? Anger flashed across the face of Charlotte Snack, hidden beneath her hood, but she did not flare up. After all, this man had easily defeated her brother Oven. With her strength, she could hardly contend with him. Inspect the goods here. Dylan hadn't planned to inspect the goods, but the other party seemed to have a deeper meaning. Let's go to the bar ahead. Charlotte Snack silently followed behind Dylan into Shacky's Rip-Off Bar. Boss lady, a bottle of Don Perignon. Shacky behind the counter was slightly startled for a moment upon seeing the two, then gave a carefree smile. My such rare distinguished guests. I'm much obliged. Rayleigh, sitting in the corner, narrowed his eyes slightly as he saw Dylan walk in. Navy lad. None of your business, old man. Drink your liquor. After silencing Rayleigh, Dylan walked to the counter and sat down, looking at Charlotte Snack. What fine goods require my inspection? Could it be a Logia? Or a mythical Zoan? In the corner, Rayleigh pricked up his ears, paying close attention to Dylan's every move. It is a paramecia fruit, the castle fruit. Charlotte Snack opened the briefcase in her hand, revealing a grayish-white devil fruit. The patterns on its skin resembled the texture of stone slabs. Dylan took the castle fruit, examined it, and looked at Shacky. Boss lady, is this the genuine article? Shacky covered her mouth with a laugh. It is indeed the castle fruit, a fruit with a truly unique function. Hey, I asked you to verify the goods, not to add extra value to them. You're making my business dealings difficult, boss lady. Is that so? Shacky elegantly exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a smile, my apologies, Navy lad. In that case, the Don Perignon is on the house. Dylan toyed with the castle fruit in his hand, then turned his head to look at Charlotte Snack standing nearby. It's somewhat useful, but it's not like this mere paramecia fruit is worth more than Oven's life, is it? Charlotte Snack shook her head. Of course not. It's just to ensure a face-to-face transaction, and also to demonstrate the Charlotte family's sincerity. Mother's intention is that there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Oh, is that so? Dylan stroked his chin, scrutinizing Charlotte's snack. The big MOM pirates, though one of the 4 Emperor's crews a few years later, would be the weakest in terms of overall strength. Linlin herself is extremely unstable. Her food cravings, the Mother Carmel situation, and her indiscriminate rampages. Furthermore, every member of Tato Land is required to surrender their soul and lifespan to Linlin. These numerous unstable factors make this seemingly vast pirate crew riddled with vulnerabilities. Go back and tell Linlin the deal is concluded. As for future matters, we'll discuss them later. Dylan waved his hand, and Charlotte Snack, seeing this, silently walked out of Shacky's ripoff bar. Shacky crossed her arms over her chest, watching Dylan, who was lightly tapping the counter with his fingers. Rayleigh in the corner quietly moved to sit beside Dylan. Navy lad, have we met before? You seem to harbor a strange hostility towards me. Rayleigh rested one hand on the counter, the other holding a liquor bottle. You're a pirate, I'm a marine. Isn't it normal for me to have hostility towards you? Just because you're Rayleigh the Dark King, the right hand of Roger, am I supposed to abandon my beliefs and principles? Dylan placed the castle fruit back into the briefcase, stood up, and straightened his coat. We are naturally opposed. However, you've retired for years and Garp didn't hunt you down back then, which suggests you're not utterly irredeemable. But Rayleigh, Shanks has come to see you, hasn't he? I'll say this to you once, and only once. Retire in peace, and I won't interfere. But don't cross the line. You have your convictions, and you're waiting, and I have mine. Hearing the word waiting, Rayleigh's glasses glinted. Oh, you? Before he could finish his sentence, Dylan pushed the door open and walked out, leaving Rayleigh seated and placed deep in thought. Shacky came out from behind the counter, walked up behind Rayleigh, and gently rubbed his back. What's wrong? Worrying about the flame of the new era. That's not like you. Rayleigh tilted his head back, taking a gulp of liquor. After a moment of silence, he asked Shacky, Shacky, were we this strong when we were young? Shacky pondered for a moment, holding her cigarette, then shook her head. He hasn't made a move, so I can't judge his full strength. But what's certain is that at the same age he far surpasses both you and Roger. Yes. Rayleigh's expression was tinged with melancholy. He should be a few years younger than Shanks. Ever since Shanks met him, the will of the flame has begun to waver. Rayleigh. Shacky leaned back against the counter, looking at him sideways. Your mission is complete. The flame has been successfully passed on. What happens next should be left to the arrangements of fate. Fate, is it? Rayleigh let out a self-deprecating laugh. So in the end, even we can only silently await fate's design. It has always been so, hasn't it? The Holy Land, Mary Geos. Within the massive palace, the 5 elders gathered together. According to Cypher Pole Intelligence, Adams, Dylan appears to have reached some sort of agreement with Charlotte Linlin and has also made contact with Dark King Rayleigh. The 5 elder with the long beard rustled the intelligence report in his hand. What is your assessment? The 5 elder holding the long blade said nonchalantly, while polishing his weapon, I believe there is no need for concern. Based on his past actions, he is not an inflexible or dogmatic person. Dealing with pirates, as long as it is beneficial for the stability of the world, is not unacceptable. The 5 elder with a birthmark on his forehead crossed his arms, seemingly unconvinced. This man is still shrouded in mystery. His strength is beyond doubt, but some of the special abilities he has displayed are also quite concerning. Is it possible that he is also one of the lamps? Or perhaps a flame? That possibility cannot be ruled out, but the probability is considered low. After all, having joined the Marines, it would be difficult for him to gain the recognition and support of those ancient families, almost equivalent to forfeiting his right to become a flame. The room fell into a momentary silence. The blonde 5 elder thought for a moment before speaking, since it is difficult to discern, then let us seek the counsel of Imsama. I believe he will provide us with the correct guidance. Agreed. Agreed. G5 base. After 2 months of construction, the base had been completely transformed. Inside the base, Belmere, wearing a lieutenant commander's coat, sat with her legs crossed in Dylan's office. Rear Admiral, I heard from the folks at HQ that you were like a demon king in the East Blue. Why have you been so quiet since arriving on the Grand Line? Dylan, with his feet propped up on the desk, glanced at Belmere and Shiryu. Do I have to spell it out that it's because you're all too weak? This is the new world, not paradise, and certainly not the 4 Blues. Going out to hunt would easily bring us into contact with major pirates. With G5's current level, it's not enough. I see. G5's available combat strength is indeed quite limited, Shiryu said while wiping the blade of Thunder Ring. We're being looked down upon. Belmere leaned back on the sofa, humming listlessly. Shiryu turned his head slightly to glance at Belmere, paused for a moment, then said, I don't know why Dylan values you so highly, but I believe you should progress better through combat. After all, your talent is far inferior to that shipwright outside. Hearing the word shipwright, Belmere's expression stiffened. That Tom guy, having mastered armament hockey hardening combined with his unparalleled monstrous strength, In terms of pure physical power alone, even a monster like Dylan is slightly inferior to him. Yet even at this level Dylan still demands he continuously train his armament hockey hardening and strength without pause. So near the G5 base one could often see a massive obese figure carrying 2 warships on his shoulders doing frog jumps along the beach. As for armament hockey, Tom would simply coat himself and stand still letting Belmere attack him, leaving Belmere herself injured from the effort. Damn it, aren't we all humans? How can the gap be this enormous? Belmere slammed the table. Puff. Shiryu exhaled smoke. That guy isn't human, he's a fishman. Belmere looked up at Shiryu. What about you, you're human, right? Shiryu narrowed his eyes, holding the cigar between 3 fingers. Even among humans, there are vast differences. Like him. Shiryu tilted his chin towards Dylan. Even without a devil fruit in terms of hockey swordsmanship and physical combat, he is among the very top of the seas. And besides, Shiryu sheathed Thunder Rain. How old is he? Hearing Shiryu's words, Belmere was mentally defeated, muttering curses as she left the conversation. After Belmere left, Dylan rocked back in his chair and said to Shiri, you have a point. Her potential isn't something that can be unlocked through mere training. How about this? In a couple of days, send her to the West Blue. Let her go to the Land of Flowers to gain some experience. You follow discreetly. Unless she's in mortal danger, you don't need to intervene. The Land of Flowers. The Hapo Navy. I've heard they have some troublesome fighters there. It shouldn't be a problem. Dylan stretched his body. With your current strength, even if you encounter Shinjo, you should be able to handle it. Don Shinjo, huh? A red glint flashed in Shiryu's eyes. Sensing the madness in Shiryu's emotions, Dylan frowned. Your mission is to secretly watch over Belmere, not to blindly vent your bloodlust. The will of Ashura is to challenge the strong, not to senselessly slaughter the weak. Shiryu. Understood. Shiryu lowered his head slightly, indicating his comprehension. West Sea. At the border of the Flower Country. TCH, a country that lives by plunder. Bayer Meyer, a cigarette dangling from her lips, leaped off the warship. The warship of the West Sea branch departed after dropping Bayer Meyer off. Gazing at the land ahead, she pulled out a map from her pocket, still in her casual attire. The 8 Treasures Navy, huh? You're my target. In the distant forest, Shilu muttered as he watched Bayer Meyer's retreating figure. This idiot, is she really going straight for the 8 Treasures Navy? G5 branch. Di Luan, wearing sunglasses, lay on a beach lounger watching Tang Mu, who was training frantically on the distant sea surface. Sea drum. With a furious roar, the calm sea surface suddenly contracted inward. From afar it seemed as if the entire coastline had dropped significantly. Then a massive shockwave erupted from around Tang Mu's body. The G5 Marines standing beside Di Luan were knocked askew by the powerful impact. Di Luan's neck twitched slightly, and the Marines beside him instantly leaped up from the ground, standing in a neat row. Humph. Di Luan snorted softly, and the ruffian Marines of G5 broke out in cold sweat, standing motionless. Hey, Tang Mu. Di Luan called out to Tang Mu in the distance. Hearing Di Luan's voice, Tang Mu's chubby body launched from the sea like a cannonball, hurtling toward their position. Rustle. The scene of dust flying did not occur. Tang Mu landed lightly in front of Di Luan. Go to Fishman Island and handle some business. Tang Mu threw his head back and laughed heartily. Shilu and Xiao may have been gone for nearly 2 months. Finally, it's my turn to resounding me. It might not be good news for you. Di Luan looked at Tang Mu with a smirk. Tang Mu's expression turned serious. A man, once he makes a choice, must face it resoundingly. Speak, Commander Di Luan, what is the resounding mission? Go to Fishman Island and see if Shen Ping has kept his promise. If not, bring me back 2 people. Who? Huodi Chongxi and Fonda Duncan, dead or alive. Fishman Island. Are you the shipwright, Mr. Tang Mu from Water 7? Shen Ping stared at the horned fishman, whose height matched his own. Tang Mu also gazed at this fellow tribesman, who had been tirelessly striving for the peaceful existence of their race. Recalling the mission Di Luan had given him, a flicker of hesitation stirred in his heart, but it subsided instantly. As he himself had said, once a choice was made, he would see it through to the end. No, I am Tang Mu, an auxiliary shipwright of the G5 Marine branch. Shen Ping looked at Tang Mu with a complex expression. He had heard of Tang Mu's background, but he had no idea that Tang Mu had joined Di Luan's command. Commander Di Luan sent me to ask if you have fulfilled your promise. No. Shen Ping's expression shifted, speaking with difficulty. A few days ago something happened. The situation on Fishman Island is very grim. Is that so? Tang Mu recalled the strange atmosphere when he first entered Fishman Island. Every face was etched with sorrow and anger. But, Tang Mu clenched his fist. Commander Di Luan said a promise is a promise. 2 months is enough time for you to fulfill it. If you haven't, then I will collect the interest. Shen Ping's body stiffened, as if anticipating something. The interest you refer to. Huodi Chongxi and Fonda Denqian. No good. Shen Ping's heart tightened. Fonda Denqian was manageable, but Huodi Chongxi was now the leader of Fishman Street. After Queen Iji's death, it was he who spread the word that humans had killed her. No. Ping refused without a second thought. Although Huodi Qiongxi like Along was a trash and scum, he could not be so rashly executed by others. Especially during this critical period. Just as I thought. Tang Mu's expression showed a hint of disappointment. Deep down he did not want to fight his fellow tribesmen on Fishman Island. But that man's orders could not be defied. Buzz. In an instant the jet-black armament hockey enveloped Tang Mu's arms. Then the resounding me must carry out his will. See Knight Ping. Must it be? Before Ping could finish, Tang Mu's massive fist hurtled toward him with a whistling sound. Shark Tile Straight Punch. Shark Tile Straight Punch. As the two pitch-black fists collided, a visible ripple spread outward. Boom. Ping's body swayed slightly before being sent flying backward. This is... what incredible power. Ping stared at Tang Mu in astonishment. I never heard you had such formidable combat abilities, and your fishman karate seems different from ours. These are all gifts from that man. Let's save the chit-chat for after the resounding business is done. Tang Mu clenched both fists parallelly. Ping's pupils contracted at the sight of his posture, and he raised his own fists. Sea Drum Sky. Both compressed their aura simultaneously, then released it, but the aura erupting from Tang Mu far surpassed Ping's. This is... Pop. The dense aura rolled over, then pierced through Ping's body. Cough. The violent impact tore through Ping's body. After struggling to suppress it, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Mu walked over to Ping, looking down at him crouching on the ground. So can I go find those two now? Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Ping forced himself to stand, saying calmly, go ahead. Huodi Qiongxi is at Fishman Street. I hope you won't harm any innocent people. As if recalling something, Ping wiped the blood from his lips. No. I'd better go with you, or those fools. Tang Mu nodded. Apart from the two designated by Di Luan, he truly did not wish to harm any other fellow tribesman. He was not like Shi Lu. When Ping and Tang Mu walked side by side into Fishman Street, the gazes of the surrounding people were markedly different. Some eyes were filled with admiration, others with disgust. Hey Ping, you traitor. How dare you show your face in Fishman Street? Huodi Qiongxi. Tang Mu stared at the shark fishman wearing a beret ahead. Ping scanned the surroundings, then seemed to make a decision, saying in a deep voice, everyone except Huodi Qiongxi disperse. What? Huodi Qiongxi bared his 2 rows of sharp teeth. You traitor, have you come on behalf of humans to capture me? Though seething with rage, Ping forced down his anger and roared. I am here to protect more people. And Huodi Qiongxi, you are not Big Brother Tai, nor can you become the hero of Fishman Island. You are nothing but a waste blinded by hatred. Ha ha ha. Ping, have you finally lost your temper? As more onlookers gathered, some familiar faces appeared. They were former members of the Sun Pirates. Ping. Some showed confusion. Was Ping truly going to annihilate Fishman Street? If you choose to trust me, do not interfere. I will give you an explanation afterward. Ping shouted at his former comrades, his heart aching. Former companions. The Sun Pirates hesitated for a moment, exchanged glances, and then stepped back to the sides of the street, signaling they would not intervene for now. Ha ha ha, you fools. Have you forgotten what humans did to us? Huodi Qiongxi raised his arms and shouted, but there are those who haven't forgotten. And they shouldn't forget. Water shot. Without warning, Huodi Qiongxi, who had been stirring up emotions, attacked, sending a tiny droplet shooting like a blade toward Ping. Slap. The speeding droplet was caught barehanded by Tang Mu and held in his palm. It seems there's a misunderstanding. Allow the resounding me to clarify. The one arresting you is not Sea Knight Ping, but me. Tang Mu, shipwright of the G5 Marine Branch. Marines. The faces of the surrounding people changed, especially the former Sun Pirates. Many even grabbed their weapons. What's wrong with that? Tang Mu roared. The Ryugu Kingdom is a member of the world government. Why can't Marines enter? Is Fishman Island withdrawing from the world government? Tang Mu's words stunned even the Sun Pirates. They were indeed pirates, and they did hate humans. But if they openly attacked Marines and withdrew from the world government, Fishman Island would be completely classified as an enemy of the world government. That was absolutely not what they wanted. Ping's scalp went numb. If such words reached the surface, centuries of effort by the Ryugu Kingdom would be wasted. Disperse now. After a buzz of murmurs, most of the crowd finally withdrew. The shock of withdrawing from the world government was something they could not bear. Huodi Qiongxi watched the dispersing crowd with a sneer on his face. You fools, the fishmen will eventually be destroyed by your hands. Then, only the stubborn ones remain. Tang Mu fixed his gaze on those still standing with Huodi Qiongxi. Water shot needle. The droplet that Huodi had thrown earlier now transformed into dozens of tiny water threads. Before Huodi and his companions could react, they pierced through their bodies. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Blood splattered. Except for Huodi Qiongxi, everyone else collapsed unconscious instantly. Thud. Tang Mu leaped into the air and landed beside Huodi Qiongxi. Then he pressed his massive hand down on Huodi Qiongxi's head. Bring bring. Tang Mu pressed the answer button and Di Luan's image appeared. How's it going, Tang Mu? Is the matter settled? My apologies, I encountered a small problem. The resounding me has only just subdued Huadi Qiongxi. Huadi Qiongxi, huh? Di Luan chuckled on the other end of the Den Den Mushi. Tell the folks on Fishman Island that Queen Iji was not assassinated by humans. It was this bastard who shot her secretly to stop her peace talks. Find his gun, there are bound to be other witnesses around. What? The voice from the Den Den Mushi startled everyone, especially Shinping, who had met that man and knew his power. He had no reason to lie. Shinping's body trembled with rage. Huadi Qiongxi, this bastard dared. He actually dared. Ha ha ha. That idiot Iji. Huadi Qiongxi, pinned down by Tang Mu, burst into wild laughter. After being easily defeated by Tang Mu, he knew he would not live much longer. Fishmen are born to rule the seas. We should not hide in the deep sea. Comrades, kill him. Di Luan's cold voice came through the Den Den Mushi. Tang Mu's breath caught, then he tightened his grip. Rough shark. Crack. Huadi Qiongxi's skull fractured, and his voice abruptly ceased. Di Luan seemed in a foul mood, his voice growing impatient. Find Fonda Duncan, kill him directly, and then return to the base to report. Yes. The Den Den Mushi fell silent and Fishman Street plunged into a deathly stillness. Outside Fishman Island, Jinbi stood beside Tom. I apologize for the intrusion, but I must ask, why did you attack Vanderdecken? I am not privy to the reason, but I trust that man would not issue a command to the resounding me without cause. Moreover, even if it were an unfounded order, I would still execute it. Tom clenched his fists. Ahead, a massive dark silhouette was swimming toward Fishman Island. It's Watatsumi. He is merely a child who doesn't know better. Please grant me some time to persuade him to leave Vanderdecken's command. Make haste. You heard him. That man seems to be in a foul mood. Jinbi nodded and stepped ahead of Tom. Hey Watatsumi. Oh, Boss Jinbi, what is it? Watatsumi's voice sounded like a child's, which appeared absurd and comical against his full beard and hairy chest. Vanderdecken is not worth following, and he will soon be arrested. You. What? You want to capture the captain? Before Jinbi could finish, Watatsumi roared, unforgivable. Behind him, Watatsumi dragged a huge, dilapidated ship that resembled a legendary ghost ship. On the ship, the four-legged Vanderdecken cackled upon hearing Watatsumi. Wahaha! Come to catch me. Jinbi, is it? Watatsumi, get rid of him. I captain. At Vanderdecken's command, Watatsumi raised his fist and swung at Jinbi. Anyone who dares to harm the captain perish in the sea. Jinbi's expression darkened. He shifted his right foot back and raised his right fist. Merman karate secret art Buraken. A massive water sphere spun before his palm, then pierced through Watatsumi's body. Wah! It hurts. Under the deep sea pressure, Jinbi's Buraken was greatly diminished. It only made Watatsumi spit blood, but he remained combat capable. Damn it. Intimidation, million bald heads. Watatsumi opened his mouth wide, swallowing both seawater and air into his body. His already enormous body swelled like a balloon, pressing toward Jinbi and Tom. Merman. Jinbi took a breath, ready to strike again. Enough. Let this farce end. Tom stepped beside Jinbi and raised his hand to stop him. Then Jinbi saw Tom assume the same stance. Jinbi was stunned. The same technique, but Tom's execution seemed vastly different from that of other fishmen. Could even Buraken be different? On Tom's fist, the water sphere spun at an ultra-high frequency, and its density was compressed to a terrifying degree. Merman karate secret art Burai star piercing. Boom. The high-pressure impact, many times stronger than Buraken, enveloped Watatsumi's massive body, and the shockwave shattered even the ghost ship behind him. Ugh! Watatsumi's eyes rolled back as he collapsed. The ghost ship broke apart. The immense shockwave pierced through Watatsumi and the ship without losing momentum, continuing into the deep sea. From a distance, it looked like a comet. Tom stamped his foot, launching his massive body like a torpedo. Among the debris of the ghost ship, he found Vanderdecken, whose swimming coating had been shattered by Buraken. Vanderdecken, the user of the target fruit, had also rolled his eyes back. Jinbi followed closely to Tom's side. He has repeatedly attacked Princess Shirahoshi. Perhaps we should. Despite his shock at Tom's Buraken, Jinbi did not forget his duty. With your strength, could you not have captured him long ago, Jinbi? Jinbi was also stunned. Indeed, someone like Vanderdecken. Could he not have dealt with him himself long ago? Though I do not know why that man despises him, so I believe this scoundrel must have a reason to die. Tom raised Vanderdecken's head high with one hand. That man once said a very wise thing: mercy to the enemy is cruelty to the friend. A watery gleam flashed on Tom's hand. Rough shark. Like Hody Jones, Vanderdecken's skull shattered, and his limbs hung limp. After tossing Vanderdecken's corpse aside, Tom said to Jinbi, I have heard your story and deeply admire all you have done for Fishman Island, but do you, so indecisive and soft-hearted, truly aspire to protect Fishman Island, Jinbi? Oh, you said that to the blue fatso. Dylan looked at the somewhat nervous Tom with a meaningful gaze. Ah, well, yes, the resounding me felt that such a man should not be. Like that. Is that so? Dylan nodded indifferently. Then what about you? What do you think of this trip, eh? Tom scratched his furry head. Nothing much. Dylan laughed heartily. How is the Knight of the Sea, Jinbi, one of the 7 warlords in terms of strength? Tom showed a hint of confusion. The resounding me is also puzzled. Aren't the 7 warlords of the sea great pirates? How can? Dylan crossed his legs and said leisurely, it's not that he is weak, it's that you are strong enough now, Tom. Of course you haven't yet reached the level I expect. So it's not yet time to relax. When you Shiryu, Belmir, and the others are all strong enough, we will end this chaotic era together and bring peace back to the sea. You can return to Water 7, and I will help you lay sea trains across the entire ocean. Tom's eyes shone with longing. What a day to look forward to. Then, as if remembering something, he lowered his head and asked again, The merman karate I use seems different from others. Of course, Dylan said, lighting a cigarette. You practice the techniques refined and perfected by the world government over 800 years. They practice what has been passed down through generations. Perhaps theirs are more orthodox, but yours are definitely stronger. I understand. Tom nodded, showing a questioning look. Dylan shook his head, indicating he could leave. Watching Tom's retreating figure, Dylan smiled. This guy is truly a treasure. Though his talent falls short of Luffy's ability to master Conqueror's Haki coding in 3 hours, he is still absolutely monstrous. When he fully masters armament Haki and raises its intensity to another level, the number of people who can fight him hand-to-hand on this sea will be few. If he is in the sea, he is invincible. Bring. A blue den mushy rang. Dylan was somewhat surprised. The Gorosei calling him on their own. Hello, Adams Dylan. We have received news from the Ryugu Kingdom. Your subordinate has cleared up the misunderstanding between humans and fishmen. Ho, that salted fish Neptune is quite sensible, isn't he? Dylan did not grovel excessively before the Gorosei. The Gorosei seemed a bit surprised by his attitude, but they soon dismissed it. As one of the representatives of non-human races, the attitude of the fishmen is crucial to the stability of the world government. You have rendered a service. What reward do you desire? Voluntarily offering loot. Dylan rubbed his fingers. Something was off. Were the Gorosei being so accommodating? He suspected they were smiling on the surface, but plotting to kill him inside. But he couldn't ask directly. Dylan opened his mouth. It was my duty. However, I do have a favor to ask of you. Could this count as my reward? Oh, do tell. Dylan glanced at the castle fruit, placed on the bookshelf beside him. I've heard that Vegapunk has extensive knowledge of devil fruits, and has made initial progress on object fusion. I would like him to fuse a fruit for me. Is that all? We agree. A CP member will visit you shortly to learn your specific requirements. We will relay the order directly to Vegapunk. With that, the Gorosei hung up. Staring at the silent den mushy, Dylan frowned slightly. What could have prompted the Gorosei to contact him on their own initiative? The mere matter of the fishmen was absolutely insufficient to cause such a drastic shift in the Gorosei's attitude. Could it be that person? Dylan thought of the empty throne in Mary Geos. The only one capable of exerting such a tremendous influence on the Gorosei was likely it, Admiral Dylan, today's newspaper. Dylan took the paper and scanned it, his brow furrowing instantly. Don Quixote da Flamingo becomes king of Dressrosa. That flamingo. Is it this year? Rubbing his brow, Dylan tossed the paper aside. Forget it. Given the current situation, he couldn't afford to worry about everything. Seeing the messenger still lingering, Dylan asked, puzzled, something else. There's more. The messenger produced another paper. It's from the West Blue, seems to be about Shiryu and the others. Shiryu. With his strength, Shiryu should have no rivals in the West Blue. How did he end up in the news? Red hair pirates land in the Land of Flowers, engage in a great battle with a mysterious figure, outcome unknown. Dylan's eyes narrowed. Red hair. Got too many hands, does he? He grabbed his blade Azura from the desk, slung it over his shoulder, and instructed the messenger. Tell Tom I'll be away for a few days. Have him watch the fort. Yes, sir. West Blue, within the Land of Flowers. Cough, cough. You reckless fool. Red hair, Shanks is no easy opponent. Belmir leaned against a rock, looking drained. Across from her, under a tree, Shiryu sat with his eyes closed, ignoring her. Trouble. Cough, cough. Shut up, you idiot. Shiryu paused to catch his breath, cutting her off. If you hadn't insisted on picking a fight with the 8 Treasures Navy, we wouldn't have gotten tangled up with red hair. Belmir clicked her tongue, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. But one puff aggravated her lung injury. Cough. Cough. 8 Treasures Navy. Those thugs. Cough. Whatever. The den mushy is broken now. We can only hope little Dylan figures out we're in trouble. The brash Belmir stubbed out the cigarette and closed her eyes, her face deathly pale. Shiryu looked at the woman across from him. He had to admit, despite her lack of strength, the courage and fearlessness she displayed in battle had earned his respect. Hurry up, Dylan. This foolish woman is about to reach her limit. A rustling sound came from the distant woods. Shiryu forced himself to focus, gripping his blade rein. No need to be tense. We are CP members stationed in the Land of Flowers, ordered to find you too. Recognizing their identity, Shiryu relaxed slightly. Did you bring a doctor? That woman. Across from him, Belmir's head had lolled to the side, her face turning sallow. Yes, according to the Land of Flowers branches report, Major Belmir's injuries are severe. We can only barely maintain her vital signs. Dylan hovered in the air, staring coldly at the Den Mushi. Don't waste my time with details. Just tell me, will she die? The CP0 agent paused. Not immediately, but use all of CP's resources to get her to the Drum Kingdom as fast as possible. Notify me when she arrives. You know the consequences if she dies on the way. The CP0 agent didn't argue, pausing briefly before answering, understood. And one more thing. Lightning crackled around Dylan. Where is Red Hair's ship? I need the exact location. The border of the Land of Flowers. Red Hair Pirates, Red Force. Shanks. Ben Beckman looked at the injured Lucky Roo, then at his captain's grim face. Yesterday, on their way to the Great Glacier in the Land of Flowers, they had encountered Shinjo being pursued by Shiryu of the Rain. Though the reason wasn't clear, Shanks immediately went to aid Don Shinjo. During the clash, Lucky Roo was hit by Shiryu's slash and gravely wounded, while Shanks managed to severely injure Shiryu. As for that woman, she was taken down by an enraged Yasop after his friend was hurt. Shiryu of the Rain. So he's that man's subordinate. And that woman. After learning of this through his own channels, Shanks had fallen into deep silence. Looking at the unconscious Lucky Roo in the cabin, a look of determination crossed Shanks' eyes. No matter what, he couldn't abandon his comrades. What is that? The lookout's voice trembled from the crow's nest. Shanks and Ben Beckman seemed to sense something too, staring grimly at the horizon. On the distant sea, endless dark clouds rolled in, crackling with violent thunder bearing down on the Red Force. The apocalyptic sight stunned everyone on board. As the clouds swallowed the sky, a voice devoid of emotion echoed in their ears. Who injured my subordinate? The crew of the Red Hair Pirates watched the figure descend slowly from the thunderclouds. Some of the weaker members collapsed unconscious, without control. Gulp. The officers swallowed hard. This pressure was even more terrifying than before. No one answers. Dylan drew a jura. The moment the crimson blade met the air, a suffocating wave of bloodlust swept across the entire sea. Boom. Yasop raised his rifle. A bullet coated in armament hockey flew instantly toward Dylan's forehead. It was me. What are you going to do about it, you bastard Marine? Shanks opened his mouth slightly, then gave a wry smile, drawing his own blade griffin. Prepare for battle. Give it everything you've got. The bullet stopped less than a meter from Dylan's face, as if caught by an invisible hand, then dropped into the sea. Very well. Dylan, hovering in the air, looked down at the Red Hair Pirates below. The thunderclouds churned bolts as thick as buckets, twisting and intertwining within. Despite unleashing their armament hockey with all their might, the crew felt their hair stand on end and their skin tingle. Logia awakening. Shanks' expression darkened. Black Conqueror's hockey instantly coated Griffin. Divine departure. A massive slash shot skyward, hurtling toward Dylan. Facing Roger's signature move and Shanks' powerful Conqueror's hockey, Dylan didn't take it lightly. Sin, condemnation, no life. A slightly different hockey from Shanks wrapped around Azura's edge. A slash bursting with a potent scent of blood exploded from the blade. The moment the slashes collided, the thunderclouds above were split in two. Shanks on the ship and Dylan in the air both gripped their weapons with both hands, pouring their power into them. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots. One from Yasop's rifle. One from Ben Beckman's pistol. Dylan completely ignored Yasop's bullet, but Beckman's was wrapped in Conqueror's hockey. You bastard. Dylan gritted his teeth and shoved down with both hands on Azura. The two opposing slashes in the sky erupted, and the sea below churned violently, as if being cut apart from all directions. Dylan's figure flickered and vanished instantly. He left. An officer exclaimed in shock. Shanks, Ben Beckman, and Yasop remained grim-faced. No, he hasn't. The clouds severed by the slash began to converge again, almost giving the illusion of solidifying. And the lightning within became even more terrifying. Fierce bolts continuously struck the sea's surface. The Red Force tossed about like a helpless leaf amidst the thunder. Watch out. Shanks' pupils contracted sharply. Within the thunderclouds, a massive one-legged phantom appeared. Koenyo. The phantom dove down from the clouds, as if alive. Full defense. Boom. The sea surface collapsed. The crew of the Red Force unleashed their hockey to fend off the beast in the sky. Ugh. Arg. As the officers fell one by one, Shanks' hands began to tremble. This power. It's already. Just as Shanks' strength was about to give out, the lightning finally began to fade. Huff. Huff. Shanks gasped, about to speak. An officer who was still standing cried out in alarm, Yasop. You bastard Marine. How dare you? Yasop, who had been standing with the others, was gone. In the sky, Dylan held Yasop by the neck, his immense strength amplified by armament hockey, crushing his throat with a sickening crack. Adams, Dylan, give you my ass. Dylan glared at Shanks. Who the hell do you think you are? To ask me for face. Crack. Yassop's neck snapped, his body going limp. Yassop. Yassop. Dylan tossed Yassop's corpse onto the sea, still not satisfied. A bolt of lightning struck down, reducing the floating body to ash. You? Shanks panted heavily, fire burning in his eyes. My friend, you think you can just leave? Red hair. The thunderclouds showed no sign of dispersing, and faint roars of a beast could be heard from within. Brubrubble, brubrubble. A blue din mushy rang. Dylan answered it, annoyed, then hung up. Brubrubble, brubrubble. Damn it. He picked it up again and stared at the blonde Gorosei. Adams, Dylan, stand down. The one who attacked your subordinate has been dealt with. Stop this now. This man red hair cannot die yet. The balance. Without him there'll be black hair, white hair, green hair. What balance? Once they're all dead, it'll be balanced. Dylan stared at the din mushy, refusing to back down. You know that's not true. And this man is different from other pirates. Adams, Dylan, this is the will of Lord Emu. The voice on the other end didn't hide it, directly invoking Emu's name. Dylan stared at the din mushy. What is this? Dropping the act. Showing their cards. You know that I know about Emu. How do you know? Is my identity as a transmigrator exposed? As compensation, Mariewa will grant you the rank of Vice Admiral and provide you with a devil fruit. You know the fruits in Mariewa are all of the legendary kind. A sudden wave of crisis washed over Dylan, his heart jolting. No. My observation haki, while not like Katakuri's ability to see the future. With the unique mantra training method from Skypia, there's no way any movement within several kilometers, even a dozen, could escape my notice. How the hell did the Gorosei know I already killed Yassop and call it the exact right moment? Is it Emu? Fine. Dylan said, looking at the din mushy. On the other side, Mariewa breathed a sigh of relief, but then Dylan's voice sounded again. We'll call it even for now, but only this once. The Gorosei fell silent, seemingly accepting the terms. Looking at the wrecked red force on the sea, a murderous glint flashed in Dylan's eyes. But in the end he held back. Emu, just what is this person's deal? Drum Island. The wind and snow howled endlessly. Dylan had no time to complain about why this planet's equator had such weather. After waiting for several days, the CP organization's ship had successfully escorted Belmere to the Drum Kingdom. Our mission. The lead CP agent looked at Dylan, ready to set Belmere down and leave. Where are you going? Dylan snorted coldly. Do I have to carry her up there myself? The CP agent fell silent for a moment, then waved his hand. The sailors on the ship lifted the stretcher and followed Dylan up the mountain. After reaching Dr. Kureha's castle, Dylan waved his hand, signaling the CP agents to leave. They didn't mind and departed with their men. Is this her? Dr. Kureha looked at the unconscious Belmere with a grave expression. Her injuries are quite severe. Dylan sat nearby, without speaking, just watching Dr. Kureha. Can you heal her completely? No lasting aftereffects. Feeling uneasy under Dylan's gaze, Dr. Kureha paused before answering. It's difficult. Her internal organs were pierced by powerful haki. It's only her willpower that's keeping her alive. Understood. Dylan stood up and walked to the window. I'm going to the New World. I'll be back within a month. You can keep her alive until then, right? No problem. Dr. Kureha nodded. As soon as she answered, Dylan vanished. A bolt of lightning shot towards the New World. Watching the departing lightning, Dr. Kureha was silent for a moment, then shook her head. A formidable kid. New World, Dressrosa Kingdom. Doflamingo, who had recently become king, was reading the newspaper in his palace. Vice Admiral fights red hair pirates alone in West Blue. Red hair pirates, third in command, Yassop dead. Phew, what a formidable guy. Although there were no images, Doflamingo knew the strength of the red hair pirates well. And that man he had briefly met in Mocktown possessed such power. Praising me. A voice sounded. A man sat slanted on the palace windowsill. Baby Five, who looked like a maid, heard the voice and instinctively turned and raised her hand. As she did, her arm transformed into a gun. Stand down. Doflamingo barked. Baby Five was stunned for a moment, then said in disbelief, Young master. Dylan coldly watched Baby Five and Doflamingo. Before Dylan could speak, Doflamingo grabbed Baby Five's wrist and pushed the gun down, his face darkening as he barked again, stand down. Only after Baby Five left did Doflamingo sit back down. What are you doing here, Vice Admiral On Long? Dylan was briefly taken aback. Seems you don't know yet, Dylan. Your code name, On Long. Dylan looked at Doflamingo. Wasn't this bastard supposed to be a lawless man who provoked anyone? I'm here for someone. Doflamingo's face sank. Who? I'm a warlord of the CU. Seeing Dylan's expression grow colder, Doflamingo swallowed his next words. You're not after my family, are you? What would I want with your trash? Hand over Mancherry. No. Doflamingo's veins bulged instantly. Mancherry is out of the question. She's vital to my plans. Do you think I'm asking? You don't actually believe that warlord title can protect you, do you? You reckless little sparrow. Dylan jumped down from the windowsill, slammed Shura's sheath into the ground, and drew the blade in one fluid motion. Doflamingo's breath hitched. This man, he was serious. The world government. Forget the world government. You're just a thug who knows a few paltry secrets. Shura's crimson blade scraped across the floor, sending sparks flying. I'll give you a minute. Go ahead, try asking someone for help. Sengoku, Kaido, or Mary Geos. Mancheri, you must return her after you're done. Faced with the murderous intent emanating from Dylan, Doflamingo ultimately backed down. This was a bastard who played by no rules at all, even more outrageous than him. You're bargaining with me. What right do you have to bargain? Dylan pulled out a cigarette and lit it. After taking a drag, he stubbed it out upside down in the cake Baby 5 had brought over earlier. Time's ticking. Don't waste the chance I'm giving you. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and shouted towards the door. Treble, bring Mancheri up. Treble poked his head in from the doorway and immediately gasped in. On long. Dofla, go. Doflamingo barked. As the cigarette burned and Dylan's gaze lingered on him, sweat began to bead on Doflamingo's forehead. Just as the ember was about to reach the filter, Treble rolled in with a girl the size of a thumb, bringing her to the top floor. Why you? The moment Mancheri saw Doflamingo, tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her pitiful state, even Dylan, filled with killing intent, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Dylan glanced at Treble, who trembled in fear, and gently rolled Mancheri over to Dylan. Can you help me with something? My friend is badly injured and needs healing. She's a Marine, a very kind Marine. Mancheri clasped her tiny hands together and looked up at Dylan. Are you a Marine too? But why? I'm a Marine as well. As repayment. Dylan turned to look at Doflamingo. I know what you're plotting. That deal's off the table. And the Tontata you've deceived and imprisoned, release them all. After a moment's thought, Dylan turned back to Mancheri. With this guy around, Greenbit isn't safe. Do you have to live there? Mancheri shook her head. Not exactly. Wherever we are is Greenbit. Dylan nodded. Then would you be willing to relocate? To where I'm stationed. It's safer there. Doflamingo listened, fury burning in his eyes. This bastard. The Tontata were a crucial part of his plan. How dare he? How dare he? How dare I what? Dylan snapped his head up to look at Doflamingo. Drop those dangerous thoughts while I'm still in a decent mood. Doflamingo's facial muscles twitched, and he seemed to deflate. He turned to Treble and said, bring the Tontata up. Hearing this, Mancheri's face lit up with disbelief. That wicked man in the pink coat was actually going to release her people. It was the great hero who saved them. Mancheri flew to Dylan's shoulder, hands clasped together. You must be the hero from the legend who would save the Tontata kingdom. May I know your name? My name is Dylan. Adams Dylan. Dylan smiled at Mancheri. Dylan, thank you. When the 500 weary Tontata were brought up and saw Mancheri in the room, they crowded around. Princess, are you cured? Princess. Mancheri stood on Dylan's shoulder, pointed at Doflamingo, and loudly declared, I wasn't sick. That villain deceived us. And then, Mancheri pointed at Dylan. It was Dylanland who saved us. Amazing. Dylanland. Dylanland. After the excited chatter died down, Dylan glanced at the ashen-faced Doflamingo, then at Mancheri. Let's go. Back to Greenbit first. The decision to relocate must be made by your king. At the door, Dylan paused and looked back at Doflamingo. If they choose not to move, that's their freedom. But if I ever find out you've set foot in Greenbit again, I'll kill you. Doflamingo hung his head in silence. Dylan didn't expect an answer. After Dylan left the palace, a powerful burst of Conqueror's haki erupted from the palace rooftop. Dylan glanced up with disdain. If there weren't things I still needed to figure out, I'd end you right now. Following the Tontata back to Greenbit, Dylan met Chief Gansho and was warmly received by the Tontata tribe. After the feast, Gansho sat across from Dylan. After a pause, he said, Mancheri is right. We don't exist because of Greenbit. Wherever we are is Greenbit. But, Gansho's expression turned serious. To honor a certain pact, we cannot leave this place. Therefore, Dylan nodded. That's your freedom too. I've already warned Doflamingo. As long as I'm standing, he won't dare touch you again. Is that so? We are deeply indebted to you. In that case, Gansho leaned on his cane, pondering for a moment. We cannot guarantee Mancheri's safety for now, so let her accompany you. Also, Gansho stomped his cane, and the room fell silent. Leo Kabu Wicca, Bien, you will go as well. F followed Dylanland. Leo's eyes lit up. Indeed, Gansho nodded, then said to Dylan, they are the finest warriors among our youth. Besides protecting Mancheri, they will also carry out your orders. Huh. Leo let out a reluctant squawk. Seriously, the princess is so stubborn, bad-tempered, and she hits people. Why do we have to do this? Leo. Mancheri hopped onto Leo's head and punched him. What are you saying, Leo? Ow, ow, ow. Get off, princess. You're too heavy. Honestly, you're such a wild and mean woman. At the Greenbit coast, Dylan boarded the CP ship with Mancheri, Leo, and the others. Gansho stood on the shore, both hands on his cane, watching the departing sails. Gansho does this. Truly not violate the pact. Another elder, equally white-haired, walked up beside Gansho and gazed out at the sea. Gansho didn't answer. Beneath his sunglasses his expression was unreadable. With the Tontata tribe, Dylan had no choice but to sail back to Drum Island. Neither Mancheri nor Leo could withstand the friction caused by ultra-high-speed movement. That was why Dylan had told Dr. Correja from the very beginning that he would need a month to return. Halfway through the voyage, 2 CP organization ships drew close together. Dylan looked at the CP0 agent who had never shown his face. "I'm just using your ship. Why the long face?" This time CP0 did not repeat the line about "you cannot directly command CP according to regulations," but instead said with a hint of mockery, "Perhaps you are the true commander of CP0. Given Mancheri's ability, Belmir's injury was already beyond doubt, and Dylan's mood improved. "Spit it out. What is it this time?" CP0 placed the briefcase in his hand in front of Dylan, and then took a small box out of his pocket. "This is the fruit that Mary Gios promised you, and the thing you commissioned Vegapunk to make." Huh. Dylan ignored the briefcase on the ground, and took the small box first. A silver-gray ring lay inside the box. Vegapunk said the ring itself is made of a special alloy. For now, no one by any means can break it with brute force. Of course, some peculiar devil fruit abilities cannot be ruled out. Dylan put the ring on his finger, and a strange sensation appeared in his consciousness. Glancing at the briefcase on the ground, and the CP0 standing opposite Dylan curled his lips. CP0 vanished from the spot. Ring space. CP0 stood in the empty castle. "Don't play such boring jokes. Let me out. I still have a mission to carry out." Dylan moved his mind, and CP0 reappeared in the same spot. "Not bad. I'm very satisfied." Dylan looked at the ring on his finger with great delight. A space ring. Awesome. He picked up the briefcase and opened it. Inside was a reddish-gold devil fruit, its pattern resembling sharp feathers. "What type?" CP0 looked at the fruit in his hand, seemingly envious. "Zoan bird fruit, mythical Zoan model Garuda." "Garuda? The one that specializes in eating dragons. Kaido, do you want it steamed or braised?" But currently there was no one suitable to eat this fruit. Still, collecting good things never hurt. After putting the fruit away, Dylan watched the 4 Tontata warriors training on the ship for a while. "Hey, Leo." Leo heard Dylan's voice, and in an instant was by his side. "Dylan Dono." Leo stood solemnly before Dylan, as if awaiting orders. Why so serious?" Dylan found it odd. Leo hesitated for a moment, then said, "Before we left, the king told me that we carry the fate of the Tontata tribe, and also bear the name of justice. So please command me whatever you need." "How reliable, Captain Leo." Leo looked at Dylan a little embarrassed, but still kept his small body tensed. "It's like this, Leo. Your tribe's racial talent is very special. Of course, I don't mean cultivating plants. I mean your physical abilities. The Tontata are naturally endowed with strength several times that of humans. For individuals like Leo Wicca and others, they even have dozens of times the strength of ordinary people. Despite their small stature, they move very swiftly, making them excellent at weaving through battlefields to find weak points. I've thought of something very suitable for you. With your talent, you should be able to master it easily." "What is it, Dylan Dono?" Leo's eyes lit up. As a warrior, he also yearned for strength, especially after Princess Mancheri and the others were taken away and he could do nothing. One is a technique unique to the Marines called the 6 powers. The other is hockey. After a moment of thought, Dylan said, "The 6 powers have 7 techniques, but I think the others aren't suitable for you. Focus on practicing Soru Jeppo and Shurgon. As for hockey, if you combine your strength with armament, hockey hardening your combat ability should see a significant improvement." During the journey to Drum Island, Dylan carefully explained the use of the 6 powers and hockey. To ensure his explanations were thorough, he occasionally pulled CP0 in as a guest lecturer. Although the 6 powers are called the Marine 6 powers, the true experts are the CP organization. "Soru." Leo's figure flashed. If Dylan's observation hockey weren't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to track his movements. "Not bad. Leo, this technique really suits you. Thank you very much. Dylan Dono." Leo bowed in front of Dylan. Just as Dylan was about to respond modestly, the entire ship shook violently. Thump, thump. In the distant corner, Wicca was pounding the deck frantically. "Damn it. Why am I so weak? Why am I so stupid? Why can I never learn?" Looking at the shattered deck, CP0 and Dylan exchanged glances. Wicca, stop hitting first. If you keep it at the ship will sink." Dylan quickly shouted to stop her. Wicca was kneeling in the corner, her hands covered in gleaming armament hockey, pounding the ground in frustration because she couldn't learn Soru. "Oh, Dylan Dono. I'm sorry, did I cause trouble again? I'm such a fool, damn it, I—" Stop. Dylan said loudly, "Don't hit anymore. The ship isn't ours, but breaking it would delay the journey." CP0 turned his head and stared at Dylan expressionlessly. Wicca wiped her tears and walked over to Dylan, sniffling. "Dylan Dono." Dylan reached out, and Wicca shyly jumped onto his hand. Seeing her still crying, he gently flicked her forehead. Who said you were weak? At the mention of this, Wicca's tears fell again. Leo and the others have all learned 6 powers, but I haven't learned anything. Didn't you learn armament hockey? Armament hockey. When you were hitting the ship just now, didn't you notice anything strange? Wicca raised her hand to wipe her tears. No. I just felt so stupid, so sad. Unconscious awakening. But this personality. Well, forget it. Leave it to Belmere. After all, they're both women. Women. After finally calming Wicca down, the ship reached Drum Island. When everyone returned to Dr. Correa's castle, Belmere was already awake. The moment she saw Dylan, Belmere grinned. I caused you trouble, Dylan. Dylan rolled his eyes and said, now you know why I didn't pick fights with pirates in the New World. Belmere laughed heartily, being looked down on again. Although their words were teasing, the concern and gratitude in their eyes were unmistakable. Dr. Correa sat by Belmere's bed drinking wine. Seeing Dylan return, she also breathed a sigh of relief. This woman's injury was indeed not something ordinary people could heal. What was he going to do? Mancherry, I leave it to you. Dylan turned to look at Mancherry, who was sitting on his shoulder, and spoke seriously. The moment Mancherry flew out, Dylan suddenly thought of something and said again, just heal her injuries, Snowy. Don't use your lifespan to return her to her original state. Your health is important too. Mancherry paused in midair, her hands clenched together. She had originally planned to use her special ability to heal the woman in front of her. After all, this was the first time Dylan Dono had asked her to do something. The Tontata. Dr. Correa looked at Mancherry, puzzled. Belmere wasn't a plant, so the Tontata. 2 crystal tears slid down Mancherry's cheeks. She caught them in her hands and sprinkled them over Belmere. In just 2 breaths, Belmere's body was fully restored. The heal fruit. Dr. Correa chuckled. What a remarkable ability. Slap. By the far wall, a tanuki. No, a reindeer had its head hidden in the wall, body exposed outside. Chopper, come here. They're my friends. They're good people. Belmere beckoned to the reindeer. Belmere, your illness is cured. Chopper was astonished to see Belmere healthy again. Yes, it's the heal fruit that can cure all diseases and injuries. Of course, Dr. Chopper's care over these days was also very important. Chopper is a truly remarkable doctor. I'm not happy at all. Even if you praise me, I won't be happy. Watching Chopper's bashful reaction, a strange expression crossed Dylan's face. The human fruit, mythical Zoan model commoner. Indeed. This is my assistant, a reindeer who ate the human fruit. Tony Chopper. Feeling Dylan's gaze, Chopper once again hit himself in reverse. The Straw Hat crew members. Dylan cast a meaningful glance at Chopper before standing up and saying to Belmere, let's go back to G5. As he was leaving, Dylan said to Dr. Correa, in the future you may ask me for one favor that does not violate the principles of justice as payment for this medical treatment. After Dylan and Belmere left, Dr. Correa sighed, gazing in the direction they had gone. Dr. Correa. Chopper looked at Dr. Correa, whose expression was somewhat grave with confusion in his eyes. What a pity, Chopper. Dr. Correa crouched down and patted Chopper's head. Dr. Correa gave a wry smile. It seems you didn't earn his friendship, this promise. Gazing at the cherry blossom pirate flag fluttering outside the window, Dr. Correa sighed inwardly. I hope this promise will protect you one day. On the mountain path, Belmere followed behind Dylan. Having regained her health, the cigarette was back in her hand. Dylan, Dr. Correa and Chopper don't seem like bad people, so why? Dylan carried Azura through the snow with the Tontata riding on his and Belmere's shoulders. They aren't truly evil, but fate will ultimately force us to part ways. This feeling... Dylan stopped in the snow and turned to look at Belmere. You'll understand in time. Dylan, this talk of fate is something the chief and the elder often speak of too. Mancherry, perched on Dylan's shoulder, looked at his profile, recalling the very old elder beneath Greenbit. He always stood guard before that strange stone, muttering about promises and fate. Is that so? Dylan turned with a smile and asked Mancherry, then does Princess Mancherry believe in fate? Yes. Mancherry nodded firmly. I believe it was fate that brought Dylan to Dressrosa and Greenbit. I see. That's wonderful then. By the way, Dylan, I also heard Dr. Correa tell Chopper's story about that man named Hiralik. Belmere, Dylan said, walking with a smile. There's no denying that Hiralik shone brightly in his final moments, but can that glimmer of humanity truly erase the fact that he was once a bandit? Belmere froze. She hadn't even said it yet, and he. Dylan ignored Belmere's shock and kept walking ahead. Some men live their entire lives as villains, and with one trivial act of kindness at the end they are praised by the world. Others uphold justice their whole lives, yet for a single misstep they are scorned by millions. The masses are always foolish. I hold little expectation from most, but Belmere, I believe you should form your own judgment because you are a soldier. Since meeting Dylan, Belmere had rarely heard him speak to her with such gravity. These words struck her deeply. Some monks preach to the world. Drop the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. I don't quite agree. If every villain drops the blade at the final hour, does that mean all their past sins are absolved? It is neither fair nor just. Of course, the human heart is unpredictable. Perhaps one day, Belmere, you will see me kill someone you believe doesn't deserve death or is even completely innocent. When that day comes, Belmere, what will you choose? Belmere stood in the snow, her brows furrowed tightly. 10 years ago, in the Oikit kingdom of the East Blue, she had personally fought in a battle against pirates. It was a brutal conflict that left her gravely wounded, and it was there she had found Nami and Nojiko. In Kokoyashi village, she had witnessed Arlon's cruelty, nearly losing her own life as well. In the land of flowers of the West Blue, she had seen how the powerless lived in a nation built on plunder. The East Blue, compared to other seas and the Grand Line, it was already far more fortunate. During her 2 months of training at the base, she also learned that aside from the restrictions of the routes, the greatest contributors to this were the marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, and the man before her. The title Weakest Sea was merely a joke among pirates, but for the common people it was an incredibly fortunate thing. The howling wind and snow swept past Belmere's pink hair. In the blizzard, the figure of the man ahead never wavered or hesitated. Yet he was utterly alone. Belmere clenched her fists. No. It shouldn't be this way. It shouldn't be this way. In an instant, an immense pressure erupted from Belmere's body, surging against the raging storm, nearly creating a stalemate of opposing forces. Dylan, walking ahead, paused and turned to see Belmere, her body wreathed in black lightning-like aura. Dylan. Belmere's gaze grew resolute, her presence rising ever higher. I will no longer hesitate. In the castle atop the mountain Dr. Kareha watched the black lightning in the mountains and sighed. Honestly, every single one of you is like a monster. The flame, your days are numbered. As Dylan's group emerged from the mountains, a troop of soldiers surrounded them. By royal decree, no one is permitted to seek medical treatment in the Sakura Kingdom. You have violated the laws of this land. The guards looked at the tall, cold-eyed Dylan and then at Belmere beside him. And so you shall all be executed. Waha! A fat man in a white, bare-hooded cloak stood behind the guards. The king of the Sakura Kingdom, Wapple. The moment she saw Wapple, Belmere's expression turned cold. During the month she had spent recuperating in the castle, she had heard many stories about this man. The one who had made this kingdom sick was none other than this repulsive man before her. Dylan raised his hand, and the guards tensed. Was he going to attack? Dylan pulled back his sleeve, revealing the den mushy. Got a job for you. Find me a fruit, the munch fruit. On the other end, a masked CP0 figure looked puzzled. Munch fruit. Hasn't it already been eaten? Yes, but I've heard that if the eater dies, the fruit reappears somewhere in the world. Isn't that right? The Sakura Kingdom is a member state of the world government. CP0 shouldn't care about that. The problem is you're not CP0, damn it. You're a marine, you bastard. Find your own excuse for the aftermath and find the fruit as soon as you can. I'll trade you some Revolutionary Army intel for it. That's all. That's all. What do you mean that's all? Wait, Revolutionary Army intel. CP0 stared at the now silent Den Mushy, lost in thought. The Sakura Kingdom. Let it be. After hanging up, Dylan turned to Belmere. Go ahead, carry out your justice. Belmere stood beside Dylan, having heard his entire conversation with CP0. Now at his words, her brows shot up and her body vanished from where she stood. As Wapple's lifeless body hit the ground, the guards and the citizens in the distance were momentarily stunned before erupting into thunderous cheers. Wapple is dead. Our demon is finished. Dylan walked towards the guards. Where is Dalton? Where is he being held? The lead guard swallowed nervously, realizing that this woman seemed to be merely his subordinate. In the prison. Take me there. Dylan surveyed his surroundings. This country would face another attack from Teach in a few years. Dalton. Dylan shook his head. Dalton wasn't a good choice either. The man was far too kind-hearted. Whether as a warrior or a king, kindness was hardly a commendable trait. After all, this was the age of great pirates, and this was the Grand Line. In the gloomy prison, Dalton was held in the deepest cell. Release him. Yes, sir. Facing this man's command, the guards didn't dare hesitate. Besides, Dalton was innocent and deeply loved by them. The burly Dalton looked at the man outside his cell with confusion. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is who are you? And who do you want to become? Dalton was momentarily lost. Not just kind, but also slow-witted, Dylan thought, shaking his head inwardly. Captain Dalton the King. No. Wapple has been executed. Dalton looked at Dylan gravely. Even though he was imprisoned, he still upheld the country's rule. After following Dylan out of the prison gates, Dalton finally couldn't hold back. You? I have no interest in this wretched country. Frankly, I could have killed Wapple and left. I've already informed the world government it wouldn't affect me at all. I sought you out because you barely count as someone I know in this country. Outside, the wind howled with snow, and two towering figures stood against the storm. Dalton, do you know what would happen to this country if I just walked away? I don't know. Dalton answered after a moment of thought. No, you do know. Dylan gazed at the falling snow. If I left now, this country's fate would rightfully fall into the hands of the celestial dragons. People like you. Dylan shook his head, always begging for others' mercy and grace. To be honest, I despise it. This struck a nerve, and Dalton remained silent. Compared to Wapple, you're not much better. Dalton was shocked, not understanding why this man would say such a thing. Dylan chuckled lightly. Wapple's evil lies in his greed, his corruption, and his depravity. Your evil lies in your incompetence and your hypocrisy. The word hypocrisy struck Dalton's heart like a hammer. For a commoner, kindness is a noble virtue, but not for a king. Both are fatal flaws. Work hard, Dalton. I know the people here love you, so I'm giving you a chance. I hope you can seize it. Dylan patted the snow from his shoulders and walked forward. If you can't grow stronger, can't face crises with your own power, and can't muster strength to fight your enemies, then this country is truly beyond saving. Dalton, former captain of the Drum Kingdom Guard and a user of the Oxox fruit, was elected king of the Drum Kingdom by the people with the world government's tacit approval, and he renamed the country the Sakura Kingdom. Sakura, a naive and foolish name. Mariehua. After reporting on the Drum Kingdom situation, the CP0 agent departed. The five elders maintained their enigmatic poses. The Drum Kingdom. No, it's the Sakura Kingdom now. Adams Dylan. Making a move on a government, is he? It seems Wapple provoked him first. His original purpose was to go to Drum Island to heal his subordinate. Be that as it may. As a Marine. The blonde elder crossed his fingers and legs. He has gained the power of the Tontata tribe, proving that Sama's guidance is correct. He is an enemy of the light. The rights of a mere kingdom are of no concern. Indeed. The elder wielding a long blade concurred. For centuries, those ancient families and races refused to submit to the world government. Some would rather isolate themselves, waiting for the ember to return. Adams Dylan has achieved unprecedented feats. Oh, we should not hinder him now. Agreed. Agreed. G5 base half a year after returning from Drum Island. TCH, is that heavenly Yiksha filing complaints about us to HQ again? Belmer, cigarette in mouth, tossed the den mushy aside. That guy runs an underground business. Heard it's quite extensive. Weapons, devil fruits, human trafficking, and even sending his executives to meddle in political struggles. Dylan, face covered with a newspaper, ignored his subordinates' chatter. He wondered why they all preferred to chat in his office. Haven't I assigned you all offices? Over the past 6 months, G5 gradually began its hunt. Though limited to the area near the base, it dealt a massive blow to surrounding pirates. That man, the one who single-handedly crushed the Red Hair Pirates, Vice Admiral Dark Dragon Dylan. And under his command was a bloodthirsty killer like a demon, Shiryu of the Rain. After a period of hunting, many pirates abandoned this route. Joker's business also suffered severe losses. After all, encountering that pink-haired woman was manageable. At worst, you'd be out of commission for a while. But if you ran into Shiryu, you'd be permanently deleted. During the hunt, there were those who thought of ganging up on Belmer. But remembering the Red Hair Pirates, most chose to flee instead. He'd traveled from the New World to the West Blue in just a few hours, nearly torn the Red Hair Pirates' ships apart, and killed their third-in-command right in front of them. Listening to his subordinates ramble about how boring things had been lately, Dylan pulled the newspaper off his face. We're going to the West Blue. After returning to G5 base 6 months ago, Dylan made a trip back to the East Blue to retrieve his accumulated stash of loot. He had to admit having a spatial ring was a blessing. Inside the massive castle, his treasures were neatly arranged. At the highest point sat the 2 devil fruits that had yet to find their owners. This trip to the Land of Flowers had 2 purposes: to eliminate the 8 treasures navy, and to investigate what was inside the Great Glacier, and why that red-hair bastard had broken his usual code to attack the Marines directly. And the treasure in the Ice Continent. As a Marine, confiscating pirates' illicit gains is perfectly reasonable, right? Tom, hold down the fort and protect Mancheri. Leave it to the mighty me. Tom laughed heartily. Dylan was quite assured of Tom's strength. At this stage, aside from the 4 emperors, 3 emperors, and their right-hand men, there should be very few who could directly take down Tom. Of course, that didn't rule out those hidden bastards like Gold Lion Shiki or something. Vice Admiral, we can't fly, and from here to the Land of Flowers. The crew exchanged uneasy looks. Although the G5 ship was standard Marine issue, getting from the New World to the Land of Flowers would take 2 or 3 months. A ship. Dylan stroked his chin, watching Tom play with Mancheri in the base. The world's greatest shipwright was under his command, but unfortunately he lacked good materials. Damn it, Roger. Where did he get all that atom wood? Maybe he could get some from CP0 or Doflamingo. Big Mom. I'll deal with that after I get my hands on the munch fruit. Dylan already had a plan for his personal vessel, and there was no rush. After all, there were still a few years before the great incident erupted. In the end, the group boarded the CP-0's exclusive vessel. Having spent much time around Aokiji, Dylan had also grown fond of lounging on a deck chair to bask in the sun. "Say, why do you keep hovering around here? Don't tell me you're investigating me," Dylan asked, looking over his newspaper at the familiar masked man. The CP-0 agent sat cross-legged at the bow. "It's only natural to investigate you. The CP organization is responsible for monitoring the movements of the entire sea, and that naturally includes the Navy. TCH. Next, are you going to say something like, cases the Navy can't solve, we CP will solve. People the Navy can't kill, we CP will kill. In short, what the Navy can manage, I will manage. What the Navy can't manage, I will manage even more. By royal decree, act first and report later. This is CP. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. The area I'm responsible for is the front half of the New World. However, my current target of investigation isn't you." In truth, the investigation into Dylan had already been handed over to other members. His current primary mission was surprisingly to cooperate with Dylan's needs. This sounded absurd, as the CP and the Navy were considered equal in rank. But as CP-0, they were in a sense superior to the Navy, and Dylan was only a vice admiral. Yet this was the order he received. Due to the excellent discipline instilled in him since childhood by the CP organization, he didn't and dared not question it much. "Your ship seems quite special. The propulsion system." Sensing the speed of the CP vessel, Dylan used his listening ability and then posed a question to the CP-0 agent. "It's technology provided by Vegapunk. So it's that guy, is it? Vegapunk. Besides his own genius intellect, where does his true foundation come from? But speaking of which, why has the CP become so agreeable lately? They haven't even spouted that you have no authority to directly mobilize CP members nonsense. Is it the Five Elders? Or Emu? He has gone to the Flower Country. New World, red hair pirates." Shanks stared at the Den Mushi with its blurred features. "For what purpose?" "We don't know yet. We speculate it's because your unusually erratic reaction last time drew his attention." Shanks gave a wry smile. Not only had he lost Yasop, but was the guidance within the Great Glacier also about to be exposed? The Den Mushi on the other end fell silent, seemingly waiting for Shanks' decision. Hide it. If his goal is just the 8 treasures Navy or their wealth, then it could be sacrificed. But if he investigates deeply, relying on that alone might not be enough. Then, we'll decide based on the actual situation. Once he gets close to that place, we must lead him away, even if it costs us some flags. Understood. With that, the Den Mushi closed its eyes. Shanks gazed towards the west, blew his right hand, clutching his left chest. Last time at the Flower Country border, he had borne the brunt of the Koei-Nyo's attack. Even now, his left chest still ached dully. "Unlong, why does a man like you have to become our enemy?" Flower Country. Dylan stepped onto the land with Belmare and Shiryu following closely behind. "Aren't you going back? Why do you keep following me around?" Dylan asked, looking at the masked CP-0 agent beside him. "You think I want to follow you? If it weren't for the Five Elders' orders. The Flower Country seems to be involved in some strange incidents. The higher-ups knew I was with you, so I'm investigating along the way. Sneaking around like that. Don't hold me back. And don't get any funny ideas, or I'll cut you down even if you are a partner." From the border all the way to the ice continent, the bandit groups that once ruled the mountains of the Flower Country seemed to have vanished into thin air. Has our route been compromised? Dylan rubbed his chin, looking at the CP-0 agent. "Looks like your organization's work efficiency could use some improvement." The CP-0 agent could only play deaf and dumb. Espionage is always like that. You have me in you, and I have you in me. However, this trip was personally arranged by him, and it had been leaked so thoroughly. Is there a problem within CP-0, or is it G5? The CP-0 agent leaned towards the latter. Yes, it must be that. The 8 treasures Navy TCH. Dylan, carrying his weapon Azura, didn't seem too concerned. After all, Shinjo's head had been flattened by Garp. He hadn't made any progress in over 30 years and was no longer a threat. The only thing to watch out for was whether this world's trajectory would self-correct. Dylan himself was torn. On one hand, he didn't want to directly clash with the Straw Hat in the future, so he had been interfering with the Straw Hat's future path in many ways. Belmer Tom, the government of Drum Island, even the Tontata tribe of Dressrosa, and now the 8 Treasures Navy. These were all components of the future Straw Hat Grand Fleet, or people directly connected to its core members. But on the other hand, driven by a certain underlying hope, he also vaguely anticipated the Straw Hat's growth. These two thoughts clashed, but most of the time Dylan acted according to his own will. This world doesn't need pirates. At the very least, it doesn't need pirates to save it. We've arrived at the ice continent. Shiryu still wore the same attire he had in Impel Down, except he had replaced the buttons with custom ones bearing the G5 insignia. Last time near here he had cut down Lucky Roo, but was subsequently severely wounded by Red Hair's slash. Had it not been for the immense vitality of the Azura fruit, Shiryu might have died on the spot. But Shiryu's hand gripped the sheath of his sword Rain. It was precisely because of that battle that he faintly sensed something different. The blood of Azura. Seeking challenges against the strong. Shiryu stood behind Dylan looking at the man who was slightly shorter than himself. While he himself grew stronger, he felt an ever-increasing distance from him. This distance was different from the intense sense of crisis he felt facing Red Hair. It was a completely distinct feeling. If forced to describe it, it was like being plunged into boundless darkness and void with no way to struggle. Break it open. Dylan's voice cut through Shiryu's thoughts. Beneath the ice continent, countless dazzling treasures sparkled. Break it open. Belmare was the first to question this. This ice layer was at least several dozen meters thick, wasn't it? Break it with what? With your head. Shiryu stepped past Belmare, drew Rain, and walked forward. After assessing the thickness of the ice, he leaped up from the surface. Mid-air, Shiryu gripped Rain with both hands and slashed down towards the ice. The moment the massive emerald slash struck the surface, it kicked up a storm of ice shards and mist. Once the scene settled, they looked towards the point of impact. Huh, that's all the power it has. A ravine about 10 meters deep appeared before them. Belmare turned to look at Shiryu. Given this guy's strength, that shouldn't be right. It's this ice layer that's the problem. Shiryu sheathed Rain, seemingly not intending to strike again. Dylan stepped forward and knocked on the ice surface. Indeed, there was no global warming issue here. The ice of the ice continent had been forming for who knows how many years, and in terms of sheer hardness, it was comparable to metal. After a moment's thought, Dylan turned around. Hey, are we leaving? Of course not, Dylan said, coating his right hand in armament hockey and addressing Belmare. This is your training project for this period. An advanced application of armament hockey. Internal destruction. Huh. Before they could understand, Dylan's right hand sank into the ice like it was tofu. As he channeled his power, the solid ice began to crack with a crack sound. Huh. With a mighty shout, the entire ice shelf seemed to be torn apart by a giant hand. A chasm over 10 meters wide stretched out from where Dylan stood. Is this what a monster looks like? Belmare muttered. Watch your tongue, Dylan said, standing up and dusting off his hands, then jerking his thumb backward. The rest is up to you. Not just Belmare, but even Shiryu and the CP0 agent were staring at Dylan. If it truly was just an advanced application of armament hockey, as he said. Dylan pulled a blanket from his ring, sat on the ground, and looked at the three people with intense gazes. Actually, saying that isn't entirely accurate. Every type of power is formidable when used to its extreme, and they have different specific functions. So it's not about higher or lower levels. For example, armament hockey's conventional uses are hardening, coating, emission, and this, which we call internal destruction. Internal destruction is just a more refined mastery of armament hockey's power. It doesn't mean it's superior. For instance, even if Belmare mastered this power, she still wouldn't be a match for Tom when he uses his hardening armament hockey. Hey, don't say such hurtful things so casually, Belmare protested loudly. Of course, at the same level of strength, this power's destructive capability is quite considerable. Dylan glanced at Belmare. Attack me with hockey-coated attacks, and then feel it. You better be careful then. Belmare cracked her knuckles, her face full of excitement, and her armament hockey instantly covered her. Rankyaka shouldn't. Just as her heel was about to connect with Dylan, he raised his hand, and his hockey flowed. Bang! In the snowfield in the distance, Belmare looked bewildered. He hadn't even made an attacking move. Shiryu and the CP0 agent beside him also had shocked expressions. They had only seen that the moment Belmare's heel touched Dylan's palm, it was as if she had met with some kind of repulsive force, and then she was sent flying. Repulsion is just one form of expression. What's truly formidable is its destructive power. The first thing you need to do is get your hockey to flow. Belmare, returning to Dylan's side, raised her hand in confusion. Flow. Flow. Armament hockey, coating, dispelling. Coating, dispelling. Damn it. How is something like this supposed to flow? With a thud, Belmare slammed her fist into the ice. On the bearskin rocking chair nearby, Dylan swayed as he spoke. Your strength threshold limits you from ever becoming a monster like Tom, so you must invest more effort in technique. Relying purely on brute force isn't a very wise choice. Dylan shook his head, watching the three people scratching their heads on the ice field. Shiryu and the CP0 agent were also trying to grasp this power. Three pairs of eyes filled with curiosity turned towards him. Dylan reached out his hand to catch the falling snowflakes. As they were about to land in his palm, they seemed to meet resistance, bouncing away from his hand. Flow. Think about it. What does it mean to flow? Rivers, blood, a gentle breeze. These are all forms of flowing. So how should hockey flow? Belmare looked at Dylan's palm, lost in thought. Shiryu and the CP0 agent also seemed to have gained some insight. Dylan lay back down, enjoying the sunlight on the ice field. I did it. A cheer rang out as the sun slanted toward the west. Belmare held her palm upward, and the falling snowflakes slid away to both sides the moment they touched her hand. Not far away, Shiryu opened his mouth, somewhat incredulous. Among the three of them, she was really the first to grasp it. Gazing at Dylan, who remained unmoved in his recliner, Shiryu was deeply shocked. That man, not only was his own strength unfathomable, but even what you did isn't success, that's called getting started. Dylan's lazy voice drifted over. What? Isn't this the time for encouragement? Have you been infected by Kazan? Dylan turned his body aside. Once you can break through this solid ice and retrieve the treasure within, then armament hockey can barely be considered proficient for you. How can I? Belmir started to retort, but the massive chasm ahead stretched out, winding endlessly with no end in sight. Damn it! Belmir stomped her foot. After all, they were all just humans. Was this guy born knowing how to cultivate? How did he manage it? The Belmir of now was no longer the ordinary Marine from the East Blue. During her months of training at headquarters, and nearly a year at the G5 base, her horizons had broadened considerably. Just like Shiryu. The more she saw, the more she felt this man's mystery and power. After calming herself, Belmir began to think again about how to break the absurdly massive ice layer. Dylan turned his back to them, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The strength of the three of them alone would make it difficult to shatter the ice continent with just flowing Sakura. They needed some extra techniques like the 8 Assault Fist of the 8 Treasure Navy or Sabo's future Dragon Claw. Somewhere in the world. Is he still near the Great Glacier? Yes, his observation hockey is extremely powerful, so we can only know roughly that he's still near the 8 Treasure Navy's hidden treasure. What is that man doing there? Can't he break the ice continent with his power? What about after it flows? Dylan looked at the 3 pairs of eyes filled with curiosity before him. In terms of raw talent alone, aside from those of the Emperor of the Sea caliber, the 3 people before him were almost all top tier. But they all lacked one crucial thing: imagination. Dylan stood up and led the 3 to a massive iceberg. Don't be bound by form. Creating power from nothing, going from 0 to 1, is difficult. But once you have a start, extending it becomes easy. What you lack now, besides accumulating experience and application, is imagination above all. CP0 lifted his mask. Imagination. Feel my presence. Dylan walked to the iceberg, raised his hand, and pressed it against the ice. Boom. Crack. Crack. Boom. A thunderous sound startled Belmir and the others. When they came to their senses, the ice where Dylan's hand touched was perfectly intact, but a massive circular hole had appeared on the opposite side of the ice. Beyond flowing. Is it rotation? Dylan shot him a glance. I told you not to be fixated on one form. Besides rotation, can it be expansion? Can it be penetration, vibration, impact, condensation? The first to comprehend was Shiryu, who coated his sword Rain with hockey and began controlling its flow. Next was CP0, who infused hockey into his fingers, letting it flow before pressing them against the ice. Crack. A fine crack split the ice. Belmir looked left and right, then scratched her head in frustration. These guys. Had they already figured out their own suitable direction this quickly? Seeing Dylan watching her with a knowing smile, Belmir slapped her fist into her palm and sat down to think. What kind of fighting style suits me? What kind of power suits me? This man rarely does things that seem purposeless. Though it was hard to believe. Belmir couldn't shake the feeling that armament hockey was not the end. In their earlier conversation, Dylan had essentially summarized all the uses of flowing Sakura for them. Besides the spiral sphere, he demonstrated vibration was akin to the power of the tremor fruit. Impact was the core of the 8 Treasure Navy's 8 Assault Fist. To destroy the ice continent, mastering any one of these methods would suffice. However, the techniques involved couldn't be fully conveyed through words alone. On the ice not far away, Belmir sat cross-legged with her back to the others. Dylan jerked his chin towards Shiryu and CP0. The two exchanged a glance and silently moved a distance away. Belmir certainly didn't lack combat experience, but she lacked experience fighting against true masters. That's why her combat perspective was limited by ordinary techniques. If it were Tom facing ice of this level, Dylan was just starting to feel drowsy on his recliner when the ice suddenly trembled. Huh. Crack. Crack. In the distance, Belmir's right hand was embedded in the ice, her expression serious. Huh. Crack. The ice of the ice continent split open. Shiryu, those who know. CP0, close it, no fun. Seeing the mountains of treasure beneath the ice, Dylan jumped down from the edge of the fissure. Are we really letting them take away the wealth the 8 Treasure Navy has accumulated for generations, Chief? Shinjo, whose head had been flattened by Garp, stared at the split ice continent in silence. The others didn't press further. After all, that man had come in person. They didn't even have the courage to face him directly. Upon receiving the notice, the 8 Treasure Navy had withdrawn from the surrounding area overnight. Although the Flower Country was also one of the member states of the world government, its regime had long maintained pirate groups like the 8 Treasure Navy to plunder far and wide. Thus, despite being a major power in the West Blue, its diplomacy was extremely weak. Keeping pirates was something you could do, but not openly acknowledge. Therefore, the royal family of the Flower Country couldn't appeal to the world government, and could only file a complaint with Marine headquarters about Dylan overstepping his jurisdiction. When the Marine Inspection Department called Dylan, he glanced at the CP0 beside him. Tell the Flower Country's royal family if they keep nagging I'll go back right now and slaughter every last one of their scum. CP0 paused, seemingly contemplating how to phrase it. Once the den mushy connected, CP0 spoke into it. Tell them to shut up. After spending nearly a month returning to G5, Dylan had finally had enough of this sailing speed. Where's my munch fruit? CP0 spread his hands, indicating no news. Dylan rolled his eyes at him and pulled out a den mushy. Mama, what a surprise. You're actually contacting me on your own. Can't be helped. Those CP fools are useless, so I have to make a deal with you. Dylan stared at the den mushy's chubby face. Oh, a deal. What do you want? Marine boy. No. Dark Dragon, Vice Admiral. The munch fruit. I killed its previous user over 2 months ago. CP hasn't found the fruit yet. Can you manage it, Lin? Mama, no one can guarantee that. But if I do find it, what are you offering in exchange? What do you want? Don't get greedy now, Lin. The two on opposing sides, and never having met, chatted like old friends, leaving the CP0 beside them utterly bewildered. After they finished, Dylan glanced at CP0. Whoever finds it first gets the deal. That's fair. CP0 screamed internally. Is that what I mean? What I mean is, why does a distinguished Marine Vice Admiral have dealings with an Emperor of the Sea, and it looks like it's not even the first time? But CP0 ultimately didn't dare ask. Since Dylan dared to make such a call in his presence, it at least meant the 5 elders already knew about this. Or rather, Dylan simply didn't care whether the 5 elders knew or not. On the Sabadi archipelago, Dylan and CP0 walked side by side toward First Street. Just finding the information doesn't count as a successful deal unless you pay for me to bid on it. This is secretly backed by the heavenly Yuksha Dwafu Langming. I'm afraid. Then put it on my tab. Half of it. CP0 fell silent for a moment. Indeed, merely providing intelligence did not constitute a completed transaction. The owner of the auction house was none other than one of the current 7 warlords of the sea, the King of Dressrosa, the heavenly Yuksha Tangjai de Dwafu Langming. As the two approached the entrance of the auction house, the people around them changed their expressions and quickly stepped aside. Some who didn't understand what was happening were dragged away by their companions. Icho, this outfit of yours is quite useful. Normally the Marines don't have such intimidating presence. CP0 shrugged noncommittally. As a senior member of CP0, he knew exactly what he represented in the eyes of others. Only someone like Adams D. Lewin, who could directly converse with the 5 elders, would dare to boss him around, and even threaten to kill him at the slightest provocation. In the Dressrosa Palace, young master. News from the Sabadi archipelago's first auction house. CP0 and the Dark Dragon have entered the venue. The Dark Dragon. Dwafu Langming's face darkened. That bastard. Not only had he forcibly taken Sherry and the other Tontata, but he had also allowed his subordinates to hunt freely in the surrounding area, causing a gradual decline in Dressrosa's business. Now what was he doing at the first auction house? What are the items for today's auction? Baby 5 flipped through the records. The gulp fruit. And 5 slaves. Namely a fishman, a long arm, a long leg, a mink, and a snake neck. Is he after the fruit? Or something else? Baby 5, a cigarette dangling from her lips, asked, should we notify the auction house? No. Dwafu Langming raised his hand. Don't provoke that bastard. Let it proceed normally. That bastard doesn't follow the rules. Continued from previous scene. Inside the auction house, the bidding for the fishman, longarm, and longleg had already concluded. Next up for auction is the extremely rare mink tribe. Mink tribe? D. Lewin frowned. Didn't these creatures rarely venture out to sea? No. Not entirely, but they were indeed very scarce. From a mysterious land, the mink tribe, energetic with impressive combat skills, and possessing a unique racial talent. A huge iron cage held a figure with an elegant posture, its head covered, bound by chains as thick as a thumb. For some unknown reason, when D. Lewin saw this figure, a faint tremor stirred within his heart. Oh, pardon my impertinence, but I must say, if you wish to purchase this slave, you'd better be quite powerful yourself, otherwise it could be very dangerous. Then the starting bid for this mink is 7,000 buri. D. Lewin turned his head and glanced at CP0. By now CP0 had become a seasoned straight man. One look from D. Lewin, and he knew exactly what to do. The mink tribe. Though rare, they are still more numerous than mermaids. And this one appears to be male, which also lowers the value considerably. Male means lower value. CP0 nodded. Males generally fetch a lower price. After all, most people buy specific races like this to keep as playthings. Although there are those with peculiar tastes, they are a minority. Truly criminal. Truly criminal indeed. D. Lewin looked at the mink locked in the iron cage. Though he couldn't see the face, he could still sense a certain elegance and ethereal beauty from the figure. Wait, could it be that I myself am the one with peculiar tastes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. CP0 watched D. Lewin's expression shift from a smile to a grimace, finding it rather strange. Hey, raise the paddle. My outfit represents Then take off your clothes and raise it, or shall I help you? Faced with Diluan's bizarre expression, CP0 had no doubt that this madman would actually do it. Oh, bidder number 47 offers 7,000 berry. Any higher. In the end, no one else raised the bid. Everyone present at the auction house knew what that outfit represented. When the Snake Neck tribe came up for auction later, Diluan merely glanced at it and closed his eyes. CP0 breathed a faint sigh of relief. The Snake Neck wasn't cheap either. The Snake Woman was ultimately bought by a mysterious buyer in the corner. Finally, the highlight of today, a devil fruit. Diluan clicked his tongue impatiently. Just a paramecia fruit, and they were hyping it like a mythical zoan. Of course, he couldn't rule out that it might indeed be a mythical zoan. For example, a zoan, frog fruit, mythical type, Tautai form. That wouldn't be so bad. A powerful devil fruit that can devour and digest everything. The Gulp Gulp fruit. After a couple of bids, CP0 secured the Gulp Gulp fruit for 40 million berry. The others seemed intimidated by CP0's presence and rarely pushed the price higher. When Diluan and CP0 entered the auction house's office, the manager greeted them with a bow. The Celestial Dragon's strongest shield, CP0. The youngest Marine Vice Admiral in history, Dark Dragon Diluan. Neither was someone he could afford to offend. Diluan fused his consciousness with his space ring and took out a pile of treasure, dropping it on the floor. That should be enough, right? Enough. The manager wiped his sweat. It was already a blessing that this lord was willing to pay. Even if he didn't pay today, neither the manager nor even the young master could do anything about it. The staff later led the elegant fox up. The manager found it strange that this fox was behaving so quietly. According to reports, capturing him had caused considerable casualties. Where are you from? Zo. Tahir raised his head in surprise, looking at the man hailed as the strongest vice admiral below Garp. Yes, I am from Zo, but I began traveling the seas at 16. Tahir spoke to Diluan with a smile. His demeanor was calm and composed, as if he were a guest here rather than a slave. Diluan turned and walked toward the door. Tahir and CP0 naturally followed. Watching Tahir's retreating figure, the manager suddenly felt a sense of what a loss. Once aboard CP0's ship, Diluan lay in his exclusive rocking chair and asked, with your strength, how did those guys manage to capture you? CP0 was also curious. Although his observation haki wasn't strong, he could sense the extraordinary aura emanating from this man. I was injured at the time. Later, when they kept pursuing me, I simply let them capture me. Tahir smiled calmly. I have seen and experienced many different lives. Being a slave should be one of them. Diluan yawned and waved at Tahir. Then go experience it elsewhere. Just remember to pay me back the ransom. After a while, seeing that Tahir hadn't moved, Diluan asked in surprise, not leaving. Tahir stepped closer to Diluan, his expression turning serious. I spent over a decade traveling the four seas, witnessing too much joy and sorrow. Last time I returned to Zo, Lord Inuyarashi said we still need to wait for our moment to appear. But I am unwilling to wait any longer. Tahir met Diluan's eyes directly. Please let me follow you and witness the changes of the world. Me? Diluan frowned. I'm just a mere marine. If you want to chase dreams, shouldn't you be looking for pirates? I recall. You folks from Zo have always been pirates, never marines, haven't you? Though I don't know the exact reason. Precisely because of that tradition, I want to choose a different path. Tahir's eyes blazed. I don't believe that this world will be changed by those bearing the name of thief. Continued from previous scene. At that moment, Tahir stood against the wind. Despite his facial features still bearing some fox-like traits, his moon-white robe and soft features once again stirred a feeling in Diluan's heart. He's handsome, he's beautiful. Are you an ability user? Tahir seemed a little embarrassed and gently shook his head. No. Innate charm. From a man. No, a male fox spirit. Tahir took out a strangely shaped fox mask and put it on. This is an innate trait of mine. My apologies. When Diluan saw that fox mask, his heart stirred. If you want to come aboard my ship, it's not impossible. But there are no useless people on my ship, and from what I can see, you're not one. Faced with Diluan's blunt words, Tahir was not offended. He merely bowed slightly. One more thing, once you're on my ship, you must obey, absolutely. I may not force you to join the Marines, but if the day comes when I need you, you must obey. Even if one day I have to attack, so you cannot retreat. Diluan's gaze was piercing, but Tahir stood firm against his pressure. Of course, I have traveled far and wide, and I have been a soldier before. In fact, the moment I set foot on your warship, I am no longer a member of Zo. Tahir smiled, faintly masking the sadness in his eyes. I do not agree with the traditions and promises that Zo has guarded for generations. I want to find the correct path. When Diluan brought Tahir back to G5, even with the mask on, Belmir's body shuddered. The ordinary G5 soldiers' hearts began to race wildly. Those unaffected were Tom and Shiryu, and the few Tontata seemed immune to this charm as well. Watching the already delirious rogue Marines, Diluan rubbed his forehead and said to Tahir, can't you control this damn charm of yours? Tahir bowed. I'm terribly sorry. My cultivation is insufficient. Ooh, I will work on it. At that moment Belmir seemed to revert to her Kokoyasi village self. She walked up to Tahir, leaning forward. Cultivation. I need it too. Care to join me? Mary Gios, Panga Palace. He has obtained the power of the mink tribe again. How intriguing. Even before the flame has appeared, he already wields such formidable strength. Perhaps history can be brought to an end here. In the garden behind the empty throne, Im gazed at the massive straw hat, lurking in the shadows of the distant chamber. G5 branch. Vice Admiral. The training ship of Chief Instructor Zephyr has been attacked. Headquarters has ordered all nearby Marines to provide immediate support. Zephyr. Where? Near Punk Hazard Island. Dylan rose to his feet. Send. Never mind. I'll go myself. The midpoint of the Grand Line. The transitional zone between Paradise and the New World. Cough. Zephyr was sent flying from his spot, a trail of blood arcing through the air. Hundreds of Marine corpses lay scattered around. Damn it. You bastard. A devil fruit user are you? Zephyr, fighting back the blood in his throat, stared at the colossal figure in the distance. A shrill voice echoed from within the dust and smoke. Zephyr, you old dog. Still not dead, are you? Miss Bakken, clad in leopard print and leaning on a cane, cackled at the wounded Zephyr on the ground. You're far inferior to Garp, you know, Zephyr. Upon seeing Miss Bakken, Zephyr was first puzzled, then seemed to recall a distant memory. You're Bakken of the Rocks Pirates. Kahaha, you still remember me. Seems you're not entirely senile yet, Zephyr. Weevil, finish him off. Yes, Mama. Edward Weevil raised his massive blade and charged at Zephyr, but after just 2 steps his body froze. Miss Bakken behind him also wore a look of surprise. Boom. A colossal bolt of lightning struck the ground 2 steps in front of Weevil. Had he not stopped in time, he would have taken the full brunt of the attack. Emerging from the lightning, Dylan strode forward with Shura over his shoulder. So it's you, is it? Dark Dragon. Dylan. Miss Bakken and Zephyr both stared at the man in their midst while Weevil remained oblivious, not understanding what was happening. Dylan paid Weevil no mind. That one. Though his presence was strong, it wasn't enough to put Dylan on edge. It was Miss Bakken behind him that drew his attention. Dylan scrutinized the diminutive Miss Bakken, a remnant of the Rocks Pirates. What? Leaning on the reputations of Whitebeard, Lean, and Kaido, you dare to show your faces again? Kahaha, an impressive brat. I heard you killed Rhodes. Miss Bakken stepped in front of Weevil, meeting Dylan's gaze. That boy was nothing but a slave on our ship, Kahaha. Dylan grunted. And what about you? What was your role on the Rocks ship? Miss Bakken gazed at the distant sky with a mysterious smile. Me? I'm just an insignificant nobody. Let's go, Weevil. This one's not to be trifled with, Anne. Something far more troublesome is on its way. We're leaving. Leaving? Dylan drew Shura. Before you go, you should leave something behind. A dark crimson slash flew toward Miss Bakken and Weevil. Miss Bakken smiled faintly, raising her cane to block the incoming strike. Impressive force, truly. But unfortunately, before Miss Bakken could finish her sentence, the slash suddenly split in 2, darting straight for Weevil behind her. Yoa. Mama. I'm hurt, Mama. It hurts so much. Miss Bakken turned to see Weevil's right hand severed, her face darkening. Pick up your hand. Pick it up. Sensing the terrifying presence drawing ever closer, Miss Bakken dared not linger. She cast one last lingering look at Dylan before turning and departing with Weevil. Dylan, why didn't you stop her? Zephyr watched Miss Bakken and Weevil retreat into the distance, his eyes filled with bewilderment. That's not a question for me. What? Thud. A figure crashed to the ground. Garp, his hair already white, looked at the fallen Zephyr and the Marines strewn across the field, a grave expression on his face. Rocks. Dylan walked over to Zephyr, helping him to his feet, and together they turned their gaze toward Garp. Garp. Zephyr looked at the field of fallen recruits, back at the Valley of God. What kind of pact did you make with Rocks? Garp clenched his fist, then his expression turned serious. Zephyr. Zephyr raised his left arm, waving it to cut him off. Forget it. I know this involves certain individuals and matters of grave consequence. You don't need to tell me. After scanning the surroundings, Zephyr said to Dylan, see if there are any survivors. Sifting through the bodies, Dylan found the survivors, Ein and Binz. Master Zephyr. The awakened recruits nearly fainted again at the sight before them. Ein. Binz. Looking at his 2 remaining students, a wave of self-reproach washed over Zephyr. Dylan's gaze skipped over Binz entirely, lingering on Ein for a moment. She looked somewhat different from 7 years later. Her features still youthful, her sea blue hair tied back rather than flowing loose. What's wrong, Dylan? Dylan shook his head and averted his gaze. Nothing. He then glanced at Zephyr. This man. This was where he began to change, vowing to destroy all pirates and personally forming his guerrilla unit. Ein. She has potential, but unfortunately, following the twisted Zephyr, her future is destined to be limited. Zephyr clutched his right arm, catching his breath. Ein, do you want to become a stronger warrior? Master Zephyr. Ein looked puzzled. Zephyr gave a self-deprecating smile, then tilted his chin toward Dylan. Go to G5. Follow this man. Zephyr. Garp looked at his old comrade. If Zephyr was saying this, he had likely decided to step down as chief instructor. So what were his plans? His reputation and strength need no elaboration from me, Ein. If you want to become a great swordsman and a stronger marine, go. Follow him. And besides, recalling his own experiences, a flicker of struggle and regret appeared in Zephyr's eyes. Perhaps a choice like his is the right one. His stance on pirates is exactly what you've been hoping for. The sudden turn of events left Dylan bewildered. All he did was glance at Ein, and old man Zephyr saw right through him. Master Zephyr. Ein felt a mix of hesitation and anticipation. The legends of this man. Besides being one of the two guardian deities of the East Blue, he possessed extraordinary means. That Lieutenant Belmere, they say, was just an ordinary Four Seas lieutenant who had been retired for 10 years before rejoining the Marines. Yet in less than 6 months, she was able to single-handedly wipe out those notorious pirates in the Land of Flowers. Some even whisper that Lieutenant Belmere has already attained the strength of a captain or commodore. Zephyr turned his gaze to Dylan. I'm entrusting Ein to you. I've been a poor teacher, and Ein's talent shouldn't end here. Dylan scratched his head, the words sounding oddly burdensome. The current 3 admirals, the 12 vice admirals of headquarters, including Black Cage, Tina, and the Grudge Smoker, are all students of this old man. Garp called him the man who raised the entire Marines. If you put it that way, isn't all the pressure now on me? This woman, Ein, strong as she may be, is only of decent caliber. Who knows how far she can truly go? But when Dylan saw the resolute look in Ein's eyes, he could only sigh and say G5 is nothing like an ordinary Marine base. I hope you've prepared yourself mentally, recruit. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, 3 years had passed since AI and joined the G5 branch. By now the G5 branch had become the strongest naval branch under Maling Fanduo. Consequently, the underground business in Decelluosa grew increasingly difficult. The first half of the Grand Line, the Devil's Triangle. Here, there is a weapon I need. AI peered around in the mist, which seemed to possess a uniquely peculiar property. Not only did light struggle to penetrate it, but even the perception of observation hockey was hindered to a certain degree. He said, first you must obtain the recognition of a certain person here, cultivate his swordsmanship. If that step is accomplished, the weapon should merely be a bonus. Behind AI, in the towering Shiryu sat cross-legged at the stern. Over the years they had grown accustomed to Diluin's way of doing things. Most of the time Diluin simply issued commands without explaining the reasons. But this time Shiryu was also a bit puzzled. Swordsmanship. In 3 years he had challenged Diluin 3 times. Each time Diluin defeated him with a different method, swordsmanship, physical combat, hockey. He could even sense that Diluin was not taking it seriously at all. It seemed more like he was demonstrating skills for them to imitate and learn. What exactly Diluin's swordsmanship was like, Shiryu did not know. But he found it hard to believe that in such a nameless place there could be a swords master whom Diluin held in such high esteem. Gecko Moria. That loser. Unlikely. If Moria possessed strength that could make Diluin take notice, he would never hide like a rat in the Devil's Triangle. Who could it be? Flap, 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 flap. A flock of bats flew overhead, and a gigantic mouth appeared in the distance. Thriller bark. Shiryu glanced at it indifferently, then lowered his head to polish Rainy once more. Others might mistake it for an island, but Shiryu and AI both knew that this was Thriller bark itself. AI turned to look at Shiryu. So far this man could be considered her half-mentor. Moria, if you pull these boring tricks again, I'll sink your ship. Jihi. What a bad temper you have, Rain Shiryu. Amidst a sinister cackle, the surrounding bats gathered together, coalescing into a towering, grotesque figure. What business do you have, Rain Shiryu? And Moonbreaker, AI-in. Perhaps AI-in was tolerable, but Shiryu's strength was already enough to intimidate Moria. And even if AI-in had come alone, Moria would not dare to act rashly. That person in G5. The entire sea knew of his fierce protectiveness and his power. Years ago, when the Red Hair pirates injured his subordinate in the West Sea, he pinned them down on the sea surface and thrashed them, even taking down their third-in-command. AI stood in the mist, gazing at Moria's towering figure. He told me to find the samurai. That he, needless to say. Samurai. Jihihi, I can. Click. Rainy turned in its sheath, and Shiryu's gaze locked onto him. Diluin said that although you're weak, you're quite skilled at escaping. I'd like to see just how good you are at running away. Moria swallowed his saliva. Now the entire sea knew that the so-called 7 warlords of the sea were merely experienced dungeons for the G5 branch. 3 or 4 years ago, that obscure shipwright who had not even officially joined the Navy, Tom the G5 branch outsider shipwright, could completely suppress Sea Knight Shimping. That pink-haired woman constantly went to Amazon Lily in the Calm Belt to pick fights with Pirate Empress Hankyuk. Although most of the time it was just sparring, not a life-or-death battle according to the World Economic Journal, that woman was now gradually able to suppress Hankyuk. And the business of Heavenly Yiksha was often inexplicably sabotaged, yet the culprit was never seen. It was said that Doflamingo frequently threw tantrums in his palace, cursing things like, "Damn dark dragon, damn slave." Shiryu was said to have visited Karaigana Island 2 years ago. No one knew the outcome, but Shiryu himself admitted that he lost him a hawk. As for Crocodile, that guy after meeting Dark Dragon once became somewhat despondent and dispirited. Now it was his turn. Moria drew a massive pair of scissors from behind his back, and behind him the 3 generals stood ready. Although Dark Dragon had never actually killed a warlord so far, they had heard strange rumors if Dark Dragon found a justifiable reason, he could eliminate a warlord without facing any repercussions. Jihihi, forget it. Moria glanced at the zombie soldiers and the 3 generals behind him as if recalling something, then put away his giant scissors. The samurai is in the forest ahead. Find him yourselves. With that, Moria dissolved into a swarm of bats and scattered. The 3 generals glanced at Shiryu and Lain before departing as well. TCH, did a guy like this really challenge Beast Kaido? No. Lain shook her head. He's not afraid of you, or me, or Vice Admiral Diluin. He's worried about the safety of the 3 generals. Shiryu paused, then sneered. Boring. After Moria and the 3 generals left, the surrounding zombies and ghosts also dispersed under their control. Lain glanced at the distant forest, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes as she exchanged a look with Shiryu. Shiryu shook his head. Now, thanks to the Azura fruit, he was exceptionally sensitive to the presence of strong individuals. But that forest did not contain the feeling he had anticipated. Despite their doubts, the 2 resolutely walked toward the forest. That man had never been wrong. In the center of the forest, a zombie clad in a white kimono sat cross-legged. When Lain and Shiryu approached, the zombie raised its head and looked at Lain. The one destined to choose has appeared. What? Lain was startled, filled with wonder. Pay it no mind. It is merely the whisper of the dead. The zombie scrutinized Lain and then nodded slightly. Then, state the purpose of your coming. Shiryu, unbothered by the zombie's disregard, walked a short distance away, hugged Rainy, and began to close his eyes in repose. Lain bit her lip, then finally said, I follow orders to seek out the one called Samurai and learn swordsmanship. Samurai. The zombie's eyes were hollow. A name from so long ago. Lain stared at the zombie before her. For an instant, she seemed to see a figure soaring into the sky, swinging a sword at the heavens. Then, show me your swordsmanship. The zombie remained seated, watching Lain. Swordsmanship. Lain's expression turned serious. Please guide me. Conviction of annihilation. A massive slash erupted, then shattered into pieces like a divine punishment, bombarding the ground around them. In the distant castle, Moria sensed this aura and turned to close the window. Wrong. After the slash dissipated, the kimono-clad zombie stared directly at Lain. This technique is powerful, but that is not how it is used. Lain was puzzled. She had mastered conviction of annihilation quite well. The zombie stood up, gripping the hilt of its sword. I have been dead for centuries. The strength, soul, and haki of this body have all dissipated. I can only explain it to you using another's power. This technique you just used. The correct understanding is to intertwine haki within it with absolute control to condense the slash and swiftly penetrate the opponent. Thus, conviction of annihilation. Swish. Whoosh. A crescent-shaped, elongated slash flew out, piercing through rock and severing trees. It flew beyond the horizon. Beside him, Shiryu narrowed his eyes, relying purely on swordsmanship. This guy. And Lain's heart raced. She had spent months to barely grasp this technique, yet this man, after a single glance, had learned it. No, not learned. He had instantly surpassed her, finding the correct application. Lain believed that the true conviction of annihilation was exactly that. This technique bears some resemblance to my own, but its will is different. Well, Lain knew that the true teaching had begun. Diluin looked at Lain and Shilu and asked, Name. Didn't he tell you? Lain gripped the hilt of the Chioshui blade and shook her head. He said he was merely a ghost of history and there was no need to leave his name. Well, he was the sword god of the land of Wano, the dragon slayer, warrior, Xuanyu Aloma. Then this sword. Lain could clearly sense the power of this blade. Even now she felt she could barely control it. It is the national treasure of the land of Wano. The black sword Chioshui, the legendary blade with which Longmo once slew a dragon. On the nearby sofa, Shilu said with a peculiar tone, You'd better be careful. There are only 3 such swords on the sea right now. If your strength is insufficient, even with Diluin's deterrence, someone might still be tempted to make a move on you for it. Lain turned to look at Shilu, not yet understanding the implication. Shilu toyed with the Leiyu blade, then glanced at Chioshui. Do you know why its blade is black? Doesn't it look familiar? Lain stared at the edge of Chioshui with a grave expression. Is it haki? Yes, it's armament haki. Shilu held a cigar between his fingers and exhaled a puff of smoke. This state is achieved only when the wielder uses extremely powerful haki and maintains its coverage for years, even decades. On the sea, such swords are generally called black swords. Shilu looked at Aion with a half smile. As of now, there are 3 black swords on the sea. Black Sword Knight Wielder, Hawkeye, Mihawka, Black Sword Shiro Wielder, Dark Dragon Diluin, Black Sword Shoshue Wielder, Moonbreaker Aion. So who do you think those blade-obsessed fellows will target? Aion was taken aback at first. Although Diluin had earlier said it was the national treasure of the land of Wano, she hadn't fully grasped its significance. Only now did she realize the true value of the precious sword hanging at her waist. As a swordsman, I naturally do not fear battle. Aion's gaze sharpened. This is both Vice Admiral Diluin's wish and Mr. Longma's entrustment. No matter the danger or challenge, I will cut them all down. Diluin ignored her passionate speech and asked rather abruptly, Longma's swordsmanship is mainly about slashing and exploiting weaknesses, isn't it? How much have you gained from it? Aion didn't know how he knew, but she had grown accustomed to this man's near-omniscient and omnipotent wonder. It's very remarkable. But I need more battles. This sword style requires constant combat, seeking out flaws in opponents and their techniques to improve myself. I see. Diluin fell into thought. He was not opposed to his subordinates fighting you. In fact, in some respects, he was supportive. But ever since a few years ago when Miss Bacon suddenly appeared and was spotted by him and Kapu only to vanish without a trace afterward. At that time, Diluin knew that the remnants of these great pirate crews must possess something unknown, otherwise the power of Mary Geos would not have allowed them to roam freely. Whether it was the remnants of Rocks or the crew of Roger, some of them even lived openly under the public's gaze. For example, Layli, Kukalusi, and Baji. What exactly made the world government hesitate? Diluin did not believe that the 5 elders were idiots, allowing Wang Lufei to grow from a 30 million berry small fry to the 5th emperor. There must be some force restraining Mary Geos, preventing them from acting rashly. Yet this force had never revealed itself openly. Was it the ancient Great Kingdom? Or the will of Joy Boy? The will of D? The drum of liberation? Or the will of Nika? Damn it. Diluin sprang to his feet with a start, startling Aion and Shilu beside him. What the hell is this grassroots hot-blooded manga? In the end, it's still the prince's adventure story. They're all fucking actors. How am I supposed to fight 1v9? Fuck 1v9, both crystals and both fountains belong to the other side. Shilu had a strange expression and Aion lowered her head slightly. Occasionally Vice Admiral Diluin would say things that no one quite understood. They got used to it. Sigh. Diluin slumped back onto the sofa and waved his hand. Shilu and Aion tactfully withdrew. He could leverage his advantage of memory to make some arrangements in advance, but in certain specific areas there was definitely a red line. As long as he crossed or even touched that red line, forces that had never revealed themselves before would emerge to clash with him. For instance, Miss Bacon. Although Diluin was confident he could eliminate her, as she herself said on Rocks, she was probably at most an ordinary crew member's level. After all, back then Kaido of the Oni tribe was merely an apprentice crew member. What about Rocks himself? What about the other officers? Shinji Valley. Why was it erased from the map again? Outside the G5 base, the shipyard. Hey Tongmu, isn't it finished yet? The shipyard was built between 2 peaks inside a huge cavern filled with various metals. Besides the shipwright Tongmu, several people in white research uniforms were continuously taking metal ingots from a furnace for analysis and testing. Bayer Mayer walked into the cave with her hands clasped behind her head. Not yet, Xiao Mei, but the sturdy metals are almost ready. Tongmu grabbed a piece of metal, tested it, and put it back. 3 years ago, after Diluin obtained the Galugulu fruit, he had Beijiapank integrated into a small furnace. After a while, when Diluin sent some of the special alloys produced by the Galugulu furnace to Beijiapank's office, Beijiapank showed great interest and expressed willingness to collaborate with the G5 base. The condition of the cooperation was that Beijiapank's research institute would analyze the properties of the metals for Diluin and be responsible for providing the power system for his vehicle. Meanwhile, G5 would provide some rare alloys for Beijiapank's own research. Looking at the neatly stacked timber beside the cave, Bayer Mayer muttered, "Treasure tree atom. I wonder where this guy got so much of it. It's said to be very expensive." After counting the metal ingots, a researcher said to Tongmu, "According to calculations, all the materials needed for the Shenlong have been prepared, including allowances for possible errors and losses during construction." Then, the researcher closed the notebook in his hand. "When will we officially start? How long will it take?" A voice sounded at the entrance of the cave. Diluin looked at the room, full of metal, and felt a swell of accomplishment. According to calculations, it will take 1 year and 3 months with subsequent testing and improvements. It should be operational in about 1.5 years. The Research Institute staff were quite fond of Vice Admiral Diluin. For one, his base was very safe, for another, the living and research conditions here were excellent. Let's begin as soon as possible. Diluin rarely showed such anticipation in his eyes. The Shenlong had cost him a great deal of thought, whether it was Tongmu, the superalloy produced by the Galugulu fruit, or the treasure tree atom. As he turned to leave the cave, Diluin paused. Tongmu. Huh. Tongmu looked up at Diluin in confusion. Diluin shook his head at the chubby, excited Tongmu, then said with a serious expression, as I've always said, strength is the foundation. At least for now. Seeing Diluin's expression, Tongmu replied solemnly, understood. Albana, the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta. Dylan, with Shura slung over his shoulder, wandered aimlessly down the main street, where furtive figures on either side covertly observed his every move. Although his mantra allowed him to perceive their actions with perfect clarity, Dylan had no intention of confronting them. These men had diverse origins. Agents of the Cypher Pulse, reporters from the World Economy newspaper, members of various pirate crews, and possibly even intelligence operatives from the Marines. Inside Baroque Works headquarters, Crocodile's expression was grim. In recent years, although Dark Dragon Dylan had not troubled him again, rumors had spread across the sea that he had completely lost his fighting spirit after their first encounter. Even the world government had subtly inquired about the matter. A weakling was unworthy of the title of warlord. What does that bastard want this time? We are not certain yet. Besides us, many other factions are also observing him. Crocodile exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Understood. Withdraw our men. That man is unpredictable, it's best not to provoke him. Sitting beside him, a woman in a cowboy hat registered a flicker of surprise. Don't look at me like that, Nico Robin. Crocodile glanced at her. Your understanding of him comes from newspapers and legends. Only those of us who've truly met him know how terrifying that man really is. Speaking ill of me in front of a lady might not sit well with me, little lizard. The door burst off its hinges with a deafening crash, revealing a young man in black clothes, a long blade resting on his shoulder. Dark Dragon. Crocodile gritted his teeth, glaring at Dylan. Wipe that scowl off your face. Dylan walked over to the table and sat down, propping his feet up on its surface. Watching Dylan's utter disregard for propriety, Crocodile's apprehension deepened. Had the visitor been the Fishman or Moon Cutter, Ein, or even Shiryu of the Rain, it would have been manageable. At worst, they'd be looking for a sparring match. But with the man himself here, the situation was likely far more complicated. Could he also be after Pluton? What do you want? Crocodile asked, his voice low. Dylan shot him a sideways glance. What nonsense are you spouting? I am a Vice Admiral of the Marines. Apart from Mary Geos, which I can't casually visit, is there anywhere in this world I'm not allowed to go? Crocodile's breath hitched. You? This bastard had never once treated them, the warlords, as anything more than pawns. Beside him, Nico Robin's palms were slick with sweat. Had it not been for Hero Garp, this man might well be known not as the youngest Marine Vice Admiral in history, but as the strongest. Nico Robin. Dylan's gaze swept over the woman, trembling with terror. Nico Robin flinched violently. He's here for me. Is this where my journey ends? Perhaps. It's for the best. The sea is vast, but I never found a place that would accept me. Maybe ending it here isn't so bad. Dylan watched her expression shift from terror to sorrow, then to a vacant, distant look. Crocodile frowned, his own mind wrestling with indecision. Should he intervene? Nico Robin was the only known person capable of deciphering the poneglyphs. But provoking Dark Dragon Dylan could easily cost him his life. For the first time, Crocodile felt that the title of Warlord of the Sea was utterly useless. After a moment's hesitation, Crocodile decided to probe Dylan's intentions. Shut up. Dylan raised an eyelid, casting him a dismissive glance. Fine. You're so high and mighty. I'll just keep my mouth shut. Just as Crocodile was mentally bidding her farewell and Nico Robin was calmly accepting her fate, Dylan stood up and walked towards the door. At the threshold, he paused, looked back at Nico Robin, and slowly shook his head. The meteoric rise of Dark Dragon Dylan was such that outside the highest echelons of the Marines, few knew he was still under the direct command of Admiral Akiji. Nico Robin, of course, was unaware of this. To pirates, he was known for his brutality, ruthlessness, and fierce protection of his own. It wasn't until over 10 minutes after Dylan's departure that the two finally broke their silence. Do you know him? Crocodile was puzzled. Did Nico Robin have some connection with the Dark Dragon? If so, his options were becoming dangerously limited. He would either have to let her go immediately or treat her like royalty. No. Nico Robin shook her head. I've only heard of his reputation. This is the first time I've seen him. Crocodile had witnessed her expression moments ago. Such raw emotion couldn't be feigned. So he's interested in the poneglyphs and the ancient weapons. That's hardly surprising. Isn't that shipwright Tom stationed at G5? With that thought, Crocodile felt some relief. Yet certain things still puzzled him, like Dylan's attitude towards Nico Robin and the look he had given her. If he had to describe it, it was disappointment. Disappointed in what? After leaving Baroque Works, Dylan resumed his aimless stroll. As for Nico Robin, he hadn't figured out a good course of action. Her identity was far too sensitive, especially with Tom being stationed at G5. Any overt action against her would inevitably arouse suspicion and wariness from Mary Geos. Dylan looked up at the blazing sun and spoke out of nowhere. Hey, you bastard, I'm just here to take a look. No need to be so tense, right? Akiji walked up beside him, his face stern, and fell into step. At O'Hara, were there any other survivors? I don't know. Probably not. Dylan turned his head to look at Akiji. How would I know? How old was I back then? Akiji was momentarily speechless, then let it go. I thought you might also be a survivor of O'Hara, here to see a fellow countryman. Dylan rolled his eyes at him, a look that said everything. Era, I am your superior after all. Dylan extended his hand. What? Akiji stared at him, baffled. Pay me. Dylan raised his palm. So you do remember you're my boss. How long has it been since G5 received its salary from HQ? As our superior, it's only right that you pay us, isn't it? Akiji's eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone in the world knows the G5 branch is famously wealthy. Not to mention the decades you spent collecting in the East Blue, but just the centuries of accumulated treasure from the Hapo Navy alone. Oh, and I heard you're also selling rare alloys in partnership with Vegapunk. More valuable than gold. And what about? Stop. Dylan waved a hand, cutting him off. Keep talking, and I'll end up having to support Marineford. And what do you mean by collecting? Those are spoils of war. Dylan shot Akiji a look of disdain. The man couldn't possibly be that poor, especially given his apparent connection and agreement with the Spandine family. The control over the Buster Call passed down from Spandam's father to Spandam was directly tied to Akiji. But just as Akiji never pried into his secrets, Dylan never inquired into Akiji's affairs. In this world, anyone with any real power had their own secrets and connections. Over the east blue sky above Kokoisai village, Dylan spread his observation haki to sense his surroundings. Not here. He landed in the tangerine grove where Nojiko was tending the trees. Seeing him descend, she ran over in surprise. Dylan and I. You've grown taller, Nojiko. Dylan patted Nojiko's blue hair and produced some seeds from his ring. I gathered these seeds in the Grand Line. They're various kinds of tangerines. Nojiko took the seeds, then gently tugged on Dylan's sleeve, leading him towards the wooden house nearby. Jen, the village policeman sitting outside, smiled at the sight of Dylan. Vice Admiral Dylan is back. Will you be staying for a meal today? As Dylan hesitated, Nojiko gave a gentle tug on his sleeve, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right then, I'll leave it to you, Nojiko. Nojiko scampered joyfully into the kitchen. Dylan set Azura aside and leaned against a tangerine tree in the yard, chatting casually with Jen. Where's Nami? Nami. She's gone off surveying again, Jen said, rubbing his forehead. Nami was 13 now, and Jen didn't oppose her going out to draw maps. Every Marine in the East Blue knew that Nami and Nojiko of Kokoisai village called Vice Admiral Dark Dragon. They're Dylan and I. With that reputation, Nami could hitch rides on Marine ships wherever she went. Most Marines would also gladly keep an eye out for her. I heard she's already near the Goa Kingdom. Tisk, so young, and a girl at that. Despite his words, a smile crept into Jen's eyes. Where? Dylan froze. The Goa Kingdom. Isn't that the birthplace of the sun god? Jen was taken aback by Dylan's reaction. Though puzzled, he explained, the Goa Kingdom isn't far from here. She went aboard a Marine battleship. A coincidence? Or was it history and the world correcting itself? Dylan's fist clenched, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Damn sun god, I'll go kill you right now. Over these years, whether returning alone or with Belmir, Dylan had grown attached to this peaceful village. His initial decision to save Belmir was not only to spare her life, but also to interfere with the sun god's history. But over time, Dylan had come to feel a familial bond with the three women of this little house. Now learning that history was still trying to correct itself, a surge of fury rose within him. He wished he could just kill that damn sun god and be done with it. But such thoughts were merely fantasies. If Dylan were to kill the 12-year-old sun god without any solid proof, setting aside the boy's numerous aunts, uncles, and cousins, and ignoring the shadowy forces, he alone might not be able to withstand the anger of the sun god's grandfather, One Punch Man Garp. Noticing Dylan's mood suddenly turned strange, Jen was bewildered. Is there a problem with the Goa Kingdom? I heard it's supposed to be the cleanest and most beautiful country in the world. Lunch is ready, Jen. Dylan and I. Little Nojiko, wearing an apron, came to the doorway to call the two men in the yard. Tangerine stew again, Nojiko. Don't complain. It's Belmir's signature dish. Nojiko, I have something to attend to. Dylan produced a stack of books and surveying tools from his ring. These are gifts for Nami. And also, he placed some money on the table. Jen, gather everyone and bring the harvest tangerines to the square. I'll take them to G5 for everyone to enjoy. Jen's lips moved as if to protest, but he ultimately didn't refuse, turning to gather the villagers. Watching him leave, Nojiko rested her chin on her hand and grinned at Dylan. Dylan and I is always so kind. Dylan flicked Nojiko's forehead. What are you talking about, you little rascal? Do you even know what kindness means? Nojiko giggled. You saw the tangerine harvest was huge this year, and everyone couldn't sell them right. But you didn't just offer to help directly, so they don't always feel indebted to you. Dylan ruffled Nojiko's hair. That's not it, Nojiko. Belmir can't come back as often as I do, and she really misses the tangerines from home. Nojiko smiled broadly, not arguing further, but her eyes held deep affection and reliance. As Dylan departed amidst the villagers' gratitude, Jin watched the fading light and smiled softly. What a remarkable man. You think so too, Jin? Nojiko asked while washing dishes. Jin laughed. It's not just me. The whole world says so. Huh, the whole world. Nojiko turned to look at Jin. In her understanding, Dylan and I was a very strong Marine. But just how strong she didn't know. He's known as the youngest Marine Vice Admiral in history, and in the future, he might become the strongest Marine Vice Admiral ever. But even so, he's still our Dylan and I, isn't he? Jin paused, then his face broke into a wide grin. Exactly. That's precisely why he's such an amazing man. After circling in the air, Dylan ultimately decided not to go to the Goa Kingdom. Roger's son was there, the Revolutionary Army had a base there, and Old Garp often frequented the place. He shouldn't clash with too many forces right now. Nami, standing in the sky, gazing into the distance, Dylan sighed and turned away. The Goa Kingdom. Windmill Village. Pirate King. Nami stared at the rubber idiot before her, then glanced at the freckled boy beside him. That's right. I'm going to be the king of the pirates. Ever since the Arlong incident, Nami harbored a deep hatred for pirates. What's so great about pirates? Are you two going to go around killing and robbing innocent people too? Luffy blinked, and Ace's expression stiffened slightly. Of course not. Luffy raised his arm. I want to be a pirate because pirates are the freest. Before Nami could retort, Luffy grinned at her. Hey Nami, why don't you be my navigator? How about it? Want to be the navigator of the future pirate king? No way. I hate pirates. Huh. Back at the G5 base, Dylan was in a foul mood. Shiryu took one look and scurried far away. Ain and Tashigi exchanged a glance and silently left too. Tom was still at the shipyard. In the end, only Shirley and Belmere dared to enter Dylan's office. Oh my, what's with the long face? Belmere plopped down beside Dylan, while Shirley looked at him with concern. Belmere's eyes lit up at the sight of the tangerines on the desk. She grabbed one, ready to peel it. These are from the village. Her hand froze midair. She turned to look at Dylan. Don't tell me something's happened in the village. If something had happened, do you think I'd have the leisure to bring you tangerines? If something were truly wrong, I'd have brought you Jin's head. Dylan shot Belmere an exasperated glare. Though Dylan wasn't truly angry, Belmere sensed something unusual. Then, did Nami and Nojiko do something to upset you? Belmere asked hesitantly. She harbored immense love for her two daughters. They were the ones who gave her the hope and courage to live. Dylan sighed and shook his head. No, they're both fine. It's just, I have some things on my mind. Despite her usual gruffness, Belmere, being a woman, didn't believe Dylan's words. But since he said it, she didn't press further. For some reason, Belmere recalled the words spoken in the blizzard of Drum Island years ago. Fate will eventually lead us down separate paths. The Grand Line, the Calm Belt, Amazon Lily Kingdom, Dark Dragon. Boa Hancock rose from her throne, gazing down at the female warrior before her. Who else? The warrior recalled for a moment before speaking. Aside from him, the other two are Moonbreaker, Ain, and Boa Hancock's expression darkened. That woman again. Every time before, it was always Belmere who came alone, and each visit threw the entire island of Kuja into chaos. She would claim that the monsters of the Calm Belt were truly formidable and greatly beneficial for training. Bastard. Boa Hancock gritted her teeth, rising to stride outside. Beyond the shores of Kuja Island, a warship bearing the insignia G5 lay anchored at sea. Ain wore a grave expression, while Belmere leaned against the ship's railing, smoking a cigarette. Empress Boa Hancock. Ain observed the fury etched on her face with solemnity. His swordsman's instinct flagged the danger she posed. Yo, Hancock, long time no see. Belmere waved her cigarette toward the opposing vessel. Boa Hancock glared at the man sprawled on a deckchair, face hidden behind a newspaper, seething with rage. You bastard, why come to Kuja? Men who set foot here. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a woman. A lazy voice drifted from beneath the newspaper, yet the man made no move to rise, nor did he even lower the paper. Boa Hancock's face flushed through shades of pale and red, but then a thought seemed to strike her, and her voice softened. Dare you not look upon my visage, dark dragon? Though I know not why you've come, know this. Anything I do shall be forgiven, for I am simply too beautiful. With that, Boa Hancock lifted her head and swept a strand of hair behind her ear. The entire Kuja pirates erupted in cheers. Our empress is truly too beautiful. Dylan tore the newspaper from his face and stood to meet Boa Hancock's gaze directly. And that, your conceited highness, is why you're so insufferable. Seeing Dylan's utterly unimpressed expression, Boa Hancock felt a jolt of shock. This man was indeed powerful, but to show absolutely no reaction. However, when she noticed the rest of the G5 crew also remained largely unmoved. The world's most beautiful woman, warlord of the sea, empress, Boa Hancock slowly formed a single silent. Meeting the almost mocking gazes of Dylan and Belmere, a muscle in Boa Hancock's cheek twitched. Why did these people have no reaction at all? Dark Dragon was powerful enough, and those two women had decent strength. But how could mere Marines withstand her beauty? Had G5 truly become so formidable? So you like beauty, do you? Dylan clicked his tongue, then tilted his head toward the cabin and called out, "Hey Tahir, come out and see God. No, come out and see the world's most beautiful woman." The moment Dylan's words fell, the expressions of everyone else on the G5 warship shifted, some with anticipation, others with dread. Even Ein's hands began to tremble slightly. Tap, tap. The sound of wooden clogs echoed from within the cabin, and as it did, the Marines on deck fell into a bizarre state. Some struggled desperately to turn their heads away, yet seemed bound by an invisible force. Others had muscles taut, sweat beading on their foreheads. Observing the peculiar expressions of the Marines aboard the G5 ship, Boa Hancock's curiosity grew. A figure with animal ears appeared in the cabin doorway. Then she saw a man with flowing white hair clad in a moon-white long robe emerge into the sunlight, a small folding fan delicately held in his hand. Gulp. Some Marine's legs gave way involuntarily at the mere sight of him. Tahir walked to the bow and gave a slight bow toward the Kuja pirate's ship. "Empress Boa Hancock, I've heard much of you." A gentle breeze swept by, and both ships fell into dead silence. Dylan lounged in his chair, picking his ear, while Ein struggled to hold his breath against the invisible pressure. Belmer, however, stared at Tahir with a mischievous grin, utterly unabashed. Aboard the Kuja pirate's ship, all eyes were fixed intently on Tahir. A feeling of "he's so beautiful" welled up in every heart, and the more they gazed, the more lost and captivated they became. Sizzle. Whoosh. A wave of oppressive hockey burst forth, snapping the Kuja pirates from their unspeakable fantasies. Yet even so, many couldn't resist stealing glances at Tahir. Boa Hancock stared at the elegant and captivating Tahir, her guard fully raised. "Who the hell are you?" Tahir folded his slender pale arms and offered a slight bow. "I am Tahir, navigator of the G5 branch, currently without rank." Boa Hancock clenched her fists, screaming internally, "You bastard, is that what I asked?" Huh. Just moments ago, she too had been momentarily ensnared by Tahir's charm, briefly lost in a fantasy. If not for her formidable willpower and the overwhelming presence of her conqueror's hockey, she would have made a far greater fool of herself. But even so, all she wanted now was to return to her palace and take a long bath. "Dark Dragon, what business do you have here?" Boa Hancock asked, straining to maintain her conqueror's hockey against Tahir's charm, while glaring coldly up at Dylan. "Straighten your back when you speak to me." Dylan frowned at Boa Hancock. This woman had a habit of unconsciously exuding arrogance when addressing others, always tilting her head back and looking down her nose at people. Boa Hancock's pupils contracted. Can't you understand what I'm saying?" Dylan's eyes narrowed as his right hand rested on the hilt of his sword Shura, drawing it slightly from its sheath. Clang. A wave of conqueror's hockey thick with killing intent, and the scent of blood instantly swallowed Tahir's charm and Boa Hancock's pressure hole. The Kuja pirates' crew members, overwhelmed by the aura, collapsed with their eyes rolling back. As for this woman, Boa Hancock, Dylan's opinion of her was even lower than the other warlords. She had openly defied and attacked Marine officers, hindered the war at Marineford, and was inextricably linked to the impelled down riot. Dylan slowly drew Shura, his gaze icy. "Feel free to test your strength. Or your beauty." Belmer and Tahir, flanking Dylan, wore calm expressions, while Ein, standing further back, showed a glimmer of surprise. "Please wait. Vice Admiral Dark Dragon." An aged voice rang out from the Kuja pirate's ship. Gloriosa, leaning on her cane, was the first to rouse from unconsciousness. As the former Empress of Amazon Lily from 3 generations past, Gloriosa still possessed considerable strength, but even she had been unable to withstand the pressure. "Hancock means no disrespect to you. She is simply accustomed to this," Gloriosa said, her expression troubled. As Hancock's mentor and the previous ruler of Amazon Lily, she could not stand idly by while the current Empress's dignity was challenged. But more terrifying than that was the man before her, whose reputation had long spread across the seas as the nightmare of most pirates. Unlike the young Hancock, Gloriosa understood far better the power this man represented. "Snake Princess." Gloriosa struggled to lift her head and look at Hancock. At this point, there was little more she could do. Yet a question lingered in Gloriosa's mind: why did this man's attitude toward the warlords differ so drastically? She had heard that the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, was on good terms with him, and that tyrant Kuma had also earned his approval. As for the others, though she didn't know the reason, Gloriosa could clearly sense Dark Dragon's hostility toward them through her analysis of the intelligence. "I was rude." Boa Hancock glanced at her people aboard the ship, and feeling the unyielding killing intent, finally relented. She was not just a pirate, she was also the Empress of Amazon Lily. Rizikana Island. Known as the Island of 48 Seasons, it stands as a symbol of humanity's defeat against the forces of nature. A G5 warship is docked at the island's edge. Dylan was the first to leap onto the sandy beach with Ion, Belmer, and Tahir following closely behind. After surveying the colossal island, Dylan nodded, sensing the presence of many ferocious beasts within. Belmer felt a twinge of doubt. While Ion's current strength was admittedly lacking, she and Tahir should be able to handle these oversized animals without breaking a sweat. They were merely overgrown kittens and puppies. Phase 1 objective: survive inside for 1 month. Dylan looked at the three, who seemed to have something on their lips, a mysterious smile playing on his face. He extended his hand towards Ion. I'll confiscate the Choshui for now. Ion unclasped Choshui and handed it to Dylan, then accepted a standard-issue weapon from a nearby marine. Once you're inside, except for Ion, the two of you are forbidden from using armament hockey in combat. Tahir, you are not to use your lightning powers. With that, Dylan took the lead and walked into the vast forest. You're coming too? Belmer asked, walking up beside him. If this guy went in as well, wouldn't his mere aura be enough to intimidate all the beasts? Dylan, now in flip-flops and board shorts, said as he walked, another part of the mission is to protect me. If I get attacked by a beast, your mission is a failure. Hey, Ion, on your left. Roar. A giant ape charged at Dylan, wielding a tree trunk. Dylan remained completely unfazed, sitting right where he was, focusing intently on his barbecue. Hiya. From a distance, Ion rushed to Dylan's left, a broken half-sword in hand, now coated in armament hockey. Dylan glanced at Ion while rotating the meat over the fire. The sheer difference in their size made Ion look minuscule. On the other side, a massive lion was locked in a struggle with Belmer. If you keep wasting your energy like that, you won't last more than a few days. Dylan picked up the roasted meat, sniffed it, and showed a satisfied expression before taking a large bite. After chewing a few times and letting out a satisfied groan, he continued, speaking to Belmer. Of course you should fight with everything you've got, but you also need to know how to distribute your strength. While dealing maximum damage, you must also conserve your stamina in the most efficient way. With your current style, if you face an opponent who's slightly faster or has more endurance, they won't be the ones to die. You'll exhaust yourself first. Hockey also consumes stamina, just like activating a devil fruit ability. The three people he had brought this time were all lacking in some aspect of combat. Belmer lacked technique, Ion had insufficient armament hockey, and Tahir relied too heavily on her lightning powers and Sulong form. How can you utilize every muscle and every ounce of hockey effectively? Why are there so many pointless dodges and jumps? Are you here for a dance party? Why did you attack its leg? You had a clear shot at its throat with that last move. A slash is not for a clash of powers. Every swing of the sword must have its target and its purpose. Tahir, you're not allowed to use your charm ability, not even on a female monkey. Amazon Lily, the palace of the Serpent Princess. They're gone. Boa Hancock stood up, asking with delight. The past year had been an extremely difficult one for everyone on Amazon Lily. That man with a fearsome reputation would occasionally appear on Rizikana Island, just offshore, which kept the Kuja pirates from daring to venture out on raids. Though piracy under the warlord system was legal, some things seemed unable to restrain that dragon. Aboard the G5 warship, Ion was holding Choshui in her arms, lost in thought. She had shed the immaturity of 4 years ago. Both her demeanor and physique had improved dramatically. She now bore a hint of a swordmaster's aura. Meanwhile, Tahir sat cross-legged at the bow, facing the wind, her bright autumn water eyes narrowed slightly. Hey, can't you be a bit more mindful? You're a woman after all. If Ken saw you like this, he'd probably marry another girl from the village tomorrow. Dylan lit a cigarette and out of habit tossed one to Belmer. She caught it with a giggle. Ah, how gentle of you, Dylan, worrying about my future marriage. I have no Jiko and Nami, that's all I need. Dylan rolled his eyes at her and didn't dwell on the topic. Some things were better left understood privately. Do you know what level you're at now, eh? Dylan exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing into the distance. Combat strength. Belmer pondered for a moment before answering. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but I estimate that I'm still no match for that woman Hancock. Oh, it seems you're quite clear-headed, not blinded by all the hype. Over a year ago, that guy Morgans had speculated in the World Economy Journal that Belmer's strength was already enough to overpower the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Although her ability has no effect on me, she outclasses me in raw strength, physical combat, and hockey. Also, throughout our fights these past few years, I've sensed she possesses some kind of mysterious power. After a moment of hesitation, Belmer continued. In the end, she's still restrained by your reputation. Every time she acts, she holds back and remains cautious. Correct. Your training is essentially complete. Starting this year, the enemies you face won't be so hesitant because of me. Belmer's eyes lit up. Do you mean? We're ready to make contact with the New World. Although G5's position was already in the New World, Dylan had rarely pushed forward proactively over these past 4 or 5 years. This had resulted in most of the notable pirate crews in the New World, except for the Red Hair Pirates and the Don Quixote Pirates, having had no contact with G5. After all, the incident where Dylan single-handedly fought the entire Red Hair Pirates stood as a stark reminder. Of course, occasionally some affiliates of major pirates were taken out by other G5 members like Shiryu, who was out hunting. But none were notable figures. Dylan unfolded the newspaper in his hands. Red hair, Shanks wanted poster dominated the entire front page. The Fourth Sea Emperor is born, the battle for supremacy begins. The moment she saw the headline, Belmer's breath caught in her throat. She had briefly clashed with the red hair pirates before, but had been taken down almost instantly by Yasop. And Shiryu, a terrifying man, though he had critically wounded Lucky Roo, was also injured by a single blow from Shanks. Years had passed since then, and while both she and Shiryu had grown immensely, Belmer was certain that those who were called Sea Emperors could not possibly have remained stagnant. Their growth was likely even greater and more pronounced. After all, in a sense, she and Shiryu still lived under Dylan's protection. The others, however, faced bloody life-or-death battles every single day. Belmer's gaze hardened. Then after we return and resupply, I'll pair up with Ion and start pushing forward. Go and fight, experience true life and death. Time is running out. You need to master your power quickly. In recent years, Belmer had learned she possessed Conqueror's Haki, but since the incident on Drum Island, she had barely been able to unleash it again. Dylan crumpled the newspaper into a ball. The territories are established now. Go out and fight. For now, except for the celestial dragons, whoever you kill on the seas, I'll take responsibility for it. Tuatelan. Xia Luo Lingling looked down at the subdued Pei Deluo and the kneeling Bo Komuzi begging for mercy. Mamma, you're quite bold, aren't you? Speak, what price are you prepared to pay? Bo Komuzi was greatly alarmed. Even if it were 100 years of lifespan, brother Pei Deluo and Jia Bo might not endure it. Mother, please, for my sake. Shut up, Bo Komuzi. Pei Luo, see Pei Luo. Stop the sunglasses wearing Bo Komuzi. If we hadn't killed him immediately, it was already out of consideration for your feelings. Do you want the dignity of the whole cake to be damaged? Xia Luo Lingling, seated on the huge cake throne, had a daunting light in her eyes. That's right, then, dead or. Just as she was about to complete the soul incantation, Ka Ta-Ku Li, standing nearby, frowned. Wait. Mother. Huh. Big Mom turned around, very displeased at being interrupted during her soul incantation. Ka Ta-Ku Li met her gaze. Mother, I saw a terrible future. A fearsome fellow is about to arrive. A fearsome fellow. Apart from Big Mom, the others also showed incredulous expressions. Those who could be called fearsome fellow by Ka Ta-Ku Li were few and far between on this sea. Who could have arrived at Tuatelan? Yo, Lingling. A slender figure stopped in midair, the navy cape behind him looking so glaring. Mama, it's you, Dark Dragon Dilun. Coming brazenly to the whole cake. Is that really okay? Big Mom lifted her head slightly to look at the figure in the sky. Since you're here, come down and have some tea. Dilun's body slowly descended. No need for tea, otherwise if the CP here reports back, I won't be in a good position. Dilun smiled and looked at Big Mom. Let's get straight to the point, Lingling. I was asked by someone to take these two away. Dilun raised his hand and pointed at Pei Deluo and Jie Bo in the arena. Although in the years after the Flower Country battle the world had rarely heard of the Dark Dragon making a move, everyone present still held their breath and stood still. No one could underestimate this man. Mama, so you've come for this. Of course, but what are you planning to exchange? Big Mom half reclined on her chair, staring at Dilun. How about this? Dilun took out a devil fruit and tossed it over. Ka Ta-Ku Li's arm turned into mochi and wrapped around the fruit. It's something I stumbled upon. A paramecia type, the cream fruit. How about it? Alright, the crime of him invading Tuatelan and stealing the poneglyph can be forgiven, but... Big Mom raised her hand and pointed at a nearby guy with long thin legs but a round body. He injured one of my officers. That debt must be settled separately. Dilun's originally lazy expression vanished and lightning flickered in his eyes. Is that how you settle accounts, Lingling? Whoosh. Whoosh. Two streams of Conqueror's Haki collided instantly, generating dozens of black lightning bolts in the air. Wah. What? He actually has the qualities of a king, and his aura is on par with Mother's. Apart from the high-ranking officers, the others began to sway and then faint from the collision of the two Conqueror's Haki. Although Ka Ta-Ku Li also possessed Conqueror's Haki, he dared not directly intervene. If he released it at this moment, the two Conqueror's Haki would likely turn to attack him together. On Dan Gao Dao, fierce winds howled, and the invisible pressure slowly tore apart various food buildings. Both Dilun and Big Mom's eyes became fierce as if they would draw their blades at each other the next second. Please wait. Pei Deluo, bound in the center, shouted. After exchanging glances, Dilun and Big Mom both restrained their auras. After the pressure subsided, the others understood why Ka Ta-Ku Li, as the head of the three sweet commanders, was so wary. After catching his breath, Pei Deluo turned to look at Dilun. May I ask who entrusted you? Dilun looked at the jaguar trapped on the ground by candy syrup and said calmly, Tashier. Tashier. Not only Pei Deluo, but also Bo Komuzi and Jia Bo were startled. That guy is still alive. As a famous vice admiral of the Navy, Pei Deluo naturally knew him, but he had never imagined that Tashi Air would actually choose such a path. No wonder Boss Malfu, she said that guy had already died. Pei Deluo glanced at this man with a fearsome reputation, then turned to Big Mom, and said then, "Let me pay with my eyes." With that, Pei Deluo raised his right hand and extended his claws. A bloodied eyeball appeared in Pei Deluo's palm. Enduring the intense pain, he asked, "Is this enough?" Big Mom merely glanced at Pei Deluo's palm, then averted her gaze, and turned to look at Diluan. At this moment, Diluan's eyes were already icy cold. Even without the outburst of Conqueror's hockey pressure, a more terrifying and trembling aura was brewing within him. "Mama, that's enough." Diluan stepped forward and kicked the candy that bound Pei Deluo and Jiebo, then lifted both of them and floated into the sky. Before leaving, Diluan glanced down at Dan Gao Dao, but in the end said nothing, just sneered disdainfully. On Dan Gao Dao, Ka Taku Li watched the lightning in the sky fade away, lost in thought. Turning back to look at Bo Kumuzi, whose face showed both disappointment and relief, Ka Taku Li sighed inwardly. In the air, Diluan glanced at Pei Deluo, whose left eye was bleeding profusely, and asked, "Didn't lose your eyeball, did you?" Not yet. Cover yourselves with armament hockey and protect your vital parts. The next journey might be a bit exciting." Pei Deluo and Jiebo, being held on either side, were startled at first, then recalled the rumors about this man and quickly covered themselves with armament hockey. At the G5 base, Pei Deluo looked at his fully restored eye in disbelief. Beside him, Jiebo's eyes were filled with joy. "Brother Pei Deluo, that's wonderful." Tashi Air sat on the other side, smiling at the two. Tashi Air. Pei Deluo's expression was complicated. This childhood friend, full of courage, wisdom, and talent, had actually become a Marine. "Brother Pei Deluo, don't be like this. We are both pursuing our own hope and stage. There may be differences, but we are still friends, aren't we?" Pei Deluo was silent for a moment. "What about Boss Malfushi?" Tashi Air smiled bitterly. "Didn't he say I was already dead?" "Even so." Pei Deluo hesitated, but still said, "Boss Malfushi still misses you very much. He often stands alone at the edge of Zhuowu, gazing at the sea. Everyone knows he's waiting for you to return." Tashi Air clenched his fists. As a youth, he was the most talented boy in Zhuowu and thus deeply favored by shopkeeper Malfushi. Unlike other minks, Tashi Air loved reading books. From books, he always found many different ways of thinking. One day when Tashi Air asked Malfushi, "Why can't people from Zhuowu become Marines?" Malfushi couldn't give an answer, only saying, "This is the tradition and agreement of Zhuowu." "Then there must be a reason, right? Are pirates more noble than Marines? Or is it just for the so-called freedom?" When Luo Jie climbed onto Zhuowu back then, Tashi Air had not met him, but he believed that even if he had, he would not have been swayed by his fame without reason like Pei Deluo. This was romantic, but not reasonable. After searching for answers in Zhuowu for 3 years without success, the young Tashi Air decided to go to sea alone to find answers. Although in the 4 seas outside the Grand Line others regarded him as a monster or a demon, he also encountered many things that deepened his doubts. Why did Zhuowu have such traditions and agreements? In this world, clearly pirates cause more harm. Pirate King Luo Jie might be considered a hero, but definitely not a righteous hero. 10 years ago, when an adult Tashi Air returned to Zhuowu, he told shopkeeper Malfushi about what he had seen and heard, and received only rage and roars in return. When he went to seek answers from the more calm and wise Duke Quanlan, the response he received was silence and estrangement. "Come back with me." Pei Deluo looked at Tashi Air and said solemnly, "No matter what, no matter which path everyone chooses, as you said, aren't we still compatriots and close friends?" "All right." Tashi Air smiled gently at Pei Deluo. "Indeed. Are you sure you don't need me to go?" Dylan glanced at Tahir, who had come to request leave. Tahir bowed slightly. "Although I have differences in ideology with Master Cat Viper, I have been under his care since childhood, and besides, this is after all a matter of Zhou." Dylan mused for a moment, then pulled a piece of paper from his drawer and tore off a corner. "I'll have Shiryu make you a Viver card. If you haven't reported back in a month, I'll come find you in Zhou." "All right." As the three walked out of the G5 base, Pedro with Jebo by his side bowed to Dylan. "Thank you very much." Dylan nodded silently. 1 month later, Dylan carried Shura out of the office. Going alone, Shiryu and Tom stood up as they saw Dylan emerge. They weren't worried about Dylan's ability to face a nation alone, but the purpose of this trip wasn't to destroy a country, but to rescue a person. His Viver card has only shrunk, not burned. It seems he's been imprisoned. "It's not a big problem, I'll go alone. The new world is getting turbulent lately. Don't be too frequent with your hunts. Wait for my return before doing anything major." "Understood." Dylan opened his palm, and a tiny Vivre card the size of a fingernail floated unsteadily in a certain direction. "Zo." In the White Whale Forest, Tahir was confined in a stone hut, his feet bound by 2 chains. Outside, Pedro sat cross-legged by the door. Tahir, can you truly not change your mind? Tahir inside the stone hut seemed not to hear, merely toying with the small folding fan in his hand, his face devoid of its usual elegance and composure. Today marks the agreed 1-month deadline. That man, he's coming. Outside the stone hut, a flicker of reluctance and inner turmoil crossed Pedro's face. How he wished he could, as in his youth, support and encourage his dear friend to pursue his own path and dreams. During the dozens of days standing guard here, he had more than once wanted to unlock the special chains binding Tahir and let him chase his own freedom. But this time, for some reason, Master Cat Viper and Master Dogstorm had both sternly warned him not to entertain any other thoughts. Otherwise it would bring catastrophic ruin to Zoe. Moreover, there was that other one beside him. Pedro glanced at the musketeer commander Sicilian sitting cross-legged on the other side. Just as Pedro was tormented by his friend's predicament, Sicilian, on the other side of the stone door, looked up at the sky. What is that? Inside the stone hut, Tahir let out a sigh. Pedro also looked up. In the sky, ominous black clouds had completely covered the skies above Zoe, shrouding the colossal body of Zanesha entirely, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Pedro's pupils contracted as he recalled rumors about a certain man. Outside the White Whale Forest, Old Cat, Old Dog, Duke Dogstorm, and Master Cat Viper exchanged a glance, gazing at the thunderclouds in the distance. When they had imprisoned Tahir, he had told them about his 1-month pact with Dylan the Dark Dragon. So today the cat and the dog were waiting outside the White Whale Forest. They stood firm against the howling wind, and behind them the warriors of the Macomo Dukedom also waited with grim faces. Quite the reception, isn't it? A lazy voice echoed from within the clouds. Then a bolt of lightning struck down, and Dylan appeared before Dogstorm and Cat Viper. Where's Tahir? Even having sailed with greats like Whitebeard, Roger, and Odin, and having fought Kaido, Dogstorm and Cat Viper couldn't help but feel a bit tense at this moment. After all, they were just ordinary crew members. Despite bearing the name of the 9 Red Scabbards and Wano the man, they now faced possessed power akin to a deity or demon. Dogstorm stared at Dylan and said in a low voice, Tahir is a part of Zoe. He cannot serve the world government. Your reason? Dylan calmly surveyed his surroundings. He neither saw Tahir nor Pedro. It is the tradition of Zoe. Cat Viper bared his fangs. His inherently fiery temper could no longer be contained. Humans have no right to interfere. Fine. Dylan lowered his eyelids. The others looked on in surprise. This man was being so agreeable. He didn't seem as. Watch out. Dogstorm and Cat Viper shouted. Dogstorm drew his sword, and Cat Viper readied his trident. I shouldn't have tried to reason with you. Dylan took a breath, his gaze sharpening. Let me see what caliber those who once followed Whitebeard, Roger, and Odin truly are. Shinged. Shura unsheathed, a crescent-shaped wave of black-red energy flew forth. Boom. Though the two beasts managed to block the massive slash, the force contained within it blasted them back, sending blood spewing from their mouths. Seeing this, the others extended their claws ready to swarm him. Stop. Stand down. The cat and the dog shouted simultaneously. Dogstorm wiped the blood from his lips and told the others, this battle is beyond you. Win or lose, it has nothing to do with you. Dylan sneered at Dogstorm, his eyes dripping with contempt, as if to say, you think you get to decide that. Dogstorm's breath hitched. Though they hadn't left Zoe since escaping from Wano, they had still heard the legends of this man. A man capable of single-handedly defeating the Red Hair Pirates, who were renowned as equals to Whitebeard. The clouds above blotted out the sky, and Cat Viper twitched his nose in frustration. Damn it, if only the moon were out. Then I'll give you the moon. Dylan waved his hand, and the clouds above split apart, revealing the moon overhead. Seeing this, the crowd felt not relief, but a heavier dread. He's not even bothered by the Sulong form. This man. The cat and dog exchanged a look, then turned their gaze to the moon. At this point there was no turning back. As the power of the moon surged into them, their bodies rapidly transformed. Not only did they swell in size, but their fur also grew wildly, turning stark white. Ready? Dylan smirked once their transformations were complete. The Sulong form. Utterly unremarkable. Though a warrior shouldn't be overly concerned with personal pride. To be so underestimated, it makes us furious. The cat and dog roared in unison, charging at Dylan, with surging electricity crackling around them. Playing with lightning in front of me. Dylan thrust his palm forward, then clenched his hand. The lightning wreathed around the cat, and dog vanished instantly. Taste my lightning. Dylan raised an eyebrow, and a deafening boom resounded. The churning thunderclouds above contracted, then unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, each over 10 meters thick. The fur on the cat and dog stood on end, their swift charge halting abruptly midair. Naive. Before the thunderbolts even struck the ground, Dylan's will caused them to explode midair, splitting into countless fine strands of lightning that enveloped the cat and dog. Lightning rend. Seeing the lightning closing in with no room to dodge midair, the cat and dog crossed their blade and trident, slashing desperately at the light. Slash it for me then. Thunder roared as a torrent of lightning poured from the clouds, merging with the already massive pillars of light. The scattered finger-thin strands of lightning instantly thickened to the size of arms. Try this. Shock wrath. The lightning converged, forming a massive sphere of blinding light. The cat and dog trembled, unable to withstand it even with the Sulong power. Zzz. Zzz. Maya. Awo. Two agonized cries came from within the sphere, followed by the stench of scorched fur. Bang. Bang. The lightning dissipated. The cat and dog, reverting to their normal forms, tumbled from the sky. Prepare for battle. Seeing the cat and dog defeated, the musketeers and the guardians drew their weapons. Other minks began gathering electricity, and some even stared at the moon, ready to transform. Well. It seems my Shura will drink its fill of blood today. Dylan grinned, and Shura seemed to resonate with his bloodlust, vibrating in response. Dylan! A frantic shout came from within the white whale forest. Tahir ran towards the battlefield, supported by Pedro. Seeing Tahir's weakened state, Dylan raised an eyebrow. I'm fine. It's not from mistreatment. It's my own doing. Tahir arrived at the center of the battlefield, bowed to Dylan, then turned to look at his fellow countrymen and the fallen cat and dog. Please give me a moment. Dylan tilted his chin, signaling him to go ahead. Tahir walked over to Cat Viper and Dogstorm, helping them up. After the cat and dog had caught their breath, Tahir sat before Cat Viper. Duke, Dogstorm, Master Cat Viper. Seeing that they wouldn't acknowledge him, Tahir gave a bitter smile. I don't know what promise Zoe is keeping, nor what pact our tribe once made with history. History legend. They are ultimately things of the past. For me, rather than waiting for some person or event to save this world, I'd rather participate in it myself. Even if I fail in the end, even if I become a sinner, in some sense. At least I tried. At least I made the attempt. Duke and Master, you both followed Roger. Didn't he say, on this sea the freest are the pirates? The cat and dog, who had been silent, looked at Tahir in shock. You? How do you know that? Someone told me. Tahir had once overheard Dylan utter that phrase when evaluating Roger. The disdain on Dylan's face at that moment was still vividly etched in his memory. Today, I will not debate the right or wrong of that statement with you both. I have only one question. Tahir lifted his head, meeting their eyes. If a pirate is free, then why block others from pursuing their dreams? If you do, what place does freedom hold? Facing Tahir's question, the cat and the dog fell silent simultaneously. Indeed, how could these ethereal promises and traditions be used to hinder the steps of the young? Then what kind of freedom would that be? But the Mink tribe's centuries-old traditions. Since you are determined to serve the world government, an aged voice rang out from the distance. Cavendish, the captain of the musketeers, supported a wrinkled, frail old woman as she slowly emerged. Cat Viper. Cat Viper's rotund body bounced as he leaped beside the old cat, who was curled into a ball. You? The old cat waved her hand, interrupting Cat Viper's question, and continued her slow advance towards Tahir, supported by Cavendish. We have lived in seclusion for centuries, and only a handful of young ones have ever left Zoe. But they all adhered to the pact, never to serve the world government. Tahir, even in your youth you were different from the others, but I never imagined you would walk such a path. The old cat wheezed slightly, as if every word she spoke was a considerable burden. I permit you to leave, Zoe, the old cat said, lifting her head, a sharp glint flashing in her narrow eyes. But you must return the Mink tribe's token. A token? The old cat looked with deep affection at the child she had watched grow up, sighed, and then tremblingly produced a crimson fruit from her bosom. Eat it, and sever all ties with the Mink tribe. All of them, everything. Dylan, standing behind, furrowed his brow. Was this old cat planning to poison him, and then feign an accident? If she actually managed to kill Tahir, would he really have to massacre everyone on Zoe? That Zanesha. Although he wasn't afraid, if Zanesha went berserk over the annihilation of the Mink tribe, he might not be able to subdue it. Tahir looked into the old cat's eyes, and for some reason he seemed to catch a glimmer of a smile and encouragement within them. Grandma. Tahir reached out, took the fruit, and looked at her. The old cat gave him an almost imperceptible nod. As the red fruit slid down his throat, Tahir's body tensed, and then a strange tingling numbness spread through him. Dylan watched intently from afar, ready to whisk Tahir away at the first sign of trouble. As long as he wasn't killed instantly or chopped into 17 or 18 pieces, Shirleyman could always put him back together. Gah! Huff! Huff! A hoarse rasp escaped Tahir's throat as a sensation, like being consumed by fire, engulfed his entire body. Dylan's eyes widened in shock. Tahir. The fur on his body was receding. Inuarashi and Cat Viper looked on in disbelief, while the other minks were filled with terror. What is happening? What? Has Tahir turned into a hairless monkey? When Tahir raised his head again, his beast ears, his fox-like features, and the fur that covered his body had all vanished without a trace. Cat Viper. You. Cat Viper pointed at Tahir, then looked down at the old cat, trembling. He is no longer a member of the Mink tribe. I have taken back his racial traits and his ability to use electro. With that, the old cat turned and slowly walked away. Let him go where he wants, become who he wants. Tahir looked at his hands, then glanced around him. The astonished gazes of his former kinsman sent a pang of anguish through his heart. Cat Viper Chief. Cat Viper waved a hand, cutting him off. No need for that. Since you are no longer a mink, those traditions and pacts have nothing to do with you anymore. Of course, your safety is no longer Zoe's concern either. After twitching his whiskers, Cat Viper let out a final sigh. Take care of yourself, Tahir. With that, the two rulers left, aided by the musketeers and the guardians. The others dispersed as well. Only Pedro and Jebo remained. Pedro, brother. Pedro stepped forward and placed a hand on Tahir's shoulder. Don't blame them. And safe travels. Made up your mind, eh? Dylan looked at Tahir, who seemed gentler and more composed than before. His appearance had changed drastically, yet his aura and demeanor remained the same. Tahir spread his palm. His claws were gone, replaced by slender bamboo-like fingers. I have. The Electro and the Sulong form are both gone. If I'm to follow you, I can't afford to be without power. Dylan tapped the table, gazing at Tahir, who was now even more handsome, fairer, and more beautiful than before. Even without those two powers, your combat ability is hardly weak. Tahir shook his head. It's not enough. I can foresee who our future enemies will be. With the strength I have left, I cannot be of any use to you. So, please grant me power for the sake of the new era. Dylan looked at Tahir's gentle face, the fox mask hanging at his waist, and the small folding fan beside it, and let out a soft chuckle. Sometimes I think fate is truly mysterious. So mysterious that it frightens me, making me feel like I'm being manipulated. Dylan produced a devil fruit from his ring. This was one of the two he had traded for with the Nomi from the 5 elders years ago. The first one, the Azura fruit, was already given to Shiryu. This one, if I'm not mistaken, has a near-perfect compatibility with you. Tahir was puzzled. He had read many books and seen some devil fruit encyclopedias, but he had never seen a fruit like this before. It's Zoan type Inu Nomi mythical Zoan model Tamamonome. In the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar. Oh, a remarkable new rookie has appeared. And a Logia type at that. Belmir and the others still had the habit of gathering in Dylan's room to chat, and Dylan couldn't do anything about it. Logia powers. Now that's truly formidable. Tom laughed from the side. Upon hearing the words Logia type, Dylan, who had been rocking in his chair, suddenly stopped. So it's time, is it? Ace. I heard he turned down the warlord invitation. Honestly, aren't the warlords supposed to be just 7 people? Could it be that some weakling is about to be kicked out? Probably Moria, Shiryu said, crossing his legs in thought. Heavenly Demon and Sir Crocodile are also possible. I've heard they've been up to some shady business lately. Honestly, we've practically sealed off this sea route, yet that Heavenly Demon always finds a way to break through the blockade. Tom, Dylan said, removing the newspaper from his face. Find this rookie and test his mettle. Don't kill him. He's the son of an old friend of yours. An old friend? Tom was stunned for a moment, trying to recall which old friend could have such a formidable descendant. Ah, your old friend, the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. In the middle of the New World. Flame command. Boom. A heavy-set figure burst straight through the flames, seized Ace by the collar, and slammed him to the ground. Is that all you've got, rookie? Damn it. This guy. The crew of the Spade Pirates looked on in shock. Ace, their captain and a Logia-type user, had been defeated so effortlessly. The New World is dangerous. With your current level, you'd be better off returning to paradise. A seasoned New World crewman staring at Tom seemed to recall something, his voice trembling slightly. That guy. I remember now. He's Tom the shipwright, under Dylan the Dark Dragon. The man said to have defeated Knight of the Sea Jinbi. Tom sat down cross-legged, unclasped a gourd from his waist, took a swig, and tossed it to Ace. Tell your men to stand down. I have something to discuss with you. Ace looked up puzzled. This man didn't seem to harbor any ill will towards him. Was he an old acquaintance of the old man's? Ace nodded to his crew, and they dispersed. All right, what's this about? Tom gazed at Ace, a slight smile forming, but then he shook his head. You look nothing like him. Ace's pupils contracted. He is your father, Roger. Seeing the terror in Ace's eyes, Tom grinned. No need to panic. I'm not here to arrest you. Tom let out a long sigh. I once built the Oro Jackson for your father, but was sentenced to death for it. I was saved by a certain man. Dark Dragon Dylan. Indeed. He's also from the East Blue, and he seemed to know of your existence long ago. Yet he never acted against you. It's clear he bears you no ill will. But Ace. Tom's expression turned serious. The East Blue is weak enough. Paradise has Vice Admiral Garp and Roger's old crew to watch over you secretly. But from here on. Tom pointed towards the sea behind him. Beyond this point is a true lawless zone. Remember, do not reveal your identity. Tom patted his shoulder. Dylan told me that in this sea, power is everything. Remember that too. And also, Tom stood and walked towards the sea. Ace, the next time we meet, we will be enemies. His combat skills are passable, but he relies too heavily on his devil fruit ability. Tom was puzzled. Although Ace's physical combat wasn't formal, it was clear he had considerable battle experience. Why would he discard hockey and physical prowess to depend so much on his fruit? Even for someone as strong as Dylan, his fruit was only a small part of his strength. Dylan often told them, hockey is the foundation of all power and the standard that determines its limits. Dylan shook his head, not answering Tom's unspoken question. Ace's fate was already sealed, and even Garp couldn't change it. Perhaps it was because Ace showed his resolve to become a pirate at such a young age that Garp never personally trained him or Sun God. Since you've met him and given him your warning, let your ties to Roger be severed, Tom. Tom nodded. Indeed. I told him the same thing when I left. I'm heading back to HQ. Those guys can't stay put, so I'll leave G5 to you. Dylan stood up. He'd rarely been back to HQ these past few days, but with Ace's appearance, HQ should be reacting soon. Leave it to me, the Magnificent One. As for Shiryu and May, let them fight to their heart's content. Marineford. In the reception room. Oh, it's rare for you to come back. Aren't you a Goro Goro no Mi user? Coming from G5 to HQ should be easy, right? Do you think everyone is as lazy as you bastard Kazan? G5 is a new world branch. Despite Dylan's jest, only Vice Admiral Tsuru Sakazuki and Sengoku wore stern expressions. Sengoku frowned. Dylan, I heard your shipwright Tom made contact with that rookie. Dylan lit a cigarette and glanced at Garp, who was munching on a rice cracker at the edge of the room. Haven't you all known about this for a long time? Right, Garp-san? Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Dylan with a mysterious air. You've known for a while, haven't you, Dylan? Since the East Blue? Puff. Dylan exhaled smoke, looking resigned. Yeah, I've known for ages. So what? Dylan spread his hands. Was I supposed to just go and kill him? You give me too much credit. Even if I could manage to take him out in the deceptively turbulent East Blue, if I actually did. Dylan tilted his head towards Garp's seat. If old man Garp wanted to beat me to death, who here would help me out? The reception room fell into a dead silence. Even Sakazuki said nothing. So there's no need for you all to stare at me like that. Tom had a past with Roger, so I sent him to see the son of his old friend and to sever his own ties to Roger once and for all. At the mention of son of his old friend, even Garp's chewing slowed down. Besides, Dylan looked up. A person can't choose their birth, nor should they be condemned for it. I don't agree with that. Whoosh. Exhaling another plume of smoke, Dylan continued, a Marine's child isn't necessarily good. Look at old man Garp, his son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, isn't he? The Pirate King's son isn't necessarily evil either. Even though Ace has taken the path of a pirate. In my justice, he is treated like anyone else until he commits evil. At Dylan's words, all eyes turned to him. Vice Admiral Tsuru rested her chin on her hands, looking at Dylan. Speaking of which, you're a Vice Admiral now, and a Special Vice Admiral, appointed by Mary Geos. You're qualified to display your own plaque. What form of justice do you intend to uphold, Dylan? Although it was an informal meeting, those gathered here were the absolute core of the Marines' active forces. Even the injured Zephyr watched Dylan thoughtfully. In the early years, he hadn't approved of Dylan's methods, believing such a thirst for blood wasn't fitting for a soldier. But after his training ship was attacked 4 years ago, his heart had become even more brutal than Dylan's. The tragic deaths of his students and family had made Zephyr angry and mad. For now, though, his rage was directed solely at pirates. After the ability user incident, Zephyr's attitude towards Dylan and even Sakazuki's methods had changed drastically. Pirates deserve to die. Dylan looked around at the fleet. Admiral's chief instructor and chief of staff, his curiosity piqued. Why are you all so serious? It's just a plaque. What does it prove? It's more than just a plaque. It's a way for you as a vice admiral to show your stance to other Marines and the world. Hey, that's not right. Dylan pointed at Akiji. What about Kazan here? When he was young, his was burning justice. What is it now? One can lose their way while seeking justice. We've all been through it, so we understand. Vice Admiral Tsuru scanned the youngsters in the room. You're making this sound like some sort of oath. Dylan looked around, his playful expression fading. Very well, everyone. My justice is justice of peace. The first to laugh was Garp. You brat, you're infamous for your brutality in the Marines. The others joined in the laughter. Indeed, as Garp said, Dylan and his G5 were in some ways more feared by pirates than Marineford itself. After all, Marineford didn't mobilize casually. But G5 was different. Everyone on the Grand Line knew that its commander, Dark Dragon Dylan, was a Marine powerful enough to take on the Red Hair Pirates single-handedly. And besides Dark Dragon, the other officers were monstrously strong. Shiryu of the Rain, Moonslasher, Ein Shipwright, Tom, and Belmere. Rumor had it there was another formidable figure within G5, one whose very mention filled even the most lawless rogue Marines with terror. Within G5, Shiryu, Belmere, and Ein were the ones who loved to go out on hunting expeditions. Shipwright Tom, on the other hand, rarely left the G5 base. So even when Dylan was away, few dared to mess with G5. Especially after hearing from G5 members that there was someone even more terrifying than Tom stationed at the base. At that thought, the surrounding pirates turned their ships around and fled without looking back. True force lies in ending conflict. In this chaotic era, only by purging evil with power can we hope to welcome peace. After saying this, Dylan locked eyes with Garp, their gazes meeting in the air. Though they were called the two guardian deities of the East Blue, Dylan knew he and Garp had a fundamental disagreement. Garp was still bound by strong compassion and constraints. A man powerful enough to suppress Roger could only silently resist Mary Geos by refusing promotions and coasting. As for himself, before the storms of history arrived, he was determined to accumulate enough power to break the balance and settle everything from the sky to the sea in one fell swoop. Dylan believed Garp also knew something about the secrets of history and the Ember, otherwise he wouldn't be so dedicated to balancing the power between pirates and the world government. But things like that. The old man and the young man stared at each other in silence. For some reason, Dylan saw a hint of helplessness in Garp's eyes, and a hint of relief. Since red-haired Shanks ascended to the title of Emperor of the Sea, the pirates of the New World seemed to surge forward in unison under an unspoken pact. The vast majority of Marine and world government forces were driven out of the New World. Apart from the GX Marine branch and the secret strongholds of the Cypher Pole organization, all other Marine bases and world government power had withdrawn from the New World. And in that very year, the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World, had essentially descended into a complete lawless zone. In an office at Marineford, Dylan gazed at the colossal map across from his desk. The 7 warlords held the 7 routes of paradise, tasked with sweeping away the rabble. The central stretch was guarded by Marine headquarters, Eni's lobby, and Impel Down. The latter half, however, could now be considered utterly lost. Even with exceptions like the G5 branch, it was but a drop in the vast ocean. Above the clouds, countless bolts of lightning swirled around Dylan's body. He did not use the elemental intangibility of his Logia ability to alleviate the strain on his body. The lightning ceaselessly danced and climbed across his skin, while countless finer threads of electricity coursed through every inch of muscle and every blood vessel within. The biting cold at tens of thousands of meters kept his body perpetually taut and alert. His heart thundered like a war drum, and the blood in his veins surged like a raging river. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The moment Dylan opened his eyes, an immense pressure radiated from his being. The seemingly endless sea of thunderclouds began to dissipate, and the sky turned a clear, pristine blue. Standing in midair, he clenched his fists, then gazed down at the vast expanse of sea below. The sea's restraint over him had now been essentially lifted. Unless he recklessly ventured into the abyssal depths like Fishman Island, ordinary seawater and seastone could at best suppress his elementalization and ability usage. As for his hockey and physical prowess, they could hardly be sealed anymore. Given the caliber of Dylan's armament, hockey, even if bound by seastone cuffs, he could easily tear them apart with sheer force. Speed, strength, hockey, stamina, swordsmanship, physical combat. These are all largely complete. As for vitality, I'll have to set that aside for now. Back in the East Blue, Dylan had already charted his course and direction. The Rumble fruit was a crucial piece of that plan. Though he fell victim to plot-induced defeat, his mastery over the Rumble fruit was far from thorough. Can the primordial natural elements which have endured since time immemorial truly be inferior to mythical zoans? Elements are eternal. But what of those so-called gods? A faint, inscrutable smile crossed Dylan's face before he closed his eyes once more. The clear blue sky was again swallowed by surging thunderclouds that converged overhead. G5 branch. When Belmare and Ein returned to the base, weary and exhausted, Dylan had yet to come back. That guy's gone again. Inside the base, aside from the orderlies and those rogue Marines, only Sherlman was there tending to her plants. He's gone to train. G5 is under my watch along with Tom. Tom went to the shipyard today. Vegapunk's people said Dylan's vessel would be ready for inspection in a few days. Train. Even a monster needs to train. By now Tahir had shed the features of the mink tribe, appearing far more alluring and spirited than before. Though, as Dylan had instructed, she always wore a mask in the presence of others, her innate trait grew ever more potent. In fact, it expanded at a rate even faster than her own training progress. As a result, Tahir mostly met only with those unaffected by her, the Tontata tribe or Tom. Next came those with unyielding minds like Dylan and Shiryu. Occasionally Dylan would even use Tahir's ability to temper their mental fortitude. He may possess extraordinary talent, but the effort he puts in is beyond what we can compare to. Tahir descended the stairs, steadying herself on the handrail. Merely the aura radiating from her swaying figure sent the ordinary Marines scattering in panic. Ein stared at Tahir's form, her right hand gripping Shusway tightly as she fought against this bewildering force. Tahir, your training is lacking too. Didn't Dylan say that unless you can perfectly control your charm ability, your cultivation will forever be incomplete? That's true. Tahir leaned back on the sofa, gently tapping her small folding fan. He said it's not about increasing power, but more about a transformation of the mind. Always so cryptic. Belmare shot a glance at the enchanting beauty before her, then tugged at the still stiff Ein and headed upstairs. Halfway up, Belmare flashed a sweet smile. If you ever need my help, I'd be happy to join your training, in whatever way you like. Ein's face showed utter disbelief. Tahir turned to look at Belmare on the stairs and said with utmost seriousness, if there's truly a need, I'll be counting on you then. You too. Ein glanced at the languid Tahir below, then at Belmare beside her, and in an instant some rather inappropriate images naturally surfaced in her mind. Seeing Ein trembling and flushing, Belmare inwardly cursed. This little sister had no conqueror's haki, and was a human woman. She could hardly resist the allure of a vixen. Come on, let's get back to the room. I'll give you a good scrubbing. After a brief glance at Belmare and Ein disappearing into the corridor, Tahir withdrew her gaze. What exactly is this state of mind? Tahir raised a slender finger as fair as jade and as delicate as a scallion. A wisp of purple flame rose from its tip. The Tamamonome fruit. While enhancing her combat prowess, it had also vastly refined her appearance and demeanor. What was most troubling was that her innate charm ability was escalating at an astonishing rate. Lately, as long as Tom was in the fortress, Tahir barely set foot outside, all to free up more time for training in order to counterbalance the adverse effects of her allure. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. Power could not be gained overnight, but this peculiar charm grew visibly stronger each passing day. Before leaving last time, Dylan had told her that relying solely on force to suppress it was not the ideal approach. The inability to control the aura of charm stemmed more from an insufficiency within her own state of mind. Just a little more. That was Dylan's assessment of her. Break through this shackle, and you'll truly master this power. Perhaps even perfectly awaken the Tamamonome fruit. In the grand bathhouse within the base, Belmare and Ein lounged by the pool's edge. Belmare. The new world has been getting more turbulent lately. The clashes between the four emperors are becoming more frequent. Should we? Phew. Belmare lifted the towel from her face and gazed up at the ceiling. Why worry about all that? To be frank, we'll never become men like Dylan. Changing the world is far beyond our reach. But, Belmare turned to look at Ein. He chose us, and we chose him. I believe he has the power to change this world. There's no need to hesitate. As long as we follow his lead, a new dawn will surely break upon this world. Belmare reached out and pinched Ein's cheek. Didn't he say it himself? Those with a pure heart are the ones who can more easily attain great power. Look at Tom. Ever since he set his mind on Dylan, he's never once questioned why. That's why he's stronger than any of us. Even Shiryu is no match for him. Though I'm not a swordswoman, I've fought many swordsmen and know many renowned across the seas. Shiryu shanks my hawk. Ein. To become a swordsman like them, an unshakable conviction is absolutely essential. Only with that can you achieve what he calls cutting through all things. As the pirate forces led by the four emperors drove out most of the world government's forces from the New World, the division and contention for territory among the pirates themselves intensified like a raging fire. Except for the relatively contracted territory of the red hair pirates, others such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, Beasts, and other secondary contenders were engaged in fierce conflicts. Wano, after nearly 20 years of being holed up on Onigashima, Kaido began expanding outward a few years ago. In recent years, he has been striking out even more frequently. Bienli village. Diluin, dressed in casual clothes, strolled through this village that reeked of foul odors. Scientists really are full of imagination. Despite losing the help of the dwarfs, Doflamingo still collaborated with Caesar to produce artificial devil fruits. In Wano, without Diluin's obstruction, Queen naturally followed the course of history and established vast weapon factories here. Diluin crouched by the river to inspect. The water had severely excessive levels of metals and many chemicals. The surrounding plants were either withered or displayed an eerie grayish-green tint. Oh, where is this? Geez, I ended up drifting to this strange place. A young voice rang out from the other side of the riverbank. Diluin turned and glanced over. Ace, wearing a cowboy hat and bare-chested, walked along the riverbank while scratching his head. Seeing Diluin staring at him, Ace grinned and said, "So there's someone here. Hey, can I ask you something? This is Wano, the territory of Beasts Kaido." Ace frowned. Although he had been in the New World for less than a year, he had long heard of the fearsome reputation of Beasts Kaido. I'm Spade. No need to introduce yourself, Ace. One of the reasons I came here is to meet you. Huh. Ace's eyes widened. He had no impression of this guy so young. Wait. Ace recalled what his crewmates born in the Grand Line had said before. In the Grand Line, whether in Paradise or the New World, most pirates and marines rarely annihilate each other. They usually defeat, imprison, or even recruit. But there are two absolute exceptions. Akainu Sakazuki and Dark Dragon Diluin. For pirates, encountering these two almost guarantees no chance of survival. Ace looked at the man crouching not far ahead, comparing him with the image from the newspaper in his memory. Damn. Drifted over. Lewin took out 2 bottles of fruit wine brewed for him by Shirley Man from his ring and tossed one to Ace. Ace, seeing that he didn't seem as terrifying as the legends, caught the bottle. Yeah, I don't have a navigator yet, so I got lost in the currents. By the way, Uncle Tom, is he your subordinate now? Lewin took a sip of the wine and looked at Ace, whose face was dotted with freckles. Why did you become a pirate? Ace was taken aback. From Lewin's tone, he sensed neither anger nor killing intent. It seemed like a very ordinary question. Like, did you eat today? Ace was silent for a moment. Since arriving in the Grand Line, he had heard many legends about the old man Garp and the man before him. You know me. Lewin stood up and gazed into the distance. I do. In a sense, I know most of your experiences from the moment you were born until now. So I'm curious, why do you want to become a pirate? Lewin turned to look at Ace. To seek so-called freedom? That's unlikely. You're not Roger. Or is it to prove something to the world on behalf of Roger? You? Ace's body tensed, instinctively ready to fight. The identity of Roger's son. But then he recalled what Tom had said. That man has known about your existence for a long time, and he doesn't bear you much ill will. The heat in his body subsided. Ace gripped the wine bottle tightly, was silent for a moment, then said, I want to know. Does my existence have any meaning at all? What did the old man Garp tell you? Ace looked surprised but still replied, he said I would only know after I've lived through it. Then what do you think? I don't know. Ace shook his head. Everyone hates and curses that man, and they curse his bloodline. I'm furious. Does that really make me guilty? In that case. Lewin glanced at him. So you decided to become a pirate, even the Pirate King. And then what? Destroy the world? Or announce something to the world? Ace was stunned. He had never thought about this question. The reason for becoming a pirate might indeed be because people loathed him, a stranger, so much that they even wished to torture him with cruel methods. Since the world is so unfriendly to me, why should I be friendly to them? Do you want to destroy this world? Lewin's expression was calm. Ace subconsciously shook his head. When I was young, I did hate this world, but I don't think that way anymore. I just want to sail freely, gather comrades, and find one piece. I see. I understand. Lewin stood up and walked toward the village. Ace, for some reason, naturally followed. Aren't you going to capture me? The one who will capture you is not me. Huh. Lewin glanced at Ace, who was much shorter than him. I am a Marine and not the old man Garp. You chose your own destiny, so you must face it yourself. Of course. Whoosh. Outsiders. A large net fell from the sky. Lewin stood still. Ace, seeing the people peeking out from all around, acted on impulse and shot a burst of flame to burn the vine net hurtling toward them. It's a sorcerer. The gaunt villagers, seeing the flames erupting from Ace's body, were instantly terrified. That's the power of the Onigashima executives. Ace glanced at Lewin. If he had been alone, he wouldn't have acted. But this man, although he hadn't sensed strong malice or killing intent from their conversation. However, all the legends about him proved that this man was definitely not a kind soul. What if they angered him? Hey! Lewin called out to the villagers who were about to turn and flee. The villagers froze, then turned around with terrified expressions. Some, already weak from hunger, simply fainted. Ace showed reluctance. These people were obviously poor commoners. They shouldn't. Shut up. Lewin gave Ace a dirty look. This guy, what kind of devil did he think he was? Lewin walked up to the villagers, looking at these poor souls, trembling with shock and fear. Pirates are pirates. They don't even understand the most basic sustainable development. And this world expects pirates to save it. Absolutely ridiculous. After taking out a large amount of food from his ring and placing it on the ground, Lewin said to them, these foods are easy to preserve and should last you for a while. Also, Lewin took out several bags of seeds. These were food seeds that he had asked Leo to bring from Greenbit, very easy to cultivate. These seeds are very easy to grow. I can't save everyone right now, but I can help as many as I can. The people who had been prostrate on the ground showed joy at the sight of food. One old man cautiously asked, Sir, are you not from Onigashima? Lewin shook his head. I am not. I came here to find someone, Tinguyama Hitetsu. Where is he? Hitetsu. The old man scrutinized Lewin and Ace, then seemed to make a decision and nodded to them. Please follow me. The back mountain of Bienli village. Tinguyama Hitetsu, wearing a mask and outfit resembling a great tengu, was weaving a straw hat beside a wooden hut. Hitetsu. Tinguyama Hitetsu looked up at the group. Who are they? The old man described what happened by the river, then glanced at Lewin and Ace. You're looking for Hitetsu for? Ace was confused. He was just following Lewin and didn't know anything about Tinguyama or whatever. Lewin unbuckled Shura and handed it to him. This sword. I once had a descendant of the Shimatsuki family look at it, but he was evasive, so I'm asking you to examine it. Tinguyama Hitetsu's eyes widened the moment he saw the scabbard of Shura. Shura. Oh, is it a famous sword of some significance? Seeing his reaction, Ace was puzzled. Tenguiyama Hitetsu held Shura in his hands, examined it carefully, then held his breath, and drew the blade. Without Diluan's suppression, the blade exuded endless killing intent and bloodlust as soon as it was exposed. Even Ace felt a suffocating pressure. Ding Diluan reached out and flicked the blade of Shura. The blade, which had been glowing crimson, instantly faded to a pitch black. Black blade. Tenguiyama Hitetsu looked at the man before him in disbelief. The one who had tempered Shura into a black blade. How terrifying. What? Is there something wrong with Shura being a black blade? After a moment of hesitation, Tenguiyama Hitetsu asked, "May I ask, did you temper Shura into a black blade? Or was it already in this state when you obtained it?" Diluan nodded. "Over a decade ago I captured this sword in a battle. At that time its blade was dark red. It took me several years to nurture it into black." "I see." Tenguiyama Hitetsu sheathed Shura and returned it to Diluan. "I presume the Shimatsuki family already told you that it is one of the supreme grade swords, the 12 works." "Yes." Back then the half-closed-eyed Koshiro had indeed said so, but he seemed to have some unspeakable difficulty. Moreover, Diluan didn't want to get involved with the Revolutionary Army at that time, so he didn't stay long and left. "Shura is a very special existence among the supreme grade swords," Tenguiyama Hitetsu said in a deep voice. "The first-generation Kitetsu forged by my ancestor is also among the supreme grade swords." "Do you know what a supreme grade sword is, eh?" Diluan shook his head. The supreme grade swords he knew of were only your first-generation Kitetsu Murakamijari Ace and the one in his own hand, Shura. The others, even as powerful as Shusue Enma and Aim no Habakiri, are only in the great grade swords. Besides having supreme forging craftsmanship and nearly unparalleled raw materials, the greatest criterion of the supreme grade swords is that they each represent a certain will, or rather a power. Will. Hearing this word, Diluan instinctively frowned. He strongly disliked the concept of fatalism. Born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, he believed that all talk of fate was nothing but ghosts and monsters. Although it was known that Zoan-type fruits of the mythical beast category might contain the wills of certain legends, Diluan still felt annoyed when such a thing was attached to himself. "I'm not some chosen happy boy, cut that crap." "Indeed. But the will within is not something everyone can fully comprehend and unearth. Just gaining its recognition is extremely difficult. To temper them into black blades requires several times, or even dozens of times more time and Ryu, flowing cherry blossom nurturing than ordinary famous swords. As for what the will actually is, that cannot be told, only the wielder can understand it themselves. However, I believe you have fully gained Shura's recognition." "Oh." Although his face was hidden behind the mask, one could still see reverence in Tenguiyama Hitetsu's expression. "Shura. Legend says it was once the sword of a great warrior who led the races to overthrow tyranny and purge evil." "Master, there's suddenly a lot of delicious food in the village." A crisp voice rang out from the distant path, and Dylan turned with a smile. A little girl with purple hair was stumbling toward the wooden cabin, clutching an armful of food. "Oh, it's Ayu, I already know." The massive pile of food blocked Ayu's view, and she didn't notice the others at the cabin's entrance. When she finally wobbled to the door and set down the food, she saw the towering Dylan and Ace and immediately raised her hands. The food isn't stolen, I surrender." "This little girl surrenders." Dylan let out a hearty laugh, took out the juice Sherry Man had brewed for him from his ring, and handed it to Ayu. "Want a taste?" "Huh. No way." Dylan's expression suddenly turned serious. Before Ayu could react, he said sternly, "Drinking juice before you've had a proper meal is very unhealthy." Ace, standing beside him, looked astonished. This guy. As dusk fell, Dylan, Ace, Tenguiyama Hitetsu, and the village chief sat around a campfire in front of the cabin. Ayu was dozing on Dylan's lap, still clutching a piece of grilled meat. Has the outside world really changed this much? The village chief's face flickered in the firelight. Wano country has been in isolation for centuries. Dylan poked at the firewood while listening to their conversation. Ace was doing most of the talking about the outside world, and Dylan rarely joined in. The great families of Wano. They all deliberately sealed themselves away, waiting for those so-called damn prophecies. Utterly foolish. And then there's that fool Odin. Dylan shook his head. Odin was undoubtedly powerful, but he sorely lacked the mindset of a true powerhouse and the means of a nation's leader. Tenguiyama Hitetsu watched Dylan from across the fire, his expression unreadable. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "This general seems particularly fond of Ayu." Dylan glanced down at the young Ayu, a tender look in his eyes. I like this child a lot. Her life shouldn't be so full of suffering." Dylan gently stroked Ayu's head. Most children in this world seem to have unhappy childhoods, but most of them still found the courage to face life. Nami no Jiko Sabo Hancock, Doflamingo Ayu Law. Their childhoods were all deeply unfortunate, yet they each found their own way to change their fates. Only that fool Momonosuke. All he does is cry and whine and bury his face in women's chests. Calling him a mere waste isn't enough. That's true. Living in a place like this for years, not only would you go hungry, but your health and lifespan would also suffer greatly. Tenguiyama Hitetsu gazed at the sleeping Au, his eyes filled with guilt and affection. Ace turned to look at Dylan, his expression stirring with emotion. But considering Wano's location and its customs, he swallowed his words. Although Dylan bore him no ill will, it didn't seem right to suddenly ask him to save the entire country. Besides, this was the middle of the New World, an area that had slipped almost entirely from the world government's control. With that thought, Ace clenched his fist tightly. Beasts Kaido, huh? After staying in Bakura village for 2 weeks, Dylan and Ace bid farewell to the villagers. Ace Neeson, Dylan Neeson. Au's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at the two kind big brothers. When can I set sail? Ace crouched down and patted Au's head. When I come back here, I'll make this country a place where you can all eat your fill. Dylan pursed his lips and said nothing. But Tenguiyama Hitetsu, standing nearby, seemed to be wrestling with something. Just as the two were about to leave, he suddenly spoke. General, would you consider taking Au with you? Not only Dylan but Ace, Au, and the village chief all looked bewildered. After a moment of shock, Ace understood. He was still a rookie pirate with no fixed home. And he genuinely felt that in the new world his strength wasn't enough to protect Au. But this man was different. The entire sea trembled at his reputation. Even the legendary pirates of old wouldn't dare set foot near the G5 branch. There, Au would live a happy life. Of course I can. Dylan also crouched down and placed his hands on Au's shoulders. But first Au has to agree herself. Au, her clothes covered in patches, looked hesitant. She yearned for the world beyond, but couldn't bear to leave her aging master. Au. Tenguiyama Hitetsu walked up to her and unstrapped his sword from his back, the Nidai Kitetsu. The world has changed so much. Go and see it for all of us. One day I hope you'll return to Wano and tell us about your grand adventures on the sea. Dylan frowned. This sword. He knew its origins well. The Kitetsu blades were cursed swords, without immense fortune and strength they were nearly impossible to tame. In the wrong hands they could even turn on their wielder. Tenguiyama Hitetsu shook his head. This sword isn't for Au. It's for you, General. Me. Dylan was about to decline, but Hitetsu cut him off. Indeed, it is a gift for you. The 20-year prophecy of Lady Toki is drawing near. I offer this blade as a token of Bakura village's gratitude. You believe I'm the one Kazuki Toki prophesied about? Au and Ace looked utterly confused, unable to follow the conversation. The village chief, however, appeared grim. It may well be you, General. And even if it isn't, consider this blade my payment to you for raising Au. Dylan pondered for a moment, then accepted the Nidai Kitetsu. Very well. In that case, when the time of prophecy comes, I will be there. Whether I'm the one to lead it or not, for Au's sake and for everyone here, I will do my part for this country. As Dylan led Au out of the village, she kept looking back. Though she had agreed to follow her master's wishes and go to see the dead of his care, was not so easily cast aside. Master. Everyone. Dylan bent down, held Au close, and gently patted her back to soothe her. At a hidden harbor, an unmarked ship was already docked. Vice Admiral Dark Dragon. Two masked figures sensed Dylan's presence and leaped down from the deck. Dylan ignored them. He brought Au aboard and patted her head. Wait here for me. That idiot Ace has gone looking for trouble. I'll go check on him and be right back. Okay. Au nodded, clutching the juice Dylan had given her. With her assurance, Dylan turned back to the CP0 agents. Protect her, and keep your mouths shut, or I'll take your mouths off for you. After leaving Bakura village, Dylan and Ace had taken separate paths. Seeing Ace's frantic demeanor, Dylan knew he was heading to Onigashima. But Kaido and his top officers were away, leaving only Yamato to defend the island. Yamato. TSK. By the time Dylan reached the edge of Onigashima, those two fools were already drinking together. I can't leave this place. That bastard. My father. The moment I set foot off Onigashima, this collar will explode. Ace, will I ever gain my freedom and sail the seas too? Of course you will, Yamato. I'm sure of it. The sea is so vast, so full of wonder. You'll definitely leave this place and find a life of your own. Footsteps. Thud. 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 Who's there? Yamato tensed at the sound. When Dylan appeared around the corner with Shura at his side, Ace was startled at first, then his face lit up with joy. It's you. You haven't left yet. Huh. A friend of yours, Ace. Ace scratched his head. And no. Not exactly. But. He stood up and ran over to Dylan. You could definitely break Yamato's shackles, right? Please. With that, Ace bent low in a deep bow. Shackles. Dylan walked past Ace, approaching Yamato. Is this it? Queen's tracking bombs. Yamato's wrists were bound by massive alloy cuffs that clanked loudly with every movement. Yes, that's it. In the years since entering the New World, Ace had heard countless legends about this man. With his strength, he could surely free Yamato. Dylan reached out, gripping one of the cuffs. Sensing its internal structure, he let his armament hockey seep into the metal. Crack. The cuff deformed and snapped apart. It actually broke. That's amazing, Yamato. Dylan glanced back at Ace. Don't get too excited, kid. The other one. I have no intention of removing it. Why not? Ace and Yamato both cried out, their faces falling with disappointment. Freedom had never been so close. Yet it remained just out of reach. Seeing Yamato's dejected look, Dylan paused before speaking. These things depend on my mood, don't they, eh? But if you insist on a reason. First, this one's been influenced by that fool Odin. I don't like it. Second, it's also a form of protection for her. You'll understand when we meet again, Ace. Hearing Dylan's words, the dejected Yamato shot to her feet, the remaining cuff clanking with her sudden movement. How dare you insult Odin? A man like him. Shut up. Dylan glared at Yamato. What kind of man was he? As a son, he abandoned his aging father to sail for so-called freedom, leaving his father in danger and ultimately causing his death. Upon his return, cowed by his enemy's power, he believed their pathetic promises and deceptions, dancing naked for years on end, squandering every shred of his authority. As a sovereign, he was distracted in battle by the illusion of his pathetic son being taken hostage and let all of Wano fall. Everyone else was ready to die to overthrow Kaido's rule, but him. He actually believed that nonsense about hold out for an hour and we'll let everyone go. As a son, a father, a husband, a lord. He failed at all of it. A complete and utter waste. Yamato trembled violently at Dylan's words. You? Still clinging to your freedom? Still wanting to become Kazuki Odin? A failure like that, and you'd even choose to inherit his name and his will. All because of 2 diaries. Dylan's eyes blazed. Why should I help you? What kind of degenerate writes a diary anyway? Think about it, Yamato. Beyond so-called freedom, people also have responsibilities to bear. Dylan turned and walked to the shore. A waste like Odin. Beyond possessing a bit of power, he was utterly worthless. Yes, it's within the land of Wano, possibly even within the scope of the Bienli village. Send your people to search, but do not disturb the lives of the villagers there. After hanging up the blue-gray din mushy, Dylan patted Otoma's head. Is there something in Bienli village that brother Dylan cares about? Otoma looked up at Dylan and asked, as Dylan had not avoided her when he was on the phone just now. Well, speaking of that thing belongs to you, but now that you're going out to sea with me to prevent any accidents, I've asked someone to retrieve it for you. Dylan was referring to the fruit that originally belonged to Otoma, the Wanzi fruit. Although it might not be given to Otoma to eat as planned, it could serve as a backup option. One of the fruits agreed upon with CP0, the Dakujinshin fruit, had already been eaten by Yamato. This caused Dylan to lash out at CP0 with a barrage of sarcastic criticism. CP0 could only cower in submission, not daring to speak. Once we reach G5, there are many interesting friends there. Otoma can do whatever she wants. Of course. You can't do anything bad. I want to become a kunoichi. Can I? Oh my. A kunoichi. That's really impressive, Otoma. Then you need to eat more. Without a good physique, you can't become an excellent ninja. Yes. The CP0 agents on both sides of the deck exchanged bewildered glances. This guy has such a side to him. This little girl might become a means to restrain the dark dragon. Put away your dangerous thoughts. I don't want to see blood in front of a child. Dylan casually lifted his eyes and glanced at CP0. I'm not a useless man like Odin. If you dare to threaten me with the lives of my family, I'll let you kill them, but afterwards I'll make sure you stay in hell forever. CP0, feeling chilled by Dylan's icy gaze, said awkwardly, Of course not. Vice Admiral Dylan is the special Vice Admiral appointed by the Panga Palace, and also our partner. Spare me the unnecessary nonsense. Get into the cabin. With me here you don't need to stand guard. G5 branch. When Dylan walked into the base holding Otoma's hand, everyone realized. The true second-in-command of this base had arrived. Except for Shiryu, who was still out on a hunt, all the core members were in the base and came out to greet him upon sensing Dylan's presence. Oh my, whose child is this? How adorable. Is she your child, Dylan? Tyre examined Otoma's attire and then looked up at Dylan, a child from Wano. Yes, I'll leave her education to you. As for living arrangements, she'll be with Sherryman. The entire sea knew that the G5 branch had welcomed its little princess. There were even rumors that she was the daughter of the Dark Dragon. Dylan, and some people who had good relations with Dylan even came to congratulate him. Hey, you bastard Kazan, you came empty-handed. Era, I'm very poor. Who is this guy? Who let him in? Run around the island 100 times. At this time, far away in the depths of the New World, the Whitebeard pirates. Pops, let's go to Wano. I must save that country. Odin. Whitebeard's feelings were complicated. That man, even until his death, had never asked for help from him or Roger's crew. What was he waiting for? Watching Ace gesticulating excitedly below, Whitebeard raised his fist. Kaido, that man is someone even Odin couldn't defeat. Don't be too arrogant. Brat. After lecturing Ace, Whitebeard fell into deep thought. His physical condition was no longer what it used to be, and, since this was Odin's own choice, he would wait and see. In the cabin, an angry Ace was eating voraciously. Marco walked over and patted his shoulder. Ace, don't blame Pops. Pops. He is also in pain. Then why? Marco sat down beside him and looked out the window. Odin was once our friend, the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, 2nd Division. Before you it was him. Wah. What? You didn't know? But after Odin left Roger's ship and returned to Wano, he never once asked for help from us or from Roger's side. Perhaps he had his own thoughts and choices. Ace was surprised but then asked, now that Odin has been dead for so many years, Wano. Ace. Marco sighed. You've only been on the ship for a short time, but Pops is nearly 70 years old. He has been through too many life and death battles in his youth, and his body is riddled with countless hidden injuries. Moreover, the tremor fruit's backlash on its user is also extremely severe. Marco looked at Ace seriously. Pop's physical condition can no longer support him in intense battles. Once Pops falls, not only our crew and the allied pirate crews, but the entire balance of the new world will be shattered. Because once the man who stands in their way falls, whether it's Beast, Big Mom, or others, an unstoppable war will immediately erupt. So we cannot act rashly unless it's a matter of life and death. Ace. Pop's reputation still dominates the new world, but he cannot afford to show any weakness. So don't make things difficult for him. After hearing Marco's words, Ace was unable to calm down for a long time. He thought of that equally infamous man and also Old Man Garp. Did they also have the same concerns and worries? No. Perhaps Old Man Garp might. But that man, the Dark Dragon Dylan, he definitely has no such problems now, and in the coming decades his strength will only grow stronger. Could it really be him who will save Wano? Marineford. Akiji's office. Go to the East Blue. Smoker. To Logtown, he said he wanted to gain some experience. In recent years, Dylan himself rarely returned to Marineford, so he didn't know much about Smoker's actions. But from some indirect information, he also learned that Smoker had made some progress over the years, at least in the use of Rokushiki and Haki. But he was probably still no match for Dragon, so even if he went to Logtown, he couldn't stop Straw Hat from going to sea. What? The East Blue should be fine, right? How should I know? Dylan shot a displeased glance at Akiji. He's a grown man and a Logia user. Does he still need protection? Dylan's attitude towards Smoker had always puzzled Akiji. It felt like Dylan didn't reject Smoker like other Marines, but rather seemed dissatisfied with his strength. Come to think of it, the smoke fruit is a Logia after all, but Smoker's development of it was really rather poor. By the way, there's someone who admires you greatly. Would you like to meet her? Admires me? Dylan was taken aback. He rarely returned to headquarters. Although many people knew of him, there shouldn't be many who admired him, right? Could it be a battle maniac? Is there such a person at headquarters? It's a chief petty officer under Smoker, a female swordsman. Oh, Tashiji. Want to learn my swordsmanship? The short-haired Tashiji, upon seeing Dylan, ran excitedly to him and saluted. Vice Admiral Dylan. I am Chief Petty Officer Tashiji of headquarters. As a Marine swordsman, I greatly admire you. It's an honor, Chief Petty Officer Tashiji. Dylan nodded encouragingly. At this time, Tashiji still looked like a young girl with short hair and a somewhat dazed expression. Tashiji's expression froze when she saw the sword at Dylan's waist. Shura. Oh, you recognize it. This four-eyed girl, indeed a lover of famous swords, recognized the Shura at his waist at a glance. Vice Admiral Dylan. May I? This is very presumptuous. May I see your sword? Dylan smiled slightly. Sure, but be careful. Dylan unstrapped Shura and handed it to Tashiji, a teasing look in his eyes. Smoker, biting a cigar beside them, had now been promoted to the rank of captain, but still hadn't changed his bad temper. One of the 12 supreme grade swords, Shura. Tashiji carefully observed the scabbard of Shura, muttering to herself. Among the recorded supreme grade sword, Shura is also an extremely mysterious and special existence. Legend has it that on one hand it represents hellish slaughter, but on the other hand it represents the justice that crushes tyranny and evil. Don't say that carelessly, Tashiji. If the higher-ups hear it, it won't be good for me. Dylan shook his head. He didn't know if the 5 elders studied famous swords, but he believed that Mary Geos definitely had professionals. Since the first generation Kitetsu was in the hands of the 5 elders, they certainly wouldn't be completely ignorant. However, some things couldn't be said directly. Thinking of this, Dylan also felt a bit puzzled. Could it really be that Shura had chosen him, or was there really a so-called fate arranging all of this? At branch G5. Dylan, when are you returning to the East Blue? Dylan rustled his newspaper and looked up at Belmere, who had asked the question, what for? If you have business, you can go back yourself. You don't need me to escort you from here to the East Blue, do you? No, it's not that. You can fly, can't you? Help me bring some things back for Nami and Nojiko. Dylan gave her a look of disdain. If you want to fly so badly, it's simple. I have a fruit here, the kind with wings. Want to eat it? Belmere shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. No way. I don't want to turn into a landlubber. Besides, G5 already has enough of those. Dylan put down the newspaper and leaned on the desk with both hands. He had not considered giving the Garuda fruit to Belmere without careful thought, but becoming a devil fruit user must first be based on their own willingness. And Belmir had a point. For G5, having all members be devil fruit users wasn't necessarily a good thing. What do you want me to take? Belmir pulled out a stack of bills and placed them on the table. Take this money back for them. It's my savings from these past few years. Dylan looked up somewhat surprised. Money? Is that necessary? Even if they spent like the celestial dragons, I could support them for several lifetimes. This was indeed true. As Akiji had said, Dylan's wealth had reached an astonishing level. Moreover, the area beside his shipyard had been expanded into an alloy processing factory, a joint venture with the Navy Headquarters Science Unit, generating substantial daily income. Belmir rarely argued with Dylan so seriously. She looked at him with a solemn expression. Of course I know how much you cherish them. But this is what a mother should do. Besides, I don't want you to spoil them too much. Alright, I understand. Dylan nodded slightly and picked up the money from the table. As he looked back at Belmir, a flicker of regret passed through him. After all, she was a woman. If they were ever to face Nami on the battlefield, could she truly hold her ground and beliefs? Perhaps. It was in this moment that the hesitation and struggle in Dylan's expression touched Belmir. Despite the height difference, she reached out and patted his arm. Dylan, don't underestimate me because I'm a woman. You have to trust me, trust us. No matter what abyss or hell we face in the future, as long as you go there, we will follow you. Dylan tensed up, then looked at Belmir. She was the one he had chosen first and the one with the most talent so far. What if it's Nami? Dylan's eyes couldn't hide his disappointment, even a hint of helpless anger. To his surprise, Belmir didn't seem shocked at all. She took a deep drag of her cigarette and gazed towards the east blue. So it is Nami after all. But Belmir turned around, her expression resolute. Even if it's Nami, if she chooses a wrong path in life, then it's up to me to correct it. I will personally arrest her. If she falls into the path of evil, I will end it with my own hands. Dylan. In an instant, Belmir's conqueror's haki surged violently. I promised you I will not hesitate. This is my duty as a mother. Dylan watched Belmir, her expression firm, then let out a sigh, and said, don't tell Nojiko for now, and don't try to interfere with anything. The East Blue in some respects is the most dangerous sea of all. It was the first time in all these years that Belmir had seen Dylan so serious and somber. Since the first year she knew him, the Dylan she knew had always possessed unparalleled confidence, and of course the power he displayed matched that confidence. It was only at this moment that Belmir began to understand that this world might be far more complex than she had ever seen or imagined. Years ago, when Dylan spoke of the Emperors of the Sea, there was no hint of fear or unease in his eyes. For her and Shiryu, he had even gone alone to the West Blue and nearly annihilated Shanks the Red-Haired before he became one of the 4 emperors. Moreover, Dylan didn't usually go out of his way to hide things from them. For example, his dealings with Big Mom, or the fact that the boy he had been watching in the East Blue for over a decade, now the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist, Ace, was actually the son of Joel D. Roger. None of these had ever shaken Dylan. It was only today, when the topic of Nami's future came up, that it seemed to touch upon some earth-shattering secret, forcing even the ever-confident Dylan to reveal such a grave expression. Nami, what secrets does she hold? Or is it? I've tried to change Nami's fate over the years, but I haven't succeeded. At this point, there's not much I can do to alter it. Remember my words, Belmir. Within 2 years, you must not return to the East Blue. Otherwise, you might die. Dylan straightened his collar and walked heavily towards the balcony. Don't let me lose more family. The sun god had now grown, and even Dylan himself was wary of its latent power. If Belmir were to come into contact with the sun god, it would likely immediately alert them, and she could even be directly erased. After all, Belmir wasn't like the small fry on the surface of the East Blue that the sun god could use to gain experience. After packing up the gifts Belmir had for Kokoyashi village, Dylan transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared into the sky. Belmir stood on the balcony, watching the fading light, pressing her lips tightly together in silence. The first half of the Grand Line. Dylan hovered in the air and pulled out a map. The map was densely marked with many red lines, with only a few routes still showing small blanks. It should be on one of these routes. Vermal. The issue of the Golden Lion had been on his mind since he first entered the Grand Line. Every time he returned to the East Blue, he would record his routes to better pinpoint the location of the floating island Vermal. Shiki. A man who inherited the will of rocks, to be defeated by such a brat with such a boring trick. It seemed that the accident he suffered during the Ed War had greatly diminished his power. Not only was he unable to use haki, but that helm stuck in his head probably brought him other limitations and harm. After all, it was lodged in his brain. A man who was once on par with Whitebeard and Roger, defeated by a balloon. How pathetic. After slowly drawing a line on the map, Dylan's figure flickered, and he shot into the sky. Vermal. The Golden Lion sat cross-legged at the edge of the island, gazing out at the sea. Dr. Indigo walked up beside him, hands in his pockets. Despite his comical face, the aura emanating from Dr. Indigo at this moment made the surrounding beasts tremble in fear, scattering far away. Kara reminiscing again, Shiki. No. The golden lion remained seated still, gazing into the distance. I'm wondering, do the pirates out there now even deserve to be called pirates? Huh. Why do you say that? Aren't Lean, Newgate, and Kaido doing quite well? Dr. Indigo walked over and sat down beside the golden lion, completely unbothered by the fact that just a few inches ahead was a drop of tens of thousands of feet. TCH few. The golden lion blew out a puff of smoke, saying with disdain, Newgate is strong enough, sure, but he's like me. His body has major problems. He probably can't hold on much longer. No. It would only take one all-out battle to be the end of him. As for Lin and Kaido, they're not yet worthy of coveting that position. Why? Those two's problems were already exposed back in the Rocks days. They might achieve some things, but they can never become kings. This sea has forgotten the power and terror of pirates. They've forgotten what a true pirate is. Just as the golden lion's words faded, a cold voice echoed from the distance. Then you tell me, what is a true pirate? A fierce gale swept past as Dylan halted before the golden lion. The map in his hand had already been crumpled and scattered into the wind. Croc, the Navy Vice Admiral Dark Dragon, has been making quite a name for himself these past few years. Facing Dylan, Dr. Indigo showed little tension, still keeping his hands in his pockets as he sized up the opponent. Dylan's gaze swept past the two men and stretched toward the island beyond. After observing for a moment, Dylan withdrew his gaze and looked at the golden lion. Quite mediocre, Shiki. I'm not trying to discourage you, but these cats and dogs of yours, if thrown into the East Blue, would cause at most a day or two of chaos. To destroy the East Blue. That's a pipe dream. Jaha. What an arrogant brat. Sometimes I really hate you East Blue bastards. The golden lion's body slowly rose into the air, and his expression turned serious. Come to take my head, Navy brat. Dylan drew Shura and flicked at his expression calm. Correct. No prize though. Clang. Dylan's Shura clashed with the wooden sword Kakuto on the golden lion's right foot. After a slight tremor, the golden lion was sent flying backward before halting midair. Dylan stared at the grim-faced golden lion and smirked. Looks like that ship's will did a lot of damage to your body. Can't even use hockey now, can you? Relying only on your devil fruit ability. Enough to deal with a brat like you. The golden lion roared, and the earth behind him churned, quickly coalescing into several lion-headed forms that rolled toward Dylan. Lion's Majesty Earth Roll. Just as the massive stone lion heads closed in on Dylan, a flash of red light sliced through, severing them all into pieces and sending them flying into the air. The moment the lion heads rose, a series of crescent-shaped slashes flew from behind the gap. Lion Thousand Grain Valley. Dylan's gaze darkened. The onslaught of slashes ahead was far denser than expected, nearly forming an inescapable net. He held Shura horizontally, and lightning coiled around its blade. Condemnation Break, Illusion. An equally dense barrage of slashes burst forth, and the lion heads caught in the middle were instantly shredded by the collision of countless cuts. The golden lion raised his right hand and slammed it downward. In an instant, the entire floating island rumbled as soil, rocks, and trees all lifted into the sky. Dylan hovered midair, watching the debris gather. What's this? Planetary devastation. A crackle of lightning flashed, and before the floating debris could fully converge, Dylan was already before the golden lion. The golden lion had no time to dodge, and years of battle instinct screamed danger. Unable to cancel his technique in time, he could only let the debris fall back to the ground as he raised his legs, crossing his swords. Clang. Blocked. The golden lion breathed a sigh of relief. Though his hockey was limited by old wounds, he could sense that if that strike had landed, he would have been finished. No, not blocked. Dylan, pressing both hands against the hilt of Shura, looked up at the golden lion. A black-red aura erupted from the tip of Shura, instantly engulfing the golden lion, suspended in midair. Condemnation Bridge of the Dead. Slashes as fine and dense as silk threads pierced the golden lion's body. Without hockey to protect him, the golden lion was instantly drenched in blood. Ugh! An endless river of slashes madly stabbed through his body. After several seconds, even the mighty golden lion could no longer hold on and crashed heavily to the ground. From a distance, Dr. Indigo sighed. It's over. Shiki. Huh. You little brat, huh? The golden lion, gasping for air, forced himself up and looked at the descending Dylan. Never thought I'd lose to someone from the East Blue again. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, the golden lion unfastened the twin swords attached to his legs and planted them in the earth. These are fine blades. Take them. Don't let them go to waste. Seeing the confusion in Dylan's eyes, the golden lion laughed loudly. Jaha. Don't misunderstand. I'm not buying my life with them. Once I lost my hockey, my pirate life was as good as over. The golden lion grinned viciously at Dylan. You're a Navy brat, but I sense a lot of interesting things in you. Jaha. That fool Newgate only blocks the new world, hindering the old era's advance. And Kaido, Big Mom. None of them are worthy. Only I inherited Roxwell. Dylan looked at the gesticulating golden lion, puzzled by his excitement. You don't actually think I'm going to inherit the will of some guy like Rox, do you? No. Our paths differ, but our destination is the same. Come on, Navy. Take my head, and make it a stepping stone to a higher stage. With a guy like you, the world will never be boring. Dylan nodded, and pulled out a din din mushy. Kazan, get ready. The din din mushy, wearing an eye mask, briefly replied understood, then closed its eyes. Any last words? Dylan walked forward, Shura in hand, looking at the blood-soaked yet exhilarated golden lion. Once a person falls into obsession or madness, they become utterly irrational. Last words. The golden lion smiled mysteriously. You're strong, kid, but not strong enough. To truly stand at the world's pinnacle, you're still missing something. When that time comes, you'll be qualified to fight this world. When that time comes, you'll be qualified to touch the true history. You're really old, Shiki. Dylan raised Shura. I have no interest in history. Because history, I decided. Swoosh. The golden lion's head flew into the air. But the face on that severed head was filled with surprise and delight. As the golden lion's life faded, the dozen or so floating islands began to tremble and then plummeted into the sea below. Dylan hovered in the air and glanced at Dr. Indigo, who was seated cross-legged on a mountain peak. His face showed no fear, no despair, only calm. It seemed this man had also lost his will to fight and live. On the sea surface, as a massive shadow loomed, Akiji, standing on the water, revealed a stunned expression. "Ah la la, this is going too far." Boom. The dozen islands crashed down simultaneously, sending colossal waves surging across the ocean. Just as the waves peaked, Akiji crouched and plunged his hand into the sea. Ice Age. Crack, 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 crack. In an instant, the 100-meter-high waves and tremors were frozen solid, forming a unique massive ice sculpture cluster on the sea. Done. I'm leaving. Dylan descended from the air and landed on the ice beside Akiji. Akiji pushed up his eye mask as if he had done something trivial. Such a fuss over a sky island. Was it Golden Lion? Dylan glanced at Akiji and nodded. I've been looking for him for years. The body is still on the island. Send someone to clean it up if you need. You killed him. Yeah. Akiji rubbed his palm with some annoyance. The float fruits ability. Ah, forget it. That's the world government's problem. I'll leave the report to you, Kazan. I have business back in the East Blue. Hey, you bastard. Hey. Staring at the empty air before him and the distant giant ice sculptures, Akiji was silent for a moment before pulling out his den mushy. Sengoku-sen. Kokoyashi Village, the Tangerine Grove. Nami's not here again. Nojiko, standing by the stove and chopping vegetables, replied, she said she was going surveying. Dylan tapped the table, lightly frowning as he looked at the maps covering the living room. Jen, sitting nearby, hesitated before speaking. Don't worry. She's already 17. Seeing Dylan's expression still unchanged, Jen ventured, should I call her back? No. Let her do what she loves. Brrr brew. Before Dylan could finish, the den mushy on his arm suddenly rang. He pressed the button and the den mushy's face transformed into a square-jawed crew-cut man. Vice Admiral Dylan. Please save the people of the Sakura Kingdom. Sakura Kingdom. Dalton. What's wrong? A few extremely vicious pirates have come here. Understood. Dylan hung up the den mushy and stood. I'll be back for dinner. Wait for me a bit, he said to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Nojiko nodded. Be careful, big brother Dylan. After stepping out the door, Dylan flew toward the direction of the Grand Line. Teach, you've obtained the dark fruit. Amidst the blizzard on Drum Island, countless citizens helped each other as they hurried toward the castle. Those pirates are utterly vicious. Someone please save us. Though there were only a few pirates, each was powerful and cruel. Even our king. That kind-hearted king was humiliated so brutally by them. Inside the castle, Dalton, surrounded by the crowd, spat blood, his body covered in wounds. Where did they go? Those men seemed uninterested in treasure and went on a rampage the moment they arrived. They headed toward the witch's castle. Dr. Correa. Dalton panted, glancing at the den mushy beside him. Will that man come? Listening to the moans and cries of the people around him, a wave of helplessness and despair washed over Dalton. Then he recalled the words that man had spoken to him years ago. Your evil lies in your hypocrisy and incompetence. Am I truly so incompetent? Dalton clenched his fists tightly, the pink cherry blossom flag outside the window seeming glaringly bright. Outside, Dr. Correa's castle, Blackbeard had just walked out with satisfaction when he saw his crew members lying on the ground. Doc Q, Burgess, Van Auger, and Lafitte were all covered in blood, yet none of them had lost their vital signs. Dylan leaned against a stone pillar outside the castle gate, watching Blackbeard emerge. After a brief appraisal, he said, Done. Zihahaha, it's you, Dark Dragon. From within the gate, Dr. Correa, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, stepped out. Dylan gave her a sidelong glance. If you're old, just retire peacefully. Don't think that because you're aged and know some damn secrets you can threaten anyone. Dylan stood up, planting Shura on the ground. Many people on this see no secrets. Your help in modifying this bastard's body settles your previous medical fees. Now get lost. Not only Dr. Correa, but even Blackbeard's eyes widened in shock. You? What? Surprised. Teach, I don't plan to kill you today, but... Dylan drew Shura. This place barely counts as my turf. Letting you walk away so easily would be a blow to my pride. Thunderlance. Dark water. Swirling black particles devoured the spear of lightning that shot toward Blackbeard. Zehaha. Devil fruit powers are useless against me. I know. Before the lightning was fully consumed, a crimson slash followed closely behind. Shink. The slash tore across Blackbeard's chest, and blood gushed forth instantly. Damn it. It hurt so much. Blackbeard clutched his wound, rolling on the ground, as if he were on the verge of death. Dylan watched his performance coldly, his expression unchanged. Done acting? Then get lost. If you weren't still of some use, none of you and your ragtag crew would leave here alive today. Scram. Blackbeard, who had been writhing on the ground, froze for a moment, then leaped to his feet. Despite the blood still flowing from his chest wound, he seemed utterly oblivious to it. You bastard. Blackbeard swallowed hard. Zehaha, I never thought the Marines had someone like you. Since you're not arresting me today, I'll be on my way, Dark Dragon. Dylan watched the Blackbeard pirates limp away, his grip on Shura tightening until his veins bulged. Only after they vanished from sight did he let out a sigh. The Paramount War was a crucial piece of his plan. It could not be altered. As for Teach, that bastard never even needed to sleep since childhood. Besides his abnormal physique, his willpower and pain tolerance had long surpassed normal human limits. That guy, despite his over-the-top acting, is truly a monster. Dylan mused. Fortunately for now, Teach, like Ace and Kizuru, relied a bit too heavily on his devil fruit. Judging from their earlier exchange, killing him wouldn't be a problem even if he obtained the Gura Gura Nomi. But this guy, Dylan frowned. Even before eating a fruit, Teach could match Shanks. There must be other tricks up his sleeve. After glancing back at the castle, Dylan headed down the mountain, his expression filled with sneering contempt. His earlier promise to grant Dr. Kureha a favor was in itself giving the people a chance to buy their lives. Since they didn't cherish it, when that day truly comes, they have no one to blame but themselves. Inside the castle, Dr. Kureha's face was etched with deep gravity. Watching Chopper bustling about in the distance, Dr. Kureha sighed inwardly. I'm sorry, Chopper. This is a pact between me and the D clan. Drum Island Royal Palace Castle. Dylan stood in the center of the hall watching the citizens streaming out, then cast a glance at the dispirited Dalton. Well, have you realized your own incompetence and stupidity? Dylan sneered. This is the Grand Line, and you expected to defend your country with ordinary people, eh? Dalton hung his head in silence. Even though Dylan's gaze and tone dripped with contempt, even though he was the king of a world government member state. In the presence of this man, he couldn't muster any defiance. During the last reverie, even powerful nations like the flower country of West Blue Dressrosa of the New World and countries like Alabasta had all lodged complaints against him. And yet his position and power remained completely unaffected. Why? Because a vast number of East Blue nations, as well as the Ryugu Kingdom of Fishman Island, all spoke in his defense. If you can't handle it, just say so. You like living in that thatched hut outside, don't you? Go now. Dylan looked at Dalton's pained and conflicted face with a flicker of impatience. Just as Dylan raised his arm to contact CP0, Dalton lifted his head. Please. Give me one more chance. Dylan's arm froze mid-air as he stared coldly at Dalton. If he couldn't muster the courage and resolve today, then he would take this country for himself. Though time was already running short, it would still count for something. It's been 5 or 6 years. I thought that after dealing with Wapol you would have learned about change and resistance. But here you are in such a dangerous zone, still so naive, so foolish. Dylan lowered his arm, turning away, without a second glance at Dalton's remorseful expression. Figure out what path you want to take. I'll leave you with one saying: seek peace through war, and peace shall endure. Seek peace through peace, and peace shall perish. As he reached the main gate, Dylan looked at the cherry blossom flag in the plaza, his eyes filled with disgust. I don't like that flag. If it's still there next time I come. Dylan left the sentence unfinished, but the chilling implication made Dalton shudder. Mary Geos, Pangea Castle. Voluntarily requesting Marine garrison. The 5 elders were taken aback by the report. Sakura. No. Kia Kingdom. The CP0 agent collaborating with Dylan stood by awaiting their decision. But G5 is far from there. Sending a garrison. They didn't discuss replacing the garrison with another branch, as the request specifically stipulated G5 for the stationing. Let him decide for himself. It's just a minor nation in the lower world. However, the 5 elder with a birthmark on his forehead turned to the CP0 agent. Has that woman's identity been confirmed? The CP0 agent bowed slightly. Not yet certain. Her appearance differs greatly from the old wanted poster, and there are significant discrepancies in recorded speech and behavioral patterns. If it truly is her. The 5 elder pondered, as if recalling something. Forget it. Have someone observe from the outskirts. Even if it is her, she's already in her twilight years. Not a threat. But the blonde 5 elder dismissed the CP0 agent with a wave, then addressed the others. The first light has appeared. Why hasn't he extinguished it? No, he did act. But for some reason he didn't snuff it out. We need not doubt his allegiance, for Lord Emu has already decreed it. All the lights will be extinguished by him. In the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar, the sea route, where G5 branch was stationed, had almost become a forbidden zone for pirates. Even when attending Joker's auctions or trading weapons with him, other nations and pirates would choose to detour around more distant routes. What puzzled others was that just when they were pushing Dressrosa to the brink, D. Lewin suddenly ordered a change in the direction of the advance. Though perplexed, no one ever defied D. Lewin's orders. This allowed the beleaguered Don Quixote pirates a chance to catch their breath. In the waters northwest of the G5 branch, Shilu Ain and Bayer Mayer stood at the bow gazing at the distant flag. That's a pirate crew under Whitebeard. Up to this point, this is our boundary with them. The island ahead had been planted with Whitebeard's flag over a decade ago, while the island behind them had been marked with G5's flag just yesterday. Huff. Let it be. D. Lewin said last time that we should not provoke the four emperors for now. As long as they don't come, we don't need to bother them. AI, and gripping the sword, Shusue raised her wrist, then turn. The next stop is Coconut Tree Island. The pirates there do not belong to any of the four emperors. Shilu glanced at AI and then at Bayer Mayer. This foolish woman had become unusually ferocious lately, often killing pirates with a single punch. Was she venting some emotion? Shilu shook his head, dismissing the stray thoughts. These matters were none of his concern. Meanwhile, the G5 branch welcomed a special guest. What are you doing here, you bastard? Shouldn't you be on the island with your gorilla? D. Lewin, crossing his legs, tossed a bottle of wine to Hawkeye. I found a very interesting young man in the East Blue, and he seems to know you. My. D. Lewin looked up and thought. What was it? It seemed that after the small fry Krieg entered the Grand Line and disturbed Hawkeye's sleep, Hawkeye chased him all the way back to the East Blue like a cat toying with a mouse. But the problem was, Krieg had been dead for 10 years. Why did Hawkeye still go to the East Blue? What were you doing in the East Blue? D. Lewin stared at Hawkeye, as if demanding a reasonable answer. Hawkeye swirled his glass casually and said, no particular reason. Just drifting around looking for interesting opponents. Then why not go find Rayleigh? He uses a sword, doesn't he? The glass in his hand trembled for a moment, then after a silence Hawkeye said, I have an agreement with the world government not to touch those taboo figures. To play along with Hawkeye, D. Lewin had to ask again, so what's this interesting young man you mentioned? A young man named Nua Luo Nua Yasua Long. After recounting his encounter in the East Blue, Hawkeye added, he said he met you in the East Blue when he was a child, and you had a profound impact on him. Green-haired punk, I did meet him once. So, you think highly of him. He has the heart and conviction of a strong man. He should become a remarkable swordsman in the future. Is that so? D. Lewin was non-committal about Hawkeye's assessment. Green-haired punk, his swordsmanship was rather monotonous, relying mostly on instant movement and Iajutsu from the mid-game onward, only made flashy by the notoriety of his techniques. After all, it was the fruit of naming. After Hawkeye left, D. Lewin picked up a Den Mushi and dialed. The other and became a white-haired, short-haired, rogue-looking fellow. What's up? Are you still in the East Blue? No, I applied for a transfer from headquarters. I'm chasing someone in paradise. D. Lewin hung up the Den Mushi and pondered. Straw Hat, has he already reached for Baston? Although he had warned Kaluo Kudaer, D. Lewin knew well that the arrogant man would not take it seriously. He would only think D. Lewin was insulting him. To this day, D. Lewin still couldn't figure out why young Ba Lei could tie with the prime Lei Li and Kaluo Kudaer could tie with Ba Lei. He even challenged Whitebeard later. Although this challenge might have been exaggerated, like Mo Liya, who had also challenged Kai Duo. But the gap could not be that huge. Even if it was due to carelessness or arrogance, could something similar to Jin Shirzi have happened to Kaluo Kudaer? This guy's fearlessness of death was even more pronounced than that of the flamingo duo Fu Lang Mingge. At least duo Fu Lang Mingge behaved relatively well in front of Aoki Red Dog and warring states, but Kaluo Kudaer dared to attack Red Dog during the Summit War. This could no longer be described as fearlessness. He must have some backing. Judging from Whitebeard's lenient attitude toward him, he must have some kind of relationship with Whitebeard. As for the rumor that he was turned from a woman into a man by the hormone of the Okama Queen, that was uncertain, but D. Lewin was not very convinced by that theory. Man Shueli. Upon hearing D. Lewin's voice, Man Shueli in the garden outside immediately flew up. D. Lewin, Rando, what do you need me to do? D. Lewin extended his hand. My sister might be sick. Although, I'm not entirely sure. I'm a bit worried. Please stay in the ring for a while. I'll go check on her, and I'll trouble you then. D. Lewin, Rando's sister. Huh. D. Lewin smiled. She's Bayer Mayer's daughter. By the way, she might have been bitten by a bug and has a high fever. Then let's go, D. Lewin, Rando. At the foot of Drum Mountain, Shan Ji and Straw Hat stared at the thousands of meters high peak, then at the feverish Na Mei. Clenching their teeth, they said, we'll carry Na Mei and climb if we have to. Yeah. Straw Hat had just rolled up his sleeves when a voice came from afar. No need. Huh. Diluin landed in the snow, looked at the flushed Na-Mei, then at the bewildered Straw Hat and the terrified Shanji. Put her down. No, Na-Mei is our comrade. Get lost. Diluin roared, then turned to Straw Hat. You want to die? Diluin Dage. Please don't hurt him. Na-Mei, who had been in a daze, was startled awake. Upon seeing Diluin, she was first overjoyed, then filled with guilt. When she sensed Diluin's murderous intent toward Lu Fei, she mustered her strength to barely speak. Beside her, Straw Hat still scratched his head. Dage, this guy is your big brother. Shanji pulled Lu Fei aside and whispered, Hey, you really don't know who Na-Mei is? Huh. Seeing Lu Fei's expression, Shanji swallowed. She is the sworn sister of Marine Vice Admiral Dark Dragon. You didn't know that? Dark Dragon. What's that? Shanji glanced at Diluin. That's a Marine code name. Lu Fei and this generation of Marines, those with color animal code names, are basically monsters even qualified to contend for the position of Marine Admiral. I see. But he's Na-Mei's brother, so he must be a good person, right? Shanji was choked. A good person. Maybe. For civilians. But for pirates, this guy was an absolute demon. On the other side, with Man Shui Li's treatment, Na-Mei recovered instantly. After treating Na-Mei, Man Shui Li looked at Diluin. Whether sensing Diluin's bad mood or unable to bear the cold climate, she voluntarily returned to the ring space. Diluin sighed and took a leather coat from the ring to drape over Na-Mei. Take care of yourself, Na-Mei. With that, Diluin vanished into a blur. Na-Mei, wrapped in the coat, had tears glistening in her eyes. Diluin Dage. She was not like Nuachi Gao, who stayed on Kokoyashi Island all day. From the age of 10, she had been drifting around the East Blue surveying. Of course, she knew what Diluin Dage stood for and what his position and will were. But Lu Fei. Na-Mei turned back to look at the man who had brought her joy and dreams. Finally, Na-Mei squatted on the ground and burst into tears. The sworn sister of the Guardian of the East Blue had become a pirate. How ironic. Shanji and Straw Hat sat quietly beside her, silently comforting her. When Na-Mei calmed down, Straw Hat grinned. Hey Shanji, Na-Mei, shall we go up? Huh. Shanji was stunned. Na-Mei's illness is cured. Why go up? Straw Hat rubbed his chin. I feel like there's something interesting up there. It's like someone is calling me. Half a month later, reports of the former warlord of the Sea Crocodiles conspiracy being thwarted by the Marines spread across the world. Dylan glanced at the newspaper, seeing Smoker's enraged expression and Tashiji's awkward one. Those two had stumbled into a major achievement, each earning a promotion. However, this incident marked a profound shift in Smoker's mentality. Though he was once known as the mad dog of the Marines, he generally followed the major directives. But after the Alabasta incident, his trust in both the Marines and the world government had eroded further. Nico Robin. Did she decipher the poneglyph regarding Pluton? Dylan mused. This was dangerous knowledge. Kazan must be aware of it, and her survival was undoubtedly tied to him. In Dylan's view, there were hardly any truly just officers within the Marines. If one were to speak of compassion, perhaps Ship Cutter T-Bone was one of the few. As for the others, each had their own stance and motives. Sengoku needed no introduction. He severed Roger's bloodline on orders, commanding the capture and execution of all pregnant women and infants on Batarilla. During the Paramount War, he didn't hesitate to order indiscriminate attacks, sacrificing the outer ranks of the Marines to ensure tactical execution. Garp, to ensure Ace's safety, also did nothing to stop this. Then there were Akiji and Fujitora. One let Robin wander among gangs and pirates, the other turned a blind eye to the deaths of the poor in Dressrosa to test his own brand of justice. No one has the right to judge another. As for Dylan himself, he stood up and glanced at Ashura beside him. He had never aspired to be a saint, and he knew he could never become one. He would kill based on his own likes and dislikes. For instance, if he encountered Momonosuke, who had traveled across time from 20 years ago, 2 years from now. Even if you were the true Uranus, I'd still kill you. Inside the Marineford conference room, only Vice Admiral Tsurukuma and 2 other officers were present. Hey, what are you doing? Sorry. Watch out. My body's moving on its own. One officer suddenly drew his weapon and swung at another. Vice Admiral Tsuru, resting her chin on her hands, observed calmly. It's you, isn't it, Doflamingo? Let them go now, be a good boy. Good boy. Fufufu. If that's how you want to put it. Doflamingo changed his gesture, and the Marine holding the weapon lunged to stab his comrade. If you're not good, you'd better watch out when he gets here. He's not as easygoing as we are. Doflamingo froze, his expression darkening. From the corridor, 2 figures, one tall and one short, approached. Dylan walked beside Sengoku, casting a glance at Doflamingo, who was frozen in place. What? Need me to beg you? Get down here and sit properly. Doflamingo was silent for a moment, then let out a dry laugh. Fufufu. Still as foul-tempered as ever, Dylan. I appreciate your patronage of my business. Dylan walked over to sit beside Vice Admiral Tsuru, staring at Doflamingo, who had taken his seat. Keep jabbering, and I'll levy a 30 tax on all Dressrosa operations. Tsuru pursed her lips into a smile, while Sengoku at the head of the table pretended not to hear. The others aren't coming. This time. Thud. Thud. Mihawk walked into the hall carrying Yuru on his back. Sengoku looked somewhat puzzled. I didn't expect you to show up. Mihawk glanced at Dylan. Just passing by. Besides, I'm only here to observe this time. As Sengoku was about to speak, a soft, eerie voice drifted in from outside the window. I wonder could I also participate as an observer? After the meeting concluded, only Vice Admiral Tsuru Sengoku and Dylan remained in the hall. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Dylan. That young man seems quite afraid of you. Have you met him before? Dylan lit a cigarette. Yeah. Met him once in paradise. Gave them a beating. Men from Whitebeard's ship. A troublesome bunch, but they could be useful to fill the vacancy left by Crocodile. Any objections? Sengoku watched Dylan, who seemed nonchalant, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Dylan flicked his ashes. No. I've met those scoundrels. They're genuine villains, but they have the strength to serve as warlords. Is that so? As Dylan left the meeting room, Sengoku turned to Tsuru. Tsuru, don't you think Dylan is acting a bit out of character this time? Indeed, but we don't know the reason yet. Is it because of the D? Marshal D. Teach. As Dylan arrived at the plaza to leave, a few familiar figures caught his attention. Old Man Garp was sitting on a bench munching on donuts while two young men trained in the field. So these are the disciples you've chosen. Dylan looked at the slightly plump pink-haired youth, his face twisting with disgust. Huh. Garp keenly sensed Dylan's hostility and found it strange. This guy was usually fierce towards pirates, but quite decent to Marines and civilians. I heard your grandson did something remarkable in Alabasta, Old Man Garp. Dylan sat at the other end of the bench, eyeing the deserter king in the training ground. Garp closed his donut bag and turned to Dylan. Luffy. He chose his own path. And, as long as he hasn't done evil. Yes, that's right. As long as he doesn't commit evil, I won't lay a hand on him. However, Dylan turned to look at the weary Garp. You better watch him closely, Garp. If he's just purely adventuring, or if it's something like Alabasta, I won't interfere. I can even tolerate murder and arson to a certain extent. But, if he becomes a figurehead for the pirates, then it won't be up to you, nor will it be up to me. Dylan stood up and left. As he walked away, Garp vaguely heard him mutter, as a Marine you've been a success. But as a father, a grandfather, and a teacher you've failed. Brew. Is this the Thunder God? Gonfall. The sea current this year is exceptionally strong. A group of people rowed it up to Skypiea. Dylan hovered in the air looking at Gonfall, whose expression showed little change. Is it a guy wearing a straw hat? Yes, that's right. But they haven't caused any trouble here. They're just exploring and having adventures. Gonfall. Dylan's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't need you to make judgments about others. Your job is to report the facts objectively. Or are you trying to influence my decisions? On the other end of the den mushy Gonfall began to tremble. And no, I meant no disrespect. The stone is still at the god's shrine, right? Yes, Lord Thunder God. No one has come near it. A smile crept onto Dylan's face. Good. Leave them alone for now. But if they try to approach or enter the god's shrine, contact me. The poneglyph containing the location of Poseidon had been moved to the god's shrine years ago. He had been busy training and dealing with G5 affairs, so he hadn't returned. Besides, that stone wasn't the Red Road poneglyph. He didn't give it much thought, as he had long known what Poseidon was. By now, Dylan was fairly certain that many things were indeed difficult to change. Nearly 10 years ago, Dylan had Gonfall sever the stairway from the blue sea to the sky, but the Straw Hats still reached Skypiea via that unprecedented massive current. He had altered Nami's fate, yet she was still drawn to the Straw Hat. He had changed the destiny of the Drum Kingdom, yet the Straw Hat still obtained a fruit ability user from there. All of this suggested that some things were difficult to alter, whether it was fate or the world's will. Unless the world itself could descend its will upon him. As long as he had enough power, enough overwhelming strength. Otherwise, who the hell cares about the Sun God or the Moon God? Chop your head off and see if you can still sit up. Join G5. Isn't it good to stay with Sengoku? Surely you can tell the difference in rank between a fleet admiral and a vice admiral. Dylan looked at Law, who had come from afar, with a hint of curiosity. Back then he had altered Law's fate partly to exchange for the fruit, but largely to interfere with and weaken the Straw Hat's power. According to his earlier deductions, Law was highly likely to sacrifice his own life in the final battle to perform the immortal operation on the Sun God, enabling him to complete his final miraculous comeback. In a sense, this man before him was one of the true wings of the king. Few could be toyed with and crushed by Doflamingo half a month ago, only to defeat Big Mom alongside Kid half a month later. It's not about seeking promotion or anything like that. I heard from Sengoku. It was you who changed my fate. Wearing his beret and carrying the ghostly cry on his shoulder, Law looked at Dylan. I've wanted to come here for a long time, but Sengoku said I was too weak, which is why it's taken until today. What for? To pick a fight with Doflamingo. You're at headquarters. You should know I've temporarily halted my crackdown on Dressrosa. To avoid cornering Doflamingo and jeopardizing the Summit War, Dylan had relaxed the blockade on Dressrosa over half a year ago. Unexpectedly, Law shook his head. This matter is important, but it's not my primary purpose. Oh. Only then did Dylan look up at Law. As a child, he had hated the world due to the Amberlead disease. Though Rosinante had eventually reformed him, he ultimately chose the path of a pirate. After delivering him to the Marines, Dylan had paid him little attention, never expecting that years later Law would come to him of his own accord. Then what's your purpose? Is it still like when you were a child? To destroy the world? Law looked at Dylan in surprise, but then relaxed. Of course not. Doflamingo is only a small part of this world's suffering. To change the fate of other children. Law hesitated for a moment before looking at Dylan. My judgment aligns with Sengoku's. You have potential, and you are unbound. Besides, Sengoku mentioned you possess extraordinary abilities and authority. Following you might offer a better chance of witnessing that day. Sengoku. Dylan frowned. That old fox, had he become enlightened after eating the Buddha fruit? Seeing Dylan lost in thought, Law didn't interrupt, standing silently across from him, awaiting his reply. Fine. But there's a price. Dylan cracked his neck. Rosinante told you, didn't he? About the so-called D-clan, the enemies of the gods. Yes. Dylan clicked his tongue. In my world, there's no such thing as fate or destiny. My fate, or ours, is something we fight for ourselves. It's not granted by anyone, nor is it a charity from anyone. If you accept, then abandon the name D. Water 7. After Garp revealed to everyone Straw Hat's lineage, all were staring at him in utter shock. Anyway, Garp started to continue, but suddenly his brow furrowed and his face darkened. Vice Admiral Andrea. The guards at the door saluted loudly. Dylan walked into the banquet hall draped in his coat. Hey, don't look at me like that. With you here, what could I possibly do? Dylan and Nami cheered and walked up to him, affectionately tugging at his coat. You've grown so big, Nami. Although he had returned to Kokoyashi village in the East Blue a few times each year, it was only upon truly looking at Nami now that Dylan realized nearly 10 years had passed since their first encounter. So how was the adventure? Fun. Yeah. Watching Nami, who radiated joy and happiness, Dylan felt a complex mix of emotions. The sun god is truly something else. Except for those already in the know, everyone else's eyes widened. Just who the hell are these kids? The grandson of the strongest Marine Vice Admiral, Hero Garp. The son of the Revolutionary Army Commander-in-Chief Dragon. The sister of the youngest Marine Vice Admiral, Anryu Dylan. This inevitably made the others' gazes sweep over Zoro Sanji and the rest. These guys. Surely they don't have backgrounds too, do they? Dylan seemed to read their thoughts, laughing heartily, but not revealing anything. A disciple of the witch whose origins are mysterious and who holds the secret of the dual fruits. A prince of the Germa kingdom. The presumed son of a daimyo of Wano, the young master of the Shimatsuki family. The adopted son of the world's greatest shipwright and sworn brother of the head of the world's largest shipbuilding center. An heir of O'Hara, the only one capable of reading the poneglyphs, and the personal little girl of the current Marine Admiral Akiji. And also, the son of the former number 3 of the Red Hair Pirates. Combined, the backgrounds of these people would give even an emperor pause. What a damn dangerous and thrilling adventure this is. Damn it. Dylan walked over and sat down in front of Straw Hat. Despite having developed in the East Blue for over a decade, he had never visited Fusha village for safety reasons. Even his last visit to Drum Island had been brief before he left. As Dylan sat before Straw Hat, Garp's entire body tensed up. Dylan scrutinized the sun god, who wore a foolish look. Hey kid, why do you want to be a pirate? Straw Hat grinned. Because I want to go on adventures everywhere. With my friends. Then you could be an adventurer or a traveler. Straw Hat was stunned for a moment before retorting loudly, no. Pirates are the freest people in the world. Dylan stared at him, puzzled. Aren't you free? Your grandfather is one of the strongest in the world right now, and your father is known as the world's most dangerous criminal. With that, aren't you free enough? Before Straw Hat could answer, Dylan continued. Must you be a pirate to be free? Must you bear the name of a pirate? Or is it not unfettered freedom you seek, but lawless freedom? Straw Hat was momentarily speechless. In his mind, gathering friends, traveling, adventuring, and finding One Piece was his sole purpose. Dylan watched quietly as Straw Hat fell into silence, not immediately interrupting him. The others around them also remained silent. You've met quite a few people on your journey, haven't you? Buggy the Clown Crocodile. These guys are all pirates. Though your journey is still short, do you think pirates bring laughter and joy to this world? An overwhelming conflict of beliefs clashed within Straw Hat's mind. For a fleeting moment, he even began to doubt whether his choice was right. Your grandfather has spent his entire life protecting these seas. At 76, he still uses his immense prestige to deter the great pirates, earning the respect and admiration of the entire world. Your father, though a fool, has good intentions. He aims to overthrow tyranny so that common people can live better lives. They both strive for their ideals and beliefs. And you, Dylan stood up looking down at Straw Hat. You choose to become a pirate. At these words both Straw Hat and Nami trembled simultaneously. But Dylan gave them no time to retort. The so-called Pirate King, GOLD. Roger. Did he win his throne through a game of rock, paper, scissors? Your mentor, your friend across generations, red-haired Shanks. As one of the current 4 emperors of the New World, he commands nearly a sixth of its seas. Did he earn all that territory just through his connections? Dylan stared directly into Straw Hat's eyes, his piercing gaze nearly forcing him to lower his head. This process is filled with slaughter and destruction. Countless families have been torn apart, countless nations enslaved. Is this the path you've chosen, Monkey D? Luffy, that's not it. Under Dylan's overwhelming pressure, Straw Hat raised his head and shouted, I'm not that kind of pirate. I only want to go on adventures. I won't hurt anyone. That's just your wishful thinking. What you want others may not be willing to give. What you give others may not want. Don't judge others by your own freedom, and don't impose your freedom upon the lives of others. Dylan narrowed his eyes and scanned the room. I respect your grandfather and admire what he has done for this world. But when the time comes, he will have no right or reason to stop me. As Dylan left, the once joyful banquet fell into a deathly silence. Straw Hat clenched his fists tightly, looking at his friends, then at Garp, whose hair had turned gray. Grandpa. Garp gave a helpless smile, but said nothing. Straw Hat's heart ached, but then he raised his arms to the sky and shouted, I'm not that kind of pirate. East China Sea, within the mountain range of an unnamed island. The peak, appearing utterly unremarkable from the outside, had long been hollowed out, and a massive circular conference hall was built within the belly of this seemingly insignificant mountain. Dozens of individuals sat around a colossal round table. At its center lay a vast map meticulously detailing the 4 seas, the Calm Belt, and the Grand Line. It also marked various nations and races. Notably, a large portion of the East Blue and its islands were adorned with small red flags. Despite the number of people in the hall, not a single sound was made. The seat of honor facing the entrance remained empty, and all others seemed to be waiting for its master. Apologies for the wait. A voice echoed from behind the main seat. From the shadows of the passageway behind it, a tall, straight figure slowly emerged into everyone's view. The others nodded in unison, still silent. As the newcomer sat down, all eyes fixed upon him. This man. Was he finally about to begin? Though many felt a surge of excitement, they remained calm and restrained, bound by discipline. It's not time yet. The man looked up and scanned the room. We reached our conclusions over a decade ago. I trust none of you have forgotten. The long-bearded elder seated first to the left of the main seat nodded. Indeed, the world situation is far too complex to be simply divided into Marines, pirates, and revolutionaries. The true powers of the Red Line, the strength of the 20 kings' families, the legacy of the Great Kingdom, the origins of the revolutionaries, and those remnants of pirates who hold leverage over the world government. These are our future enemies. Even the Marines must be considered with a more cautious and pessimistic outlook. However, through our efforts over the past decade, the elder swept his sleeve, and the area of the table with the small red flags instantly lit up. We have spread our beliefs and hopes across most of the East Blue. Under the banner of the revolutionaries, we have overthrown many tyrannies, and invoking bloodline, elevated our comrades to be kings and generals. Except for a few regions connected to Mary Geos and those designated by the Master, over half of the entire East Blue is now under our control. The long-bearded elder also looked around the room, and the others nodded in agreement. According to the Masters, we have accomplished the initial spread of ideology and the seizure of power. Next, the long-bearded elder placed his hands flat on the table, joining the others in gazing at the man seated at the head. The man who rose like a comet, Vice Admiral of the Marines, Dark Dragon, Adams Dylan. Also their leader, the founder of the Peace Round Table. Dylan raised his head, meeting pair after pair of eyes burning with fighting spirit. Beyond that, the will emanating from them was deeply moving. Time is extremely short. His first words made everyone in the room hold their breath. Over these years, through various wars, against pirates and against nobles' armies, our soldiers and forces have made remarkable progress. That is beyond doubt. But my position is very sensitive right now, so for the next few years I will avoid returning to the East Blue as much as possible to meet with you. Dylan tapped the table. You have 2 tasks. He raised a finger. First, temper more comrades who share our ideals from within the existing military. Second, grant greater power to those comrades who have already undergone the tempering of faith. As Bamon just said, you all know this well. Dylan stood leaning forward, his gaze fixed on the red line on the map. Our enemies are absolutely not just one faction. To truly change this world, one must be prepared to be the enemy of the entire world. After the others had filed out, only Dylan remained at the main seat with Bamon to his left and a burly man with half-closed eyes to his right. Moments later, footsteps echoed again from the passageway. A man who had originally been seated by the main entrance returned to the hall. After nodding respectfully to Dylan and the two at the head of the table, the man who appeared harmless and perpetually smiling spoke. Everything unfolds exactly as the master predicted. Old ideas are deeply entrenched. Many were originally commoners, refugees, even slaves, but once they acquire power, they begin to change. They are seduced by power and wealth, forgetting the vows they once swore. The man looked up, still smiling. Following the master's guidance, and as long as we cannot afford exposure, we absolutely cannot tolerate defection. Therefore, over the past 3 years, the Discipline Office has purged 5 kings, 12 generals, 21 governors, and a total of 339 mid- and low-ranking officers and civil servants. Dylan's expression remained largely unchanged. Baman sighed while the burly man on the left let out a cold snort. We must now intensify surveillance. Not a single flaw can be allowed. Otherwise, over a decade of our plans will be ruined in an instant. In half a month. Dylan's gaze fixed on the location of Marineford. He had already received the intelligence that Ace had been defeated by Teach at Bonero Island. This meant the Summit War was about to begin. This world is about to become far more turbulent. Seize the opportunity, consolidate our strength. In the coming period, the world government's attention will be divided. But do not let your guard down. Remember this. Our enemies are far more than just the world government. Sebastian returned to his kingdom. Mr. Sebastian, there are some documents here that require your signature. Mr. Sebastian, the beasts in the Polka Mountains are causing trouble. We need your decision. Mr. Sebastian. Sebastian, still smiling, patiently attended to the noisy crowd before his desk one by one. When the crowd finally dispersed, he walked to the window, gazing at the streets beyond his office building. The streets were resplendent, filled with an air of decadent luxury. Everyone's face beamed with smiles and joy. The Pardo Kingdom was rich in a rare ore. However, after centuries of mining, the reserves were nearly depleted. Yet now the nobles of this country were desperately conscripting people to mine. What? There's none left. Impossible. Dig deeper. This is a treasure bestowed upon us by heaven. It cannot simply run out. Not enough miners. Then send the criminals down. Not enough criminals. What about the savages outside the city walls? Capture them all. No one knew how many commoners' bones were discarded in those pitch-black mine shafts, nor where all the ore went or what it became. In his youth, Sebastian was handsome and cold. His father was the kingdom's treasurer, controlling the nation's entire economy. He had never visited the mines because everyone knew that savages lived there. They were rude, unclean, barbaric, and vile. Even a single glance was an insult to nobility. Got it. Damn beast, it's fleeing towards the mines. Young master, perhaps we should. Sebastian turned his head, glaring coldly at his attendant. Are you suggesting I let my record be broken? And no. It's not that. But the mines. They're just savages. What does it matter? When Sebastian regained consciousness, his head was already wrapped in cloth. He vaguely remembered chasing the beast into the dense forest, but then slipping and falling off a cliff. Big brother, you're awake. Sebastian was about to answer when a sharp pain shot through his forehead. Be careful, big brother, you're a little hurt. A little hurt. Though he had never been injured his entire life, Sebastian was certain the wound on his head was definitely not a little hurt. You're really lucky falling from such a height, and only getting this hurt. The dazed Sebastian shook his head, and at that moment several anxious calls sounded in the distance. Annie. Annie. I'm here. The little girl, named Annie, stood up and answered the calls from afar. In that moment, Sebastian finally understood why this little girl named Annie said he was only a little hurt. Her left sleeve was empty, her entire arm was gone. Hey, Annie. The previously anxious tone turned to terror. A middle-aged couple rushed over to them, their faces full of panic. When Sebastian saw them, his shock deepened. This couple, one was missing a left arm, and the other had lost both arms. What in the world was going on with the people here? And noble sir, I'm so sorry. Annie. Annie. Seeing the wound on Sebastian's head, Annie's parents nearly fainted from fright. No, I fell from the mountain myself. That. Annie saved me. The armless man stammered, Teche. Then. Don't worry, you won't be implicated. After glancing at their bodies, Sebastian couldn't help but ask, your bodies? After following Annie and her family back to the savages' village, Sebastian's convictions completely shattered. Why was everyone injured? No. Almost everyone was disabled. Missing arms, lame legs, blinded eyes, sunken chests. It all happened while working in the mines. Annie's father sighed. The mines are very dangerous, almost no lighting, and they often collapse. I lost my arm in one such collapse. Trying to protect Annie's mother. Sebastian swallowed hard, looking at Annie, who was only 7 or 8 years old, and asked with a tremor, and Annie's arm. Annie's mother wore a sorrowful expression. After Joseph lost his hands, we had no other source of income. Annie had no choice but to come with me to the mines to help. A thunderclap went off inside Sebastian's heart. Was this country so tragic? Under the cover of night, Sebastian went to the mines. The pitch-black entrance resembled a great beast with its maw wide open. After swallowing his fear, the young Sebastian cautiously descended. When he fled the mines and returned to the royal capital, the nobles looked at him with strange expressions. A savage. How did he get into the capital? Look closely. That's the treasurer's son, Sebastian. I heard he went to the mines. What? How utterly disgraceful. Why would you go to such a filthy place? Exactly. As nobles, we just need to wait for the rabble to deliver the ore. At that moment, Sebastian deeply loathed his noble status. Covered in dirt with a panicked expression, he stood in stark contrast to the impeccably dressed nobles on the roadside holding parasols and champagne. The once handsome and cold Sebastian took only 3 months to transform from the most handsome man of the Pardo kingdom into a fat, perpetually smiling, good-natured fellow. Until one day, as he was planning to destroy the kingdom's largest mine, his attendant suddenly said to him, "If destruction could save this world, it would have ceased to exist long ago. If you want to change it, come with me and see other places." The dazed Sebastian followed his attendant and left for a time. When he returned to Pardo, he still had his plump figure and ever-present smile. But there was something different in his eyes. It was a flame, burning bright. In the depths of the New World's seas, Whitebeard wore a grim expression, and the others looked equally solemn. Still no word. Whitebeard clutched a massive jug of sake, yet had no heart to drink. On the deck, Marco shook his head. The Den Mushy won't connect, and the Vivre card is burning down slowly. Whitebeard's hand tightened, and the jug shattered with a sharp crack. "Teach, what have you?" G5 base. All members were summoned, and Dylan's gaze swept over each of them one by one. Belmer Tom Shiryu Tahir, Ein Mansheri Leo Wicca Bien Kabu, and the newly joined Trafalgar Law. And young Tama. From today we halt all hunts, and I've shut down the alloy workshop as well. After a moment's thought, Dylan addressed the group before him. Shiryu Ein Tahir. Yes, you 3 come with me. The rest stay and hold G5. Understood. They answered in unison, even Mansheri and Tama chiming in loudly. As for the vagrant Marines, Dylan had long since split them into different units, each led by a core member. Just as he was about to leave, Dylan suddenly paused. Belmer, take Tama to Water 7 first, and leave her in Icebog's care. Then rush back at full speed to G5 and rendezvous with Tom and the others. Tom, if any pirates from the New World or the Whitebeard pirates pass by, ignore them completely. Shock rippled across their faces. This wasn't like him at all. But over time they had grown accustomed to Dylan's orders, especially Tom and Shiryu. Understood. Keep the Den Mushy active and stand ready for orders at all times. Among them, only Law Mansheri and Tama looked somewhat puzzled. Most faces remained calm, while Shiryu looked eager for action. From now on, you stay by my side at all times. I want first-hand information on everything. After boarding the ship, Dylan looked at the CP0 agent. The agent remained silent, not daring to utter a word in the face of the impending storm. Now to the Sabaody archipelago. You lead the way and avoid all celestial dragons. Understood. Dylan's face twisted into a savage grimace. The wings of the king. I've already altered the fate of one. The other. I'll settle it here and now. Standing behind Dylan, Shiryu felt the killing intent radiating from him and found it strange. In the years since he joined Dylan, it was rare to see him unleash such intense bloodlust. Come to think of it. Shiryu shook his head with a faint smile. He had long since stopped challenging Dylan. For one under Dylan's command, he could freely indulge in slaughter across the New World. And besides, he had clearly come to realize just how vast the distance between them had grown. Meanwhile, on the Sabaody archipelago, people were buzzing about the so-called 11 supernovas. A man known as Beast Tamer, Kinson, had risen to take the place of the original death surgeon, Trafalgar Law. The moment Dylan's group set foot on Sabaody, a piercing alarm blared through the air. The distinctive frequency made the CP0 agent behind Dylan jolt. A celestial dragon under attack. At the same time, the same alarm echoed over Marineford. Garp, look at what your grandson has done. Paha, that's my grandson for you. An exasperated Sengoku was about to speak when something suddenly dawned on him and his expression shifted. Hey Garp. Even the usually carefree Garp was caught off guard by Sengoku's look. Dylan is headed to Sabaody. Garp's scalp tightened and he leaped to his feet. You idiot, what are you planning? Sengoku shot Garp a glare. You think Rayleigh will just let your grandson get killed? If you act now, are you prepared to abandon your justice entirely? Garp's eyelids twitched violently as he crushed the donut wrapper in his hand into a crumpled ball. Luffy, a celestial dragon has been attacked, should we? That's an admiral's business. For now, have your men find Eustace Kid and Scratchman Apo. Understood. At the port on Grove 9, the moment G5 ship appeared, every pirate vessel, except for merchant ships and marine warships, scattered in a panic. Dylan paid no heed to these small fry and strode straight toward Grove 1. You scum enjoying the show. As Dylan made landfall, intelligence networks across Sabaody went into overdrive. The Dark Dragon is here. Is he trying to curry favor with the Celestial Dragons? Probably. He's heading straight for Grove 1. Besides, the undercover agents tell anyone with a bounty to get out now. Grove 1. The moment Dylan's figure appeared, chaos erupted. Some reckless fools even licked their lips, bearing dangerous grins. If they took down this man, their names would echo across the seas. Shiryu, execute every wanted pirate on sight. Yes. Two shadows shot out from behind Dylan, and in an instant over a dozen heads were sent flying. Thanks to Ryuma's teachings and Dylan's conditioning, Ein's swordsmanship had long shed any flashy, impractical flourishes. Swordsmanship is for killing. With an icy expression, Ein moved like a phantom through the crowd. Great Scythe, Solaris. Blackbeard, Gree. Red Witch, Caitlin. One renowned fighter after another fell, many cut clean in two before they even knew what hit them. Dylan's stride never faltered, and the screams and curses around him stirred not a trace of pity. Bang! A gunshot rang out. From a second-floor window of a house, a one-eyed pirate aimed his rifle. Got him. The Dark Dragon. Dylan didn't pause for even a step, though Tahir beside him shifted slightly. Clink. Tahir caught the bullet between two fingers and smiled faintly up at the window. As a Logia, he wouldn't be hit by trash like you anyway, but a plume of violet flames erupted from the one-eyed pirate, reducing him to ashes in an instant. Yet the floor where the pirate had stood remained completely unscorched. He is not someone you are worthy to provoke. The CP0 agent beside them grew more unnerved with every step. In just a few hundred meters, over 200 pirates had been slain. Among them were seasoned veterans with bounties over 100 million. Those in the tens of millions couldn't last a single exchange against Shiryu and Ein. And those below that didn't even have the right to flee. Pirate corpses lay strewn across the street, and opportunists kept trying to ambush or shoot Dylan. But Tahir deflected each attempt with effortless grace. Scratchman Apu, the roar of the sea, has been spotted on Grove 27. Lead the way. Seeing Dylan change direction, Shiryu licked his lips with lingering relish, sheathed Ryu, and appeared silently behind Dylan. Ba, what a momentous event this is. Mr. Apu, word from Grove 1 says the Dark Dragon is heading this way. The Dark Dragon? That young marine, does he really have such power? Not far away, Hawkins fiddled with his tarot cards, brows furrowed. The hour of death is upon us. It cannot be changed. Ba, what are you saying, Hawkins? You should know. Before Apu could finish, an instinctive suffocation seized him. It felt as if a shadow that blotted out the sky had swallowed him whole. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. In that moment, every primal instinct screamed, don't run. Don't move. Don't speak. Dylan, now standing at 3 meters and 10 centimeters tall, loomed over the frozen Apu with visible irritation. Gulp. Apu forced a swallow and turned his head with tremendous effort. Hawkins stared at the tarot card before him. Survival rate. 0. Bang. Apu launched himself from the spot, leaping onto the rooftops in a single bound. No cackle, no attack on Dylan, not even a glance back at his crew left behind. Tahir. Yes. Tahir watched Apu leaping across the rooftops. Despite the fox mask still covering his face, the faint smile, curling at the corner of his lips, stirred endless speculation. Fallen heaven's flame. A mass of dark violet fire engulfed Apu in an instant. The fleeing pirate's pupils contracted. What? In midair, a puff of ash drifted down with the wind. One of the 11 supernovas, the roar of the sea. Scratchman Apu vanished from the world. Shiryu, clean up. The words had barely left Dylan's mouth when an explosion erupted nearby. Tahir raised a hand, and a barrier materialized before the group, shielding them from flying debris and shrapnel. Oh my, how terrifying! The G5 base. Kizaru strolled over with his hands in his pockets, eyeing Dylan. Dylan, have you seen Senamaru? His den mushy isn't picking up. No. Dylan glanced at Kizaru, then tilted his chin toward the CP0 agent. Latest intel, Eustace Kid has been spotted on Grove 21, seemingly preparing to flee. After a brief glance at Kizaru, Dylan turned and walked away. Let's go, Shiryu. With an admiral here, this place is no longer our concern. Watching Dylan's group depart, Kizaru stroked his chin, ordering CP0 around so casually. How impressive, Dark Dragon Dylan. On 21st Street, a pacifista blocked Eustace Kid's path. Captain Eustace Kid. Bounty 3150000 berries. Apprehend. Like hell. Magnetic vice. Kid's massive iron arm, attracted to his hand, reached for the pacifista. A laser cannon condensed in the pacifista's mouth and fired at the iron arm. The arm collided with the laser, blocking it, but shattering into pieces. TCH, tough one. Hey Kid. As Kid reattracted, Metal Killer's voice shifted, tinged with unease. Trouble's coming. Kid leaped back and followed Killer's gaze. 5 figures approached leisurely from afar. Celestial Dragon's lapdogs. And the Dark Dragon. Dylan rested his hand on his sword hilt, eyeing the nuts, wheels, and pots on Kid's arm with disgust. Such a waste of the magnet fruit. Turned you into a junk collector. Is this the so-called first supernova? The wings of the Pirate King. Dylan lifted a steel ball from the ground with magnetism. Lightning surged around Dylan's hand, the dense electric light screeching as it tore through the air. Pinching the steel ball between thumb and forefinger, Dylan eyed the sweating kid in the distance. Try my electromagnetic cannon. He flicked the ball, and it shot forth wrapped in thunder, twisting the very air. Kid's eyelid twitched. This level of power, no metal arm could block. He had to rely on his ability. Magnetic barrier. Heh, Dylan chuckled. Electricity and magnetism were kin, but the gap in power, fruit development, and understanding between him and Kid was beyond measure. The dazzling electromagnetic cannon swelled in the air, piercing through Kid and severing the giant tree behind him. Dodged the fatal blow. Not bad for a junk collector. Kid stood frozen, the pots and pans on his arm melted away by the cannon's heat. His right arm was gone too. Good. We both have red hair. Why should you have two arms? Now you look more symmetrical. Dylan joked as he stepped forward, but Kid's despair only deepened. The man's words were light, yet his eyes held no trace of mirth. Kid! Killer suddenly screamed, charging at the group with his massive blade. Kid tensed, a faint glow appearing at his feet. Killer's sword clashed against Ain's. Cracks spread from the blade's edge, and it shattered into pieces before Killer's disbelieving eyes. Ain spun her blade, slicing Killer's upper body into the air, while his legs crumpled to the ground. Killer! Kid's anguished cry echoed across the sky. Trying to escape via magnetism. Dylan narrowed his eyes, and suddenly dark clouds gathered overhead. But the clouds dispersed the next moment. Too many civilians nearby. Though he wasn't wise. Tahir. Yes. In mere breaths, Kid's figure nearly vanished. Tahir flicked his small folding fan, and a purple flame engulfed Kid. Damn it. I won't die. A burst of Conqueror's hockey flared, barely protecting Kid as he was already dozens of kilometers away. Tahir frowned and bowed to Dylan. He escaped. Conqueror's hockey. Never mind. There's still time. Dylan glanced at the CP0 agent. Number 12. The CP0 nodded slightly and led the way. By the time they arrived, only Rayleigh, Kizaru, Kuma, and Straw Hat remained. Kuma immediately flashed to Straw Hat's side. We won't meet again. Where would you like to travel? At that moment, Straw Hat seemed to catch a smile on Kuma's lips before losing consciousness. Fall done, huh? Dylan's lips curled, but the hostility in his smile was unmistakable. Why run? Here stood his teacher, his father's subordinate, and a suspected friend of his father. Was there a safer place on Earth? No. Perhaps Marineford was even safer. Damn. Scanning the battlefield, Dylan narrowed his eyes at Rayleigh and Kizaru, who had ceased fighting. Kuma stood calmly in the distance, clutching his book. Looks like my part's done. Dylan cast a meaningful glance at the trio and turned away without waiting for a reply. Once aboard the CP0 ship, Dylan closed his eyes. Next, he'd wait for Straw Hat to break through, impel down, and trigger the Paramount War. Impel down. Let Straw Hat release that man. Let the seas grow even more turbulent. Then the world government's policies would loosen, giving him the chance to subdue and recruit that man legitimately. Before that, head to impel down. By the way, has Belmir returned to G5? Tahir replied, she returned 2 days ago. Notify the main forces to assemble at Marineford. Yes. The G5 branch immediately mobilized, leaving only the rogue Marines behind. But they feared nothing for their safety. As that man had said, uphold your justice without caring for others' opinions. If you fall in battle, I'll avenge you twofold. Impel down, level 6. Dylan walked alone down the dim corridor. A laugh echoed from afar. Old man Garp here for a prison visit. Ace chained to the wall and Garp cross-legged on the floor, both turned at the sound of footsteps. Ace. Dylan sat beside Garp, gazing at the tightly bound Ace. I don't agree with what you said earlier. Dylan crossed his arms, staring straight at Ace. Why can't the woman who raised you for 17 years, Dayton, and the man who defied his own justice to care for you for 20 years, Garp, be considered your parents? What did Whitebeard give you? The courage to sail these seas. Is that debt heavier than Garp's? Warmer than Dayton's? Ace. How ironic, Ace. Even now you call Garp old man, yet Whitebeard is your father. You claim to hate that man, but... Stop. Dylan. Garp shook his head at Ace's pale face. It doesn't matter who he is. Dylan, this is a friend's trust. It needs no repayment. I understand. Dylan saw the faint paleness in Garp's face too. Wasn't there disappointment in the old man's heart? By the way, Ace, do you understand now? What? Ace looked up confused. Do you understand why I didn't unlock Yamato's shackles that day? Ace's mouth opened. If Yamato's shackles had been undone that day, then you knew all along. Dylan looked at Ace's battered body. Yes. Because the moment you chose to become a pirate, your fate was decided by your own hands. Even Garp couldn't change it. The Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander, Fire Fist, AIC, will be publicly executed at Malingfanduo. As soon as the news broke, the entire world was shaken. The world today, though not exactly peaceful, maintained a precarious balance among the various powers. The Marines, the Si Huang, and the Chi Wu high-checked each other. The Revolutionary Army and the Cipher Pole organization played cat and mouse. Everyone still followed certain established game rules, slowly advancing toward their own goals. But after Maling Fanduo announced this news to the world, everyone realized this war, regardless of who won or lost, would change the world order. Our position is here. Dilun pointed to the location inside the plaza below the execution platform. The positions of the 12 vice admirals of headquarters. I have specifically explained to Zhanghua that your combat strategy will be arranged by me alone. Remember, unless you have my special orders, you are not allowed to attack the Bay on your own. Focus on defense. AI in Bay Ermii Luo. Your mission is to join the vice admirals in opposing the captains of the New World and the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. Tashir Tang Mushi Lu. Always heed my orders. For special tasks, ensure a one-hit kill. As for Lei Okabu Wei Ka Bayan. After the war begins, you stay by my side. First, I will assign tasks to you at any time. Yes. Everyone replied with solemn expressions, including the formerly tearful Wei Ka. G5-07 Combat Unit, also known as the Swift Scout Squad. At this moment, Wei Ka no longer had that delicate appearance. The 4 Dongtada tribe combatants were vastly different from 8 years ago. Leo even had a scar on his face. Through endless battles and slaughter, they used immense willpower to transform the naive nature of the little people. No longer would they easily believe others' lies because of a single phrase, "It's true." Nor would they shed tears over trivial matters. Di Luan forged exclusive weapons for each of them, using G5's finest superalloy. Leo's 2 long needles, Kabu's twin pistols, Bayan's long spear, and Wei Ka's gauntlets. Leo. Di Luan looked seriously at Captain Leo. Although I don't know the specifics of the agreement between the Dongtada tribe and history, I have some rough guesses. Although you were under my command before, you were not known to the world. After this, have you made your decision? Yes. Leo replied in a deep voice. Before coming, I went back to Jelenbite Di Luan Lan Du. Perhaps we cannot represent all the little people, but this is the fate that Jelenbite has chosen for itself. Good. Di Luan stood up, his eyes sweeping over each of them one by one. For the fate we have chosen. Fight! Jelenbite, Gan Xiao, and the Great Elder sat in front of the huge stone. Have you decided, Oi? Gan Xiao, the chief and king of the Dongtada tribe. Gan Xiao looked up at the stone they had guarded for hundreds of years. Alai Fu, I believe that Inai Ka will return to this world, and I believe his will has never been severed, but Gan Xiao leaned on his cane. From that man, I have seen the mistakes of our hundreds of years. The Great Elder, Alai Fu, remained silent. Gan Xiao's cane struck the ground heavily. If we always place our hopes on legends, what are we wasting our time for? To wait for others to save us. Why can't we rise up and fight ourselves? Even if we fail, our blood and our will never be severed. Generation after generation, someone will always succeed. 800 years. Why can't we appear openly in the world? We are also upright people. Why must we live bearing the label of fairies? Alai Fu's expression remained unchanged, but his figure seemed even more stooped. This is the fate of the entire Dongtada tribe. Of course, this is not a choice I made alone. Gan Xiao turned to gaze at the Great Elder, Alai Fu. This is the choice of all the young people. This is their right. Combelt, Yamasun Baihe. Vice Admiral Wu Shu stood on the bow of the ship looking at Bo Yahan Ku. Before coming, Di Luan asked me to bring you a message. Bo Yahan Ku stiffened at the name. That bastard. He told me to tell you that you can refuse the conscription. That's your business, and the consequences are yours to bear. But if you accept the conscription and run amok on the battlefield. Vice Admiral Wu Shu paused. For every time you attack a Marine, he will take 100 heads from Amazon. With that, Vice Admiral Wu Shu waved his hand, and the headquarters warship turned around and left. Bastard. Bo Yahan Ku watched the departing ship, burning with rage. That devil's threat was absolutely not just empty words. Not to mention the bastard himself, just the monsters in his base. Could kill every single person in Yamasun by he from top to bottom. Lu Fei. I. Delay Si Luo Sa Kingdom. Duo Fu. Are you going to accept the conscription? The Marines have no right to exempt you from your Chi Wu high status, you know. The world government can't forcibly subdue you either, so why? Hehehe. To Ale Boer, although the Marines and the world government may not necessarily take action against me, that guy is different. Doflamingo gave a strange laugh. If we don't go unless we abandon Delay Si Luo Sa and flee to the deep sea. And besides, why not go? Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, Duo Fu Lang Minggu raised his arms excitedly. That is the central point of changing the era. It would be too regrettable not to witness it. To Ale Boer. G5 over there. Duo Fu Lang Minggu lowered his arms and turned his head. No. The victor of this war, without a doubt, will be the Marines. Don't do anything foolish. To Ale Boer. As the war approached, the whole world fell into tension and anticipation. The common people and kingdoms hoped for the Marines' victory, as they themselves said, to crush the pirates' arrogance. The pirates, on the other hand, hoped the Whitebeard pirates would win so that the Marines' prestige and power would be greatly diminished. Some other organizations were just waiting for the outcome, as if either side winning was fine. Who will be the winner? From the perspective of the war itself, the Marines are inevitably the victors. But the ultimate beneficiary may not be the Marines. Baminga gently pushed the chess piece in his hand. This war was not well prepared for both sides. So, I think from the perspective of gains it will be a double loss. The young woman sitting opposite Baminga smiled softly. Then who is the beneficiary? The world government, the Revolutionary Army, other pirates, or us? Baminga put down the second chess piece. It's hard to say about the other parties, but I think their preparations are equally insufficient. Only we, under the guidance of Sir, have been preparing for this great change for a full decade. The woman seemed indifferent to the chess game before her, instead raising her head to gaze at the distant sea. Yes, 10 years. This kingdom, after decades of cultivation and reform, finally had its current appearance. Although still under the world government's control, they had long turned this place into the most solid fortress. Be prepared, stay alert, ready to listen to his orders, and ready to welcome the arrival of peace. Your Majesty. No. The woman shook her head. When no one is around, you should call me. Legion Commander. Marineford. On the plaza below the execution platform, Dylan stood at the center, both hands resting on the hilt of Shura. The 12 Vice Admirals Smoker Tashiji and the G5 officers were lined up on either side of him. Sengoku had just announced Ace's lineage and the significance of the execution to the world when a report arrived. The gate of justice had been opened. At that moment, the pirates under the Whitebeard Pirates banner appeared at the edge of Marineford. They're here. Enter battle formation. Where is Whitebeard? Keep a close watch on the surroundings. Sengoku's face darkened, and Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head. It seems we've set our formation wrong. The massive Moby Dick and 3 escort ships emerged from beneath the sea. Oh my, is that their move? Sailing directly into the bay. Belmere was startled by the sudden appearance of the ships, then looked at the others. Huh, why are you all so calm? Clang, clang, clang. As Edward Newgate Whitebeard stepped onto the bow of the Moby Dick, almost everyone felt a wave of pressure. The strongest man in the world. He had appeared. Gura la la la, it's been decades, hasn't it, Sengoku? My beloved son, are you well? Ace looked at the aging Whitebeard and the pirates in the bay. Why didn't you let me die on my own? It was my own reckless actions that led me to this. It was I who sent you, Ace. Marco, you heard that, didn't you? Yeah. We all heard it, Ace. Everyone on this sea knows. What happens to those who oppose our crew? Following Marco's words, the pirates on all 4 ships began to roar. Humph. Dylan glanced at Marco, a dangerous glint in his eyes. HM. Sensing Dylan's hostility, Marco focused his gaze in that direction. The Dark Dragon, huh? Before Marco could react, Whitebeard unleashed a sea quake and massive tsunamis surrounded Marineford on both sides. Ice Age. The towering waves instantly froze solid. Whitebeard looked unconcernedly at Akiji in the sky. Akiji, you brat. As Akiji fell into the sea and the bay froze over, the commanders led their crews, shouting war cries as they leaped onto the ice and charged towards the plaza. TCH. Dylan looked at the fierce, twisted expressions of the commanders, then turned to Shiryu. Hey Shiryu, see their tongues. HM. Shiryu looked up in confusion and peered into the distance. Indeed, many pirates do like to stick their tongues out. Cut a few off for me later. Roger. Dylan laughed. Just kidding, relax. But later you'll need to fulfill your original duty. As Dylan and Shiryu conversed, an absurdly large slash flew from the edge of the plaza towards the Moby Dick. Oh, is Mihawk making his move? Shiryu watched the immense slash, measuring in his mind whether he could handle it and what Dylan would do in the same situation. After Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division commander, blocked the slash with his body, all the pirates erupted in frenzy. The world's strongest slash. It got blocked. Dylan and Shiryu shook their heads simultaneously. That was just his basic attack, and you barely blocked it with all your might. What's there to be excited about? An admiral's attack was blocked too. 1st Division commander, Phoenix Marco. As Kizaru's body was kicked back below the execution platform, the pirates grew even more frenzied. The Marines. They're nothing special. Come and try to block this. Marines. With a mighty roar, Diamond Jozu pried a colossal chunk of ice from the frozen bay and hurled it towards the execution platform. What monstrous strength! Dylan looked at the sky-obscuring shadow, then at Akainu, whose body was already beginning to steam. A grin spread across his face. You want to test strength? Tom. Roger. Just as Akainu was about to make his move, a portly figure leaped up from below the execution platform. Huh. In midair, Tom caught the ice block and with a reverse motion hurled it back towards the Moby Dick. What? Not only caught it, but threw it back. Throwing it from the ground to the platform was already insane, but catching it midair and hurling it back. What kind of monster is this? It's Tom, the shipwright from G5. Gura la la la, the one who built Roger's ship. Truly remarkable. Tom landed back beside Dylan, completely unfazed by such verbal jabs. Whitebeard swung his right arm and smashed it against the air in front of him. Crack. The ice block in the air shattered. Whitebeard glanced at the pirates below, frowning. If I let this ice fall. Crack. Crack. The cracks in the air widened, and the falling ice instantly turned into a fine mist. Impressive. Not just immense destructive power, but such fine control over his strength. Watching the ice mist spread over the heads of the pirates, Dylan nodded. With this, the initial probing was over. Dylan drew Shura, his gaze fixed ahead. Shiryu, Tom, and Tashigi stood with stern expressions. A big one's coming, Dylan said, looking at the shadow in the sea. It's little Oars Jr. He's ridiculously huge, several times bigger than the giant squad. Does size matter? Tashigi. Yes, Tashigi stepped forward slowly, a smile curling at her lips. As long as it's a living being, it has emotions. And as long as it has emotions, it can be devoured. Despite the clamor of the battlefield, Tashigi's voice seemed to possess a strange magic, appearing directly in everyone's minds. Whitebeard frowned. Bloom. The flames within your heart. Boom. Despite his colossal size, purple flames engulfed Oars in an instant. Before Oars could react, a mighty shout rang out from the bow of the Moby Dick. Marco. Whitebeard's grip tightened. These flames. On it. Blue flames and pale purple flames intertwined together, enveloping Oars. The Phoenix's healing flames. Truly impressive. Marco, high in the sky, had sweat beading on his forehead. Maintaining such a high-intensity, large-area flame over Oars was taxing even for him. But that masked figure. He's doing it with ease. The two flames wove and intertwined over Oars' massive body, but anyone could see that the blue flames were gradually being suppressed. If they vanished, Oars would be cooked alive. Those eerie purple flames. In 2 exchanges, 2 G5 officers had suppressed 2 of Whitebeard's commanders in their respective domains. Oars. Ace's face contorted in pain as he watched Oars struggle in the flames from the execution platform. Hi. Dark Dragon, can you leave his body intact? I want his corpse. Gecko Moria shouted from the rear. Dylan glanced at him and snorted coldly. You idiot, worry about keeping your own body intact first. Then Dylan nodded to Tashigi. Conserve your strength. Yes. As the purple flames vanished, the blue flames slowly dissipated as well. Marco, in the air, let out a slight sigh of relief. So you're the monster that all the brutish Marines of G5 are said to fear. You flatter me. I'm just a nobody. Tashigi gave a slight nod towards the sky, as if he hadn't just tried to burn Oars to death. Whitebeard's expression on the bow grew increasingly grim. G5. Meanwhile, Dylan turned his head to look in another direction. Boa Hancock was furious after being attacked by pirates. But due to Dylan's earlier warning, she didn't indiscriminately attack everyone as she used to. This only made her mood more irritable and furious. That damn man. Ozu, whose flames had just extinguished, only rested for a moment before striding back toward the plaza with large steps. Woof, 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 you're blocking my view, big guy. A sharp line cut through, and Ozu's right leg was severed. Then a swarm of bats pierced his body. Such a splendid kill. Gee. Damn those 7 warlords. Whitebeard's face darkened as the first captain fell. You have no time to grieve, Whitebeard. Vice Admiral Longzi leaped and appeared at the bow of the Moby Dick, swinging a giant battle axe toward Whitebeard's head. Crack. Whitebeard turned and shattered Longzi's giant axe, then grabbed his head and activated his ability. Act. Over, Ozu. Keep moving forward. After throwing Longzi aside, Whitebeard shouted orders. Whoa. Vice Admiral Longzi. One move. And he took down a giant Vice Admiral. Humph. Diluin took out a steel ball and toyed with it. Captain of the 7th Division Lac Yue, you're the one. Buzz. A massive bolt of lightning shot out from the position of the Vice Admirals. Did you strike Vice Admiral Diluin? Boom. The captain of the 7th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates vaporized, along with dozens of pirates around him, vanishing without a trace. Lac Yue. Damn Navy. Diluin ignored the pirates' curses and the captain's gnashing eyes. He looked at Whitebeard standing on the bow and said calmly, You kill one, I kill one. Fair. So from now on, be careful, Whitebeard. You brat. Diluin ignored Whitebeard and turned to Leo on his shoulder. Go. Yes. Leo's figure flickered and vanished from his shoulder. Wah. I'm gonna fall to my death. I'm rubber, I won't die from a fall. Huh. Again with your family. Garp. Lu Fage. Both sides were stunned by the freak combination falling from the sky. Straw Hat, Knight of the Sea, Jinbi, Crocodile, Revolutionary Ivankov. What kind of combination is this? Is this your answer? Jinbi. Yes. I'm quitting the 7 warlords. Seeing the Straw Hat Boy already standing on the bow of the Moby Dick, Diluin smiled and looked up at Garp sitting on the execution platform. Garp clenched his fists tightly as if struggling to suppress something. Diluin shook his head slightly at him, indicating his intention. Killing the sun god at this moment would not necessarily make Garp defect, but it would very likely cause him to go berserk and kill anyone who harmed the sun god. After all, Ace's death was already unavoidable. Even if he himself was not afraid of Garp, this would be a fatal blow to the Navy's morale. Diluin looked at the red nose still gloating in the bay, then turned to Shilio. Shilio, time to work. Shilio licked his lips. Long awaited. The legendary pirate crew member of GOLD. Roger the Great Pirate, Captain Ba-Ji. That's right, it's me. On the only remaining live, Den Den Mushy, Ba-Ji's ugly face turned to the world. Before he could finish gloating, the pirates behind him suddenly shouted, "Hey! That white-haired bastard, get lost. A mere marine dares to face the legendary Captain Ba-Ji. That's right, run away in fear." Ba-Ji looked at their expressions with some surprise. Isn't this near the Moby Dick? Who dares approach here? White hair. Diluin stepped on the ice riding Shou Luo and looked at the gang of rowdy fugitives behind Ba-Ji. Nonchalantly, he said, "Execute them all." Understood. A black shadow flashed and Rainstorm was already drawn. Shilio stood before the fugitives, a red light flashing in his eyes. "There are many old acquaintances. Not bad. It's head jailer Shilio." At this moment, Ba-Ji had turned around, and the moment he saw Diluin, his legs began to tremble. The Den Den Mushy also turned to Diluin. Diluin slowly walked toward Ba-Ji, his expression turning savage. Clown Ba-Ji, former member of the Roger Pirates, occupied and destroyed Orange Town in the East Blue, causing civilian casualties. Vice Admiral Diluin, the Dark Dragon, sentences, execution. Buzz. A flash of lightning, and Diluin appeared before Ba-Ji. Before Ba-Ji could react, Diluin's hand gripped his neck. "Filthy and despicable pirate, your luck ends here." Crack. The neck bone broke with a sound, and Ba-Ji's body went limp and hung down. "Diluin!" Sengoku shouted from the distant execution platform. "I know." Diluin understood Sengoku's meaning instantly, and turned off the Den Den Mushy. The moment Diluin turned off the Den Den Mushy, a cry of shock arose. "Old man! Squad! You bastard, what are you doing?" Diluin looked up. The division succeeded, Red Dog. But this burden doesn't suit you well. Shilio, already bloodthirsty, was emitting black mist from his body, and his teeth were changing about to become fangs. "Shilio." Diluin sneered. "Let's go." The prisoners who had escaped from Impel Down had already been minced by Shilio. If Diluin hadn't stopped him in time, he would have charged into the New World Pirates' positions. Slap. Rainstorm returned to its sheath. Shilio flashed to Diluin's side and said with slight apology, "Sorry, I got a little carried away." By the time the two returned to the plaza, Whitebeard had already jumped down from the bow of the Moby Dick. "Anyone who's not afraid of death, follow me. Activate the encircling wall." Sengoku and Whitebeard's voices rang out simultaneously. Whitebeard's heart sank. Encircling wall. What is? The ground. The ground is rising. A wall. No. It's a ridiculously thick iron wall. Watching the already rising encircling wall, Jean ignored the part pinned by Ozu and directly ordered Red Dog, act. Take away their foothold. Red Dog stood up, his body erupting with magma. Meteor volcano. Dense magma fists rained down from the sky, and the surging magma melted the ice in the inner bay and destroyed the Moby Dick in an instant. In the gradually boiling seawater, the pirates desperately attacked the encircling wall. "It's no use. Too thick. What is it made of? Why won't it budge?" Bam! Whitebeard punched the air, shattering it, and then a massive shockwave slammed into the encircling wall. Thud! The front encircling wall instantly dented, but was not destroyed. It's blocked. Even the old man's ability can't do anything. Sengoku on the execution platform picked up the Den Den Mushy. "Begin the execution." At that moment, little Ozu, amidst a huge roar, tremblingly supported his body with his hands. "Brother Ace." Yellow Monkey looked at Ozu, whose single finger was as big as his body, and raised his palm. "If I smash his head, he should die completely, right?" Just as the light flashed, a water spout rose from behind the encircling wall. "Oh, water. It's Straw Hat." Yellow Monkey stopped his laser and looked at Straw Hat. "Oh, how scary, the son of dragon." Yellow Monkey kicked Straw Hat off the execution platform. Sengoku turned and shouted, "Act." The executioner turned the long sword. Ace's eyes closed tightly. Swish. Two sand blades pierced the execution platform. "Don't get too cocky, Navy." Crocodile stood in the plaza with a dark face. "You're the one getting cocky here, aren't you, little lizard?" The instant he heard that voice, Doflamingo, who had been about to attack Crocodile, let out a strange laugh and leaped aside. "Fufufu, you've stirred up a truly formidable opponent." Mihawk, Boa Hancock, and Moria all turned their gaze toward Dylan. Dylan strode forward, drawing Shura as he walked. Even though his malice and killing intent were not directed at the Marines, a powerful gale surged around him. "Dylan." Smoker bit down on his cigar. "Tina is astonished." Black Cage. Tina stood beside Smoker, watching Dylan, whose body radiated a crimson aura. "Rarely do I see him like this. It seems he truly despises Crocodile. Sometimes I really don't understand where your confidence comes from, nor do I fully comprehend." Dylan flashed in front of Crocodile and brought his blade down from the sky. Slash. The venom-laced hook held above Crocodile's head offered no resistance to Shura. Wreathed in haki, Shura split Crocodile's body from right arm to left leg in a single stroke. Why do you heinous pirates simply for aiding Straw Hat earn others' favor? Shura slowly drank the blood still clinging to its blade, trembling with a frenzied thrill. After a glance at Crocodile, who died with his eyes wide open, Dylan turned and walked away. Boa Hancock's expression darkened while Mihawk seemed lost in thought. Little Oars Jr. has lifted the ship. The Whitebeard pirates have broken through the barrier wall. Is your head still attached, Ace? After catching his breath, Whitebeard infused his power into his massive blade, Murakamajiri. Careful, he's about to use his ability. Charge. Destroy Marine Headquarters. Rescue Ace. Clang. A thunderous crash echoed as Murakamajiri mid-swing collided with Shura. He blocked Father's empowered strike head-on. I told you, Whitebeard, for every one you kill, I'll kill one. Blood trickled from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. He glanced at Crocodile's severed body in the distance, then fixed his gaze on Dylan. Kurura, insolent brat who wields lightning. Still possessing such strength even now, Whitebeard. The two weapons separated. Dylan stood alone before the Whitebeard pirates, his expression devoid of fear. Every pirate, marine, and warlord present was stunned. Was this man truly only a vice admiral? But Dylan's solitary stance lasted only a moment. The next instant, all officers of G5 had gathered at his side. Then came the vice admirals from headquarters. Though the warlords did not approach, they fixed their dangerous gazes on the Whitebeard pirates from a short distance. He's just an overrated marine. Break through them. Diamond Jozu instantly transformed and charged toward Dylan. Semigashima Saiken. Bang. Tom caught Diamond Jozu's right shoulder with his fist. The two taciturn men exchanged a glance, and then began a silent brawl. Father, go save Ace. Marco soared into the air, and then dove toward Dylan. Tasir watched Marco, now transformed into a phoenix in the sky, and smiled faintly. In that case. Whoosh. A burst of violet light flared. Tasir took 2 slow steps forward. 9 massive fluffy tails materialized behind Tasir. Sensing the transformation, his expression grew complex. This form. It's been a long time. Marco's breath caught in midair. The other commanders and New World captains also froze for a moment, then stirred again. Tie them down. Let Father pass. Dance of the Roses. Petal-like slashes drifted down, heading straight for Dylan. Slash. 5th Division Commander Flower Sword Vista. Let me handle him. Shiryu blocked the petals with his blade. I'll take Lightning Makogai. Ein parried Makogai's strike. All the Daikalban brothers are for me. Belmare coated her arms in armament hockey and moved to the flank, eyeing the eager blind twins. Law stood on the right, glancing at Riding Knight Domar, who had a monkey on his shoulder. The two exchanged a single look and immediately lunged at each other. Riding Knight Domar grinned menacingly. Where did you brat come from? Never heard of you. To be precise, I'm a soldier of the G5 branch. TCH. You're insulting us. Domar swung his blade at Law. Law raised Kikoku to block Domar's strike, then, after a moment's thought, said, this is already a compliment to you. During the standoff between Dylan and Whitebeard, Straw Hat sprang again, preparing to leap toward the execution platform. Oh, that won't do. As a Marine Admiral, I can't let my subordinates do all the fighting. A laser pierced Straw Hat's right abdomen. Then Kizaru landed before him. Without power, no amount of effort will help. He raised his foot and kicked Straw Hat away. Young, reckless, and clumsy. Just like that fool Ace. But I like fools like that. When Whitebeard raised Murakamajiri again for a downward strike before Dylan could act, a searing heat appeared in front of him. Akainu stood on the blade of Murakamajiri, staring at Whitebeard. Trying to destroy this island. Not so easy. Kururara, then you'd better guard it well. Seeing the admirals engage, Dylan scanned the battlefield. In the sky, Marco was wreathed in dual-colored flames. Even as violet flames corroded his body, Marco gritted his teeth and flew toward the execution platform. Ace, wait for me. Huh. Tasir on the ground frowned. Is he trying to die? Just as Marco neared the platform, a flash of lightning streaked by. Thud. An elbow strike coated in hockey smashed directly into Marco's face. Goth. Marco crashed heavily to the ground. As the phoenix flames vanished, the violet fire engulfed him. Is this the end of my journey? Through the flames, Marco raised his hand toward Whitebeard with a smile. Father. Marco. A skyward roar erupted. Dozens of black lightning bolts burst forth. PFT. Tasir's body shuddered as blood spilled from his mouth. The violet flames on Marco vanished instantly. A conqueror's hockey shockwave aimed specifically at me. Tasir wiped the blood from his lips and looked at the man panting heavily below the barrier wall. Impressive. His tails slowly dissipated. Tasir silently retreated to the rear of the formation. Tom glanced back at Tasir, who was still coughing blood, then turned to a concerned Diamond Jozu. Let's pause for now. Tend to your comrades. All right, Jozu replied gravely. Both sides leaped back and rushed to their companions. PFT. An old wound reopened and Whitebeard spat blood, dropping to one knee. Dylan looked at Whitebeard. Was it the excessive use of Conqueror's Haki that aggravated his old injury? In the distance, Straw Hat, who had just been injected with the adrenaline hormone, shouted again, "Ace. I'm coming. Be's easy." Boom. 2 pacifista lasers fired at Straw Hat. As other pacifistas gathered energy, a tall figure blocked Straw Hat's flank. Boa Hancock, Warlord of the Sea, cease attack. Boa Hancock, Warlord of the Sea, cease attack. Before the Empress could indulge in her infatuation, she felt a chilling gaze. Below the execution platform, Dylan looked at her and raised 2 fingers. While Dylan warned Boa Hancock, Marco was struck down once more by Kizaru due to his concern for Whitebeard's injuries, and Jozu was frozen solid by Akiji. Whitebeard himself was also hit in the chest by Akainu's Hellhound. At this point, the top combatants of the Whitebeard pirates had all fallen into a disadvantageous position. Take his head. The Marines surged forward, but Whitebeard stood firm before them. How can I die before I see the children walk towards a bright future? On the execution platform, Sengoku looked down at Whitebeard. You want to see their future? Then we'll show you plenty. Execute. Ace. Ace. As the pirates watched in despair, the executioner's blade was raised once more. Stop it. A burst of Conqueror's Haki exploded, knocking the executioner unconscious. The scene fell into silence. The quality of a king. This brat. Whitebeard looked at Garp, who sat on the execution platform, and then at the Straw Hat charging forward. Everyone, give everything to protect Straw Hat Luffy. That position. No one present could break through anymore. Garp, just this once. Looking at the eager members of G5A, Dylan shook his head. Forget that fool, go deal with the others. With that, Dylan took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and looked up at the Straw Hat, who had just reached Garp. Hey, Dylan, Straw Hat is going up. Are you sure this is okay? Belmir jumped beside Dylan after punching back the Dicalban brothers. Dylan shook his head. If we force Garp to change his stance now, the Marines will be completely defeated. Besides, Dylan shook his head. The Straw Hat might have a chance, but Ace. Seeing the Straw Hat reach the execution platform, all G5 members returned to Dylan's side. The giant Buddha statue raised its hand to press down on the balloon, and Dylan clicked his tongue. Where the hell is your shockwave? That's not how you fought others. As the execution platform collapsed, a massive flame erupted. You're always so reckless, Luffy. Dylan shook his head and took a couple of steps back with his G5 unit, Mancherry. Yes, Dylan-sama. Mancherry, hidden in Dylan's hair, scattered a handful of teardrops onto Tashigi. Thank you. Mancherry. We're comrades after all. Dylan watched Ace clashing with Akiji and said to the others, wait for my command. Let Akainu take the blame for killing Ace. Don't get tangled up. Ace. Just as Ace was escaping, Akainu emerged from the smoke. Running away with your tail between your legs after the rescue. What a bunch of cowards, the Whitebeard pirates. And Whitebeard himself is a complete failure. Ace halted, his face darkening as he turned around. Take that back. Dylan crossed his arms, watching this scene that was both familiar and foreign. The old man gave us a place to call home. How could you ever understand his greatness? If you don't walk the path of righteousness, there's no value in living. You're pirates. What need do you have for a home? Luffy. Akainu's magma pierced through Ace's chest, yet Dylan remained unmoved, arms still crossed. Below the execution platform, Garp had been pinned down by Sengoku. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all frozen in shock. Their mission had failed at the final step. Dylan's ear twitched slightly. San Juan Wolf, hidden behind Marineford, had already been sensed by him. Humph. Seeing Ace die and hearing his final words, Whitebeard could no longer contain himself. In an instant, he appeared behind Akainu. Sakazuki, Admiral. A colossal quake shattered Marineford itself. In a near frenzy, Whitebeard's punch slammed Akainu into the ground. Hellhound. The magma fist struck Whitebeard's head, shearing off half of it. What kind of power is this? Belmir, standing beside Dylan, was awestruck. The island had been split in two. But, doesn't this scene look a bit familiar? Huh, what is that? There's something behind the fortress. As the Marineford fortress tilted, a giant face appeared from behind it. Oh, we've been spotted. There are people on the execution platform too. Zehaha. A wild laugh echoed. You're only noticing us now. Blackbeard looked down at Whitebeard with an excited expression. What a pleasure to see you before you die, old man. Whitebeard looked up at the figure he had once called son, the one who had cast his home into the abyss. Teach. You alone. I will never call you son. Crash. 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 A violent tremor shot straight towards the execution platform where Blackbeard stood. Zehaha, you're not holding back at all, are you, old man? Marco and Vista, who had already retreated to the outskirts, turned back the moment they saw Blackbeard. Don't come over here. Whitebeard roared, for killing Thatch. This bastard is mine to finish. I wouldn't have it any other way. Zehaha. Dylan tensed up, drawing Shuro once more. Get ready. Target, the Blackbeard pirates. Yes. Turning around, Blackbeard had already been pinned down by Whitebeard. Stop it, old man. Are you really going to kill your own son? Having activated his power, but not unleashed it, Whitebeard trembled at those words. Clenching his teeth, he tossed Blackbeard aside. Kill him. The Blackbeard pirates swarmed forward, raining down various weapons and bullets upon Whitebeard's body. Only after their arms grew tired and their bullets ran out did Whitebeard manage to open his eyes and glance at Blackbeard. It's not you. The man Roger is waiting for. At least it won't be you. Teach. Buzz. The big screen behind the plaza suddenly lit up. Sengoku's pupils contracted. Damn. Who is it, Dylan? Sengoku turned his head. This scene. But when he looked at Dylan, he saw him holding Shura in one hand, the other hand empty. Judging by the angle of the footage, it came from somewhere on the Marine's side. Damn it. One Piece. It exists, you bastard. Sengoku bellowed. Who the hell is it? Someone had been lurking nearby, all this time waiting until now to expose this. Moved. Just as the Blackbeard pirates were about to cover Whitebeard's body with a black cloth, Dylan gave a low shout and charged straight at Blackbeard. The strategic objective is complete. From here on, no more holding back. The Dark Dragon and the G5 guys are coming. Before the Blackbeard pirates guarding the front could react, the airborne Dylan had already infused his blade with armament hockey. Sin punishment breaker of illusions. A thunderous storm swept through in an instant, taking down Doc Q Lafitte and Demon Governor Avalo Pizarro, who stood in the way. I also love your mother, you old freak. Before Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, could finish her sentence, Dylan flashed before her. With an aerial spin, his armament-coated heel connected squarely with the side of her face. Thud. Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, was driven into the ground, her condition unknown. The instant he struck down Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, Dylan slashed his blade across the black cloth. Shing. The cloth fell. Blackbeard had already thrust his hand into the chest of Whitebeard, which had been pierced by the magma dog. Dark Dragon. Stop him. Hurry. Despite the astonishing attack from moments before, the members of the Blackbeard pirates swarmed towards Dylan. Boom. Clang. G5 members arrived, blocking the Blackbeard pirates from both sides. Dylan. Watching Blackbeard tremble, whether from excitement or fear, Dylan instantly appeared before him. He aimed his blade tip at Blackbeard and thrust it straight through him. Conviction, sin, bridge of no return. The water-like slashes viciously pierced Blackbeard's body. Gwa. Arg. Despite becoming a bloody mess, Blackbeard still did not withdraw his right hand from Whitebeard's chest. Zay. Zihaha. Blackbeard looked at the cold-eyed Dylan. I've waited 30 long years for this day. Don't you dare stand in my way. The blade hilt spun, and the dense continuous slashes came to a halt. Then you're quite something, you scum. An even more eerie wave of energy erupted from the Azura, enveloped in hockey with black and red aura wildly intertwining and merging. Witnessing this, fear finally crept into Blackbeard's eyes. You too. A faint black orb of light crackling with lightning appeared at the tip of the Azura's blade. Conviction, sin, reincarnation. Yoa. Under the immense impact, Blackbeard's body was finally torn away from Whitebeard's corpse, flying backward. Carried by inertia, Whitebeard's body plunged into the abyss he himself had created. Damn it, Dark Dragon. Seeing Whitebeard's body fall, Dylan looked up at Blackbeard, who was beating his chest and stamping his feet in fury on the cliff's edge in the distance. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You bastard. Sensing Dylan's approach, Blackbeard leaped up. My dream will not end here. Dylan said nothing, merely coating the Azura with Conqueror's hockey once more. That strike imbued with Conqueror's hockey had only managed to injure him, not even reaching the level of severe damage. This man's body. What exactly? Meanwhile, without Crocodile and Buggy the Clown's interference, Straw had managed to escape from Akainu. As the pacifist across the plaza and Straw had escaped, the Whitebeard pirates lost all will to fight. Hunt down the pirates. Slaughter them all. Don't let a single evil escape this place. Whitebeard was dead, Ace was killed, and a mysterious Blackbeard appeared, though his schemes were unknown. He had already been stopped by Vice Admiral Dylan. The Navy's victory was within sight. Kill them all. Charge. The Marines' morale soared to unprecedented heights. Led by their admirals and vice admirals, they madly charged onto the ice. Dreams. Mere pirates you don't deserve. Dylan looked at Blackbeard's body. Despite being hit by his bridge of no return and reincarnation, he still wasn't dead. Since his body has issues. Recalling Whitebeard's earlier attacks, a red glint flashed in Dylan's eyes. Then I'll cut off his head. Whoosh. Dylan leaped into the sky and Blackbeard's expression tightened. That's enough. Stop. Fight no more. Stop it. Stop trampling on lives. The objective has been achieved. Isn't this meaningless sacrifice just foolishness? Kobe raised his arm and shouted loudly. The entire battlefield paused. Many Marines who had been high-spirited were thrown into confusion. Gulp. Akainu appeared before Kobe, You wasted a few seconds of my time. The Navy doesn't need soldiers who can't distinguish right from wrong. Clang. Just as Kobe closed his eyes awaiting death, the magma fist was blocked by a rapier. Well done, young Marine. Shanks appeared before Kobe. A burst of powerful haki erupted, instantly knocking the nearby Kobe unconscious. The entire battlefield was stunned. Yonko. Red-haired Shanks. Why is he here? I've come to. A sky-shaking roar erupted and dark clouds instantly gathered above Marineford. You're here to die, red hair. Thick lightning bolts seemingly laced with impatience churned and surged within the clouds. A bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky. Dylan grabbed Kobe holding his head in his hand and lifted him into the air. Sakazuki. Buy me some time. Oh. Akainu greatly appreciated Dylan and could vaguely sense his intention, so he responded immediately. Garp. Sengoku. Dylan, seeing the G5 members entangled by the Blackbeard pirates, roared towards the base of the execution platform. Aren't you going to do something? Everyone stared at Dylan in shock. This guy, daring to speak to the hero of the Marines, the Admiral, and the Fleet Admiral, like that. Finally Dylan turned to look at Kizaru. Borsellino. Oh, I understand, Dylan. Kizaru turned his head to look at Ben Beckman, who was sitting on the mast of the Whitebeard pirates' wrecked ship. You better not run around either, or else if it gets really angry, it'll be hard for me to explain. Seeing that the situation was mostly under control, Dylan slowly floated into the air. His eyes glared, and a burst of Conqueror's haki shockwave erupted. Cough. Kobe, who had been unconscious, woke up again. Aye, Vice Admiral Dylan. Dylan gave him a cold look, gripping his head tightly. Bien. Yes. A massive projection screen unfurled. Just as everyone was wondering what was happening, the screen showed 2 Marines cowering in a corner of the battlefield, trembling. No, I can't do anything. They're so strong, yet they fall one after another. If I stay here, I'll die. Then the screen showed Kobe and Helmeppo attempting to flee the war from within the fortress. When the Whitebeard pirates attacked and all Marines were fighting desperately, risking their lives, you chose to run. And when the Marines gained the upper hand and were ready to press the advantage to strike down evil, you asked us to stop. Kobe, suspended in midair, gaped in shock. Why was this recorded? Who did this? If you truly have courage, why didn't you try to stop Whitebeard's invasion? You useless piece of trash. You speak of trampling lives, but pirates burn, kill, and plunder day and night, harming innocent civilians. Why don't you go and preach your grand morals to them? Floating in the air, Dylan looked down at the frozen battlefield and took a deep breath. Marines. Behind this fortress lie the homes of our families. The ordinary helpless people on this land and this sea. Aged parents. Young children. They are all waiting for news from us. No one's sacrifice is meaningless. Every pirate we slay is a tribute to our fallen comrades in heaven. Every pirate we slay creates even one more minute of peace and tranquility for the helpless civilians. Do not stop. Take up your weapons and fight on. Fight. Splat. Kobe's head shattered with a sickening sound, fragments of bone and blood splattering across Dylan's hands. Oh. Fight. Kobe. Standing near Akainu, Garp, who had been intimidating the other members of the Red Hair Pirates alongside Sengoku, watched his disciple's head vanish, his expression dimming once more. I truly have not been a worthy teacher. The Marines' morale surged once again, even higher than before. The Red Hair Pirates below had slowly retreated to the periphery. Marco, teach. Shanks' face dark, looked at the gloom shrouding the sky. Whatever else remains, we'll settle it later. Escape Marineford first. Though Garp's fighting spirit was not strong and Sengoku had little desire to engage either, the power of the 3 admirals, the 12 vice admirals of HQ, and G5 was still formidable enough to be feared. Shishishishi, ally with you all. It's a rare thing, but I accept. On the other side, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates all looked towards Marco. Everything was his to decide. Looking at his comrades behind him, battered and wounded, Marco gritted his teeth. We escape Marineford first. We can't let Pop's sacrifice be in vain. Escape, eh? Amidst a clap of thunder, a grand voice boomed. Who said you could escape? You bastards. Shanks stared at Dylan, who floated in the sky, wreathed in lightning, anger burning in his eyes. Dark dragon. You. Kazan. Ice aged. The sea, stretching for kilometers, froze over once more. All the warships on the periphery and pirate ships from the New World were sealed in the ice. Dylan. Sengoku, watching from behind, saw Dylan, now one with the lightning in the sky, and hesitation flickered across his face. What exactly do you intend to do? Black storm clouds crackling with thunder drew ever closer to Marineford. The hairs on many people's bodies stood on end. The weaker pirates even began showing signs of paralysis. This is the power of an awakened Logia. How reckless. This is Marineford. Wrong. From within the thunderclouds, a voice like a god resounded. A fortress can be destroyed and rebuilt, an island sunk and relocated. As long as we have not fallen. Justice resides here in Marineford. As he spoke the final word, it seemed all the thunder roared in unison. No, it was all the thunder that formed the voice itself. Like a great bell, the sound told slowly. Daluo Tenku. The lightning, which had shone white, instantly turned cyan. White smoke began to rise from many pirates' bodies. In the distance, cold sweat dripped down Doflamingo's forehead, directly manipulating the electricity within the human body. How absurd. You roar. Countless roars echoed from within the thunderclouds. In that instant, Shanks was reminded of that day in the West Blue years ago. Hey Teach. Even though his power was supposedly nullified by his own Blackbeard, showed a flicker of terror now. The intensity was immense, the scale enormous. Activating his Yami no Mi to absorb it all would still drain his stamina. Glancing at the marine officers surrounding them from four corners, Blackbeard steeled himself. Red Hair Marco and his crew definitely want me dead. Once I activate my power, you better protect me. Shanks nodded gravely. I guarantee it. Your grudges will not be settled here. Shishishi still so full of manly spirit. Fine, I'll trust you this once. However, Blackbeard watched the beastly silhouettes descending from the sky. Even using everything I've got now, I can't protect this many people. Shanks' heart sank. Thousands of pirates were scattered around Marineford's outer edge. Only his own crew, Blackbeard's men, and the Whitebeard pirates' commanders were nearby. We'll do our best. We'll all pitch in. That's right. If you want to live, muster your own spirits. Shishaha. No sooner had he spoken than the beastly phantoms bound by the thunderclouds plunged down instantly. Inside the plaza, Sengoku's scalp tightened. Fall back. Protect our own first. Fufufu. What a reckless fool. Does he intend to kill us all too? Though the beast's targets were the Pirate Alliance, on the periphery the Marines, locked in close combat, were inevitably caught in the crossfire. Ruhr. Black Void. Blackbeard raised both hands, unleashing a massive dome of darkness that barely managed to hold back the lightning beasts. Damn it. Not enough. Blackbeard's pupils contracted as he spat out blood. Quick, find a way to attack him. While the Marines are also resisting his power. Hurry. I know. Shanks' raised griffin took a deep breath and wrapped it in Conqueror's haki. Staring at the turbulent thunderclouds above, Shanks' expression was frantic. Where is he? I can't pinpoint his location. If Yasop were here. There. Marco pointed towards a spot in the sky. There's a life force there. It can't be anyone else. All right. Swinging griffin in a full arc, a colossal slash no smaller than the beastly phantoms themselves rocketed into the sky. Brubrable. In the sky, Dylan glanced at the blue den mushy in his hand, then crushed it in his grip. The slash tore across the sky, splitting the thunderclouds in two. The clouds parted, revealing Dylan's body still wreathed in lightning. Dylan looked down. Akiji's expression was hesitant. Kizaru had vanished somewhere, and Garp, Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru were all straining to release their haki to protect the weaker Marines. Only Akainu, alongside hawkish Vice Admirals like Enigmo and Doberman, fought fiercely forward through the lightning. Sigh. Dylan let out a long, heavy sigh. The mission wasn't fully accomplished, but that's not a failure of strategy. However, as the lightning faded, Dylan, having sheathed Shura, looked down upon the Pirate Alliance. We must leave something behind. Oh, how about we leave them their lives? What do you think, Dylan? Kizaru appeared beside Dylan, looking down at the icy surface, crossing his fingers as light gathered. Yasakani no Magatama. A barrage of light, even more intense than the previous 2 times, blanketed the ice. Dylan gripped Shura tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Despite its awe-inspiring display, this Yasakani no Magatama was clearing a path through the ice for the pirates. Kizaru stood shoulder to shoulder with Dylan in the air. It's the higher-ups, orders Dylan. Hep. Dylan sheathed Shura and slowly descended to the ground, watching the Pirate Alliance sail away. Akiji remained silent, while Sengoku and Garp tensed up with inexplicable anxiety. You bastard. Akainu erupted from the ground, fury blazing in his eyes. Why? They're just paralyzed, not dying. Why not seize the chance to eradicate those pests? Seeing the scene on the verge of splitting into a standoff, Sengoku walked to the center, looking between Akainu and Dylan. Whitebeard is dead, and so is Fire Fist. Our objective is complete. If we annihilate Red Hair and Blackbeard, here we'd be handing the new world to Big Mom Kaido and those others. A fine politician's speech. Dylan's aura had receded, yet his words and expression unsettled even Sengoku and Garp. Members of the G5 branch came up behind Dylan. Shiryu, carrying several severed heads. Thud. Shiryu tossed them to the ground. Brought you a little something. Dylan looked at the heads on the ground, their tongues lolling out, and gave a faint smile. Forget it. He was about to turn away when he spotted Helmeppo sobbing over Kobe's body in the distance. Shiryu. Dylan tilted his chin towards the spot. Execute the deserter. Sir. Hell. Garp gritted his teeth, ready to move. A hand landed on his shoulder. Sengoku slowly shook his head at him. Let him be, Garp. He hasn't done anything wrong. And so, the Summit War ended in a Marine victory. Though the Marineford fortress lay in ruins and nearly 10,000 of the 100,000 Marines had perished, the results achieved were: Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate, killed in action. 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist, Ace, killed in action. 7th Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Rakuyo, executed. 12 captains under the Whitebeard Pirates flag killed in action. Former Warlord of the Sea, Crocodile, executed. Former Roger Pirates crewmate, Buggy the Clown, executed. Blackbeard Pirates crewmate, Doc Q, executed. Blackbeard Pirates crewmate, Lafitte, executed. Cumulative executions of Whitebeard Pirates and affiliated New World pirate crews exceeded 3000. After the war, that man's name once again resounded across the world. Marine Vice Admiral, Dark Dragon, Adams Dillon. Admiral, I don't need it and I don't have the time for it. Kazan has already left the Marines. Dillon. Sengoku, who had decided to step down as Fleet Admiral, no longer dyed his hair. Through the den mushy, Sengoku, with his head of white hair, looked at him. Sakazuki's promotion ceremony is in 2 months. Before he left, Kazan recommended you as his successor. Everyone else also thinks you're the right fit. Everyone else. Dillon let out a derisive snort. So if everyone else thinks I shouldn't live, should I just kill myself? Dillon, I know. You don't know a damn thing. Dillon rudely cut off Sengoku's words, grabbing the receiver and saying to him, aren't you planning a world military draft? Go ahead with it. I'll stay as the commander of the G5 branch. When the day comes that I want to be an admiral, I'll let you know. With that, Dillon hung up the den mushy and looked at the CP0 agent standing before his desk. Is this also the will of the 5 elders? Hey. Yes. The CP0 agent nodded. The 5 elders said, even if you become an admiral, you only need to be stationed at Marineford and handle special missions. You won't have to. Humph. Dillon let out a cold snort and cut off the CP0 agent's words with a glare. If I become an admiral, I'd have to go around cleaning up messes for the Celestial Dragons. Maybe they'd even want me stationed at Mary Geos. Do you think I'd do that kind of thing? How the hell should I know? The CP0 agent screamed internally, but his body obediently nodded. Indeed, that doesn't seem like your style. Dillon blew out a puff of smoke and extended his hand towards the CP0 agent. A den mushy. That previous one is broken. The CP0 agent said with some skepticism, Azure den mushy are very difficult to breed. And I heard that one was crushed by you yourself. Dillon glanced at him and sneered, then lend me yours. You make the call. The one who answered the call was still the blonde-haired 5 elder. Adams Dillon. It's me. I'm not taking the admiral position. You all know the reasons. Some things, if I were to do them, would only make a bigger mess. As expected. So what is the purpose of this call? Regarding the information on Poseidon, Dillon looked up and gave the CP0 agent a malicious smile. I've confirmed it. Poseidon is. Bang. The CP0 agent who was standing in front of Dillon's desk vanished without a trace, leaving only the door trembling slightly. Did an accident occur? A rat just ran out. Let's get to the point. Poseidon is this generation's mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. Silence fell on the other end of the den mushy, as if the receiver had been covered. Dillon was in no hurry, leisurely smoking his cigarette. Im knew that Shirahoshi was Poseidon. The times were changing and he needed to secure his privileges early on, otherwise certain matters would become difficult to handle. The ability to control the Sea Kings was indeed remarkable. However, even if the world government had long known Shirahoshi's identity, they wouldn't necessarily dare to act against her easily. After all, given Fishman Island's location, if Shirahoshi were to have a complete emotional breakdown, there probably wouldn't be a soul who could escape from there. And what would be the consequences of simply erasing Shirahoshi? Would it send all the Sea Kings across the entire ocean into a frenzy? No one knew and no one dared to find out. Excellent. This information is extremely important. With that, the blonde 5 elder hung up the phone. Mary Geos, at the empty throne. Understood. Grant him a reward. A ethereal voice emanated from the throne. What level of reward? The figure on the throne rested his head on one hand, idly tapping the armrest with the other. Use your discretion. Do not let him harbor any discontent. After the 5 elders respectfully withdrew, the figure on the throne smiled subtly. Cunning. Although the Marines had defeated the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard's final declaration, "One Piece is real," had thrown the world into even greater turmoil. The pressure on the Marines and the Royal Kingdoms felt like it had returned to the early days of the Great Pirate Era over 20 years ago. Various Marine branches and CP strongholds across the globe were frantically reporting to their respective headquarters and requesting reinforcements. Of course, the Marines' victory and Dillon's speech also inspired many people with dreams and strength, leading to a massive surge in enlistments. The two greatest forces in the world instantly began a collision from the top down. No one could remain uninvolved. Branch 85 requesting reinforcements. Pirate numbers are surging out of control. Requesting more combat personnel. Branch 216 has annihilated the Black Goat pirates. A non-affiliated kingdom is pleading for help. Pirates have reached the gates of their capital. Another rookie with a bounty over 100 million has appeared. The kingdom of Cusia has been destroyed. East Blue. The kingdom of Girona. A slender woman stood against the wind on the highest observation tower of the royal palace. Her hands clasped together, she gazed towards the direction of the Grand Line as if awaiting someone's arrival. It's the wind, season your majesty. This is not good for your health. Bamond. The woman did not turn around at the sound of footsteps on the stairs, still gazing into the distance. When will I ever see him again? The elderly Bamond walked up behind her and draped a wind-resistant cloak over her shoulders. He then leaned on the railing looking down at the royal capital below. He has always been by our side, hasn't he? Flashback to 15 years ago in the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar. The kingdom of Girona. This once great nation of the East Blue had now fallen to ruin, stripped of its world government membership for failing to pay the heavenly tribute. Rampaging pirates, swarming bandits, royalty still lost in fantasies of ancestral glory, and a populace devoid of hope. Together they formed the entire picture of the nation. Despite its vast territory and fertile farmlands, the common people were gaunt and hollow-eyed. Sharjah. Even impoverished, he's still a king. Maybe there's a beautiful princess too, huh? Let me get a taste of a princess for once. The royal palace had long lost its former glory. The gold ornaments, famous paintings, jewels, and even the silver candlesticks had all been sold off. Protect His Majesty. Protect the princess. The remaining few dozen royal guards desperately held the line at the dilapidated palace gate. Princess. Bamond, whose hair was beginning to gray, held the trembling Camilla tightly. Hick. Has it? Hick. Come to this. Beneath the massive portrait of his ancestors, the king slumped in a tattered chair, turning his wine bottle upside down. Out of wine again. Huff, huff, huff. Looking at the king, who had already dozed off, Bamond closed his eyes in despair. As the sounds of clashing steel and battle cries grew nearer, Bamond's hands began to tremble. Princess Camilla, allow this old servant to escort you on your final journey. The young Camilla looked up. Years of hunger had dimmed the luster of her once sapphire blue eyes. A barely fitting floral dress was dotted with faint, almost invisible patches. But it was clear how gentle the person who mended those patches must have been. One could hardly notice them without looking closely. Bamond, are we going to die? If we die, will we stop being hungry? A flicker of light suddenly appeared in the eyes of Camilla, who had tasted so much hardship at such a young age. Will I get to see mother soon? As the sounds of slaughter outside the door gradually faded, Bamond held Camilla's frail form close and closed his eyes to pray. The thin Camilla curled up in Bamond's arms, tilting her small face up to gaze at the murals on the palace ceiling depicting their ancestors' conquests. Ancestors, please watch over my people, so they may no longer be bullied by the wicked, and also, if it pleases you, let me see my mother. Princess Camilla. Bamond, well past his 50th year, wept silently. What a kind princess she was. Why did fate show her no mercy, placing her in this crumbling royal family? A creak sounded. Accompanied by an old, grating noise, the palace door was pushed open slowly. Bamond felt a pang of grief, then a sharp sense of wrongness. How could pirates knock? They usually barged right in. And besides, why was it so quiet? Footsteps echoed from the doorway. Bamond opened his eyes and looked over. A youth of 15 or 16 walked in, carrying a long blade that was utterly disproportionate to his frame. You are? Me. I'm a marine. The kingdom of Girona had always been renowned for its fertile lands and prosperous people. Though it lacked the rare ores and rich fisheries of other nations, its uniquely favorable climate yielded bountiful harvests of grain. This very land had become a regular target for pirate raids. The people living here suffered immensely, yet were powerless to resist. Centuries ago, the ancestors of the Girona kingdom came to this land, leading their knights to set boundaries, drive out bandits, and establish order. The people revered the Girona royal family and swore eternal loyalty to it. The warm soil was perfect for growing grain, but it also had a tendency to make even the fiercest warriors grow soft. Over 200 years later, the once mighty Girona knights had vanished, their descendants transformed into nobles who needed assistance just to walk. The royal family fared even worse. Leveraging their massive grain output, they collaborated with warring nations for hefty profits. Eventually, in a certain year, they became a member state of the world government. With the promised protection of the Marines from the world government, the royal army became a complete joke. The people's lives worsened day by day, though they could still barely scrape by. Life continued in this manner, even as the crown levied ever higher taxes on grain, even as some began to go hungry. But the people knew full well that if they failed to pay the heavenly tribute, they would be cast back into hell, just like their ancestors. Everyone gritted their teeth and endured, striving to scrape together the heavenly tribute demanded by the world government, while also sustaining the extravagant lifestyles of the nobles. The fragile foundation holding all this together finally crumbled completely one day. Pirate King Gold. Roger was executed. Countless individuals set sail in search of the unprecedented treasure, the One Piece. Many newly emerged pirates were not intimidated by the flag of the Marines. They descended upon the land of rice, Harona. They plundered the grain, stole the women, and seized the very heavenly tribute that was being prepared. That year, the land of rice, Harona, lost its status as a member state of the world government. The Marines lowered their flag. Nightmares returned to this land, and the knights who once wielded their weapons to protect the people were long gone. That same year, Princess Camilla was born into the world. By the way, Marine sir, our soldiers. A youthful Dylan smiled sheepishly. They're unconscious, but none are in danger. With that, Dylan shifted the blade Shura slightly behind him. He then surveyed his surroundings. This could loosely be called a castle. Judging by its scale, it must have once known prosperity, but now it seemed strangely ironic. Didn't you say this kingdom no longer had any soldiers? Baman gave a bitter smile. They are not descendants of the first knights. After we lost our member status, faced with increasingly frequent raids, the nobles either fled or died here. They were commoners who took up arms to fulfill the oath of their ancestors. No wonder, Dylan mused. Those men certainly didn't look like warriors. Just a moment, Baman said, remembering the king who was still fast asleep in his chair. As incompetent and useless as he was still. King, your majesty. The 13th king of the Harona dynasty had died upon his throne, a smile upon his face. Baman, what's wrong with father? Baman suppressed the grief in his heart, reaching out with trembling hands to gently hold Camilla's shoulders. Princess Camilla, His Majesty the king, has passed away. You are the only successor this kingdom has left. Has father gone to a faraway place like mother and sister? Please be strong. Despite her weak body, Camilla responded firmly. I will, Baman. I promised mother I wouldn't cry until I found someone to rely on. I will wait for them to come back. Young Camilla still didn't fully grasp the meaning of death. Some said it was like sleeping and others said it was going to a faraway place. Dylan sighed from a short distance away. This was the East Blue, the weakest sea, a symbol of peace. If even the East Blue was like this, he could only imagine the conditions in the other seas and the Grand Line. A wealthy place without the strength to defend it. Though he deeply sympathized with this country, Dylan stood up and headed for the door. He had witnessed too many tragedies on his journey here, and this place was far from the Marine base. If he didn't get back soon, he'd be in trouble again. Baman watched the young Marine prepare to leave, his lips moving as if to speak, but in the end he remained silent. A Marine, after all, is still a Marine of the world government. Just as Dylan reached the main gate, a tired, yet clear voice called out from behind him. Big brother. Dylan turned around and saw Camilla, her small face smudged with dirt, dressed in a patched floral dress. What's the matter? Camilla used the table for support as she slowly walked towards Dylan. When she reached him, she gave him a deep bow. Thank you for saving my soldiers. You are welcome to visit Harona again. We will surely treat you to our sweetest rice. Camilla lifted her small face, offering a smile. That is if Harona is still here. The early policy is like this, Dylan said, sitting cross-legged in the dilapidated royal palace garden, sketching a vague map on the ground with a twig. According to what you've said, the people of the kingdom of Girona still support the royal family. The first step is to unite the people, then restore production. But Baman recalled the pirates who frequently raided the area. Even if crops were planted, they would merely be given away to the pirates for nothing. Frowning in thought for a moment, Dylan said to Baman, find someone familiar with the surrounding seas, someone loyal enough to deliver a letter back for me. Remember, they must be extremely cautious. Otherwise it will plant the seeds of future disaster. I will stay near here for 2 seasons. In the first season, ensure the crops can ripen smoothly. In the second season, teach your soldiers how to wield weapons. Pirates, they are not so terrifying. A strange gurgling sound broke the silence. Dylan looked at Camilla, whose face had turned slightly pale, yet tinged with a hint of red from shyness. Dylan glanced at the others. The soldiers' faces were gaunt with hunger, and the old man's beard looked as withered as straw. Are there any wild beasts nearby? In the deep mountains to the north, there are some beasts. Gather some men, bring carts or something, and follow me. Dylan stood up, then bent down to pat Camilla's head. Hold on a little longer, we'll be back soon. Camilla stood on her tiptoes, watching Dylan and the cart drivers disappear into the distance. Despite her frail frame and withered hair from prolonged hunger and turmoil, Camilla's eyes shimmered with a newfound light at this moment. Camilla's eyes finally welled up with tears as she watched the figure vanish at the end of the road. Have I found someone I can rely on? In the jungle north of the Girona capital, due to years of neglect, it was now overgrown with weeds and thick underbrush. On the long-abandoned road at the foot of the mountain, several large carts were piled high with the carcasses of over a dozen large beasts. Here he comes again. Rustle, rustle. Dylan emerged from the shadows of the dense forest carrying several beast carcasses over his shoulder. Let's go. This should be enough to eat for a while. As for staple grains and seasonings, Dylan recalled seeing a small island flying a pirate flag on the way here. He decided to borrow some from there. As the convoy of carts laden with beast carcasses returned to the capital, more and more townsfolk fell in behind them. Upon reaching the palace gates, Dylan gave a slight nod to Camilla first, then struck the ground heavily with the scabbard of Shura. Now men who know how to butcher meat to the left, women who can cook to the right. After the crowd dispersed, Dylan continued, everyone else go find firewood. Looking at Dylan standing before her, even though she didn't know his name yet, Camilla was certain at that moment she had found someone she could rely on. An hour later, the aroma of meat wafted over the capital. Dylan stood before a row of large cauldrons, scanning the cooks. Anyone caught sneaking a bite would have their entire family banished. That was the rule set by the young man. Although no one knew him, the soldiers had already told them that this young man single-handedly killed over 30 pirates who had attacked. Despite the constant welling of saliva in their mouths, despite the many children starting to cry and fuss, the sight of the young man standing there leaning on his blade instilled fear in everyone. Soldiers, Dylan commanded loudly once all the meat was cooked. The soldiers, who were originally commoners, quickly assembled in front of the cauldrons. Distribute the food to everyone according to age. Anything not eaten must be dried and preserved. No overeating is allowed. Dylan looked sternly at the crowd. No crying or fussing. Camilla tugged at Bammon's sleeve from behind. Bammon, don't we have a lot of meat? Why can't everyone eat their fill? Bammon stroked his beard and smiled. Your Highness, this meat cannot be eaten all at once. If everyone eats their fill today, what about tomorrow? And the day after? Besides, after prolonged hunger, one cannot eat too much at once. The body wouldn't be able to handle it. That young man. Truly remarkable. Why not? A sharp voice cried out from the crowd. There's so much meat. Why can't we have a proper full meal? Dylan cast a cold glance over. The noisy young man shrank back in fear. But then, seeing the people around him whispering among themselves, he quickly shouted again. These are all beasts from our kingdom of Girona. We can eat as much as we want. Dylan didn't explode immediately. Instead, he slowly drew the Shura blade from its scabbard, which had been planted in the ground. Oh, then why don't you go hunt them yourselves? You? The golden-haired young man showed a hint of anger. You have the power. What's wrong with helping us? Hearing this, most people hesitated, but a small portion wore expressions that suggested they agreed. That's right. Dylan nodded. The golden-haired youth's face lit up with joy. It seemed he would get a full meal today. But Dylan's next words sent him plummeting into an ice pit. I have strength, so I must help you. By the same logic, the pirates have strength, so they can plunder you at will, right? What if? The crimson Shura blade was drawn, and an overwhelming stench of blood instantly erupted. I choose to become a pirate now. The starving crowd immediately panicked. Dylan walked slowly forward. Camilla clenched Bammon's sleeve tightly, gritting her teeth. In life, one can lack strength, one can lack knowledge, but there is one thing that, if missing, can be fatal at any moment. Whoosh! The golden-haired youth's head flew high into the air, his face still etched with panic and fear. If one lacks a clear understanding of oneself, one can step into the abyss at any time. After this commotion, the previously noisy crowd fell silent instantly. Even children who wanted to cry were firmly silenced by their mothers' hands over their mouths. Distribute the food. Yes. Inside the palace, Camilla ate some meat with a heavy heart, then hesitantly glanced at Dylan. What's wrong? Do you think I'm too cruel, eh? No. Camilla shook her head. I believe Big Brother must have his reasons. It's just, I want to know the specific reason. Camilla finally looked up directly at Dylan. I'm not a child anymore. Dylan was momentarily stunned, then looked towards Bammond. Princess Camilla. No. Legally, she is now Queen Camilla. I see. Dylan picked up a small carving knife and placed it together with a piece of meat. Then, Queen Camilla, what do you think ruling a kingdom relies upon? Camilla looked up a bit puzzled. The word ruling was still somewhat unfamiliar to her, being only 7 years old. To put it simply, what do you think would make your people happier? Making sure everyone has enough to eat. Camilla answered loudly. Dylan nodded, then shook his head. That's right, having enough to eat is everyone's need. It's the most important and most fundamental. But if that were all, your ancestors would have achieved it hundreds of years ago. Then, Dylan looked at the confused Camilla and asked, why did the kingdom of Girona collapse? Because of the pirates. Dylan shook his head again. That's only one aspect, just the surface of the problem, not its essence. Dylan pushed the meat forward. A prosperous nation where people have enough to eat. Your ancestors achieved this hundreds of years ago. Then he pushed the knife forward. A nation with strength able to drive away pirates and bandits. Your ancestors also achieved this. Why did such a kingdom eventually collapse? Bammon sat nearby, lost in thought. This question had troubled him for years, but he had always attributed it to the arrival of the great age of pirates. Wealth is a nation's flesh and muscle, strength is its bones. Dylan picked up a knife and fork, crossing them together. Faith is the very soul of a nation. Faith. A thunderclap struck Bamman's mind. He seemed to grasp something, but could not fully comprehend it. Dylan smiled and continued, back to the main point, why did I kill that man just now? Seeing Camilla still somewhat bewildered, Dylan turned his gaze toward Bamman. In this chaotic era, if a nation's ruler is entirely preoccupied with benevolence and righteousness, even if the nation does not perish, the country and its people will always be in danger. Striking down enemies is certainly important, but uniting the internal forces is equally crucial, even the prerequisite for defeating enemies. This nation is so broken that there is no time or condition to correct those who are foolish to the point of wickedness. Bamman, do you think the masses are wise or foolish? After a moment of contemplation, Bamman said, it should be viewed from different perspectives. Agitators, of course, would tout the masses as wise, like the Revolutionary Army. But from a ruler's perspective, say from the Celestial Dragon's viewpoint, they are probably foolish. Dylan was slightly surprised. This old man was not simple. Indeed, in essence, the masses and the rulers are no different. But why do many masses appear more ignorant, dull, savage, and coarse? Scenes of his homeland flashed through Bamman's mind. It's education. Bamman blurted out, they have never received education. Correct, but education does not merely refer to ancient and obscure knowledge. Anything that broadens one's horizons and can be applied to life can be called education. Anything that shapes character and establishes beliefs can also be called education. Dylan grabbed the stew in his hand and looked at the old man and the young girl opposite him. The needs of the masses are sometimes frighteningly simple. They only pray for a full stomach, so we create an environment for them. And then, Dylan picked up the dinner knife and held it in his hand. Make this environment a whole, connecting them, this castle, this land together. Make them develop a sense of identity. Loyalty to the royal family or the desire for promotion and wealth alone are not enough. They need to fight for their own beliefs, for their descendants, for this land, for this whole. When they truly realize what they are fighting for, they will have faith. See Circle Year 1512. Leaving the East Blue. It's about time. I need to go to the Grand Line to retrieve something. And I won't be stationed in the East Blue from now on. Dylan patted Camilla on the shoulder. After a while, my identity will become sensitive and I will attract a lot of attention. To ensure your safety, I won't come to Girona until the final goal is achieved. Protect yourself. I'll send people back to help you, but not myself. I will work with you on the other side of the sea to change this world. Camilla gazed into the distance against the sea breeze. Although they had agreed not to meet again until that day arrived, Camilla still came to this tower every day after handling administrative affairs, looking in the direction he had once left. By the way, Bamman, the world government has invited us several times. When should we respond? Next year. Bamman seemed to have anticipated this question. We just need to attend the next world conference, as he instructed. Before that, let others handle it. Bamman appeared somewhat drowsy. Recently, the CP organization has been frequently appearing in the East Blue. Apart from the Revolutionary Army, I'm afraid our actions are also drawing their attention. At this moment, we must be more cautious. I understand your eagerness to see him and help him, but the more critical this time is, the more we must remain calm. Bamman's eyes seemed to close. Combining his judgments with our secret investigations over the past few years, the East Blue is definitely not as peaceful as it seems. The next mission, advance toward the New World. Note not to occupy territory. Too much territory will become a burden and constraint. Our main goal is to purge pirates. Inside the G5 meeting room, the main members sat together. Dylan pointed to the area near the comm belt. Primary target, the region formerly ruled by the Whitebeard pirates. Yes. Also, Dylan grabbed the nearby Shura and looked toward the gate. Shiryu, Tom, come with me to collect the debt first. Tahir, hold the fort. Tom's expression showed little change as he stepped behind Dylan. Shiryu gripped the hilt of his sword rein. Empress, I hope she puts up a fight. Belmir, who had not yet left, glanced at Shiryu. You bastard, why are you getting weirder after the war? After the summit war, Shiryu's body had undergone tremendous changes. His teeth became sharp, his skin turned pitch black, and strange, horrifying patterns appeared on his exposed skin. Speaking of devil fruits, it suits your current appearance, ha. After saying this, Belmir, Ein, and Law left together. The 07 combat unit had disappeared as soon as Dylan finished announcing the mission. Shiryu ignored Belmir's teasing and said while following Dylan, I like my current state. I can feel my power growing. Dylan. Shiryu looked at the fluttering cloak ahead. After I complete the awakening you mentioned, I'll challenge you again. Don't cry, okay? Dylan raised his hand and leaped onto the warship first. Dylan, I have a resounding question. After the warship set sail, Tom sat on the deck and looked at Dylan. That ring can carry living things, right? Why do we still take a ship every time? Everyone wants to know. With your speed it would save us a lot of time, wouldn't it? Shiryu, while wiping rain, turned his head. This was a question they had privately discussed many times. Dylan spun the castle ring on his finger and shook his head. Vegapunk said that although brute force can't destroy it, devil fruit abilities are not ruled out. The devil fruit abilities in this world are bizarre. Taking you along only costs a bit more time. If I get into the habit of putting you all in the ring, it will become a vulnerability. There's a Commodore at headquarters named Shuen. Do you know him? No. TCH. Dylan rolled his eyes at them. Compared to CP0, these two were far less interesting, not even decent straight men. His devil fruit ability is the rust fruit. All metal turns to rust under his power. And there's the rewind fruit. It can revert matter to its original state. Dylan leaned against the ship's rail. The ring itself is a lifeless object without consciousness. I need to concentrate fully when using it. If the enemy devises a plan against it, I might not have time to release you from the ring. Once the ring is destroyed, you might be crushed in the void. So unless there is an extremely special situation, there's no need to save this bit of time. Besides, this could become one of our future surprise tactics. Amazon Lily. Bo-Yahan Cuckoo paced anxiously in the palace. That demon. Staring at the sea behind her, she sighed again. Lu Feidano. I can only help you this far. The arrival of G5 was inevitable. If the Dark Dragon saw Lu Feidano here, I'm afraid. Should G have you decided? Guluo Leo Sa emerged from the side hall leaning on her cane, accompanied by her two younger sisters and other warriors. All were fully armed. Whatever decision you make, we will support you, because you are the Emperor of Amazon Lily. Before Bo-Yahan Cuckoo could speak, an anxious voice rang out from outside the palace. They're coming. G5's ship has appeared. Everyone's body trembled, including Bo-Yahan Cuckoo herself. The warship stopped on the sea beside Nine Snake Island. Di Luan stood at the bow, with Shi Lu and Tang Mu standing side by side behind him. Dark Dragon, Di Luan, Rain, Shi Lu, Raging Sea, Tang Mu. With such a lineup, even trying to abandon Nine Snake Island and flee would be impossible. Watching the slowly approaching perfume snake ship, Di Luan squinted his eyes. Humph. What's this? Brandishing weapons ready to fight me. Behind Di Luan, Shi Lu's body emitted black mist. Empress Bo-Yahan Cuckoo was said to have considerable strength, and according to that foolish woman Bayer, she also possessed a mysterious power. On the distant beach, the people of Nine Snakes stood crowded together, awaiting their fate. Recalling their queen's usual style and the legend of that man, many faces turned pale. Perhaps the end of Amazon Lily had come today. Vice Admiral Dark Dragon Guluo Leo Sa stood beside Bo-Yahan Cuckoo, gazing at the three men on the opposite ship. Di Luan glanced at her coldly, cutting her off, then stared at Bo-Yahan Cuckoo. Are you still putting on your queenly airs in front of me at a time like this? Shi Lu. Bang. A pair of pitch-black fleshy wings spread from Shi Lu's back, and he leaped into the air, flying toward the beach. This new power feels great. Let's use Nine Snake to hone my blade. Wait. A trembling voice rang out. Bo-Yahan Cuckoo covered her face with both hands. Wait. When she lowered her hands, 2 streams of tears slid down her cheeks. The notorious Rain, Shi Lu, was so feared among pirates that if he were to reach the beach, not a single intact corpse might remain. Nine Snake is willing to compensate. Compensate. Di Luan sneered. Now you know how to play the victim. When you infiltrated Impel Down with Straw Hat, did you not think of today? When you attacked the pacifistas during the war, did you not think of today? Where is your Lu Feidano? Has he just left? Are Lei Li and the Blue Fatso also with him? You play the victim because my fist is bigger than yours. If someone else had come today, would you have beaten them up and then said some nonsense like, no matter what I do, I will be forgiven, because I am simply too beautiful? I said I want heads, and I want heads. I'll give you 10 minutes. Bring me the heads of the 9 snake pirates. If the count is not enough. Di Luan turned and walked into the cabin. Tang Mu. Shi Lu. When the time comes, you'll go to the island to collect them. Roger. Roger. Shi Lu suspended in the air, and Tang Mu, still at the bow, responded simultaneously. Watching the man disappear through the cabin door, Bo-Yahan Cuckoo's body went limp, and she slowly collapsed. The vortex ahead is strange. In the storm, AI held a compass in one hand and pressed a map with the other. No additional markings on the map. It seems we've encountered extreme weather. Turn the helm. Bayer had also lost her usual playful demeanor. Such weather was extremely rare, even in the New World. AI shook her head solemnly. It may be too late. Our only option now is to raise the sails and try to ride the storm through, or send a distress signal to the Vice Admiral. TSK. Bayer clicked her tongue. AIN and Luo looked at her. Full power. We'll push through. Our ship isn't that fragile. With the command, the warship's sails were raised and several rows of pipes emerged from the stern. Hold tight. A small boat bounced on the lightning-lit turbulent sea, then sailed into the unknown mist ahead. Damn it. I'm definitely going to get scolded for this. Mayer grumbled, drying her cigarettes in the sun as she looked at the battered warship. What kind of lousy weather is this? Those CP0 bastards didn't even mark a single thing. AI annotated the map, while gazing at the calm sea in the distance. Is this what lies beyond the mist? Riding the fierce winds and towering waves, their warship had successfully crossed the storm and entered a mist. After sailing through the mist for nearly half an hour, the entire view suddenly changed. The sky was azure and the sea was calm. It gave everyone a dreamlike illusion. Was the storm outside just an illusion? But the warship stranded on the beach told them it was clearly not. Where's Luo? Not back yet. He should. There's someone. A calm voice sounded from a distance. Luo emerged from the woods carrying Ghost Cry on his shoulder. And not weak, but they seem strange. Mayer and AI exchanged glances, then simultaneously adjusted their gear. Although Luo was not yet their match, someone he described as not weak might still be troublesome. Strange in what way? Appearance, or? Luo shook his head. They are undoubtedly human, but their behavior and manner of speech seem very odd. This place must have been isolated for a long time. I see. Mayer lit a cigarette, pondered for a moment, then gazed into the distance. Unfortunately, her observation hockey was quite mediocre, and she couldn't sense any life forms far away. Any pirate flags? Or signs of pirate activity? None. Luo recalled the appearance of the city. Apart from some flags and stone carvings, he hadn't seen anything that indicated identity or allegiance. Those flags and carvings were not the typical skulls used by pirates. Since there are no pirate flags, we'll wait here for Tashi Air to send a ship. No need to disturb them. The rogue Marines began salvaging useful items from the wrecked warship to prepare dinner. As a campfire was lit, the sound of orderly footsteps came from the woods. Clang, Autumn Water, and Ghost Cry were drawn simultaneously. Mayer also looked up toward the pitch-dark, dense forest. Where do you come from? A deep voice sounded from the darkness, and then a group of soldiers in armor marched out of the dense forest in perfect formation. This place is the land of isolation. Marineford. 3 weeks had passed since the war ended. The fortress, shattered by Whitebeard, was being hastily rebuilt. Most of the Marines summoned to headquarters had already departed. Vice Admirals, Admirals, and the Fleet Admiral had been summoned to Mary Geos on the Red Line to discuss the appointment of the next Fleet Admiral. On the plaza of Marineford, countless civilians and reporters who had come to pay their respects moved in and out with frequency. To think it was destroyed to this extent. Marineford. But the Marines still won, didn't they? The man hailed as the strongest in the world died here too, didn't he? Who knows? The broadcast was cut off for so long. I heard the Marines' methods weren't exactly honorable either. Bang. A gunshot. Odd. A cry of alarm rang out. Enemy attack. A Marine on the outer shore suddenly announced through a loudspeaker. The attackers are Straw Hat Luffy, Knight of the Sea Jinbe, and Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. They haven't launched an attack. They've seized a warship. Fire on them. The reporters at the perimeter surged forward, snapping photos of the captured warship. A major incident. What are they trying to do circling Marineford? Fools. This is a water funeral. How dare they be so audacious? Just as the reporters were in shock and uncertainty, the captured warship approached the western side of the plaza. That's the oars bell. Straw Hat Luffy, what is he planning? Bong, bong, bong. 16 heavy tolls of the bell resounded across the sky. The bell of arrival. But now, it's not New Year's. Idiot. This is declaring the end of the old era. Straw Hat. This guy. Just as the sun god removed his straw hat, preparing to offer flowers, a cold voice echoed from afar. Well rung. Boom. A pillar of lightning struck down, scattering the flowers as Dylan's foot directly stomped the straw hat onto the ground. Rayleigh's pupils contracted on the shore. When did he get there? Dylan pressed the straw hat's head down with his scabbard, his right foot planted on his body, and said to the surrounding reporters, send this scene to the whole world. What Straw Hat rung is the death knell of the new era. Luffy, brother. Jinbe, not far away, felt his heart leap as he watched Luffy crushed under Dylan's foot. Right. That guy is a devil fruit user. If I use seawater. Sea current. Over. 7,000 brick fist. Just as Jinbe was conjuring the sea current accompanied by a furious roar, a tan figure appeared at Jinbe's flank. Bang. Unable to defend in time, Jinbe was sent flying into a wall by Tom. You? Ugh. Spitting out blood, a grave expression appeared in Jinbe's eyes. This guy has gotten even stronger. Rayleigh drew his sword and slowly advanced. Dark Dragon. Don't. Dylan glared. You say don't, and I shouldn't. You say don't, but I damn well will. As he spoke, the armament hockey on Dylan's foot intensified, causing the old wound on Luffy's back to burst open, eliciting a scream. Yoa. A fierce glint flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. Let Luffy go. Or else. Or else what? You'll sink Marineford, you old bastard. As he spoke, Dylan glanced at the reporters frantically snapping pictures around them. The effect should be about enough. Sun God, time to send you off. Seeing the look in Dylan's eyes, Rayleigh moved, instantly appearing beside him. You'll cause a huge disaster. Clang. Their weapons clashed. Dylan blocked Rayleigh's sword with one hand, while continuing to press down with his foot. Old man. Luffy beneath his foot had already lost consciousness, blood seeping through his bandages. Sweat formed on Rayleigh's brow. This young man's strength. No time to worry about that. Conqueror's haki crackling with black lightning coiled around Rayleigh's sword. Dylan smirked. You're serious? Aja. Shiryu, rapidly descending from the sky, stiffened. In the years he had followed Dylan, he had come to understand his habits quite well. Usually, if he merely showed an expression of annoyance towards a pirate, that pirate had a good chance of surviving if they ran for their lives immediately. Once he drew his sword, it meant he was ready to get serious. But if he started making strange, quirky jokes, it meant his killing intent had become uncontrollable. Dylan's Conqueror's haki, black with a tinge of dark red, similarly coiled around Shura, and the two blades that were pressed together began to slowly separate. Rayleigh looked at Dylan with a grim expression. If this continues, Marineford might not be able to withstand it. Marines. There are still so many wounded soldiers and civilians here. Do you really want to go this far? You threatening me? Dylan gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky. Shiryu. Transmit the order. Go to the Sabaody archipelago and kill his woman. Go to Twin Cape and kill Kukalos. I'll find every single other one of you bastards and send you all to hell one by one. Seeing Dylan's vicious expression and hearing his orders, Rayleigh's face changed drastically. Shaki. Kukalos. Don't go too far, Marine. Too far. There's worse to come. A murderous glint appeared in Dylan's eyes. I order G5 to put a bounty on Hatchin, the swordsman of the former Arlong pirates. Wanted dead only. Weren't you the one who forbade anyone from bullying him? Not only will I kill him now, but I'll also make him into octopus rice. Powerhouses of the old and new eras glared at each other, their fury blazing like a towering inferno. The collision of their dense Conqueror's haki knocked out the civilians and reporters present. Did you think only pirates know how to make threats? That trick doesn't work on me. Even the perpetually calm and gentle Rayleigh now had a red glint in his eyes. Today it seemed would not end peacefully. I never imagined things would escalate to this point. Luffy, it's my... Who the hell do you think you are? Coming to ring the bell while Marineford is undefended. Dylan gripped the hilt of Shura with both hands and slowly pressed forward. Come on, let's settle this right here. Rayleigh, now over 70 years old, felt his hands begin to tremble. This guy. No. I can't. Not like this. Dylan's overwhelming pressure bore down on Rayleigh, making it difficult even for Shiryu in the sky to maintain his position. Spare Luffy. This once. After a soft sigh, a voice echoed in Dylan's mind. It's not time yet. Dylan's expression tightened, but Shura showed no sign of stopping. Who are you? Dylan didn't voice this question aloud, but asked it directly in his mind. Don't you already know? It's you. Emu. The voice spoke again. It is I. This sorrowful world needs you. But it also needs Luffy. This time let him go. Consider it. Hearing the latter half of the sentence, a look of shock finally appeared in Dylan's eyes. Then he gave a disdainful smirk, just as I thought. How ironic. We owe him that much so. Dylan looked down at the straw hat beneath his foot, whose eyes had already rolled back. Weighing his options, he once again revealed a ruthless expression. Fine. But Rayleigh, you old bastard, is not part of this agreement. His only answer was a soft sigh. Dylan kicked the straw hat away, then looked up at Rayleigh. Come on. Right hand of the Pirate King. Let me see if you old bastards can still rally the pirates' spirits. Seeing Luffy kicked away by Dylan, Rayleigh first breathed a sigh of relief, but a sudden intense sense of crisis washed over him. The Conqueror's haki coating their blades erupted, and both their bodies were sent flying backward. A line of blood arced through the air, and the distant sea surface was cleaved in two. Sincleaver Kunlun. Straw Hat Luffy mourned the death of Fire Fist Ace at Marineford, only to be gravely wounded by Vice Admiral Dark Dragon. Dark King Rayleigh lost his right arm to the same foe. The toll of a new era. The most formidable Marine to ever appear. The strongest Vice Admiral, Dark Dragon Dylan. Sanger. It seems Roger's crewmates are finally emerging one by one. After all, he was the one Rayleigh designated as the heir to Roger's will. Just as Dylan severed Rayleigh's right arm, a towering wave swept Rayleigh's straw hat and Jinbe away. CP0 and Marine headquarters deduced that the culprit was a former member of the Roger Pirates, the Fishman Sanger. Though Tom dove into the depths immediately in pursuit, they managed to escape. G5 branch. Leo, the captain of the 07 combat unit, stood on a table facing Dylan. When we arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki's rip-off bar was already empty. According to a report from the Kija Kingdom branch, Crocus at Twin Cape has also vanished. It seems the former Roger Pirates members are still in contact with each other. Furthermore, the swordsman of the former Arlong Pirates, the octopus fishman Hatchin, has also disappeared. He was likely taken along by Shaki. Dylan, lounging with crossed legs after listening to Leo's report, said forget it. That woman Shaki was always an information broker. It's only natural you couldn't catch up. But from now on, the moment you find any trace of them, notify me immediately. Understood. Dylan looked at the attendees. What about Belmare and the others? Why haven't they returned yet? That's what I was about to report. Tahir placed several Viver cards on the conference table. They were still intact, showing no signs of burning or shrinking. Since Shiryu and Tom have gone with you, and someone must remain at G5, we awaited your return to decide. Can't reach them via Den Mushi. Tahir shook his head. Dylan glanced at the Viver cards on the table. Though their overall shape was unchanged, their movement frequency was much slower than normal. Is there something that can block the guidance of a Viver card? Tahir shook his head again. This is also a mystery to me. Even on Zo, or even across the 4 blues, Viver cards are never disrupted. But, Dylan tapped his fingers lightly on the table for a moment before addressing the attendees. I'll go and search for them. You all proceed with the original plan. Yes, sir. As he left the conference room, a CP0 agent sat on the sofa in the outer hall, holding a teacup. Gather information on the remnants of the Roger pirates, and also, Dylan threw a sea chart of Belmer's intended voyage route onto the table. Why did they lose contact along this route? The CP0 agent silently picked up the map and examined it, then said, this gray area is marked as unknown. Wasn't this already explained before? Dylan glared at him. Was it? So was it, or wasn't it? Setting down his teacup, the CP0 agent hesitated. I believe. It should have been. Then it wasn't. I seriously doubt what the world government keeps you people around for. Besides freeloading, can you do anything useful? Looking at the freshly brewed tea he hadn't even tasted, the CP0 agent silently stood up. Look at you. I give you a chance and you waste it. You gave the Inu no Mi model Okuchi no Makami to Yamato, and the Deja no Mi to a dog. And with that you expect a promotion. You expect my gratitude. Huh. Facing Dylan's verbal assault, the CP0 agent picked up a box from beside the table and opened it, revealing a devil fruit inside. Huh. Don't tell me you're trying to pass off a smile as the real thing. This is a devil fruit discovered in Wano. Based on the encyclopedia, it should be the Maru no Mi you mentioned before. Fine. Dylan snatched the Maru no Mi and stored it in his ring. Still here, waiting for a meal. The CP0 agent, who had hoped to extract some information from Dylan, looked at his face, recalled recent troubles, and suppressed his rising anger. One more thing. Before Dylan could glare at him, the CP0 agent quickly spoke. According to the original plan, Moon Moria was to be stripped of his warlord title and executed after the Summit War, but he managed to escape. Our intel suggests he's fled to the New World. If you happen to encounter him, could you? We'll see when that happens. Dylan walked out of the base and took out Belmer's Viver card to observe. The card gave a slight slow tug in a certain direction every few dozen seconds. Joy Boy, what is that? He was a remarkable man, but far too naive. By a massive bonfire, Belmer Law, along with several elders and burly men, sat together in a circle. Belmer gathered her thoughts and looked at the elder opposite her. So your ancestors supported neither the so-called Joy Boy nor the Alliance of the 20 Kings. You were a third faction. The elder poked the fire non-committally. A third faction. Perhaps. But our overall strength was vastly inferior to theirs. After all, Joy Boy commanded the strongest warriors of all races. As for the 20 Kings, I heard that after they won, they formed something called the world government. Indeed, that is one of the 2 great wounds of this world. The descendants of the 20 Kings you speak of are the world nobles, the celestial dragons, who reside in the holy land of Mary Geos atop the Red Line. The Red Line. The elder murmured, seemingly recalling something, but his expression quickly cleared. From your words, I gather that many in your marines still harbor justice and are even deeply opposed to the ways of the celestial dragons. Have you ever wondered why over 800 years this sea has always produced formidable warriors, yet no one has managed to overthrow them? Whether pirates, marines, or the so-called Revolutionary Army. Why has no one succeeded? From a certain perspective, wouldn't it be better if the Marines united their ideology, overthrew the world government with overwhelming force, and then eradicated the pirates to restore order? This idea, though bold, must have crossed someone's mind over the centuries. As the elder spoke, Belmer and her 2 companions fell into deep thought. It was true. Countless Marines harbored resentment towards the celestial dragons. Why had no one ever raised a call to action and done something about it? As for the celestial dragons, the elder shook his head regretfully. When we chose to leave back, then the other 2 factions saw us as a threat. Although Joy Boy's people didn't attack us, he deliberately withdrew his forces, allowing the alliance of the 20 Kings to pursue us. Much crucial information was lost during our exile. What we can confirm now is that the descendants of the 20 Kings certainly possess some form of devastating power. That is the greatest legacy and safeguard the 20 Kings left for their descendants. And what about you? Belmare looked at the powerfully built people around her. Their auras were wild like beasts. We have lost too much of our strength. It has taken centuries of recovery to reach our current state. Perhaps it is time. The elder's face flickered in the firelight. Time to return to the sea. But before that we must meet him. Him? Who? Your leader? Ah, he's here. Quite troublesome. So even the heart net can be blocked. A figure descended from the sky. Dylan glanced at the three from Belmere and the rogue Marines reveling in the distance, then sat down on the spot. I thought I heard you wanted to see me. The old man didn't answer Dylan immediately, but after scrutinizing him he smiled. Heart net. Dylan frowned slightly, then turned to look at Ain. Receiving Dylan's signal, Ain recounted the information they had obtained earlier. You don't seem surprised by this information. The old man was puzzled. The young man showed little shock or gravity after hearing it all. Some of this intel. How should I put it? Anyone with a brain can figure it out. Even that so-called destructive power you mentioned. There should be people in the Navy who know exactly what it is. So, Dylan glanced around. None of this is new. Beside him, Belmere took a drag of her cigarette. She had never thought about any of this. Ain and Law remained nonchalant. The old man slowly nodded. I've heard of your deeds from them. So what do you say? Do you need our strength? At these words both Law and Ain were somewhat taken aback. But Dylan didn't answer directly, instead looking at the old man. I do need strength. And yours is passable, but I don't accept just any power. These fellows indeed had excellent physiques and life force, and their discipline was also remarkable. Even on these isolated islands they maintained their vigilance. Could it be that you're also bound by some pact, waiting for someone to save you? A pact, eh? The old man shook his head. No. That is precisely the main reason our ancestors parted ways with Joy Boy. Oh. The old man stared straight at Dylan and said solemnly, the fragmented records left by our ancestors state that although Joy Boy was a benevolent leader, he was not a qualified one. Peace can never be achieved through laughter and joy alone, especially between races. Innate disparities in strength, differences in ways of life, the ambitions of schemers. None of these can be resolved by throwing a banquet. I don't know exactly what happened in the final moments of that war, but from what we've discussed and analyzed, Joy Boy, just as our ancestors described, chose some form of self-sacrifice or waiting for the dawn at the very end. That is precisely what we despise. Nika. He tried to lead the oppressed to break the old evil, yet gave up at the final juncture. The old man shook his head. Compromise and time cannot buy peace. Foolish banquets cannot sustain long-term peace. Law is the foundation of peace. The old man's eyes blazed with fierce flames. A law that treats all equally. After hearing this, Dylan clapped his hands. Interesting, but not quite there. How about this? Dylan scanned the surroundings. Go see the outside world first, then decide. A young warrior followed Dylan and left the archipelago known as Balchico. Do you have any racial traits or markings? Like some strange tattoo on your back? Amidst the mist, a small naval vessel sailed slowly. Alex, the young warrior from Balchico, shook his head. No. Why would I have something like that? Who knows? Some people just do. If these people truly were the third faction from back then, as they claimed, they would certainly be on record with the world government. Now is not the time for rebellion. That old man. What was his name? Mr. Ephraim. He is our guide. A guide? Don't you have a royal family? Alex shook his head. Apparently before we entered Balchico our nation had already abolished the monarchy. As for the details, so impressive. They had a parliamentary system 800 years ago. Or, as the ship emerged from the mist, the outer maelstrom had subsided, but the storm remained a harrowing sight. Hearing the thunder roaring overhead, Dylan looked upward. The clouds churned for a moment, then gradually began to calm. The thunderclouds that had just settled immediately converged again once Dylan passed by. Looking back at the clouds behind him, Dylan frowned. No wonder CP0 marked this place as an unknown region. It's certainly full of oddities. On the other side of the New World's waters, on an island once occupied by the Whitebeard pirates. Thud. The pirate flag standing on the island was sliced clean in half. Seeing the fallen pirate flag, a glimmer of hope lit up the eyes of the townsfolk, but it quickly faded. What difference would it make? These pirates die today, new ones will come tomorrow. Yes, sir. May I ask, are you the Navy? That demon-like man had stepped off a warship bearing the G5 insignia. Although he didn't harm the civilians, his brutal methods of slaughtering pirates left even the onlookers watching from a distance deeply shaken. I suppose so. What is it? Shiryu replied nonchalantly while wiping the blood from his blade ring. Gulp. The man who had stepped forward swallowed hard and said, See, could you lend us your flag to help deter the pirates? When the G5 ship approached the island, the pirates who had been feasting and drinking suddenly fled in a frenzy. Those with ships sailed away, those without grabbed a plank and jumped into the sea. Some even dove straight into the water. He must be a formidable, renowned marine. No. Shiryu shook his head. my mission is only to purge pirates." The despair in the middle-aged man's eyes deepened. How long could this peaceful life last? Watching Shiryu leave, the man turned his gaze toward the rogue Marines on the other side. Though these men didn't look like good people either. But when he made his request again, the Marine's face showed a look of inner conflict. He was merely the adjutant of Vice Admiral Shiryu, a vice commander of the 04 combat unit. He didn't have the authority to directly use G5's flag. But the people here, remembering the food and supplies the impoverished townsfolk had given them, the adjutant gritted his teeth. Fine. When he returned to the ship, the adjutant's legs were already trembling. Everyone at the G5 base knew that aside from Vice Admiral Belmere, who dared to talk back to Vice Admiral Dillon, only Miss Ayu and Princess Mancheri could act spoiled in front of him. Everyone else followed orders like iron law. As Shiryu's adjutant, he was well aware of the current strategic directive. Only purge pirates, don't occupy territory. That was an order personally given by Vice Admiral Dillon. On the deck, Shiryu sat on a chair biting a cigar as he looked at the trembling adjutant. Tie him up and throw him in the brig. Just as the adjutant felt hopeless, Shiryu turned and walked toward the cabin, set course for home. Vice Admiral Shiryu. Tears welled up in the adjutant's eyes. He didn't take back the G5 flag. This transgression. He bored himself. Disobeying orders. Yes, he planted the G5 flag on that island, but I didn't retrieve it. Dillon leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed over his chest, gazing at the adjutant bound on the floor, and at Shiryu, standing nearby bracing for the coming storm. After a moment of deliberation, Dillon lifted his gaze. G5-04 combat unit for disobeying orders. All members will have 1 year of pay docked, and all ranks reduced by 1 level. Set out immediately. You may only return after slaying 100 pirates with bounties on their heads. Now get out. The adjutant on the ground let out a faint sigh of relief. Vice Admiral Dillon didn't order the flag to be taken down either. Thank goodness. After Unit 04 departed, the rest remained silent, while Dillon continued to recline on the sofa, lost in thought. They had taken some islands before, but those had stayed within manageable bounds, all near the G5 branch. In name, they weren't occupations, just outposts. Headquarters and Mary Geos had turned a blind eye to it all. But Dillon knew all too well that once things went too far, trouble would follow. With too much territory, G5 couldn't protect it all. If someone with ill intent destroyed an island under G5's protection, it would deal a blow to G5's prestige, no matter if blood was repaid with blood afterward. Moreover, those islands belonged to non-member nations or lawless zones. Under world government law, the Marines were not obligated to protect them. If he aggressively expanded his territory, and those lands couldn't become member states or pay the heavenly tribute, it would become a massive hidden danger. Belmere couldn't hold back and was about to speak, but Tom, seated across from her, gave a slight shake of his head to stop her. The map. As the map slowly unfurled, Dillon's hand traced across it, searching for something. The others exchanged puzzled glances, but said nothing. Here. Dillon pointed to a region west of Dressrosa, marked as the Elsino Kingdom. Intelligence. Fire glanced at it and said, Elsino Kingdom, a former world government member state, lost its membership and marine protection 6 years ago. Pirates destroyed its capital, the royal bloodline was wiped out, and now it's a lawless land. The royal bloodline wiped out. Dillon rubbed his brow. Should he use the East Blue forces? No, that would be too conspicuous. It wasn't time to reveal them yet. Drum Island? No, that wouldn't work either. The royal family. After pondering for a long while, Dillon raised his head and glanced at Mancheri. Tom, escort Mancheri to Greenbit and invite King Gansho to G5 for discussions. Though it was somewhat hasty, this would also serve as a chance to test the attitudes of the world government and the other races. When Gansho arrived at G5, he was accompanied by several hundred Tontata soldiers. Dillon noticed something odd in their expressions. Something feels different about them than before. Gansho spoke with a solemn tone. For centuries we waited for the day the promise would be fulfilled following our nature. But it brought us nothing but misfortune and sorrow. In these 10 years, we began to forge our own path. When faced with injustice and discrimination, resistance is the only way. Isn't that right, Vice Admiral Dillon? The hundreds of warriors behind him stood in solemn, disciplined silence. Clearly they too were overcoming their race's innate naivety with immense willpower. Over the years they took turns following Leo into battle, witnessing the world firsthand. It has only strengthened our resolve. Prepare for the relocation. A new green bit is about to be born. And prepare to join the world government. As you command. The Tontata are relocating. Doflamingo's face darkened. Though G5 hadn't specifically targeted the Don Quixote pirates before or after the war, moving all the Tontata away would cut off that path entirely. And besides, those wretched slaves dared to found a nation. That's how it is, Daffy. G5's fleet has already set sail, led by Raging Sea Tom. And the factory. Treble sniffled and said with some concern, not looking good. After accounting for the defective ones, the amount we can deliver to Kaido is pitifully small. He's already quite displeased. And he's also cut back on his weapons shipments to us. Doflamingo steepled his fingers beneath his chin, pondering for a moment, then said, use the Heart Seat's resources. Have him track down the locations of other Tontata. Or make a deal with Big Mom. We can't keep dragging this out. Understood. After Treble left, Doflamingo broke into a sinister grin, letting slaves join the world government. Dark Dragon, you've got some nerve. Fufufu. Let me see just how far your ambition and cunning go. The Kingdom of Alabasta. Nefertari Cobra stared at the news in the World Economy Journal, lost in thought. With the backing of the Marine G5 branch, the Tontata Kingdom announced it would relocate to the unclaimed land of Elsino and establish the Green Bit Kingdom. Their king also declared that once settled they would quickly restore their national strength and then join the world government. After the Paramount War, everyone had learned of G5-07's existence. Now with this move, though it couldn't be confirmed whether Dark Dragon was behind it, his influence was certainly driving it. What exactly is his goal? All those with political acumen were quietly debating this monumental shift. Those traitors. A disgrace to the Tontata. Not only did they forget the pact, they've broken their promise. After the Ryugu Kingdom, another foreign race joins the world government. What role does Dark Dragon play in all this? Is it a test by the Marines? As the news spread, Wano and Elbaf buzzed with discussion and suspicion. Totoland. Mamamama Dark Dragon. Isn't he being a bit too hasty? Perispero licked his candy and asked, Mama, do you mean to say this is his plan? Is he trying to establish a nation of all races too? Who knows? Mamama. But this is a very dangerous signal. Are the Tontata wealthy? Can they even afford the heavenly tribute? Katakuri, seated in the distance, said in a low voice, with G5s. No. With Dark Dragon's financial resources, paying the heavenly tribute would be child's play. Among pirates there was a strange rumor: if you could defeat Dark Dragon and claim his wealth, there'd be no need to go searching for One Piece at all. And you're still in touch with Zifa and the others, aren't you? Yes. Even after years in G5, Ayn remained a woman of few words. Swordsmen, it seems, are naturally taciturn. Dylan tapped the table. Has Binz eaten a devil fruit? I don't believe so. Please wait a moment, let me confirm. The meticulous Ayn immediately picked up a din mushi and dialed Zifa's number. Oh, Ayn. Zifa appeared even more aged than before, but a joyful expression lit up his face upon seeing Ayn. Although Ayn's time under his tutelage was brief, she was considered a formidable force within the Marines. After all, she had mastered the swordsmanship of that man, on the Moon Cutter. While Ayn's rank among the officers within G5 wasn't at the very top, she was certainly among the elite of the new generation of Marines. Master Zifa, Vice Admiral Dylan sent me to ask if Binz has consumed a devil fruit. Binz. Zifa paused, a puzzled look on his face. Ever since the ability user attack incident, he had harbored a deep disdain for devil fruits. Even if he were to confiscate one, he would choose to surrender it to Marine headquarters. No, he hasn't. Why the sudden question? Ayn turned to Dylan, who took the receiver. Zifa, it's me. Dylan. Binz hasn't gained any abilities. Is there a problem? As the only two students to survive the ability user attack incident, Zifa had recommended Ayn to Dylan while he dedicated his full effort to teaching Binz. Unfortunately, Binz's talent was quite limited. That Dylan kid truly has a sharp eye. Not only did he discover unremarkable individuals like Raging Sea Tom, Skyfox, Tahir, and Belmir, but even back then he had noticed Ayn when she was just a recruit. I see. Binz is a commander now, isn't he? Congratulations, Zifa. He's still far from it, that boy. But with you in the Marines, I can retire with peace of mind. After a brief chat, and hanging up, Dylan dialed a pale gray din mushi. Find a specific fruit. What kind? The bloom fruit. Look up the exact details in the encyclopedia. If you find it along with the previous matter, I'll tell you the location of the Revolutionary Army headquarters. The CP0 agent stationed in Dressrosa stiffened. In recent years, their usefulness to Dylan had waned. Besides the considerable resources and authority the Marines had granted him, he seemed to possess many other private intelligence channels. They had to seize this opportunity. After hanging up on CP0, Dylan began contemplating his next steps. Although the Tontata tribe possessed incredibly powerful means of cultivating plants, pairing them with the bloom fruit would undoubtedly elevate their abilities to new heights. After all, convincing an entire community to uproot and migrate to an unfamiliar land required more than just providing safety and protection. The additional compensation was necessary. Order Unit 07 to patrol and sweep the outer perimeter of New Greenbit. Tom's primary task is to guard the interior, recruit nearby refugees to join the construction efforts, and from them select a few talented individuals to grant Greenbit citizenship. For the outer structures, give me a moment. The din mushi transformed into a scoundrel wearing sunglasses. Fufufu, how rare. Dark Dragon. Aren't you afraid your big moves will breed suspicion from the higher-ups? Dylan stared at the den mushy in silence. Doflamingo on the other end paused. Alright, what do you need? Need my help finding the bloom fruit. If you ask, I'll lend a hand. Humph. Dylan snorted coldly. This man's reach was truly long, even infiltrating the ranks of CP0. But this blatant attempt to use him as a pawn was ineffective. Lend me your stone man for a few days. Pika. For what? What else? To fix up my house over at Elbaf. What, not willing to lend him? Even through the den mushy, Doflamingo felt a wave of discomfort. If he refused, that man would surely come knocking personally. Dressrosa couldn't withstand his current rampage. How long? Pika is an important family member and executive. Leaning forward slightly, Dylan sneered. That's a question for him. If he works hard, maybe he can finish in 3 to 5 days. But if he slacks off, he'll be hauling bricks for the rest of his life. Understood. I'll arrange for Pika to go. Inform that fishman to avoid any misunderstandings. Are you telling me how to do my job? After confirming Dylan had hung up, Doflamingo slammed the receiver down. That bastard, infuriating. Yet thinking of that man's power, Doflamingo felt another surge of irritation. Immense strength, widespread fame, subordinates who were all monsters, shining brilliantly during the Paramount War. As the new strongest Vice Admiral of the Marines, he commanded attention from all sides, wielded immense authority, and controlled vast wealth. Though rumors circulated across the seas about his ties with mysterious organizations, and even dealings with Big MOM, what did it matter? It had done nothing to tarnish his standing. After the Paramount War, his prestige had reached its zenith among both pirates and Marines alike. One side feared him, the other revered him. G5. Dylan was browsing books in his office when Otomus stealthily approached the window. Hey, ninja art. Starfish shuriken. A dried starfish flew from behind Dylan, who casually shifted his body to dodge it. An enemy female ninja. Then I must respond in kind. Ninja art, lightning style Kirin. A faint sputtering wisp of lightning appeared in Dylan's hand. I surrender. I surrender. Otoma jumped onto Dylan's back and wrapped her arms around his neck. So my little female ninja, have you been studying hard and exercising lately? Yes. Brother Tahir is a wonderful teacher. Dylan ruffled her hair before pulling out a snack from his drawer. Is that so? Let me test you then. Otoma hopped down, chewing on the snack while placing her hands on her hips, speaking indistinctly. Bring it on. A ninja never fears trials or challenges. Dylan rubbed his nose and smiled mysteriously. A swimming pool. The inlet pipe fills it in 15 hours. The drain pipe empties it in 20 hours. Both are opened. After 7 hours, the board manager adds another pipe that could fill it in 13 hours, but accidentally drops it, creating a hole that leaks the entire pool's water in 40 hours. How many hours in total to fill the pool? The female ninja was instantly stunned. The half-chewed snack fell from her mouth. After a long silence, she stammered, Secan. You repeat the question. Ha ha ha. Dylan burst out laughing. It seemed that no matter the world, all children deeply dreaded the insane pool manager. After you left Dylan's office, Belmere walked in with a cigarette dangling from her lips. Dylan, who had resumed reading his books, paid her no mind. These people, aside from regular meetings in the conference room or reception hall, always preferred to crowd into his office. Hey Dylan. Dylan closed his book and looked at the hesitant Belmere. What is it? Hesitating like that? Did you get into trouble again? TSK. Can't you think of me in a better light? Belmere rolled her eyes before continuing. How old are you this year? Around 30, right? 31. Why? Although he had reached the age of 31, the tempering of lightning kept his appearance that of a man of 25 or 26. Belmere hesitated for a moment before speaking. You is a very good child, but haven't you ever thought about leaving behind your own bloodline? Although Dylan often disappeared, they all knew he was tending to his own affairs or cultivating. This man of immense promise had nearly touched the very pinnacle of the world. Why wasn't there a single woman by his side? Though Ian was taciturn, Belmere as a woman herself could be certain that Ian's heart held no room for anyone else. As Dylan's first companion, Belmere sincerely hoped he would have a family and a legacy of his own. It's not time yet, Dylan said, stroking the book's cover as he looked at her. He genuinely cherished her younger sisters, Nami, Nojiko, Camilla, Au. These children were all deeply beloved by him. But now, have you forgotten the words of that old man Balchico? Dylan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. The world is far from simple, Belmere. Why couldn't I kill Red Hair in the West Blue? Why couldn't we annihilate the Pirate Alliance during the Summit War? Even, why can't I kill Straw Hat Luffy? Do you think it's because I don't want to? Gazing at the massive map on the office wall, Dylan shook his head. Realizing our ideal cannot be accomplished through sheer force or reckless valor alone. There will inevitably be things that don't go our way. Our goal isn't to become a bomb, shatter this world into pieces, and vanish along with it. To achieve a more noble, ideal, one must understand the art of compromise. A flash of lightning crackled in Dylan's hand, emitting a harsh grating sound in the air. Now the whole world says our power is already formidable, perhaps even rivaling Marineford. What do you think? Impossible. Belmir denied it immediately. Vice Admiral Garp, Inspector General Sengoku, Head Instructor Zephyr, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Borsellino, and the newly added Fujitora Vekyu, Vice Admiral Hugo and Tokakake, and the elite Vice Admirals at headquarters. If these forces were to unleash their full power, you and I might survive, but everyone else would undoubtedly perish. Correct. Yet, even such a powerful navy can barely maintain order without it collapsing. What if others decide to stir the pot? Dylan's eyes continuously scanned the map. The Revolutionary Army, other races, the older generation of pirates whose strength hadn't fully waned in. The true power held by the Celestial Dragons. We need to leverage this position, stand upon it, and use its authority to resolve a portion of the overt troubles first. During this period? No. Until the ideal is realized, I cannot afford to leave any opening for my enemies. Openings. Belmir was startled at first, then felt a pang of sorrow. He worries about too much. Bears too much. Look at Garp. Dylan shook his head. What did he do? Though I don't know if he made some pact with others back, then there's no doubt that Dragon and Straw Hat greatly compromised his position and judgment. After saying this, Dylan gazed intently at Belmir and spoke with deliberate slowness. If the day comes, Belmir, if the day comes when an enemy threatens me with your life, I will not yield. Just as I've told them, I will avenge you with double, tenfold, 100-fold their heads, but I will not yield. Hearing Dylan's words, Belmir showed no sign of disappointment or anger, but instead nodded firmly. That is what we wish for too. Dylan, that is who you are. That is the man worthy of our loyalty. Dylan shook his head and sighed. I have never been a husband or a father. I don't know what emotions those roles entail, but I am deeply afraid. If I truly had a wife and children, and an enemy threatened their lives, would I be able to harden my heart? So, until that day arrives, I will not leave an opening for my enemies. Even if I vanish from this world, I will not have failed anyone, and my children should not be born into this damned era. Kazan, having left the Navy, began to travel the world with his penguin, a small pack on his back, and his bicycle. In a remote, ordinary fishing village in the East Blue. Should we attempt to contact him? The master seems to hold a favorable opinion of him. No. His stance is wavering. He is not a suitable candidate for us. Moreover, his identity is too sensitive and conspicuous. Contacting him now would only bring trouble upon ourselves. What about the CP0 organization and the Revolutionary Army? Both sides seem to have sensed something, but they suspect the other of setting a trap. This has allowed us to successfully erase some traces. Do not underestimate the enemy. Also, per orders from above, begin gathering information on the former members of the Roger Pirates. Report any leads immediately. Understood. G5 branch. Kazan and Dylan sat facing each other. This guy here to freeload again. Kazan casually tossed his small bundle aside and flopped onto the sofa. I'm just passing through. I plan to explore the deeper seas afterward. The deeper seas. Dylan frowned. He didn't know why this guy had ultimately chosen to partner with Teach, but he was sure Kazan himself had ulterior motives. Who was it that took down Blackbeard? A cripple, wasn't it? Wait. Here because of me, Kazan isn't a cripple. Isn't this script all messed up? Dylan's gaze swept over Kazan's legs with ill intent. Which one should I break? Hey, what's wrong? You bastard, thinking about something bad. Why did you not cross your legs that day when Borsellino and Sakazuki did? Trouble with your legs, eh? Huh. After the jest, Dylan's expression turned serious. Spit it out, Kazan. What's the real matter? That day, at the final moment of the summit war, Dylan single-handedly unleashed the Daluo, Tenyu. But aside from Sakazuki and a few vice admirals, the other high-tier combatants chose to stand by due to their various positions and beliefs. If at that time, besides Sakazuki, just 2 more people had acted, not even all of them, he wouldn't have been hit by Red Hair's slash. And if in the final moment, everyone had pressed the attack together. Unfortunately, many things don't go exactly as one wishes. Wait a little longer. Until my people are stronger, until I find that person. My situation won't be so awkward anymore. No need to explain, Kazan. Dylan shook his head. Everyone has their own thoughts and adheres to a different justice. Although your positions and hesitation allowed those bastards to escape, in the end I believe that no matter what, if I had been fatally wounded, you would have intervened. From a friend's perspective, that is enough. I won't force my beliefs upon others. But I still have a personal question. Dylan frowned about Nico Robin. Hearing this, Kazan's expression finally shifted. After fleeing O'Hara, Nico Robin had constantly drifted among gangs, pirates, and brigands every day, either being betrayed or betraying others. Before the Eni's lobby incident, Kazan had even once decided to personally end her life. At that time, he believed Saul's ideals were wrong. Despite the vastness of the sea, Nico Robin had never found a place to belong all these years. Therefore, the mistake he had made should be corrected by himself. Destroying Eni's lobby, breaking into Impel Down, intervening in the Paramount War, and previously storming Marineford with Rayleigh. These deeds combined mean that Straw Hat is no longer a pirate merely chasing freedom and adventure as he claims. As his crew member, if Nico Robin cannot change her stance, I will not hold back. And your adopted sister? The navigator, named Nami. Kazan hesitated for a moment before finally voicing the question. Back then, he had made a special trip to the East Blue, and over the years the entire Navy knew of his affection and care for Belmir's adopted daughters. We still have some time. Dylan pulled a newspaper from his drawer. It was the headline of the World Economy News from before. The straw hat was trampled under Dylan's foot, flowers scattered around, and on the hat's arm were the letters 3D2Y. 2 years. Find her, lock her up, break her legs, or kill her yourself, whatever you choose. If after 2 years I see her still on Straw Hat's ship, I'll consider her an enemy. Dylan extended his hand and tapped the newspaper. 1 year from now, if you've tried, but can't find her, come to me, and I'll tell you her location. Regarding this woman, this is as far as I'm willing to yield. Nami is the same. I'll find her when I have time. If I can't persuade her, I'll lock her up and make her see whether this world is changed by the Navy or by pirates. I understand. After a moment of thought, Kazan shook his head. I won't go looking for her. Since the day she fled O'Hara, I told her to live cautiously and that I'm not her comrade. Her journey should be decided by herself. It had better be true, Kazan. Dylan leaned forward, looking into his eyes. I don't want to fight you since you're one of my few friends. Having made his decision, Kazan returned to his lazy demeanor and slumped back. Probably not, since you're different from that guy Sakazuki. Hopefully. By the way, since you're wandering around the new world, if you run into Moria and that invisible guy under him, kill them for me. Fighting and stuff. Hey, even if you left the Navy, don't slack off. Kazan. Kazan picked up his small backpack and headed for the door. Alright, oi. Jeez. One after another. Even though I left the Navy, you won't let me off. As Kazan's voice faded away, Dylan frowned slightly. What did he mean by that? Was he hinting at something? But knowing Kazan's character, he probably wouldn't cooperate with Teach as a spy. There must be another reason. As the kingdom of Elsino continued to develop, more and more eyes around the world turned toward it. Many factions attempted to infiltrate, but all were repelled by CP0. You can station a few people on the periphery. That's my transparency to Mary Geos. But as for those other riffraff, you're responsible for cleaning them out. Can you do it? It's a bit. If you can't, then your people shouldn't come near either. If I catch any CP agents, I'll hold you responsible. I'll put in a request. As long as the population isn't too complicated, we'll handle the screening. But once the numbers grow. Although the Tontata Kingdom hadn't fully relocated, the world government had already tacitly approved its inclusion. They had even raised the world government's flag over the incomplete capital. Of course, what deterred pirates wasn't the world government's flag. On the flanks of the capital's port, one side was the conspicuous CP organization's base, and the other was a branch of G5. In the Marineford Fleet Admiral's office, absolute justice had replaced unyielding justice. Relocation. Akainu bit his cigar and looked at Dylan. What brings this on? Pushing deeper into the new world. Aren't you planning to swap the HQ and G1? Indeed, it seems we're on the same page. However, G5's position is special. It can't be left vacant easily. Akainu watched Dylan, who was tapping his foot. After the Paramount War, he had tacitly considered Dylan as one of his own commanders, and the former hawkish officers had also grown closer to Dylan. Do you have any suggestions? Or have one of your vice admirals stationed there, like you did back then? 8 years ago, Dylan had been specially promoted to G5 branch chief with the rank of vice admiral. If it hadn't been for the presence of Heavenly Yiksha Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, that area would have long become a pirate haven. Though Dylan's vice admirals might not be as strong as him, they certainly exceeded ordinary vice admirals. No. Sakazuki, my people all have missions. Choose someone else. My new base is just a few 100 kilometers away. Anyone can handle it. Even that weakling smoker would do. In that case. Puff. Akainu blew out a cloud of smoke. Let Tashiji go. You're right, since you're nearby, there's no need to waste high-ranking combat power there. Black Cage, Tashiji. Whatever. As he had said, his new base was not far away, and even if the old base was left empty, no one would dare cause trouble. Tashiji. She's one of Vice Admiral Tsuru's people, isn't she? Tashiji is willing. As a Marine, I should go to more dangerous places. In the office, Tashiji stood at the side of the desk with a serious expression. Dylan raised his head. If you say that, I'll be unhappy. That's not what Tashiji meant. Tashiji means that going to the front lines of the new world to fight evil is what I've always wanted. Oh, I see. But where I am, though, no small fry come around, a big pirate might show up one day. So you're not wrong about the danger. Understood. Also, before receiving the transfer order, someone asked Tashiji to request a transfer. Sakazuki took the cigar from his mouth. Oh. Who? Tashiji straightened up. It's Lieutenant Commander Tashiji, Undersmoker. She said she wants to train at G5 for a while. but since her rank isn't high enough to directly contact the fleet admiral, she ran into me outside and asked me to submit the request together. She's asking for you. Akainu was indifferent. Such trivial matters didn't concern him. Tashiji, huh? Bring her in. Lieutenant Commander Tashiji reporting. The four-eyed girl walked into Akainu's office feeling a bit uneasy, but still executing a flawless salute. Akainu leaned back in his chair without responding, just tilting his chin to signal Dylan to decide. Reason. This time Dylan was not as courteous as before. He got straight to the point. After all, to join his ranks one must learn to follow orders. I want to go to the New World and fight pirates. That reason. Dylan pondered for a moment. Seeing Dylan deep in thought, Tashiji's lips pressed tightly together. After a moment she couldn't help but ask loudly, Vice Admiral, do you think I'm too weak? Weak? Dylan snapped out of his reverie and shook his head. That's not it. We all started weak and grew stronger step by step. Since you've made up your mind, report to the new G5 on your own. Oh, by the way, if you go to G5, what does Smoker say? Though Akainu was a pure soldier and didn't care much about factional strife, Smoker, his situation might not be much better, especially since that guy Kazan had taken off. Oomph. Akainu, who had been silent, let out a cold snort. That fool claiming he needs to hone his combat skills has taken an extended leave. How foolish. In the middle of the New World. That's about enough. Based on our remaining supplies, we should head back. Looking at the pile of wanted posters on the ground, Belmare let out a helpless sigh. It's strange. Why do these guys carry their own wanted posters around with them? While treating the wounded nearby, Law chimed in casually, perhaps it's a symbol of honor or strength to them. Ugh. The unconscious wounded man suddenly woke up and glanced at the people around him. Why you? You're Marines. Yes, what about it? Please. Save my family. They're in the Sorbia Kingdom, not far ahead. Please. Belmare looked at the man who had just woken up and was still in a daze, then raised her head to look at Ein. Ein opened her map and observed it. Sorbia? It's not far indeed, but please. We beg you. Hearing Ein's hesitation, the man rolled off the simple stretcher with a thud and began kowtowing desperately. My daughter was taken by pirates. I was blown here by the wind and waves. I don't know. Tears streamed down the man's face. I don't know how long it's been. But please. I beg you. The mention of daughter tightened Belmare's heart. Seeing her expression, Law and Ein began packing up their gear without a word. The Sorbia Kingdom. Ein double-checked the information. It wasn't under the control of any emperor, nor was it marked as a red danger zone by CP0. Set sail? We'll take turns to rest. As for supplies, we'll just take them from the pirates. At a secluded fishing village port in the Sorbia Kingdom. This place has been abandoned for a long time. The pirates haven't stationed anyone to watch it. Despite his wounds still unhealed, the man named Bart gritted his teeth and led the way. Upon learning the date from the Marines, he realized it had been 4 whole days since his fishing boat was attacked by pirates. Fenny, wait for me. Daddy will come to save you soon. Ein, walking in the middle of the formation, suddenly halted. What's wrong, Ein? Belmare, walking beside her, was curious. Although Ein rarely showed much emotion, her face now was filled with doubt and caution. I don't know. But I have a bad feeling about this. Law at the very front also frowned, but then shook his head. I don't sense any particular presence. In any case, stay sharp, Ein said solemnly to the troops behind her. This is a swordsman's intuition. After quietly trekking along a narrow, steep mountain path for an hour, a medium-sized palace came into view. Belmare didn't rush to give orders. Instead, she looked at Ein and Law on either side. The signals they gave were completely contradictory. Ein remained serious and nodded. Law, however, frowned and shook his head again. Among the three of them, Law had the strongest observation hockey. This strange situation was a first. Belmare, usually carefree, turned to the fisherman Bart and said, You wait here for us. No. I wanna. Fool. Belmare hissed. What are you going to do? Get yourself killed? Or do you want us to assign someone to protect you specifically? Bart stammered for a moment before finally nodding. Then. I'll wait here. My daughter's name is Fenny. When she was taken, she was wearing a dress with a starfish print. Got it. Move out. At Belmare's command, the G5 unit began sneaking along the winding paths towards the rear of the palace. Room. Shink. Shink. Several pirates standing guard on the walls were swapped to the ground by Law and instantly taken out by Ein. Seems like. Bang. 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 2 gunshots suddenly pierced the sky. It's the Marines. Kill them all. Law's expression changed. He glanced through a gap in the wall. It's a surveillance den mushy. My mistake. Charge. Break through the front. Belmare roared, instantly coating her arms in armament hockey. Oop. Sensing the commotion inside the palace, Belmare looked back at the G5 soldiers behind her. Charge in close quarters combat. Upon hearing the command, the hooligan Marines unleashed their true nature, revealing ferocious grins. Charge in. Kill the pirates. I'll take down 10. As weapons were drawn, Belmare glanced at Law. Handle the guys shooting from the walls. After a nod, the room's space expanded again. Law's figure flickered and appeared atop the wall. Follow me. Oop. As they reached the main gate, Ein drew Shusui and unleashed a powerful slash. Crack. Thud. The massive iron gate shattered into pieces. Roar. Charging. Ein and Belmare led the charge with the hooligan marines close behind. Over 100 of them moved like a single blade weaving through the palace corridors. Switch formations. Conserve your strength. Belmare roared, seeing the endless sea of pirates filling the corridor ahead. These bastards fought with reckless abandon. Although the intense training and quality food at G5 had pushed their physical abilities far beyond ordinary humans, this kind of fighting style. Roger. Change formation. The vice commander of the 01 ST combat unit raised his right hand and signaled. Circle formation. Rotate combat. Oop. Upon receiving the order, the hooligan marines instantly grouped up. Those with stamina and no injuries moved to the outer perimeter. The injured and exhausted moved to the inner circle to catch their breath and applied basic bandages. Ein. Let me grab someone for directions. In a clash of blades, Belmare yanked 2 scrawny-looking pirates from the enemy ranks and pulled them back into the inner circle. Where's your captain? Holding a pirate's neck in each hand, Belmare turned to look at the one on the left. In. The pirate's face was full of terror, but something seemed to override the fear of impending death. Crack. The pirate's neck snapped. Belmare tossed the corpse aside and stared at the other one. Where a F forward. Turn right then left at the end. Crack. That pirate died with a look of shock on his face. As if asking, I answered, so why did you still kill me? And the figure, who had already returned to the front of the group, seemed to respond with her fists. I never said I wouldn't kill you just because you answered. Belmare leaped ahead of Ein and instantly struck down 3 pirates. Seeing the endless tide still pouring from the end of the passage, she turned back and nodded. Ein. Their long partnership had forged an unspoken understanding. The moment she received Belmare's signal, Ein gripped the hilt of Shusui with both hands and held it horizontally before her chest. Judgment Truth Breaker. A dense wave of crescent-shaped slashes erupted, and the pirates ahead fell like cut grass. Recovering strength. As the pirates in front collapsed, Ein caught her breath briefly and returned to the center of the formation. Law, weaving through the gaps in the battlefield, heard Belmare's voice and instantly appeared beside her. They're retreating. It seems they're entering a defensive stance. No. It's more like they're guarding something. Get the wounded out first. Law raised his finger. Tact. The more seriously injured marines vanished from their spots instantly. Belmare glanced back. About 70 were still fit for combat. I don't know what they're waiting for, but we need to end this quickly. Regroup, we break through in 2 minutes. No one answered, but everyone took the opportunity to adjust their gear or take a sip of water. As they reached the passage leading to the side entrance of the palace hall, one pirate spotted them. It's the G5 bastards. The other pirates froze, hesitation and terror on their faces. Are they under that demon's command? But we must hold out until the captain wakes up. No matter what, or we're dead anyway. A swarm of pirates like ants filled the final stretch of the passage leading to the palace. This is the middle of the new world. These guys aren't weak. Quite a few of them even possess armament hockey. Who could have taken over this place? Ein stepped forward from the rear of the formation. Her breathing had steadied, but her expression was even grimmer. Let's end this quickly. The unease in my heart is growing stronger. Something is about to wake up. Good. Belmare whispered, ready to charge forward. Ein grabbed her shoulder and shook his head. Both Luo and I have expended a lot of stamina. You must preserve your strength. I'll handle this. As Ein stepped out of the formation, the pirates opposite swallowed nervously. That man is Moonbreaker Ein. A stir ran through the pirates, but soon subsided. Despite his inner doubts, an unsettling unease grew within Ein. He held his breath, steadied himself, and raised the autumn water blade. A soft sigh escaped his lips. Flowing hockey coiled around the blade of autumn water, every muscle in Ain's body tensed. This technique, at her current level, she couldn't fully master it yet. Sinful Judgment Bridge of Naiha. A cascade of fine, dense slashes instantly flooded the corridor ahead. The pirates in front felt a gust of wind and a slight numbness, while those behind sensed a splash of moisture. Water. No, it was blood. The penetrating slashes tore through the pirates' bodies. Even those protected by armament hockey began to ooze blood under the relentless assault. The door at the end of the corridor started to splinter, emitting a creaking sound of destruction. Gritting her teeth, Ein poured the last of her strength into the blade of autumn water. HYH. With a thunderous crash, hundreds of pirates and the door behind them collapsed simultaneously. A pirate who still clung to life, bathed in blood, watched the G5-01 combat unit pass by. You, too. The sheath of Kikoku shattered his cervical vertebrae, but Luo's expression turned puzzled. This guy Had he lost his mind? Why would he show such a sinister grin? The entire hall reeked of alcohol. A group of trembling women huddled in the corners, stifling their sobs. On the other side, a cluster of young girls was trapped inside cages. After a quick scan, Belmer's brow furrowed sharply. On the throne above, several women's thighs supported a man stripped to the waist, his body covered in scars. Burp. I told you to keep quiet while I was sleeping. The women bearing him pressed their hands tightly over their mouths, not daring to make a sound. You ruined my good dream. A gray mist rose from the throne. The women sitting in a row stiffened, then withered like plants scorched by fire. Rubbing his forehead, the man propped himself up and looked at the crowd below. Marines, huh? Humph. The moment Belmer saw his face, her heart skipped a beat. You? I've seen you before. It was you who destroyed the Oiket kingdom back then, wasn't it? The women on the throne crumbled to ash. The bald man, seemingly still hung over, shook his head vigorously. Oiket kingdom? Where is that? Belmer did not answer. Although she had never directly faced this man back then, that appearance was unmistakable. Fenny. A trembling voice echoed from the corner of the hall. Fisherman Bart, shivering, pulled his daughter out of the cage. The girl named Fenny's arms hung limp, no longer hearing her father's calls. Fenny. Wake up. Fenny. Daddy is here for you. Daddy made your favorite cod soup. Watching Fisherman Bart on the verge of mental collapse, everyone present gripped their weapons tightly. TCH. Chattering one after another, annoying as hell. Whoosh. A pale yellow shockwave surged toward the corner. Luo. Command stick. The women and children in both corners vanished instantly. Belmer coated her arms with armament hockey to block the yellow energy. Ho. A devil fruit user. The shockwave subsided, and the man finally rose from the throne, seemingly indifferent to his power being blocked, still lost in thought. Oiket kingdom. Where is it? Bang. Belmer's heel appeared beside his head. The man casually raised his arm. Where is it? Belmer, midair, narrowed her eyes, spun around, and intensified the armament hockey on her heel. Rankyaka moonbreak. A dull whistling sound cut through the air. Thud. The man's eyes lit up. I remember now, it's been nearly 20 years. How nostalgic the days in the East Blue. He grabbed Belmer's calf. Were you there too back then? Weren't all the Marines wiped out? Ugh. Belmer grunted. This guy's strength and armament hockey. I finally had a good drink. What a hassle. Since you're a survivor from back then you die. A violent burst of hockey erupted, then the man swung Belmer's body and slammed her into the ground. Scalpel. Whooshing. The man grinned. Blackblade. Boom. Belmer was smashed into the earth while the man leaped high, dodging Luo and AIN's attacks. Are all Marines this strong now? The fact that none of the Marines below had fainted from his Conqueror's hockey surprised him somewhat. A Conqueror's hockey of this level. From the rubble, Belmer, fully coated in armament hockey, stood up again. It stopped working on us long ago. With a flash, Belmer appeared above his head, her right foot raised high again. Bang. You never learn. Your frail body, the intensity of your armament hockey is laughable. The bald man raised his arm to block, but then sensed something was off. This wasn't just a clash of raw power. There was a peculiar force within this hockey. Internal destruction. No. It's something more complex. Collapse. The bald man's arm trembled, and the stones beneath his feet shattered and flew. Shaking his arm to dispel the pain, the bald man looked up at Belmer. What kind of power is that? Novel, isn't it? In the hall, Luo and AIN's expressions grew even more serious. This technique, it was said, could shatter the ice continent. And this guy only felt a little discomfort in his arm. Forget it. Though it's a nice trick, that's all it is. Not enough either. Before Belmer could finish her thought, the bald man blinked right in front of her. Damn. Instinctively, she raised her arms, and a tremendous force struck her, followed by a searing pain in her forearms. With a thunderous crash, Belmer, sent flying by a spinning kick, was buried in rubble and debris at the other end of the palace. The moment Belmer was launched, AIN and Luo vanished simultaneously. Sweat began to bead on AIN's forehead as she moved. She had already been fighting continuously for 2 days. Her stamina. Weakness. Where? Can't find it. Can't find it at all. It's up to you now. Luo. Sinful judgment. Red spider lily. A blood-red sword aura erupted, enveloping the bald man. He blinked, and the petals had already formed an encirclement. Just as he crossed his arms, Luo appeared behind him. Heart. Brat. A spinning elbow strike directly hit Luo's face. Don't underestimate me. He turned around, and the petals fully enclosed him, but were shattered by a black shockwave. The shockwave, after breaking the petals, surged toward the nearly exhausted AIN in the distance. Her body trembled. At this distance. Crackle. Whoosh. An equally powerful shockwave surged from behind AIN, blocking the incoming blast. Conqueror's hockey. A Marine. A woman. What does it matter if she's a Marine or a woman? The bald man's expression gradually turned serious. That woman. I remember now. I played too hard back then, made quite a scene. You're the crazy woman who kept fighting relentlessly. It's been so many years. You've changed a lot. Belmare slowly walked forward from behind, destroying a nation, causing countless disasters and tragedies. In your eyes, is it merely a game? A more intense aura erupted. The calamity of the Oikit kingdom still vividly remained before his eyes. Those fallen comrades and subordinates, those people groaning and wailing in the flames of war. The decades of grief and fury buried deep in his heart erupted completely. Amid the airwaves, Belmare's hair flew wildly. The celestial dragons are detestable indeed, but you pirates deserve 1,000 deaths. The bald man's expression turned cold. These words seemed to touch a sore spot. Woman, don't think that possessing Conqueror's haki makes you impressive. You're still far from it. Boom. The airwave from the throne surged instantly, suppressing the airwave below. Belmare let out a muffled grunt and immediately charged forward. I know, but when facing pirates, I have no reason to retreat. Their auras surged again. The surrounding furniture and windows began to shatter under the collision of their airwaves. A burning passion, fearless of death. That East Blue place. It really breeds monsters. But this is the end. As the bald man slowly walked forward, blood began to trickle from the corner of Belmare's mouth. Guh. Although she could no longer tell whether the blood came from her organs or her clenched teeth, Belmare gritted her teeth and refused to retreat half a step. When Belmare's consciousness was nearly fading, she seemed to hear a familiar voice. Since you know the East Blue breeds monsters, why didn't you keep a low profile after escaping from there? Dylan. After confirming the voice, Belmare's nerves relaxed and her body slowly slumped. After handing Belmare to AI, and Dylan turned to face the bald man. A strong person may be bald, but a bald person is not necessarily strong. A flash of lightning and Dylan appeared before the bald man. Then his pupils contracted and a burst of Conqueror's haki mixed with lightning and crimson aura erupted. Puff! The bald man's throat tightened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Conqueror's haki is nothing special. Then the bald man saw a figure hanging upside down in the air. At the critical moment of life or death, he raised his arms. The moment the black heel made contact with his crossed arms, a cracking sound rang out. Crack! The bald man's breath caught. The same technique as that woman. But the power and skill. Thump! The bald man's body slammed into the ground, and the massive stone floor of the hall cracked instantly like a dried-up pond. With both arms numb, the bald man lay in the depression, coughing blood while looking at Dylan. What kind of technique is this? Technique. Dylan walked over to him, looked down at his shiny bald head, and said, Do I need a technique to deal with a lowlife like you? In shock and unwillingness, the bald man's life force faded away. On the G5 warship, Law with bandages on his head and the weak Aang sat by the bed. Dylan sat with his legs crossed on the other side. Belmare, lying on the hospital bed, took a few light breaths and stared at the ceiling. Dylan. I lost again. So what? Don't you blame me. Dylan crossed his arms, looked at Belmare, then at Law and Aang beside him. Are you misunderstanding something? We are Marines, not pirates. There is no such nonsense as never losing, never being allowed to lose. Can't I lose? If I really couldn't lose, I would fly to Totland right now and have a good kill, then fly to Wano country and have a good time and finally fly to. Didn't the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, eventually lose to time, lose to the Marines? Dylan frowned, looking at the three gloomy faces. Everyone loses. As long as you haven't lost your life, haven't lost your fighting spirit, even if you lose 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Those who can stand up and continue fighting are not losers. Don't listen to that nonsense about never losing, never having lost. Who in this world hasn't fucking lost? Even the gods have been replaced several times. Under the shocked gazes of the three, Dylan waved his hand. Just pretend you never heard that. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Dylan glanced at them. You are not strong enough yet. Knowing this is not good for you. After a moment of silence, Dylan looked at them again. Remember, experiencing failure is not scary or shameful. What is valuable is finding a direction for breakthrough from the pain. Each of you has your own opportunities and potential. After returning this time, you won't need to go on missions for a while. Go and seriously think about your own direction. Don't squander a good hand. Right, smoker? After Law and Ain left, Dylan looked at Belmare, who was still a bit dazed. I was the first subordinate you chose, but I increasingly feel the gap between myself and Tom Shiryu and Tyre. Even Ain and Law will probably surpass me before long. Dylan, will I become a burden to you? Dylan opened the window, took out a cigarette, and tossed one to Belmare, then lit one for himself. Once you truly start thinking that way, your power will begin to decline, even disappear. Taking a deep drag, Dylan gazed at the somewhat bewildered Belmare. The world is vast. There has never been a shortage of talented people, but those who can make it to the end are extremely rare. Why is that? Because no one is immune to failure, but most people lose themselves in power or authority. After experiencing one or two failures, they begin to doubt themselves, even abandon their own hearts. From that moment on, they lose the qualification to be strong. Crying, sadness, helplessness, anger. No one can avoid these. What is truly precious is being able to regain confidence after experiencing them. Belmare on the bed smiled. What about you? Dylan, have you ever? Me. Looking out the window at the calm sea and soaring seabirds, Dylan revealed a smile. Of course I have. As a youth, I longed for passion and adventure, hated my family's constraints and nagging, but when I truly came to this world, I realized its cruelty and ruthlessness. The family's merchant ship was sunk by pirates' cannon fire. I barely survived by clinging to a wooden plank, subsisting on rainwater and wild fruit. My young body wasn't enough to survive on my own. I worked everywhere, was cheated, sold, and enslaved. When I woke up, I was barely human form. I began to realize that this world is not so beautiful. No one is waiting for me ahead. No one will be moved by my smile and help me unconditionally. On the road of wandering, I had to think about how to survive while competing with monkeys for wild fruit and avoiding slave traders. After joining the Marines, no matter how hard or heavy the tasks, I could not show the slightest cowardice outside. I could only hide and secretly wipe away tears. Because I am all alone in this world. Over 20 years. I really wish I could see them again. Mom. Dad. The moment Dylan eliminated the bald man, life cards burned in the hands of different people across the world. Luke is dead. In a mountain in the East China Sea, a burly figure sat in the shadows, staring at the den mushy across from him. What happened? He said the days of waiting were too boring, so he went out to find some excitement and ran into the subordinates of the Dark Dragon. The figure in the shadows fell silent for a moment before fixing his gaze on the den mushy. When you wanted to recruit him back then, I told you he wasn't suited to join us. Arrogant and conceited, yet lacking the strength to match. His destruction of the Oiket Kingdom nearly exposed our arrangements in the East China Sea. If we hadn't notified him in time to flee to the Grand Line, he would have been taken down by Garp at the Oiket Kingdom. But you insisted on bringing him and even granting him the Wither Fruit. Have you forgotten the duties of the Guide and the Guardian? The den mushy on the other end fell silent, and the figure in the shadows seemed reluctant to say more. Have everyone near G5 go into hiding. No one is to act without authorization until he passes through. Understood. Aboard the G5 warship, Belmare watched Dylan's gaze fixed on the distant sea, and her chest felt as though it had been struck a heavy blow. Though her own childhood had been far from easy, she was known as the village's notorious delinquent girl. Still, that kind of aimless, helpless, wandering life. Well, all that is in the past now. Dylan stood up and smiled at Belmare. Don't lose heart. Power always resides within a person. From a certain perspective, you currently have the highest potential ceiling in the G5 branch, second only to me. Remember that moment of rage, that moment of resolve. It is the most crucial step toward ascending to a new level. After stepping out of the cabin, Ayn and Law were both sitting at the edge of the deck, lost in thought. Seeing Dylan emerge, both turned their heads toward him. What? Have your hearts wavered too? The two exchanged a glance before Law finally spoke up. That man's strength. Strength. Dylan rubbed his chin. If I had to describe it, roughly around the upper mid-tier of the 7 warlords, comparable to Doflamingo and Boa Hancock, but definitely far stronger than the opponents you've faced before. During the Paramount War, their primary adversaries were still the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates and the captains under his banner. Dylan had once evaluated the first generation of the 7 warlords of the sea. Mihawk stood alone in the top tier, while Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and Jinbi occupied the second. Crocodile and Gecko Moria, having lost their ambition of the strong, ranked at the bottom. As for Kuma, he hovered between the first and second tiers. Dylan had also later clarified that this ranking was based purely on the combat prowess they had displayed thus far. But it wasn't absolute. For instance, in the sea, everyone else combined might not be able to defeat that fat-headed fish. When it came to crowd control, Doflamingo and Moria far surpassed the others. And for clearing out fodder, Crocodile with his Logia fruit was the most efficient. As for Kuma, Dylan's assessment at the time was his ability was too bugged, and he got forcibly banned. Though they couldn't fully comprehend what bugged and banned meant, they could vaguely guess. Our combat synergy still has some issues. Dylan paused before continuing. Tom, Tashel, Shiryu. Any one of them is fully capable of taking down those warlords. You all need to step up your game too. Train, fight, reflect, and envision. I believe that in the near future. No. After enduring this setback, I'm confident you'll soon find your own direction and path. You can seek guidance from me or anyone else at the base at any time. Don't be discouraged. Don't hesitate. The world awaits our transformation together. After leaving Balchico, Alex followed Tom to the former lands of the Elsino Kingdom. Tom placed no additional restrictions on his freedom. At New Greenbit, he could come and go anywhere. The base personnel were also curious about this suddenly appeared young man and regarded him with a certain degree of reverence. After all, he was someone who could occasionally sit in on officer meetings, something even the vice-captains of each combat unit could only attend upon summons. Though the higher-ups never clarified his position or rank, the vice-admiral rarely paid him any mind, and he himself didn't wear the G5 uniform. Yet it was precisely this mysterious figure that sparked countless speculations. Even CP0 had taken notice of him. Leave him alone, the squad leader, a CP0 agent who had collaborated with Dylan for years, waved off his subordinate's report. That man has a peculiar eye for talent, always able to find individuals with immense potential in the most unassuming places. Don't provoke his people without cause. The subordinate hesitated for a moment before nodding and taking his leave. Meanwhile, the CP0 agent himself was still troubled over the matter of the lush fruit. The world was so vast, where could one possibly find such a fruit? In the palace of Mary Geos. The 5 elders examined the documents submitted before them. One was the treaty formalizing the Tontata Kingdom's official accession to the world government, and the other was a directive for the relocation of the G5 branch. The 5 elder wearing a hat asked in a deep voice, given the national strength of the dwarves, do we truly grant them the right to participate in the leveling? No. It's not merely about the dwarves. The 5 elder seated nearby, polishing his long blade while examining it, said, this is a signal of our victory. The alien races are crumbling from within. But Adams Dillon's actions, might they have overstepped the bounds? What does it matter? The 5 elder with a birthmark on his forehead leaned back into the sofa. Even if he truly harbors a king's ambition, once history comes to an end, we can simply grant him a territory. If he harbors rebellious intentions, after witnessing true power, he will understand how to make the right choices. As the dispirited Pika departed aboard the Don Quixote pirate's ship, Dylan gazed at the uniform, orderly architecture of the royal capital. With strength like that, why be a pirate? Why not build houses for people? A few years of that, and he'd be a wealthy tycoon. The fully relocated G5 base now stood on the left flank of the former Elsino, now Greenbit. The base was constructed atop a massive sheer cliff, a mountain spanning tens of thousands of square meters, reinforced and reshaped repeatedly by Pika. A towering fortress stood at the cliff's edge, flying a navy flag that snapped boldly in the wind. At the fortress's center was emblazoned its designation, G5. Behind the massive stronghold stretched an absurdly vast training ground and auxiliary buildings. Below the cliff lay the military port under G5's jurisdiction and the world-renowned G5 alloy workshop. Quite efficient, Tom. Apart from the 04th combat unit still away on campaign, all other personnel had gathered together. No. Credit mostly goes to Tashel, including the fortress's design and various other arrangements. I was merely handling on-site construction. Over 1,000 G5 officers and soldiers stood in the vast plaza, gazing up at the fortress that pierced the clouds. Dylan looked at the sparse crowd around him, then glanced back at the fortress. Don't you think it might be a bit too big? Conscription? Yes, aren't you conducting a worldwide conscription? G5 can participate as well. Sakazuki rolled the cigar in his mouth. Fine. D. Lewin, according to the current division, the new headquarters is located beneath the red line, considered the tail end of the New World, while your G5 guards the front middle section of the New World. Thus, it should possess a more complete system and greater combat power. Need headquarters to assist with publicity? I do. Of course I do. The bigger the fanfare, the better, Sakazuki. Understood. The strongest Navy branch, G5 Special Conscription. Special authorization, Vice Admiral Dark Dragon, to directly confer the rank of Rear Admiral. Bearing fangs at the New World. A forced advance for peace and justice. Driven jointly by Navy Headquarters Mary Geos and the World Economic Journal, the entire world erupted in excitement. That youngest and strongest Vice Admiral is holding a special conscription under his command. I must join. G5. They say it's the bridgehead to the New World. Brother, where are we going? Where else? To G5, of course. Dark Dragon. That devil. Still strengthening his power. The monsters under his command are already so numerous, yet so blatant. This guy, actually on par with Marineford. We cannot sit idly by. We cannot let any more promising individuals join G5. G5's world conscription lasts only 3 months. Contact the others. Cut off the sea routes. Oh. Little did D. Lewin expect that his unintentional move would trigger a new wave of enlistment fervor. But the G5 conscription regulations clearly stated that the world conscription would last only 3 months, after which everything would revert to the original promotion rules and background checks. Mama, should we send someone to infiltrate? No need. That man's observation hockey. It's not worth provoking him. However, we can send some people to participate in the interception battle those brats are launching. Interception battle? What is that? Asked Cracker, squatting nearby and stuffing his mouth. It's a plan by the pirates of the Grand Line to disrupt G5's special conscription. intercepting those from the 4Cs or other regions heading to G5 to enlist. Meanwhile, Katakuri with his fluffy scarf still hadn't forgotten the scene from years ago when that man came alone to Tato land and clashed with Mama, his current self. No, there should still be a gap. According to intelligence, the power that man displayed during the Paramount War, and the men under his command. Raging Sea Tom Rain Shiryu, Sky Fox Tyre. The sea routes leading to G5 were filled with pirates. Another ship. Fire. What a... They're charging through. Board them. Oh. At the top of G5's fortress, Belmir, fully recovered under Mancheri's treatment, was lively again, not making a move. The surroundings are quite turbulent. In the office, several times larger than before, hung D. Lewin's plaque, Justice of Peace. The reception room, meeting room, lounge, and gym were all fully equipped. No need. D. Lewin reclined in his rocking chair, eyes half closed. This is a contest between recruits and small-time thieves. We don't need to intervene. Since they decided to participate in the special conscription, they must have the courage and strength to cut through thorns. The first batch of applicants appeared on the very day the newspaper was published. They were humans from Dressrosa, humans from the former Elsinore Kingdom, and Tontata warriors from the new Green Bit Kingdom. Under G5's propaganda, many residents from islands and the surrounding seas originally under G5's protection migrated to New Green Bit. Among them, many young people chose to join G5 as soldiers. D. Lewin had the logistics department select many family members to serve as G5 support personnel. The busiest in this process were not G5 soldiers. Because the world knew that though that man was a Navy Vice Admiral, his style and methods were extremely tough. During the Paramount War, he even opened the live broadcast and executed that deserter in front of the entire world. Thus, although Green Bit had not yet enacted strict laws, everyone consciously restrained themselves. Troublemakers were virtually non-existent. Those gangsters and thugs simply never appeared in Green Bit. The busiest were still the CP organizations, constantly worrying. If agents from other organizations infiltrated, it would be fine if they were discovered by the CP themselves, but if that man found out on his own, their residency permit would be revoked. If that happened, the accountability from Mary Geos would be unbearable for them. Although the Tontata tribe publicly claimed to be the royal family of New Green Bit, they had almost never appeared before the people. The people only knew them as a peace-loving, kind-hearted race of little people. They lived in the giant jungle at the center of the capital. The affairs of the Green Bit Kingdom were temporarily managed by the G5-03 Combat Unit Commander Sky Fox, Rear Admiral Tyre. D. Lewin had also expended some effort on this, ultimately transferring a number of administrative personnel from the East Blue. However, these people were not members of the Round Table faction. They were merely borrowed from the East Blue kingdoms, with which he had good relations. The interception and breakthrough battles in the outer waters of G5 were growing increasingly fierce, even beginning to affect farther areas. But pirates were never united, and more people broke through the pirates' blockade to reach G5. The new G5, the throat of the new world. Any particularly strong ones? Not yet, Vice Admiral. Tashigi pushed up her glasses, but those who took this special conscription route all possess unique combat skills. Understood. Assign them to units for Navy training. Yes, sir. As more and more people flooded into G5 from all over the world, the pressure on the pirates grew. Once a breach was opened, those heading to G5 would instantly tear through the originally sealed zone. Vice Admiral. A giant has come to enlist. D. Lewin was a bit puzzled. Giants. Elbaf. Known as the world's strongest nation. But that title, though their hero Waterfall Beard was already decrepit when killed by Lean, being instantly taken down seemed somewhat hard to justify. And Lin was only 7 or 8 years old then. Huge in size, slow in movement. Whether due to physical reasons or otherwise, the so-called giant rising star, Hadrudin, had never displayed hockey. But since Lin had always yearned for the power of Elbaf, it must be considerable. After all, with so many human nations, Elbaf had held the title of world's strongest for centuries, which must mean they possessed a unique power. Yet the giants didn't seem to harbor the same hostility toward the world government as other non-human races. On second thought, they seemed to be in some sort of division. Among the known giants, there were mercenaries, pirates, navy soldiers, and gourmets. Giants had long lifespans, usually living 300 to 400 years. If anyone had a say in history in the Void Century, it would definitely be them. After all, in their village, some old man's grandfather might have lived over 1,000 years ago, perhaps knowing even more than Zanesha. What's your name? Oblong. Full name? Sarpadi. Oblong. D. D. Lewin instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, D. in his guess was likely the descendants of the so-called Great Kingdom from back then. Associating with them always felt somewhat off. It was as if for no reason he had taken on some deep-seated burden of vengeance. How old? Combat characteristics. Desiji said while flipping through documents. 60 years old. Weapon is a giant sword. Not tested, after all they are giants. It must be known that giants, regardless of which faction, are rare and precious combat power. The Navy headquarters also has fewer than 10 giant warriors, all of whom hold the rank of Vice Admiral. 60 years old. That is considered quite young among giants, isn't it? That's right, the CG pushed up her glasses. According to legend, the average lifespan of giants is 300 years. 60 years old is equivalent to about 25 to 30 years old for humans, indeed very young. Such a young fellow came to be a Marine. If he had become a pirate, it would feel quite normal. Why does it feel so strange? Let him. Stay for now. We'll talk after the conscription is over. How is it, Grand Executor? When he entered Taxier's office, the latter was buried in documents. I have some thoughts. Let me finish what I'm doing first. Taxier did not look up. Although De Luynes was very stern and domineering when giving orders in ordinary matters, he behaved quite casually. De Luynes watched Taxier, who was draped in a goose-yellow cloak. Two extremely complex and contradictory auras emanated from him simultaneously, like a witch tempting one to fall, yet like a goddess distant and inviolable. The two auras intertwined constantly, but fortunately after the Summit War, Taxier's state of mind gradually became complete and calm. Apart from his external beauty, that mysterious charm of his was already well under control, although it would occasionally leak out a little. This fellow is about to awaken. Only by truly achieving perfection in divinity can he perfectly awaken the Tamamonome fruit. There is even a possibility that he will become Tamamonome. Just like Nika, you have changed a lot recently, but it seems you are still missing something to take the final step. Taxier walked to the meeting table, lifted his long sleeves, and poured hot tea for De Luynes. I don't know, but I can indeed feel a lack in my heart. It seems only the last step remains. De Luynes picked up the teacup, gently blew on it. Did you read a lot when you were young? Did the ancient texts of Zo contain any records about gods? Gods, eh? Taxier naturally understood that the god he referred to was definitely not those living on Mary Geos today, nor those vaguely mentioned in ancient texts. More distant records. Unfortunately, I don't think I have seen the kind of text you mentioned. Then regarding gods, what is your view? Seeing Taxier's slender brows slightly furrowed, De Luynes took a sip of tea. In other words, what do you think about the will residing in the mythical Zoan? This notion had been told to him and Shilio by De Luynes long ago. To awaken a devil fruit, especially a mythical Zoan, one must obtain the recognition of its will. As for where this will comes from, how to judge, no one knows. Let's talk about this issue. De Luynes put down his teacup and changed to a comfortable posture. You should have some guesses. Before the celestial dragons, there was another generation of god race in this world, right? Taxier nodded. From some scattered and obscure records inferring from fragments before the celestial dragons, there should indeed have been another generation of heavenly gods that once ruled this sea. To be precise, the Lunarians, an alien race from the stars. They possessed technology far beyond humanity could survive in any harsh conditions, ruled this sea for a long time, and were then overthrown by a group of people who liked to hold banquets. These people are called the D-clan, the natural enemy of gods. So that's how it is. De Luynes ignored Taxier's astonished look and continued, but what we want to talk about today is not this god. De Luynes crossed his arms as if recalling something. These mythical Zoan fruits are all named after certain gods and demons or divine beasts. You think they exist, eh? Taxier's heart shook. I don't know. That's right. After eating a devil fruit, one knows what fruit it is, and according to reliable inference, devil fruits are passed down through generations and never disappear. Then what about their origin? Natural elements: thunder, desert, ice, snow, swamp, magma. These all exist in reality. Paramecia, rubber, steel, diamond, foam. These also exist, even vibration, division, door opening, and paw. These all exist too. For ordinary Zoan, whether common or ancient, they all have basis. Only these mythical Zoan. Do you think they exist, or have they ever existed? If they still exist, where are they? If they once existed, where did they go? Taxier interlaced his slender fingers. These questions, these gods and demons, or divine beasts after which the mythical Zoan are named. I think they might have really existed, but in the distant ancient times. One day they were defeated by a stronger life form, all of them. Or rather, all melted down. There is also a second possibility that they are indeed just folklore. Over countless years of oral transmission, a certain resonance was generated. The power that people expected or feared actually came into being and became a devil fruit. Then, what is the legend of Tamamonome, New World Middle Section, former Whitebeard pirates' territory? On a medium-sized warship, a large pile of heads was densely placed. Shilio, holding Rainstorm, stood at the bow. How many so far? As of now, we have killed 92 pirates with bounties. 8 more, and we can complete the target and return. 8. Let's go look in Whitebeard's territory. Can't all be these tens of millions small fry. Then, According to the intelligence provided by CP0, when we left, the highest probability of appearance here is the former Whitebeard pirates subordinate, the A.O. pirates. All about the same. Except for those 2 or 3 guys, the rest. In the Summit War, apart from Phoenix, Marco, Diamond, Jozu, and Flower Sword, Vista, the rest we're all ordinary. Sir, there is a pirate flag ahead. The flag is Kid Pirates. Altigo on the Grand Line. Still no confirmation. Apologies. Although Betty has been deliberately exposing herself to them over the years, they seem to remain exceptionally cautious. Monkey D., Dragon Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army, wore a grave expression. In the East Blue, they have toppled many tyrannies and many nations are being governed remarkably well. Strangely enough, Sabo echoed, frowning as well. They haven't positioned themselves against the world government. Instead, after developing sufficient national strength, they've chosen to join it. And what about internally? Sabo's tone turned serious. That's precisely what puzzles us. Based on certain clues, we've tracked all the kingdoms in the East Blue that experienced regime changes or upheaval over the past 15 years. Through years of observation, we've uncovered a truly startling pattern. Their kings, their chancellors, their generals. Their lives are utterly ordinary. While not exactly austere or impoverished, they are worlds apart from the typical nobility. The common folk may not be affluent, but their lives are marked by remarkable stability. The most terrifying part, according to certain intelligence, when these officials begin to show signs of corruption, they are swiftly eliminated and replaced. 15 years. Dragon lifted his head as if grasping at something. Push the investigation further back, Sabo. Start from Roger's execution. Mary Geos. Cypher Pole headquarters. Any leads? No. The clues can't be connected. We only know that the East Blue is undoubtedly hiding a formidable force. They are similar to the Revolutionary Army, but their goal is not to oppose the world government. In the past decade, 37 kingdoms in the East Blue have joined the world government. 9 of them have secured seats at the levely. Combined with the existing kingdoms, the East Blue already holds nearly a third of the seats. We should inject even stronger power into it. No. A voice immediately cut off the suggestion. This organization's own strength is already not to be underestimated. The Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army seems to have an ambiguous relationship with them. Also, don't forget how many of our people have vanished without a trace in the East Blue all these years. Besides this mysterious organization and the Revolutionary Army, the East Blue has another group, though loosely organized. Their strength is even more terrifying than the other 2. Let's first complete the other transactions, the ones concerning Ankaku and Kaido. Shiryu's face lit up with glee upon hearing the words, Kid Pirates. Excellent. He had gotten away back in the Sabati archipelago, and he could clearly sense Dylan's intense aversion to this man. If he killed him, Dylan would be pleased, wouldn't he? Black mist began to emanate from Shiryu's body, his fangs growing thicker and sharper. Stay put and await orders. Sir. The 8 had just responded when with a BNG, 2 massive leathery wings unfurled from Shiryu's back as he launched himself toward the distant pirate ship. On the distant sea, the lookout perched on the mast of a ship screamed out, Navy. The Navy. It's a G5 Marine battleship. Whoosh. Thud. A pitch-black sword slash arced across, and the main mast of the Victoria Punk tilted and crashed to the side. Damn it. It's Rain Shiryu. The moment he heard the word G5, Eustace Kid leaped out from the ship's cabin. Goggles on face twisted with brutality, Kid glared at Shiryu, who hovered in the air wielding the sword Rain. A G5 bastard. This guy is one of the top fighters in G5. Eustace Kid gritted his teeth. I absolutely cannot fall here. Seeing the flicker of panic in Kid's eyes, Shiryu felt a slight twinge of curiosity. This guy isn't exactly a famous figure. These so-called worst generation are nothing but frogs in a well. A small fry with a bounty just barely over 100 million. Despite his inner doubts, his body didn't hesitate for a second. A plume of black mist descended onto the Victoria Punk. Wanted criminals. 7 or 8 wanted posters were plastered on the wall outside the cabin. After a quick glance, Shiryu's gaze swept across the deck one by one. 1, 2, 3, 9. More than enough to complete the task. Click. Shiryu's right hand gripped the hilt of his sword. Black mist instantly surged, engulfing the entire deck. The moment the black mist rose, a figure began darting across the deck. Arg. Ugh. Eustace Kid activated his ability the instant he heard the screams and the thuds of bodies hitting the deck around him. The metal-built skull on the ship vibrated once before emitting a series of clanking sounds. Magnetic Arts Punk. Where? Kid, now encased in metal, stared at the black mist swirling around his feet, desperately trying to locate Shiryu. Found him. The moment he spotted Shiryu, the metal monster's 2 fists slammed toward that spot with a resounding whoosh. Magnetic Arts Vice. Boom. A tremendous impact echoed, and a flash of triumph crossed Kid's face within the metal shell. After all, the guy's just flesh and blood. A blow like that. Screech. A sickening grating sound filled the air as the metal punk's clenched fists slowly pried apart. I'm one head short. Shiryu, standing in place, looked at the bone fragments and blood splatter on his hands and chest, then lifted his gaze to Kid, whose pupils had shrunk. With yours the count will be just right. Drops of water began to fall from the sky. Sweat started pouring down Kid's forehead as well. Is the gap this vast? Drip, drip, drip. The rain began to intensify. Red. Is this blood rain? Shiryu slowly sheathed Rain, shaking his head. No. This is the river Styx. Click. As rain returned to its scabbard, the body of the magnetic punk began to crumble and dissipate. Shiryu walked over to Kid, now a bloody mess, and hoisted him up by the head to examine him. What material is this goggles made of? They don't even break. Gulp. Back on the battleship, Shiryu tossed the 8 heads onto the deck. Set sail. Time to head back. Sir. Excited shouts echoed across the deck. After nearly a month drifting on the open sea, even the strongest of men were beginning to feel the weight of fatigue and unease. 100 pirates with bounties. Finally complete. At that moment, a month had passed since G5's world conscription. Which wave is this? In the middle of the Grand Line on a ship, 2 young men who bore a striking resemblance to each other stood chatting by the deck. The young man at the helm spat, then kicked the headscarf-wearing pirate corpse beside him overboard. The entire deck was densely littered with the bodies of pirates. The second wave today, the 24th, since we set out. The pirates here are truly rampant, even though we're already so close to G5. The young man at the helm said while steering. A special case, I suppose. After all, that man must know about the interception war the pirates have launched. To become an officer directly through the special conscription, you need to be someone with real strength. By the way, brother, the helmsman turned to look at the young man leaning against the ship's railing. Why don't we just enlist directly through Marine headquarters? Headquarters? The young man resting by the railing said with undisguised disdain. Just a bunch of puppets controlled by the celestial dragons. Although many details of the Paramount War were not fully broadcast, the full picture of the war was depicted and spread after it ended. Akainu is a staunch soldier, a competent Marine admiral, but what about Dark Dragon? Can he really do it? Change this world. Their homeland, unable to bear the exorbitant, heavenly tribute, had never received recognition or protection from the Marines and the world government. Years of famine and war relentlessly ravaged their country. Who knows, but the young man by the railing closed his eyes. We have to try. We can't be trapped in the West Blue forever. Before the helmsman could reply, another ship flying a pirate flag appeared on the horizon, heading straight for them. Here they come again. Humph. The young man by the railing stood up, gazing at the pirate ship on the distant sea. After more than a month of skirmishes and confrontations, both sides were now locked in a bitter struggle. More and more pirates from the New World are joining the interception, but those who can reach this area. I drew a circle on the map centered on the new G5 base. Those who can reach this range are all formidable fighters. Some of them, they've already organized themselves, spontaneously breaking through the pirates' defenses without reporting directly. Instead, they continue to seek out other pirates to fight. Seems like they want to wait until the last day to report in. Dylan laughed heartily. A lively bunch. Good. G5 needs people like this. How long until the conscription ends? 5 days. Excellent. Dylan stood up. Transmit the order. All the officers below straightened up, recognizing this as a formal command. All Marine G5 branch combat units 01 through 07 are to be reorganized and placed on full combat readiness. After the conscription ends, we will cleanse the outside for 10 days. My territory. They can come, but they cannot leave. Outside, the pirates had also developed a fierce animosity with the recruits who had answered the call. These individuals, gathered from the 4 seas, including some renowned figures. Pirate hunters, fighting champions, royal guards, and famous adventurers. Though many were strangers to one another, they formed bonds for a common purpose, trusting each other with their lives and advancing in the same direction. Gradually, the pirates were pushed into the middle ground between G5 and the recruits caught in a pincer. Tina is surprised. In Dylan's office, Tina stared at him. Could this be your scheme? Huh, scheme. Tina took a drag from her cigarette and looked at the red circle on the map. Isn't it? Using the conscription as a pretext to provoke the pirates' fear and wariness of you. Luring them to ambush the recruits, then forming an encirclement. A brilliantly executed plan. Tina is humbled. Dylan couldn't help but laugh. It was purely an accident. You truly are that kind of man, Dylan. No wonder you command the respect of all the Marines. Huh. Tina held her cigarette, gazing at the plaque above his head, musing. Young, powerful, compassionate to the people, merciless to enemies, possessing vast wealth, yet indifferent to personal luxury. Tina is ashamed, aware of her own weakness and shallowness. Dylan shook his head. Those are just outsiders' views. I'm not that noble. I have desires and selfishness too. Don't believe in saints, Tina. Saints can sometimes be more terrifying than demons. Black Cage, Tina didn't respond to that, instead gazing at the massive plaque, Justice of Peace. Will that day of peace ever come? Who knows? You're one of Granny Crane's people. The Chief of Staff must have extensive intelligence channels, right? Dylan looked at the somewhat dazed Tina and shook his head. She was a responsible and principled Marine officer. Though her strength was average, she was still noteworthy. It seemed she had come into contact with some secrets, and her confidence had been shaken. Some things you only know the outcome after you've done them. Black Cage. Tina left with a heavy heart, and Dylan didn't say much more to her. The older generation of powerhouses. 7 years ago, after Dylan cut off Weevil's arm, he disappeared along with Miss Backen. According to current intelligence, that man is hunting the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates across the New World, claiming to reclaim his father's legacy. Rumors of restructuring the Shichibukai had also surfaced. Of the original 7 warlords, only Mihawk Hancock and Doflamingo remained. Crocodile was killed, Jinbe rebelled, Moria was stripped of his title, and Kuma was removed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this Whitebeard too should have already caught their attention, given that he's been evaluated as having power comparable to a young Whitebeard. With nearly 2 years until the next level, even abolishing the system wouldn't be achieved overnight. Dylan didn't think he could gamble with the 5 elders on such a major decision. Even if he could, there was no need. Power and demands should be used in more appropriate places. But Zephyr, looking at Ein, who had come to report, Dylan sighed inwardly. Regardless, I will help you for all the years you've supported me at headquarters. The Marine Headquarters Chief Instructor, Black Arm Zephyr. Though he had long stepped down from the Admiral position, his prestige within the Marines rivaled that of Garp. After the Devil Fruit user attack incident, Zephyr's attitude towards Dylan changed dramatically, and he defended Dylan multiple times at headquarters meetings. Compared to the languid Kuzan, Zephyr's care for him was more like that of a superior officer. In the dead of night, inside the G5 mid-level sword training hall, Tashigi, her expression grave, gripped Hanazono tightly and swung the blade with meticulous precision. I must become stronger. I must put in more effort than anyone else. Beads of sweat had formed on her forehead and rivulets ran down her cheeks. Her glasses were fogged with steam. Though her arms were beginning to disobey her commands and her body was growing stiff, she still completed each swing with exacting discipline. Every single swing was carried out with unwavering precision. Dylan sat on the windowsill behind her, watching her quietly. Only when she stopped did he tap the windowsill. Tashigi. After finishing her training, Tashigi reverted to her usual, slightly dazed demeanor. Hearing Dylan's voice, she quickly wiped her glasses. Vice Admiral, I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. Dylan jumped down from the windowsill, walked over to a nearby cushion, and gestured for her to sit and rest as well. I can sense the anxiety within you, but I don't quite understand where it comes from. Hearing this, Tashigi, seated across from him, gripped Hanazono, tightly, recalling that unassuming masterpiece, Wado Ikamanji, and its owner. I want to do more. If I had greater power, I could. Power. Looking at Tashigi's face full of unwillingness, Dylan took out a devil fruit and placed it between them. This is an extremely powerful devil fruit comparable to Tahir's and Shiryu's. If you simply desire power, I can give it to you with no strings attached and no expectation of return. He had once speculated about Teach's body. In truth, the reason the Garuda fruit remained in his keeping was not only the lack of a suitable candidate, but also that he intended to try it himself one day when conditions were ripe. After all, in some aspects his body might share commonalities with Teach's. Looking at the crimson gold devil fruit before her, Tashigi hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Although she knew Shiryu's combat prowess had increased significantly because of his fruit, Tashigi still answered according to her heart. I want to be a pure swordsman. Looking at the sweat-drenched Tashigi, Dylan stored the fruit back into his ring and took out a sword instead. Then, try to tame it. When you can tame it, you will be a powerful swordsman. Nidai Kitetsu, one of the great grade blades, 21 in total. A token of gratitude from Tengyama Hitetsu, the swordsmith of Wano country. Nidai Kitetsu, such a legendary blade. Tashigi. Seeing her hesitation, Dylan let out a sharp shout. Don't underestimate yourself, but also don't overburden yourself. Everyone has their own stage. No one can become a savior through their own efforts alone. Fighting in bloody battle and seizing victory is contributing to peace. Holding the fort and safeguarding the people is equally contributing to peace. Don't let this era cloud your judgment. Everyone has something they excel at, something they love. Don't force yourself. Follow your own heart. Dylan stood up and walked towards the door. I've already spoken with Ein. You'll be under her command in Unit 06. You can accompany the next hunt. When he reached the first floor, the light in Otama's room was still on. Because Otama was still young, often needing to train at the grounds and study under Tahir, Dylan had deliberately arranged for her room to be on the first floor. Glancing at the clock at the end of the corridor, Dylan walked to her door and knocked. Not resting yet, Otama. Dylan and I. Just a moment. I'll open the door right away. After a flustered reply, her footsteps approached the door. What are you up to? Staying up this late will stunt your growth, you know. Dylan stood at the door, showing no immediate intention of entering. The child is growing up, starting to have her own privacy. Otama bit her lip, then stepped aside to let Dylan in. Inside the room, a thin little quilt was neatly folded on her small bed with a few pieces of clothing that hadn't been hidden away in time lying beside it. They were all part of the luggage Tengyama Hitetsu had prepared for her when they left Ueno 2 years ago. The clothes and the quilt were washed so often their colors were fading and they were covered in patches. Seeing Otama's reddened eyes, Dylan sat down beside her and gently patted her head. He was usually very busy. Although most of the G5 affairs were handled by others, matters concerning the East Blue Water 7 and Drum Island, along with his own training, all piled up. With all these things stacking up, his daily leisure time was actually very scarce. He also had very little time to spend with Otama. Worried about Hitetsu. Otama hung her head, large teardrops rolling down her cheeks. Ni-san. Otama lives like this every day at G5, but the people in the village. Although Dylan had left plenty of food and easy-to-cultivate grain seeds for the village of Bakura when he left that place, had severe pollution and constantly faced raids from the beast pirates. It was likely they had returned to a state of starvation. Otama. Dylan showed a hint of apology. I promised you I will return to that place. When that day comes, everyone will have enough to eat and clean water to drink. When that time comes, you can tell everyone about your adventures on the sea. Otama raised her hand, wiped her tears with the back of it, then looked up at Dylan. I'm sorry, Ni-san. I know you're busy. I shouldn't have. Dylan patted her back to soothe her, then shook his head. How could that be? If you have something sad in your heart, of course you should tell me. It's my honor. After Otama calmed down and fell asleep, Dylan let out a soft sigh, turned off the light, and tiptoed out. In the darkness, tears slid down Otama's face once more. Sigh. Reaching the end of the corridor, Dylan lit a cigarette and sat on the steps, gazing out at the vast starry sky. Rare to see you like this. Belmere, draped in a coat, walked over and sat beside him, pulling a cigarette from his pocket to light one for herself. Something on your mind? Care to share with me? Belmere. Dylan looked out at the distant sea and sky, sighed, and said, sometimes when I see Otama, I wonder if I made a mistake. Back then, should I have brought Nami and Nojiko straight to G5? Would things be different now? In the past 2 years, whenever he returned to Kokoyashi village, he could clearly feel Jin's self-blame and Nojiko's pain. This isn't your fault, Dylan. Belmere also sighed. You already saved us once back then. And over these 2 years, I've talked with Tahir about some things. He shared some of his conjectures with me. Your rise back then was so rapid, your methods so resolute. If you had brought them to G5 from the very beginning, unless you were by their side every second, even Tom being at the base might not have been enough to watch over them. After all, Tom also needed to train and take care of the shipyard and workshop. If people had found out that the sworn sisters of Dark Dragon Dylan were right there in the base. And later, when our strength grew. Nami. She had already developed her own ideas. And by that time, I think you were already aware of the existence of those people, weren't you? It was those people who deliberately guided Nami, right? This isn't your fault. You gave them a comfortable life, a carefree childhood. You've done well, Dylan. No need for self-reproach. If anyone should blame themselves, it should be me as their mother. In a while, I'll go find Nami. Also, Dylan stubbed out his cigarette. I've already sent someone to pick up Nojiko. I'll have her come and help me. G5 Base Plaza. Dylan stood atop the high platform, gazing at the orderly phalanx below. The 01 SD Combat Unit, led by Major General Crimson Sky Belmare. The 02 ND Combat Unit, led by Major General Raging Sea Tom. The 03 RD Combat Unit, led by Major General Skyfox Tahir. The 04 TH Combat Unit, led by Rear Admiral Rain Shiryu. The 05 TH Combat Unit, led by Colonel Surgeon Trafalgar Law. The 06 TH Combat Unit, led by Rear Admiral Moonbreaker Ein. The 07 TH Combat Unit, led by Rear Admiral Captain Leo. The Auxiliary Unit, led by Black Flag Alex. As the first ray of sunlight rose above the horizon, everyone's expression turned solemn. This is G5's first large-scale offensive into the New World. Although some new recruits arrived just yesterday, without time to rest or receive their ranks. But those who come to G5, who I believe are not here for titles or power. We stand here for one purpose only. Clank, clank, clank. In the center of the fortress beneath the G5 insignia, a massive plaque rose. Justice of peace. Fight for peace. Fight for the defenseless. Fight for those who cannot fight. The breath of every Marine quickened their eyes, blazing with fervent light. What we carry on our shoulders is not just rank, not just power. It is the hope of countless people. It is the shield that guards peace, the blade that shatters evil. Now, bang. Everyone straightened their backs in unison. The thunderous sound pierced the sky, and the heartbeat within their chests roared like war drums. Take up your weapons, board the warships. Fight. After a moment of silence, a sky-splitting roar swept across the land like a tidal wave. Fight. Fight. Dylan raised his right hand high, clenching it into a fist. Depart. Back in his office, the map was divided into 8 zones centered on G5. As the massive lifting platform on the cliff activated, G5's combat units entered the harbor and boarded their respective warships. Except for Alex's auxiliary unit, which had only 1 ship, every other unit's fleet consisted of 1 main vessel and 4 escort ships. A total of 36 warships departed from G5, sailing in all directions. East of New Green bit the kingdom of Dressrosa. What audacious fools Fufufu! Despite CP0's diligent efforts to identify spies, operatives from various factions inevitably remained on the periphery monitoring G5's every move. Daffy. 10 days will hit our business pretty hard too. Treble stood behind Doflamingo, leaning on his cane. What does it matter? Doflamingo gazed at the calm sea in the distance. That Dylan is truly one of a kind. Too bad. If he'd become a pirate, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Our business. It's a perfect time to tighten things up and cut out some outdated ventures. Doflamingo raised his arm. Fufufa next. We don't need to lift a finger. We just wait for this man to stir up the sea. Damn Dark Dragon, our nation's war is at a critical juncture. If you block the shipping lanes, we won't be able to buy weapons from Joker. What about Joker? Isn't he a warlord of the sea? A warlord? That title doesn't mean a thing to him. These rules can't restrain him. The 8 units surged outward like tigers descending upon a flock of sheep. Though some pirates had minor reputations, the crews of the major powers had long since retreated or simply never joined the fray. During the interception battle, G5's forces had stayed out. The major pirates, while not directly engaging, had sent peripheral figures to participate. Now that G5 had made its move, the major pirates wisely withdrew beforehand. That's how pirates are. They are not comrades. Pirates are enemies to each other as well. When the first pirate crew spotted G5's warships bearing down on them, their legs turned to jelly. G5-04. It's Rain, Shiri. Turn the helm now. Shiryu stood at the bow toying with Rain, then lowered it. If he just cut the ships apart, he wouldn't be able to collect the heads. Before departure, all unit commanders had agreed to an internal competition. Objective: the highest total bounty. Though there was no wager, everyone was sharpening their blades. This was not just an internal contest, but a prime opportunity to showcase the Marines' might to the world. After this campaign, within the 1,000-kilometer sea zone under G5's command, pirates would halt. Countless pirates fled screaming into the distance, but their ship's power was worlds apart from G5's. The metal came from G5's alloy workshop. The propulsion system came from the lead scientist of the Marine Headquarters Science Division, Vegapunk. Built on the special production line of the world's greatest shipbuilding center, Water 7. All fleets followed a single command. Kill, don't capture. I don't have the luxury to feed them. Bring back every head. I have a use for them. The pirates who had gathered from all directions before they could retreat were pierced through by the full-throttle G5 fleet. Though G5 was outnumbered, their combat power was incomparable. In the eastern sector, pirates who couldn't escape fled toward Dressrosa. That place is a world government member state, and one of the 50 nations of the Reverie. Surely G5 wouldn't cause trouble there. Join me. Fufufu, you lot sure know how to find loopholes. But I refuse. As the birdcage spread open, all of Dressrosa was sealed off instantly. No one could enter, and no one could leave. Damn Doflamingo, he's locked down Dressrosa completely. Run. Raging Sea Tom's fleet is coming. As the pirate sails just went up, the sea began to churn violently. A tea-colored figure stood atop a wave looking down at the pirate ships tossing in the swell. No good. The current. He's controlling the currents around us. All together. Take him down. Oob. Tom on the wave was slightly taken aback. They actually charged. Watching the unsteady pirate ships approach, Tom raised his arms. In an instant, the sea surface for miles around sank slightly. Sea drum void. Boom. As his palms pressed down, endless ripples radiated outward across the sea, centered on Tom. Crack. Crack. The pirate ships closing in from all sides groaned and split apart in the ripples. Splash. Watching the disintegrating ships and pirates bobbing in the water, Tom rubbed his hands together. Quite a few of them. Seeing some pirates sink beneath the waves, Tom leaped down from the crest. As he plunged into the sea, he recalled a joke Dylan had made long ago right after Tom defeated Jinbe. Tom, from today on, you're the greatest corpse recovery diver in these seas. Beneath the red line, the new Marine headquarters. Quite a commotion, isn't it, that Dylan fellow? After this purge, no pirate ships will appear along that route, except for the Don Quixote family. I'm afraid they won't dare hoist the Jolly Roger to set sail anymore. They'll likely replace it with Dressrosa's Royal Standard. Regarding the restructuring of the 7 warlords of the sea, at this point, everyone in the conference room fell silent. The list from Mary Geos had been distributed. The others were of little concern, but one name on it made everyone reluctant. Whitebeard too. Edward Weevil. This man who cost Chief Instructor Zephyr his arm had ultimately appeared on the proposed list. Zephyr. Outside the conference room, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru were equally staring at the list placed on their small table. If this happens, it will likely deal a devastating blow to Zephyr's convictions. The Marines. How is Zephyr doing now? Vice Admiral Tsuru rested her chin on her hand and sighed. I heard he stopped training and hasn't left his quarters for days. Sengoku set his teacup down with a heavy thud. We cannot let this hurt Zephyr. Garp crossed his arms and bowed his head in silence. Vice Admiral Tsuru said with slight surprise, do you have a plan, Sengoku? This list was drafted by Mary Geos. Hoo-ha. That's right, Sengoku. Even when you were Fleet Admiral, you couldn't defy them. Now that we're semi-retired, are you thinking of overturning their proposal? Garp burst into laughter, yet a trace of dejection lingered in his expression. Zephyr. This man who nurtured the entire Marines. A glint flashed across Sengoku's glasses. Indeed, we are all semi-retired and can no longer directly participate in decision-making, but don't you forget. Sengoku took out a pen and drew a line through the name, Whitebeard 2. Edward Weevil. There's someone who's at the peak of his influence and deeply trusted by Mary Geos. Vice Admiral Tsuru smiled faintly. That's true. Moreover, this list is merely a draft, not yet announced or implemented. With his strength and character, there's still room to maneuver. Garp and Sengoku simultaneously turned to Vice Admiral Tsuru, their eyes filled with anticipation. Vice Admiral Tsuru shot them a glare. All right, I understand. You old fools. I'll discuss it with little Dylan, even if it costs me my old dignity. Sengoku and Garp's expression stiffened. Ever since the Summit War, Dylan had never contacted them again. Even when he returned to Marineford, he ignored them. During the war, their hesitation and stance hadn't outright caused a rift with Dylan, but it had created an irreconcilable divergence between them. Hello. Dylan. It's Tsuru. The Den Mushi transformed into a shriveled old woman. Granny Tsuru, what's the matter? Even though Vice Admiral Tsuru hadn't charged into enemy lines during the war. But then again, women and men are after all different. Besides, Vice Admiral Tsuru wasn't renowned for her combat prowess. Garp and Sengoku, seated nearby, exchanged a glance upon hearing Dylan's tone, a hint of joy creeping onto their faces. If it were them calling, even though Dylan might not hang up immediately, his tone would certainly be unpleasant. Official matters might be tolerable, but personal requests would be absolutely out of the question. Dylan. Before Vice Admiral Tsuru could finish her sentence, Dylan's brows furrowed on the other end. You. Vice Admiral Tsuru revealed a look of disappointment. Yes, it's us old-timers. We have a favor to ask of you. Beside her, Sengoku and Garp tensed up. What if Dylan hung up right now? On the other end of the Den Mushi, Dylan fell silent for a moment before asking, is it about Zephyr? Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded. It seems we can't hide anything from you, Dylan. We'd like to ask you to act and eliminate Edward Weevil. Unexpectedly, Dylan responded without a moment's hesitation. Fine. But his next words made both Garp and Sengoku furrow their brows. However, I have one condition. Have Sengoku and Garp request from Kong that Zephyr be transferred to the G5 branch under the guise of a retired reemployment. Can you do that? Before Vice Admiral Tsuru could respond, Dylan narrowed his eyes. Sengoku, Garp. You're both there, aren't you? Is this your brand of justice? A man who dedicated his entire life to the Marines and justice. A soldier purer than either of you. If I refuse to act today, what do you think his fate will be? You too, if you truly wished, you could easily kill that Bakken and Weevil with your bare hands, couldn't you? 10 days from now I will act. And by then I expect to receive Zephyr's transfer order. Click. The Den Mushi closed its eyes. Garp and Sengoku exchanged a glance and fell into mutual silence. You old geezers. Vice Admiral Tsuru tapped the table. What he said isn't wrong. Let's be considerate of each other. Furthermore, Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Sengoku and Garp with unusual severity. Old men. Go warn those old ghosts. They must not make any rash moves over Bakken and Weevil. Since we're asking the younger generation to act, we can't leave them vulnerable to attacks from behind. Understood. Sengoku nodded in response. Garp, after a moment of silence, also nodded. Regardless, we cannot let the situation spiral out of control. If it does, Zephyr will completely lose faith in the Marines. The blow to the Marines' morale would be immense. On the 8th day of G5's outward sweep, most pirates who could flee had already run. Those who hadn't had been turned into heads stacked aboard the various fleet ships. It's about time. During the Den Mushi conference, the commanders of each combat unit exchanged opinions and decided to turn back. They would mop up any stragglers and consolidate their gains. After the fleet's return, flags were planted on the outermost islands. Flags from the Kingdom of Greenbit. But every pirate knew that these were in truth another banner of G5. This also proclaimed that this sea spanning over 1,000 kilometers was now under the rule of the new Greenbit. No of the G5 base. Divide the territory, have mid-level officers establish subordinate outposts, cooperate with the Kingdom of Green Bit to promote trade, develop commerce, and levy taxes. Dylan began outlining his next strategic steps before the map. Nojiko, jotting down notes as she listened, asked, "Big brother Dylan, why do we still need to collect taxes and do business?" "Your money." She didn't quite understand, but by now she was aware of the rumors spreading outside. Vice Admiral Dark Dragon might be the wealthiest person in the world. With such immense wealth at his disposal, why bother developing commerce and trade? Nojiko, wealth isn't simply gold, jewels, or even berries. In some respects, those don't even count as true wealth. If I were to dump all my gold and jewels into this world, it would only cause their value to plummet drastically. This is a complex issue. I wasn't a good student in my youth, so I can't give you a systematic answer. But remember this one principle. Wealth that circulates is the only true wealth. As the morning newspapers flew across the world, the entire globe erupted in turmoil once more. On a desolate island west of the Green Bit Kingdom's waters, a colossal monument built from tens of thousands of pirate heads piled high and solidified with poured concrete rose abruptly. Most of the heads stacked like a pyramid wore expressions of sheer terror and despair. Such brutal methods. Even pirates deep in the New World who had not participated in the interception battle felt deep unease and anxiety. The new fleet Admiral Akainu was himself a notorious hawk. Now this man, who had replaced Garp as the strongest vice admiral in history, was even more feared than Akainu. Pirates who had once infested the waters around the Green Bit Kingdom began to migrate. Some lacking strength retreated to the Paradise, while pirates in Paradise began returning to the Four Blues. One Piece. With that man standing guard at the gateway to the New World, they had already lost their right to compete. But behind this series of events lay a far more profound impact. The pirates retreating from Paradise, and even the New World, back to the Four Blues possessed overwhelming power compared to the Marines stationed there. The situation in the Four Blues became turbulent once again, even more chaotic than after Roger's execution and the Summit War. Yet the man who had triggered this upheaval had already vanished from the public eye. He had arrived deep within the New World. Kahaha, you say there's no treasure. Newgate. He dominated the seas for 20 years. Shouldn't his treasure be in the hands of you bastards? Now, as his wife and his son, it's only natural for us to inherit his legacy. Kaha. Ao, the captain of the Ao pirates, lay on the ground, blood foaming from his mouth. Miss Bakken approached him, poking his body with her cane. So where is Newgate's treasure? Ao turned his head with difficulty to look at the short woman and the monstrous man beside her. If you truly are Pop's wife, shouldn't you be seeking revenge against the Marines and Teach? Why? Miss kicked him in the head, then began brutally beating his body with her cane. Revenge? Such a meaningless thing. Only wealth is eternal. As men of the sea, we must be responsible for our own lives. Revenge? What a vulgar request. Kaha. Ao gasped for air, then spat a mouthful of bloody saliva at Miss Bakken. Bastard. A woman like you could never be Pop's wife. Stop lying. Miss Bakken's face darkened, then she turned away silently. Weebull, kill him. Okay, mama. A massive blade whistled through the air, plunging directly into Ao's body. The surrounding beach was littered with the corpses of pirates. The Ao Pirates, a subsidiary of the Whitebeard Pirates. Annihilated. Let's go, Weebull. Let's find the others. As his son, you must rightfully inherit his legacy. Huh, son. That's right. Miss Bakken pulled out a wanted poster from her pocket. Take a good look. This is your father. Edward Weebull squatted down to look at the photo in Miss Bakken's hand. Huh, is it a mirror? It's a photo? You idiot, it's a photo of your father. Miss Bakken struck Weebull's leg with her cane. Is that so? I thought it was a mirror. Miss Bakken laughed arrogantly. Exactly. With such a resemblance, how could he not be your biological father? Excuse me. A voice sounded from the distant beach. Dylan walked towards them leisurely, carrying Shura. I have a question. How did a man with Whitebeard's stature father a child with you? The moment she heard the voice, Mrs. Face contorted with uncontrollable rage. I said it is so. It's that guy. Mama, he's the one who cut off my arm. I know I'm not senile yet, you idiot son. Miss Bakken glared at Dylan, a sinister smile spreading across her face. The man who replaced Garp as the strongest vice admiral is the world government, perhaps trying to break the agreement. Humph. Dylan drove the sheath of his sword into the sand, slowly drawing Shura. Agreement. That was between you and Garp, and others. I don't recall. Clang. The blade of Shura clashed with Miss Bakken's cane. Ever having any agreement with you? Miss Bakken's arm trembled slightly, and her expression darkened. How dare you treat the Whitebeard's widow like this? Weebull. Oh, mama, you fool. Kill him. Looking at the massive sutures on Weebull's hand and chest, Dylan tightened his grip on the hilt. Can severed parts be sewn back on? That's right, Kaha. Weebull is unkillable. A smirk touched Dylan's lips. A powerful burst of haki instantly repelled Miss Bakken's body. Is that so? What if I chop him into mincemeat? Dylan raised Shura horizontally before him, his left hand pressing against the back of the blade. An aura emanated from the sword that filled Miss Bakken with deep dread, conviction, no life. Boom. A colossal crimson slash with a faint black dragon shadow lurking within surged towards Miss Bakken. You brat. Hockey instantly coated Miss Bakken's cane. Compared to the overwhelming slash, her body seemed as frail as a newborn's. A massive shockwave flipped the entire beach. Miss Bakken braced herself, both hands against the head of her cane. Weeble. Weeble. Shine. Behind Weeble, Dylan hung upside down, the blade of Shura slicing across his body. Yoa. Mama. Hearing Weeble's scream, Miss turned her head with difficulty. Damn. This brat. Your body is quite impressive, Dylan remarked, noting his slash hadn't severed Weeble's body, only exposing the densely packed bones beneath the skin. Want to see a more exciting show? Shura spun a crimson aura entwined with Hockey, swirling violently. Ugh. With a grunt, the blade of Shura plunged straight into Weeble's body. Before he could even turn around, the aura attached to the blade erupted violently from within. Conviction, 10 Kings of Hell. The slash exploded like fireworks blooming from inside Weeble's body. Thud, thud, thud. Countless pieces of flesh fell from the sky. In the span of 2 sentences, the man said to possess the strength of a young Whitebeard, Edward Weeble, was dead. Dylan flicked the blood off his blade, looking at the panting Miss Bakken ahead of him. You brat. Killing Weeble is one thing, but if you kill me. Dylan walked towards her impassively, holding his sword. If you dare kill me, the agreement will be void. Rocks. Shine. A line of blood flew through the air, and Miss Bakken's head went flying. Conviction, Kunlun. A single slender slash shot across the sky, cleaving the entire sea in two. Dylan nudged Miss Bakken's head, which still wore an expression of utter disbelief. Rocks. Since Garp dared to send me to kill you, he wouldn't have done so without preparing for any consequences. The signal has been sent. In the East China Sea. Inside the massive mountain conference room, Baman still sat in the first seat on the left. Activate the seeds we planted in the South and North Seas. It's time for them to sprout. After scanning the room, Baman's gaze finally settled on the burly man in the first seat on the right. Craig, in my capacity as Chief of Staff, I am exercising the authority of the Master to order the mobilization of the Third Corps. They are to head to the South Sea to support the operations, swiftly seizing control of non-member war-torn nations and those that have fallen into the hands of pirates. The burly man's expression remained unchanged as he replied flatly, understood. As for the East China Sea, Baman flicked his sleeve, and the table's surface instantly lit up. Excluding the Goa Kingdom, the Bridge Kingdom, the vicinity of Lobetown, and Shimatsuki Village, the rest are kingdoms we've identified as having inseparable ties to the world government, or being backed by the Cipher Pole organizations. Next, our operatives in the Grand Line must intensify their efforts to collect devil fruits to make our combat capabilities more diverse and adaptable. Within a year and a half, we aim to conquer 1/3 of the South Seas territory. At least 3 countries must gain eligibility for the levy. After the others departed, Baman looked at the burly man Craig on his right. Although the situation in the South Sea is far less complex than in the East, the Revolutionary Army and CP still have a presence there. We must be more cautious and not expose any weaknesses. Craig nodded after a moment of silence. West of Green Bid on the sea, a warship was anchored beside the desolate island piled high with tens of thousands of skulls. Zephyr, his right arm fitted with a massive seastone mechanical limb, observed the terror and despair on the pirates' faces. Dylan, Ben, standing behind Zephyr, also stared into the distance with a look of shock. The photos in the newspaper were nothing compared to the horrifying reality before them. Although Fleet Admiral Kong had strongly opposed the request after receiving applications from Garp and Sengoku, when Zephyr himself appeared before him with unwavering determination, Kong could only sigh and sign the transfer order. Zephyr, the chief instructor of Marine Headquarters and known as Black Arm, was reassigned to Marine Base G5. The position column was left blank. At Zephyr's request, he needed no official post. He was merely going to inspire and encourage the youngsters. How impressive! The warship weighed anchor and headed towards the G5 base. Zephyr is here. Yes, he stopped at Skull Island for a while and is now at the lift platform. Nojiko had taken over most of Ain and Tashiji's clerical duties, becoming Dylan's administrative adjutant. When Zephyr arrived at G5, seeing the fluttering flags above and the energetic recruits filled his heart with warmth. So full of vigor. Zephyr. Dylan stood at the entrance looking at the aged Zephyr. Did you have a smooth journey? Zephyr turned, looking at Dylan and Ain behind him with a slight smile. Ordinary folks wouldn't dare come near a G5 ship. Even Ain, usually so composed, felt a surge of excitement. She had also learned that the man responsible for the ability user attack incident had been nominated for Warlord of the Sea. But just a few days ago the Vice Admiral had gone alone to the New World and eliminated him. Because of this, it seemed the Vice Admiral had even clashed with Mary Geos. I'm just a useless old man, Dylan. Was it truly worth doing all this for me? Zephyr had of course heard the rumors from Mary Geos. Dylan stepped forward signaling Zephyr to walk with him, and said, "It's not about worth, Zephyr. Not everything in this world can be measured by value. Besides, I'm not asking you to come here to retire. My recruits still need your guidance." Zephyr burst into hearty laughter. "Recruits? I've heard there are some extraordinary individuals among the recruits here." The two walked side by side into the elevator. Dylan gave a non-committal nod. Even though they harbor justice, in their hearts each person's justice is different. They still need your tutelage. But before that, let's treat your ailments. Ayn and Ben, standing nearby, exchanged looks of joy. Zephyr had accumulated many injuries in his youth, and at this age he was rarely without medication. Mansherry's presence and her devil fruit ability remained one of G5's highest secrets. Besides commanding the G505 combat unit, Trafalgar Law also served as the head of the medical unit. Apart from the top commanders, no one else at the G5 base knew of Mansherry's abilities. Also, Zephyr, in a while I'll find a way to obtain a devil fruit specifically for you. Would you be willing to eat it? Hearing Dylan's words, Ayn and Ben stiffened. After that incident, Zephyr's attitude towards devil fruit users. But Zephyr's answer shocked them. Dylan, you underestimate me. Since I've chosen you, I will trust you unconditionally." Dylan laughed heartily. How exhilarating, Zephyr. On the opposite shore of G5, in the CP0 office. Sleepy Ancient Town. This was Dylan's latest request, and it was of the highest priority. CP0 had scoured their archives, but found no record of a place called Sleepy Ancient Town. What could possibly be there that this man values so highly? After the previous failures to secure several mythical Zoan fruits from Wayno, Dylan had mocked them, but CP0 could tell he wasn't truly concerned. But this time he had set a strict deadline. The location must be found within a year and a half. If not, the cooperation would end. What is there? CP0 crumpled the documents in their hand and slammed a fist on the desk. To Mary Geos. To headquarters. Access the sealed archives. We must find this place as soon as possible. On a remote island deep within the New World, Kazan leaned against a rock holding the day's newspaper. Former Marine Chief Instructor, Blackarm, Zephyr, transferred to G5 branch. Kazan stared at the photo of Zephyr standing in front of the G5 base, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Zephyr, you've gone to a wonderful place." He then stood up, slung his small backpack over his shoulder, and gazed towards the distant sea. "Dylan, thank you. At least, you stopped Zephyr from going down that path. As a token of my gratitude, I'll finish the task you gave me." "Gehaha. What's the matter, Kazan? Made up your mind yet?" "Not yet, but have your men find the whereabouts of Moria and Absalom." New Gellenbite. The circular council hall was filled with people. This was the first meeting of government officials. Most came from the EC, while a few were recruited from around the world. Although CP0 and other organizations racked their brains to investigate the backgrounds of these people, they all returned empty-handed without exception. These people were all from clean family backgrounds and records, and even their families and friends had no issues. Of course, it cannot be said entirely that way, for a considerable number of them were connected to Diluin. Especially those countries in the East Sea, most of which had once received favors or protection from Diluin. During the previous World Conference, when Diluin was accused by the Flower Country and Alabasta, they strongly defended Diluin and listed his various contributions in the East Sea. And these people came to New Gellenbite to take office. Although it seemed somewhat nepotistic and authoritarian, there was no legal flaw to be found. After all, this was authorized by the Gellenbite royal family, and Diluin himself had not accepted any position in the country. CP0 looked at the intelligence in his hand, then tossed it aside. "This is not our job. How many times have I said it? Investigating him is not our mission. If you still waste time on him." Although still wearing a mask, the subordinates could clearly feel their superior's anger. Who in the world doesn't know that Guy is the true king of Gellenbite? But so what? He has done impeccably in legal terms, and even brought a powerful and vast country to the world government. The Gellenbite Kingdom. According to inside information, their seating at the next World Conference will be quite prominent. Wealth, fame, power. This guy himself is already among the top echelons in the world. Sometimes CP0 himself wondered if it weren't for the overly unrestrained style of Enlong, he would even suspect that this guy was a pawn placed in the lower realm by the Wulaoxing, and the attitude of the Wulaoxing towards him. Thinking of this, CP0 held his breath, although the Wulaoxing were somewhat dissatisfied with his unauthorized elimination of Edward Weevil. But then Diluin seemed to have presented some plan that pleased them more. The matter was thus dropped, and even the proposal to restructure the 7 warlords of the sea was shelved. What terrifying power! Having served in the CP organization for years, he naturally knew the style of the Wulaoxing. And this man, since the Tom case, seemed to have always been able to grasp the psychological activities of the Wuliaxing. Although he sometimes did things beyond the line, he always managed to dissolve them at the last moment. Sigh. After years of training in the CP organization, his heart had become extremely hardened, but in these years after being ordered to cooperate, within long his mentality had become increasingly strange. Looking at a certain location on the map, CP0's eyes behind the mask closed slightly. Was it really you? The king of Gellenbite? Whom, although the World Economic Journal didn't say it explicitly, it clearly had such metaphors. Won't this? Nojiko's face showed worry. Although the fact was indeed so, if the World Economic Journal propagated like this, it would probably affect eldest brother's reputation. Diluin shook his head, then pressed a button on his desk. A CP member quickly came to his office. Find Morgans and tell him to come see me. If he doesn't, I'll send someone to make him into honey-glazed chicken wings. CP0 lowered his head and hesitated. Morgans is from the Dark World. Before he finished, Diluin looked up and interrupted him. Isn't Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy one of your people? If you can't even handle such a small matter, get the hell out tomorrow. CP0's body trembled. Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy. Is CP0? What? This? He didn't know such a thing. Just as CP0 was trembling as he walked out, he seemed to hear something even more shocking. These wastes are really useless sometimes. It would be simpler to cooperate with Linling. CP0 at the door heard this and hurriedly quickened his pace, fleeing towards the branch. This was not something he should hear. Who can give me a pair of ears that haven't heard this? Seeing CP0's fleeing figure, Nojiko smiled with pursed lips. This was a senior member of the CP organization, feared by over 99% of the world's people. In the outside world, they were more unsettling than a plague. After all, wherever CP0 appears, it symbolizes that bad things are bound to happen. Elder brother, you don't seem to care about Morgans describing you like this. Diluin took a sip of the specially made tea from the Tontata tribe, then walked to the nearby sofa and sat down. Nojiko followed and sat opposite. Nojiko, if I appear completely without flaws today, that would be too fatal. Hearing this, Nojiko was slightly puzzled. Isn't a noble character also wrong? Diluin raised a finger and shook it. A noble character is certainly important, but while possessing great power, you must have some kind of flaw. Or weakness. The young Nojiko seemed not to understand the deep meaning behind this, so she could only watch Diluin quietly, waiting for him to give her an explanation. If a person possesses overwhelming power, strong influence, and astonishing wealth, and this person has no moral flaws, who do you think he would be? Nojiko frowned, pondered for a moment, then looked up with a shocked expression. Then, exactly. Diluin smiled slightly. Then he is the king. Not the king of a kingdom, but the king of the world. Nojiko was delighted at first, but then instantly showed unease. So I must have flaws. Bloodthirsty, warlike, greedy, lustful, power-hungry, or something else. I must make people feel that I am not an invulnerable person. Only then will others' perception of me relax. Otherwise, our situation will become more and more dangerous. Fortunately, my reputation for being bloodthirsty and warlike is already widely known, but that's not enough. The more flaws I show, the more Mary Geos will like me. Just wait. Soon new news will come down. They will indulge me even more and grant more power to Gellenbite. Mary Geos, the king of Gellenbite. Why did that Morgans provoke him for no reason? The Wuliaxing looked at the newspaper, then asked the CP0 standing by. What about Adams Diluin? He is very angry. He demands that we notify Morgans to go to G5 and give him an explanation. After waving away CP0, the hat-wearing Wuliaxing laughed. Angry and ashamed. Greedy for power. So he waited so long for this day. Another blonde Wuliaxing, crossing his legs, responded. From the matters of the Chia Kingdom and Water 7, it can be seen that he indeed has a strong desire for power. According to CP's report, the army of the Chia Kingdom has been completely controlled by him, and even the weapons are forged by his alloy workshop. Since he likes power, then grant Gellenbite greater power, which can be considered a kind of appeasement for him. In the future, let him be the true king of Gellenbite. A month after the interception battle, merchant ships from across the world began to set sail for the G5 branch towards Neo Green Bit. According to the latest reports from the World Economy News, Green Bit was set to expand its foreign trade. Beyond the super high-yield crops and seeds exclusive to their royal family, they had also secured an exclusive partnership and authorization with G5. They were offering the mysterious G5 alloy for sale. This was the alloy previously supplied only to Mariewa and the Marines. Even a kingdom with the means to purchase it couldn't do so with mere money alone. One had to be a world-class kingdom or one with a connection to Vice Admiral Dark Dragon himself. Rumor had it that even the Emperor of the Dark World, Joker, had to pay an unimaginable price to get his hands on this alloy. With such an alloy, one could forge far more powerful weapons. It was also said that the sale of the alloy was limited and conducted through an auction system. Hurry! We must secure the first batch of alloy. Then we can defeat the rebels. Looks like the rebels have sent their people too. Speed it up and allocate even more funds. Besides the alloy green bits, crops, and seeds were also prime targets for many. People might not need to fight, but they will always need to eat. Though the nature of this mysterious grain was still unknown, no one doubted its existence. After all, these tidings had come from the World Economy News, and it all must have been sanctioned by that man. Whispers circulated that Big News Morgans had recently visited G5, but left with a battered and bruised face shortly after. Strangely, Morgans, one of the emperors of the dark world, didn't continue his veiled mockery of the man. Instead, he wholeheartedly began to sing his praises. Besides being an exemplary marine, this man also seemed to have numerous other flaws. He possessed immense wealth, yet remained obsessed with accumulating more. He wielded power far exceeding of Vice Admiral, yet remained insatiable, even brazenly controlling a kingdom. His elimination of Edward Weevil, already slated for the Warlord of the Sea position, spoke of his arrogance. Meanwhile, the mountain of heads west of Green Bit bore testament to his bellicosity and bloodlust. Faced with a man of such glaring faults, the whole world breathed a sigh of relief. At least there were ways to curry his favor. Your reputation is getting worse and worse, big brother. Nojiko couldn't suppress a smile as she poured tea for Dylan. Dylan, crossing his legs, casually replied, a reputation, once it grows too large, becomes a burden. Right now, if I do something even more outrageous, the world will just say, he's just that kind of guy after all. That's perfect. Nojiko shook her head. Even though Dylan had explained it to her before, she still struggled to grasp the deeper implications. Wouldn't it be better to be a hero admired by all? By the way, that Pika fellow isn't slacking off, is he? Nojiko walked to the window and looked out. To the north of Green Bit, the mountains were constantly shifting. Nojiko couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like he isn't. After the news of the alloy and grain auction spread, Dylan had borrowed Pika from Doflamingo once again. An auction? An auction needs an auction hall, of course. And accompanying that, there must be hotels, restaurants, small shops, and a cultural tourism street. None of that can be missing. How long would it take to build with just ordinary laborers? G5 earns, G5 spends. You think you can leave without spending it all? What's that? You sleep on your ship. Sorry, but without a hotel check-in record, you don't get to participate in the auction. And bringing your own food and drinks is strictly prohibited. When Dylan appeared in Dressrosa, the other executives were somewhat alarmed, but only Pika's eyes revealed a deep-seated terror and despair. I am the supreme executive of the Don Quixote Pirates, Spade. Is this the work you give me? And you don't even let me rest. The Balchico Archipelago. Alex led Dylan to their capital city. The guide, Ephraim, listened to Alex's account, then looked at Dylan. The world has indeed changed greatly. I just never imagined that pirates would have become so rampant. Dylan, poking at the fire with a stick, asked, I hear you have no royal family here. Ephraim nodded. That's correct. We haven't had a monarchy for over 1,000 years. The wisdom of a single person is limited, and no one can remain rational forever. Most importantly, if rulers are determined by bloodline, there's no guarantee they possess any other necessary qualities besides their bloodline. It seems there was indeed some reason you didn't fit in with the other two powers back then. However, Dylan shifted his tone. The kingdom I now rule is still justified by bloodline. Doesn't that conflict with your beliefs? Ephraim looked at Dylan quizzically. But didn't Alex say the governing system is still executed in the form of a council? Dylan picked up a wooden stick and held it in his hand. That's just for show. In reality, all decisive matters in this kingdom are dictated by me alone. For now, there's no problem. Ephraim knew this was a test between them and a prerequisite for their cooperation. Oh, doesn't that abandon legitimacy? Ephraim twirled the cane in his hand. The foundation of legitimacy stems from social stability. In a chaotic world or society, legitimacy cannot even be discussed. And the world is currently in a state of extreme chaos. At a time like this, Ephraim turned his head to look at Dylan. Someone needs to step up, lead the people out of the chaos, and rebuild order. Legitimacy is built upon basic order. And what if I become that person but demand the throne be passed down for generations like the 20 kings? A smile broke across Ephraim's face. But you aren't that person. At least not right now. Give me your reasons. It's simple, Ephraim said, gazing at the star-filled sky, as if recalling some distant past. It said you still have no heirs. And your greed for power and hunger for wealth are likely just a facade. So, I presume you're searching for something else. What it is I cannot say, but it's probably not something like king of the world. Dylan stood up and surveyed the soldiers around him. They were strong, disciplined, and every one of them was a skilled fighter. Alex. Yes, sir. Select 500 men to take out. From today, you are the commander of the G5-08 unit. Dylan looked at the smiling Ephraim. Leave the others for now. Wait for the arrival of the final day. Starlight bathed the earth, making Ephraim's long beard shimmer. It should be soon. Shiryu. No response. Noki placed a Viver card on the table. The tiny card neither shrank nor burned, but it was in a very peculiar state. It was trembling violently. Yes, mister. Shiryu's Den Mushi is completely unreachable. It's not that no one is answering, the Den Mushi must be dead or damaged. Upon hearing Nokiho's words, Dylan was perplexed. The surrounding area? There should be no particularly formidable opponents. Of course that was on the surface. Whether there were remnants of Rock's and Roger's crew lurking in the shadows was unclear. What about Tahir? What does he say? Dylan was not familiar with the principle behind Viver cards, nor did he know what this abnormal trembling signified. Mr. Tahir says it indicates that his vitality is extremely unstable. It's not declining or rising but trapped in some uncontrollable state. Although the Viver card was still moving in a certain direction, it was very chaotic. This thing, it seems not so omnipotent. What about the course of the 04 unit? Nokiho spread out a map marking the route. According to the plan, it's along this line. Dylan took the Viver card and compared it. Fortunately, the general direction was correct. He grabbed Shura from the table, tightened his cloak. I'll go check it out. Don't alert anyone else. Understood. The endless sea was shrouded in mist. The Viver card in Dylan's hand trembled more and more frequently and violently. What the hell is going on? Half a month ago, unable to bear the boredom, Shiryu requested to set sail again. Dylan didn't stop him. After all, when he took him away, he promised to satisfy his lust for killing. Though his bloodthirsty desire remained unchanged, Shiryu had adhered to Dylan's boundaries over the years. He would not attack anyone other than pirates unless attacked or ordered by Dylan. Last time I lost to that Tom guy, damn it. Having completed a round of hunting, Shiryu stood at the prow, still brooding over the bet among the combat units during the previous purge operation. This hunting had taken him a bit farther into a region he had never touched before. There were no other pirates left in the G5 area. The mist pervading this sea area only added to Shiryu's irritation. A few more pirates, please. It's just not enough. At the prow, thick black mist emanated from Shiryu, mingling with the surrounding fog. His fangs gleamed coldly in the mist, and curved horns had sprouted from the sides of his hat. Come on, let me kill. On the aft deck, the rogue marines of G5 also wore eerie expressions. Some were eating ravenously, others had bloodshot eyes as if enraged. Some drooled and laughed foolishly. But most hadn't lost their sanity because the murderous intent emanating from the bow suppressed the bizarre thoughts in their minds. Island. The lookout on the mast gripped the telescope tightly, as if restraining some emotion. Sir, small island on the flank. Shiryu stood at the prow, gripping rein and beginning to tremble slightly. Is there? Grinding his teeth, he seemed to be struggling to control his emotions. Any? No. Pirate's flag. The lookout strained to see in that direction, but thick fog obscured the view. I can only make out a flag, but can't see clearly. Change course, let's go check it out. Shiryu took a deep breath, suppressing the violent emotions surging within him. Hopefully there are people to kill. As the warship sailed, the fog grew denser, and the black mist around Shiryu almost condensed into liquid, flowing and spreading. Strange patterns on his skin flickered with dim light. Creak. Corpses. There are corpses on the dock. Must be pirates' work. Shiryu's nostrils flared. The air indeed carried a faint smell of blood, both fresh and old. As the G5-04 unit stepped onto the dock, a sea breeze swept by. My. Though every muscle was taut, Shiryu still maintained a fair amount of reason. This wind is strange. Whoosh. A muffled sound of something cutting through the air. A marine with bloodshot eyes charged at Shiryu from behind, weapon in hand. Are you asking for death? As Shiryu turned, his face transformed into a ferocious Azura visage. Huh. Seemingly intimidated by Shiryu's aura, or perhaps because of the deep impression he had left on them, the marine instantly showed a terrified expression. Sir. I don't know. Having fully transformed into his human beast, Azura form, Shiryu looked around. All the marines had fallen into a state of frenzy. Clang. He swung the scabbard of rain, weaving through the crowd. Thud, thud, thud. A series of thuds as they collapsed. After knocking out all the marines around him, the red glow in Shiryu's eyes was like that of a demon. He turned toward the distant town. Whoever's behind this, I hope you have some skill. Corpses lay everywhere, by the roadside, in flower beds and fountain pools. All were civilians, their deaths horrifying. Not the terror or despair of being killed by pirates, but a different, eerie sight. Their faces were filled with a kind of satisfaction or madness. Footsteps echoed from the mist. It's a marine. Kill him. Pirates with bandanas and eye patches emerged from all directions, charging at Shiryu with weapons. A grin spread across Shiryu's grotesque face. SHHHH. The surrounding pirates didn't last even a single breath before being turned into flying chunks of flesh. Not enough. More shouts arose from all around, and a tide of pirates appeared again, from houses, street corners, trees. Kill him. Clang. He turned the hilt of rain, exhaling a puff of black mist. Good. Kill him. Kill him. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Shiryu, weaving through the crowd, had fully unleashed his bloodlust. Countless pirates didn't even have time to scream before being diced into mince. But immediately more pirates swarmed in from all directions. Boom. A massive circular slash erupted from Shiryu, freezing the surrounding trees, houses, and the entire town for a moment. Then they were cut in two. Where's the stronger one? Then let me face you, Rain Shiryu. Our last encounter wasn't satisfying enough. Flower Sword, Vista stepped out of the mist wearing a top hat and an open-chested shirt. It's you. Shiryu was covered in blood and gore. The moment he saw Vista, he flashed in front of him and slashed down. Excellent. A powerful swordsman is exactly the opponent I've been waiting for. Vista used the force of Shiryu's blow to leap into the air, and petals began to fall. Dance of Roses. Yellow Spring. The falling petals were shattered by a geyser of slashes erupting from the ground. Dance of Tulips. Before the collision of petals and spring could end, a spinning slash hurtled towards Shiryu's body. River Styx. As Flower Sword, Vista fell. Shiryu's expression grew even more frantic. It seems you've improved a lot over the years, Rain Shiryu. Are you ready to challenge my position? In the darkness, a pair of hawk-like eyes gleamed. At the dock, the Marines who had been knocked out by Shiryu regained consciousness only to descend into madness once more. Dylan landed among them, frowning as he surveyed the scene. Humph! A cold snort echoed through the air. The frenzied Marines froze in place, their bodies beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Vice Admiral. Useless fools. Get back on the ship and sail far away. Why, yes, sir. The Marines, now lucid and drenched in sweat, scrambled toward their warship. Dylan raised his head, gazing toward the town in the distance. What is that? A plant, an animal, or a devil fruit ability? In the distant town, a blood-red blade aura erupted violently, carving the settlement into shreds. A rat. Dylan turned his gaze toward the town's edge. Such a small area couldn't escape the perception of his mantra. It's a Marine. Get him. As Dylan walked toward the outskirts, the scene Shiryu had encountered resurfaced. But this time, before the pirates could even close in, a crimson shockwave exploded outward, instantly erasing the snarling mob. A dream, an illusion, or desire. Dylan and I. A voice tinged with both guilt and sorrow echoed from the end of the road. A young Nami stood at the street corner, her head bowed slightly, clutching a single tangerine in her hand. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Dylan walked past Nami without a glance, his expression cold and indifferent. From a nearby room, another bout of coughing drifted out. Let's see what other tricks you have. Through the window, Otama lay on a rickety bed wrapped in a thin patch-covered blanket. Her face flushed with fever, she seemed to be in great discomfort, yet even in sleep she clenched her teeth in silent endurance, only a faint feeble breath escaping her lips. Dylan turned around, his right hand resting on the hilt of Ashura. As he stepped past the street corner, it felt as though he passed through an invisible barrier. Ring ring. Ring ring. Hey, watch where you're going. A young man on a bicycle, after complaining to the dazed Dylan, pedaled off into the distance. He muttered under his breath, what a weirdo. Dylan reached down to his waist. Ashura was gone. Ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding. Ding 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 ding. A familiar yet alien sound chimed. Dylan reached into his pocket. A familiar phone, a familiar case, a familiar wallpaper. The word mom on the screen made Dylan's heart clench. The ringtone persisted, as if urging him to answer. Dylan stared at the blooming lotus flower avatar on the screen for a long time. Sigh. Dylan closed his eyes gently, then snapped them open. Game over. Boom. Crack. Crack. The world around him shattered like glass. He was Dylan once more, his right hand still resting on the hilt of Ashura. In a house not far away, a withered old man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with terror. Impossible. He had found the desire buried deep within his heart. Nothing is impossible. Bang. The door blew off its hinges, and a figure appeared in the doorway, the hazy sunlight, casting a long shadow that stretched all the way to the old man's feet. Cough. 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 So this is the new generation of marine power. The old man coughed up blood as he stared at the figure. Dylan looked at the old man seated cross-legged before the fireplace, studying him. He didn't recognize him, not even a hint of memory. An old ghost who escaped from impelled down. The old man steadied his breathing, wiping the blood from his lips. Correct. I am Tobian the Heart Demon, a great pirate with a bounty of 800 million berries from 30 years ago. Great pirate. Dylan shook his head. I despise those types, but can a small fry like you truly be called a great pirate, compared to Gold Roger Whitebeard or Shiki? A dark, venomous glint flashed in Tobian's eyes. Compared to those legends, he was indeed nothing more than a common crook. His 800 million berry bounty wasn't a testament to his strength, but purely a reflection of his sheer vileness. After escaping, you should have realized there's no place for pirates in this world. Did you truly believe this despicable devil fruit power would allow you to stir up trouble again? Tobian watched Dylan approach him with blatant disregard, a flicker of glee stirring in his heart. Closer. Just a little closer. Just as he was calculating the distance to unleash his trump card, the man before him came to a sudden halt. A surge of frustration welled up in Tobian. He raised his head and spat. What would a brat like you understand? The Marines. They're nothing but lapdogs of the world government. Dylan stood his ground, showing no sign of anger nor any intention of moving forward. I've heard that line for decades. Come up with something new. Does this man have no sense of shame? Does he not get angry at all? Anxiety gnawed at Tobian. This man's mental fortitude was abnormally strong. The desire mist he had unleashed moments ago had only managed to restrain him for a few dozen seconds. He couldn't even begin to pry into the man's mind. Is that all? Dylan let out a faint mocking laugh. He slowly raised his left hand, then clenched his fingers into a fist. A sudden numbing sensation shot through Tobian's entire body. Ugh! Crack! Crack, 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 crack. Countless arcs of lightning flickered and danced. Tobian's body hair began to curl and singe, releasing a strange, acrid stench. Ugh! Erg! The lightning died out. Tobian, now a charred husk, toppled over and crumbled into a pile of ashes. Exiting the small house, Dylan pulled out a den mushy. This is Dylan. The operator on the other end immediately straightened upon hearing his voice. Yes. Vice Admiral Dylan, sir. This is Marine Ford. Dylan glanced at the dissipating fog outside, then looked back at the charred remains on the floor. A man named Tobian, the Heart Demon, is dead. Remove him from the wanted list. Heart Demon. Tobian. The operator quickly flipped through the files. An escapee from level 6 of Impel Down. Committed dozens of massacres over 30 years ago. Bounty of 800 million berries. Executed by Vice Admiral Dylan. After ending the call, Dylan looked toward the distant town. The blade aura had subsided. He then took out Shiryu's Viver card and examined it. Different again. No burning, no shriveling, no signs of the previous madness. It just lay there in Dylan's palm. Completely still. Huh. What an impressive illusion. Gazing at the fallen Hawkeye's Mihawk beside him, Shiryu rose to his feet, leaning on the rein. This isn't him. From the moment Flower Sword Vista appeared and was effortlessly defeated, Shiryu had known. He had fallen into some kind of illusion. Though he had suspected it back at the dock, it wasn't until he reached the town that his suspicion became certainty. Flower Sword Vista, though their previous clash hadn't been a fight to the death, was certainly not this weak. Yet Shiryu felt a surge of delight. After all, even within an illusion, crossing blades with a warrior of such caliber was a pleasure. A pity. Shiryu looked at Hawkeye's corpse. These bodies were fundamentally wrong. Cutting them lacked the visceral thrill of real flesh and blood. And besides, a man like Hawkeye's. Shiryu closed his eyes and sat on the edge of a flower bed. That man should be capable of far more. It seemed this illusion was constructed from his own memories or assumptions. This should be about it. I've killed enough people. And enough experts. Footsteps. At the sound, Shiryu's brow furrowed. Who else? Weren't these beings supposed to manifest from my inner self? With Hawkeye's already killed, there should be no one left. From within the mist, a figure emerged, clad in black, draped in a vice admiral's coat. Is this all you've got, Shiryu? Shiryu's pupils contracted violently. Dylan. So this was the true rival within his heart. Ha. Shiryu threw his head back and roared with laughter, his body beginning to tremble and transform. Thump. A dull, resonant drumbeat echoed through the sky, a war drum. With each beat, Shiryu's muscles swelled. The knuckles of his fingers elongated and razor-sharp claws burst forth like blades. His already keen teeth jutted out further, morphing into massive fangs. SSSHH. His shirt burst apart, revealing a steel-like torso where muscles utterly alien to a human coiled and intertwined. Crimson veins pulsed through the haze, radiating an ominous aura. As Shiryu transformed, the surrounding black mist slowly seeped into his body. Though I'm not sure if this dream will affect my physical body, being able to fight you with everything I've got has truly been my dream. Dylan. Who? When Shiryu looked up, Dylan was still standing where he had appeared, watching him calmly. Ready? Shall we begin? A grin spread across Shiryu's monstrous visage, still so confident even in an illusion. It really is you, Dylan. Boom. The ground cratered and the surrounding buildings shuddered. A pitch-black figure lunged at Dylan in an instant. Clang. Dylan caught Shiro with a single hand, effortlessly blocking the thunderous strike. You can do better than that. Though Shiryu's body now towered at nearly 4 meters, he felt an overwhelming sense of being looked down upon. Of course. Shiryu bellowed, gripping the hilt of rein with both hands. Thump. The war drums in the sky grew more frantic, and Shiryu's heart pounded in sync with their rhythm. Clang. After dozens of ferocious slashes, Dylan hadn't moved an inch from his original spot. Wah! As if influenced by the azura fruit, a guttural, unnatural cry tore from Shiryu's throat, and the war drums in the sky suddenly intensified. Sanzu River. A torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, a bloody wave of slashes surging downward. Now that's more like it, Shiryu. A smirk tugged at Dylan's lips as he twirled Shura in his hand, Sincleaver Red Spider Lily. A colossal blood-red spider lily bloomed above Dylan's head, and the stick's rain ricocheted into the distance the moment it struck the petals. Gah, I haven't even used my own moves yet. This technique was an adaptation of Dylan's style, crafted by Ein. Boom. Massive leathery wings unfurled. Shiryu's iron-black body hung in the air for a moment before he swung Rain onto his shoulder and dove downward. This one, there's no way I can take it head-on. Rain wreathed in haki and black mist erupted in blazing flames as Shiryu plummeted. Great heat. With Shiryu's roar, the flames on Rain burst forth, engulfing his entire body. Countless wailing, shrieking evil spirits within the inferno surged toward the seemingly frail figure below. Dylan looked up at the fireball descending from the sky, and for the first time a hint of seriousness crossed his face. Flames. TCH. With that, Dylan tucked Shura behind him, Sincleaver. A colossal blade of light erupted from the ground, soaring into the heavens like a dragon emerging from the sea. Ward Breaker. The evil spirits around Shiryu dissipated in terror at the blade's light, and the raging hellfire was extinguished utterly by the sky-piercing radiance. Caught in the slash, Shiryu's hair whipped wildly as gashes began to open across his body. Clang. Dylan's body sank the ground, shattering beneath his feet. The surrounding buildings collapsed entirely. Shiryu, having breached the slash with his raw physicality, slammed Rain into Shura. Dylan below finally braced the hilt with both hands. Good. With a mighty shout, Dylan's body coiled slightly, then exploded with force. Bang. Shiryu, hovering on his leathery wings, was sent flying by the immense power, crashing through dozens of buildings before carving a deep trench dozens of meters long into the earth, and finally coming to a stop. Before Shiryu could even rise, a coat loomed over him from above. Thud. The moment he poked his head up, Dylan's fist hammered him back into the ground. Though his skin was as hard as iron, the sheer force penetrated deep, sending his internal organs into a violent tremor. Rain slash. Shiryu grabbed Rain beside him and made a horizontal cut, finally dragging himself out of the earth. The moment he steadied himself, he saw a figure already back in front of him. Thud. Ugh. A searing pain shot through his abdomen. Like his intestines had been snapped, his stomach punched through. With a burning, scalding agony, Shiryu's body was sent flying once more. Midair, Shiryu spat out a mouthful of blood, but his excitement only grew. Stronger. Stronger. In the ruins, black mist exploded. Countless vengeful spirits clawed their way out of the darkness, only to be dragged back in. Yomi Hirasaka. Whoosh. Dragging a legion of tormented wraiths and demons, Shiryu charged toward the distant figure, standing with his blade held horizontally. I can do this. Sincleaver. A mass of energy barely visible to the naked eye coalesced onto the blade of Shura, condensing into a single point. Though the sense of impending doom reached its peak, Shiryu charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Let me feel your power. Dylan. Samsara. Before he even touched Shura, an unprecedented colossal force slammed back through Rain. Then came a bizarre cascade of power shifts. Vibration. Rotation. Condensation. Expansion. Pshoo. Blood sprayed like rain, and Shiryu's body was hurled once more into the sky. Above, the thick mist had cleared, white clouds drifted lazily. Back in his human form, Shiryu smiled softly. That was quite something. A battle like that. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Dylan walked up to Shiryu, eyeing the man who had inexplicably shredded his own clothes. Could Shiryu be some kind of muscle freak? Snapping out of his daze, Shiryu sheathed Rain. I just had a dream. A dream. Dylan started walking toward the dock. What kind of dream? Watching the coat flutter ahead of him, Shiryu gave a nonchalant smile. A daydream. In the months following the Summit War, the island of 48 seasons, Rizakana, was kept under constant surveillance. After months of monitoring, no signs of human activity have been detected. Dylan pondered over the report. It seemed that his earlier training expedition with Tashi and the others had been revealed by Boa Hancock. There was little hope of intercepting them there. Withdraw the personnel and redeploy them to the Sabaody archipelago. Understood. After a long silence at his desk, Dylan picked up the Den Mushi. Morgans, it's me. What can I do for you? I need intelligence on Red Hair. Somewhere in the New World. Red Hair's Den Mushi rang. A face indistinct in features appeared on the snail. He's been gathering intelligence on you from Morgans. The Cipher Pole, the Charlotte family, and the Navy HQ Strategic Division are making similar moves. They must have received his orders or struck a deal. The usually jovial Red Hair turned serious. Setting down his wooden mug, he said gravely, can you infer his objective? As for the other locations, we might deduce them after cross-referencing intelligence from those parties. But the most immediate danger is the Great Glacier. 8 years ago, after taking the treasure of the 8 Treasures Navy from the ice continent, Dylan had not lingered. At the time, Red Hair and his backers thought he had let his guard down, but after a long silence, Red Hair said in a low voice, "Alert them. Once he's spotted, immediately activate the banner. Then relocate the guide." Understood. At the entrance of the massive G5 meeting room, Dylan stood, scanning the CP agents filing in one by one. Stop. One CP agent's body tensed, his heart rate subtly shifting. Dylan tilted his chin, signaling him to leave the line. 3 people handpicked by him already stood in the corridor. After the entire team had entered the meeting hall's doors slowly closed. The masked CP0 watched those selected by Dylan, his expression unreadable beneath the mask. It was all too clear. Those were infiltrators from other organizations. The white-clad agents by the corridor hung their heads. In this man's presence, they lacked even the courage to resist. They silently prayed that back at CP headquarters they might earn a chance to live by serving as double agents. Inside the hall, Tashi led dozens of CP intelligence analysts in scrutinizing years of Red Hair Shanks' gathered intelligence and movement patterns. In the West Blue, Dylan returned to the ice continent. His mantra, fully extended, every movement around him was within his perception. After flying hundreds of kilometers into the continent's depths, he looked into the distance. Traces of life. A group of moderately powerful life forces, but with something elusive interwoven. So this is what you care about, Red Hair. From high above, Dylan gazed down at igloos, sled dogs, and sleds. Broad-shouldered Harry. Inuit. No. But something similar. All the igloos surrounded a massive snow-capped mountain. The faint life force emanated from within the peak. After scanning the area, Dylan landed before the largest igloo. The sudden arrival of a stranger drew shouts and raised weapons from the locals. You're no match for him. Don't throw away your lives. Inside the igloo, a Den Mushi had just closed its eyes. A middle-aged woman emerged. The moment she saw Dylan, her heart sank. Isn't he still at G5? Why is he here so fast? Dylan paid little attention to the crowd, but this woman was somewhat formidable. What is it? The blunt question made her heart tighten. No. Before she finished, Dylan stepped past her toward the mountain. Stop. Dylan paused and turned to face the woman whose forehead was beaded with sweat. Seeing the expression on his face, a sense of grim resolve surged in her heart. No matter what, I must stall. BRR. The Den Mushi's ring made Dylan frown, while the woman breathed a slight sigh of relief. Dark Dragon. A scarred eye opened on the snail's antenna. That doesn't belong to you. Leave there. Dylan leaned closer to the snail. Do you expect me to give you face? The expression on the snail turned grim, then steadied. No. I know your stance. This is a deal. A deal, eh? Dylan looked up at the distant mountain, his expression shifting. What do you have that I would covet? To deal with me, do you have equivalent value? How about the safety of the Greenbit Kingdom? Hearing that, Dylan's eyes narrowed, then he smiled. Do you think you can take Greenbit before I return, given your current strength? Time is short, and I'm not certain. Red Hair smiled back. But destroying Greenbit doesn't require force. There are other ways, for instance. His eyes turned dangerous. What if a celestial dragon died on Greenbit? How does that method sound? Before Dylan could respond, Red Hair's voice came again. Think about it. Red Hair. Dylan's muscles tensed. He knew Red Hair had some deal with the 5 elders, but judging by his own assessment, Red Hair was definitely not aligned with the world government. So where did he get the confidence to manipulate a celestial dragon? The world nobles, when merely attacked, an admiral would be dispatched to annihilate the assailant. Decades ago, even rocks, when capturing a celestial dragon, only took them hostage. With his power, he still dared not kill one outright. Thinking this, Dylan glanced at the surrounding Inuit and said into the snail, fine. I'll be more cautious from now on. You too. Red Hair. Deep in the new world, after hanging up, Red Hair picked up another Den Mushi. Confirm he's back at G5, then relocate quickly. The other locations too. The timing was too rushed. I've exposed some things I shouldn't have. Understood. Returning to G5, Dylan took the documents from Tahir's hands and set them aside. It seems there's been a turn of events. Tahir gazed at the thick stack of files on the table. Through cross-referencing and deducing from intelligence gathered by various sources, they had indeed uncovered some anomalous traces in the movements of red-haired Shanks. But now it seemed that information was no longer of use. Although Nojiko had already assumed the post of Dylan's civilian adjutant, Dylan still generally preferred to deliberate such matters with Tahir. The others at G5 were hardly the type to calmly ponder such issues. And Barmond was far away in the East Blue. It appears our short-term objectives need a slight adjustment. Dylan interlaced his fingers. The number of people migrating to Greenbit was growing, and inevitably gaps had appeared in both the surveillance network of the 07 combat unit and the screening processes of CP0. The threats of Kaido and Lin exist only on the surface. Teach's menace stems primarily from the secrets he harbors. The Whitebeard pirates have disbanded, having lost the payback war. They no longer pose a threat. What remains? That is our primary objective for this year. Red Hair. Indeed, but not just him. Beyond the red hair pirates, he's connected to many other things. We will first sever their limbs and tentacles. Dylan looked up at Tahir. You'll lead this. Within 1 year, find the key officers of the Roger pirates as thoroughly as possible. Also, send men to the East Blue to Windmill Village. Wouldn't that be too sudden? That's precisely the point. A cold glint flashed in Dylan's eyes. The more sudden our move, the more drastic their reactions will be, and the more problems they'll expose. East Blue, the Kingdom of Herona. On the street opposite the Royal Palace, a sign outside a seafood restaurant read today's special secret recipe eel. Barman's expression sharpened, and he swiftly turned and entered a secret chamber. Order No. 9. This was one of the 9 supreme directives Dylan had left behind when he departed the East Blue 10 years ago. When he left, he had said these orders might never be used, but should one ever arrive, it must be executed immediately at the highest priority. Activate all covert lines in the Goa Kingdom. Windmill Village. Gura, who had fled from the Grey Terminal 12 years ago, ran a small seafood restaurant here. From here he had once seen red-haired Shanks from a distance, and also the man hailed as the hero of the Marines, Garp. And of course he had seen Ace, the son of Gold Roger, who had been executed not long ago. His daily post-meal ritual was to stroll through the village, a habit he'd kept for over a decade. As he reached the village center, Gura's heart skipped a beat. Hanging from the large tree in the middle of the village was a peculiar diamond-shaped knot with 5 wind chimes suspended beneath it, tinkling softly in the breeze. After a casual glance, Gura followed his usual route around the village and returned to his seafood restaurant. After sunset, he closed the shop, extinguished the lights, and descended into his basement in the dark. He retrieved a stack of documents from a hidden compartment. Mountain Bandit, Dayton Mayor, Whoop Slap, bar owner, Makino, and many others over the age of 40 were listed in these files. A G5 warship is heading for the Goa Kingdom. Who's leading it? No senior officer. A mid-ranking officer is in command. What are their orders? Investigate the upbringing of Fire Fist, Ace, and arrest any criminals involved in harboring him. After hanging up, the figure in the shadows took a drag on his cigarette and tapped the wooden table. Arresting civilians who sheltered Ace. No. This isn't the style of the Dark Dragon. It seems they're targeting us. In the darkness, a figure with curly hair exhaled a plume of smoke. Shanks. Look at what you've done. What if they go all in? After the warship destined for the Goa Kingdom had set sail, Tahir once again entered Dylan's office. Going all in. Dylan smiled disdainfully. Tahir, I've seen too many stories in this world. This sea lacks neither power nor miracles. What it truly lacks is the courage and audacity to make an all-in gamble. Everyone is waiting for the one who will bring them salvation and dawn. Roger ignited the great pirate era with his death. Because the time wasn't right, he didn't consider himself the Joy Boy. Whitebeard broke his own iron rule to let Teach live because he believed the D clan was destined to be an indispensable part of the Great War. Kaido too willingly became the gatekeeper of the new era. He doesn't even know who will push open that door, yet he's willing to wait over 20 years in Wano. All to validate the legend. Dylan shook his head. Just watch. Once we stir them up, they'll only go deeper into hiding. That's their mission. They are waiting for their king, their god. The one who brings them hope. Tahir nodded, then looked up at Dylan. But the Goa Kingdom. Isn't it closely connected to Garp? And Windmill Village? Isn't he there recently? He plays his game, I play mine. I can't control him, and he can't control me either. The only thing to truly worry about is whether Red Hair can actually bring the Celestial Dragons into this. Logically, that would be difficult. The Celestial Dragons rarely descend to the 4 Blues, preferring to laze about on the Red Line. If they do come down, it's usually by invitation from some kingdom, or to flaunt their wealth at the Sabati archipelago. After some thought, Dylan took out his indigo Den Mushi. What is it? Regarding Red Hair, Dylan paused, then said, You remember the incident in the West Blue a few years ago? His behavior was highly erratic. I went to the Ice Continent, but was stopped by Red Hair for a rather terrifying reason. The bald Elder Star on the other end of the line furrowed his brow slightly. What reason? In their memory, this man was not one to be easily deterred. He said if I insisted on touching the things there, he would arrange for a certain celestial dragon to die at Green Bit, thus destroying Green Bit. How dare he? The voice on the other end was clearly shocked. Though they had a deal with Red Hair, they never imagined he would go to such lengths. So I suspect there may be problems within the celestial dragons themselves. If a celestial dragon truly died here, I doubt you could protect me, could you? Elders. After a moment of silence, a voice came through. Understood. We will designate the area around Green Bit as a danger zone. This should keep them away. And if such an event truly transpires, we will handle it appropriately. Only after receiving the Elder's promise did Dylan hang up. Though such a promise was hardly sufficient. The 5 Elders, after all, were nothing more than puppets of the Celestial Dragons. Before G5's ship even reached the Goa Kingdom, many people in Windmill Village had mysteriously vanished. Even their families and children had no idea where they had gone. This sparked panic throughout the town, with some whispering of man-eating demons, while others claimed a killer from the West Blue was lurking nearby. Others speculated that nocturnal beasts had descended from the nearby mountains. The entire village of Windmill was plunged into profound unease. Dayton is gone. The mountain bandits of Mount Kalubo exclaimed anxiously. It's true, Vice Admiral Garp. She vanished without a trace yesterday. Could it be? Some real demon has appeared. Garp looked puzzled. Went out hunting. The bandit shook his head. No. That's impossible. If she went hunting, she'd always tell us. This time she left without taking anything. As Garp was lost in thought, his adjutant suddenly recalled something, stepped closer, and whispered, could it be? She's afraid of G5. G5? Why would a retired old hag be afraid of G5? The adjutant glanced around and lowered his voice. Word from headquarters says G5 dispatched men to the Goa Kingdom to investigate Fire Fist, Ace's history, vowing to arrest anyone who sheltered him. Garp frowned. This didn't seem like Dylan's style. But in the next instant, realization dawned on him. His fists clenched tightly, then went limp with helplessness. Gazing toward Mount Kalubo, a wave of powerlessness washed over Garp. Dayton. So you were one of them all along. Then what about your feelings for Ace and Luffy? At that thought, Garp seemed to age years in an instant. Roger. What exactly did you arrange? And leave for those who came after? Curly Dayton had set out immediately upon catching wind that the G5 base was sending men to the Goa Kingdom. She didn't even notify the Dayton family, who had followed her for a lifetime. Vanishing alongside her were over a dozen others who had lived in Windmill Village for more than 20 years. Throughout her journey, Dayton was haunted by a nagging sense of unease. Yet she had checked repeatedly. There was no powerful presence nearby. No. There wasn't a single being with life force beyond that of an ordinary human. But the unease clung to her like a shadow never lifting. Who could it be? She changed her clothes and identity multiple times along the way, finally breathing a sigh of relief only upon reaching a nameless little nation ravaged by war. The feeling of being watched had vanished. Tired from the journey, Curly Dayton. Just as she stepped into the jungle, a voice echoed from a nearby riverbank. Dylan sat on a rock, observing the travel-worn, burly woman. You. Dayton's pupils contracted. In that instant she understood. This man had deliberately flushed them out. Surprised? I suppose so. You've been in hiding so long you've grown accustomed to it. Having your cover blown so suddenly must make rational thought difficult. I thought you'd resort to more threats to survive this crisis. Oh, and don't bother trying to send a message. This area has been sealed since you entered the woods. Den Den Mushy won't work. Dayton turned over her palm. The Den Den Mushy was indeed still dormant. Why are you doing this? You should have made the same choice as Garp. All these years in the East Blue. Enough. Dylan rose to his feet and drew Shura. Everything I've done in the East Blue was by my own will. It was my choice. Then what is your goal? Adams Dylan. Dayton had shed her initial panic. This man was certainly not a mere lapdog of the world government. That much was certain. So, perhaps she could try to persuade him. My goal. Dylan watched the now composed Curly Dayton and walked slowly toward her. My goal is to restore order to this world. Then we shouldn't be enemies. Curly Dayton said in a low, firm voice. Haven't the celestial dragons caused enough harm to this world? Overthrowing them, defeating them. Shouldn't that be our common goal? Dylan shook his head. Yes, the celestial dragons are my target, but only one of them. You are also my target. Why? We only wanted. Because your way of thinking is wrong, D. If you follow your ideology, even if you overthrew the celestial dragons, you'd merely repeat the tragedy of 800 years ago. You'd only drag this world into a vicious cycle again and again. Even if you toppled the world government, among your ranks new 20 kings and new celestial dragons would emerge. Even worse, with your foolish mindset, it wouldn't just be conflicts between nobles, royalty, and commoners. It would ignite wars between races. Curly Dayton was frozen, stunned by Dylan's words. No, it can't be. The prophecy. This world is about to welcome a new dawn. Is that your justification for upholding the world government? Can't you see their evil? Dylan had now closed the distance, standing mere meters away. He shook his head again. That is your second mistake. Shura had already left its sheath, a blood-red aura surging all around. The evil of the celestial dragons should not be ended by pirates, and this world will not be saved by pirates. You are nothing but savage destroyers who never consider how to rebuild after the ruin. The celestial dragons oppress and enslave this world. You would destroy it. Where's the difference? A world utterly devoid of order is certainly not what most people desire. Curly Dayton took the cigarette from her lips and tossed it to the ground. Seems we can't reach an agreement. But armament hockey enveloped her arms. You might not find it so easy to defeat me, Dark Dragon. Clang. Dylan's Shura clashed against the massive club in Curly Dayton's hands. Blue and crimson shockwaves exploded outward in all directions. Crack, crack. The surrounding trees groaned and splintered under the pressure. Not bad. Though the ground beneath Curly Dayton's feet was already caving in and her arms trembled violently, she held on with sheer grit. You're making a grave mistake. Oh, then let's make that mistake even deeper. For instance, Shiro pressed slowly toward Curly Dayton. Once I find Monkey D. Luffy, I'll kill him with my own hands. You, swish. The shock to her mind caused a lapse in focus and her defenses wavered. As she felt her body grow numb, Curly Dayton's lips quivered faintly. Dylan stood over her divided body, looking down at her. The foster mother roleplay is over. Dayton's Viver card is burning. Who is it? Red Hair's hand trembled slightly as he held the Den Den Mushi. G5. After calming the rage and grief within him, Red Hair picked up the Den Den Mushi once more. Still in the East Blue, Dylan took out his Den Den Mushi and smirked at the scarred one in his hand. Have you hidden them well? If you insist on doing this, then I. Red Hair's voice was lower and more furious than ever before. You want to fight to the bitter end? Perhaps I do. Dylan leaned closer to the receiver. The fish may die, but the net will certainly remain intact. Besides, before the new dawn arrives, before Joy Boy returns to his throne, are you willing to die? On the other end of the line, Red Hair's body went rigid. After a long silence, a resolute glint appeared in Red Hair's eyes. Indeed I am not. But if you continue to harm them, I will take necessary measures, such as threatening to destroy Green Bit again. The air fell into dead silence as if Red Hair had tacitly admitted it. Dylan, noticing the contorting look in Red Hair's eyes, said, Do you think you're the only one who knows the celestial dragons? As it happens, I know a few as well. And what's more, they hold quite high status. Oh, and they all share one common trait, lechery. Red Hair was momentarily puzzled, but remained silent. He believed the safety of Green Bit was one of Dark Dragon's leverage points. He would never easily abandon that place. Among them, some fancy married women, some prefer young maidens, and some are drawn to elegant middle-aged ladies. How fortunate, Red Hair, that I happen to know of 2 such women. Red Hair was stunned for a moment, then seemed to recall something. Boom. A surge of mighty conqueror's haki erupted, causing ordinary crew members nearby to collapse unconscious. You? Dylan, sensing his fury, grew even more delighted. One is a bar owner in the East Blue about to give birth. The other is a world-renowned teen idol singer. If I were to recommend them, don't you think the celestial dragons would be pleased? What say you, Red Hair? Red Hair's body shook violently. Had the call not been ongoing, the Den Den Mushi in his hand would have been crushed to dust by now. Seeing Red Hair's eyes turn feral, Dylan was in high spirits. You see, as long as one is human, one has weaknesses. I have mine, and you have yours. But as it stands, your weakness seems far more fatal. So how about a gamble? You go destroy Green Bit. As for me. Enough. Red Hair's gaze had returned to calm, but the chill in his eyes was palpable. Adams, Dylan. Once I have fulfilled my mission, I will personally end you. Very well. But until then, I must remind you. Hide yourself well, or else. You might not live to see the dawn. The Den Den Mushi closed its eyes, and Dylan was in an excellent mood. So you're not entirely devoid of desires after all. Red Hair shanks. A newsbird flew overhead, Dylan waved, and a newspaper dropped down. After flipping to a page and verifying some information, he looked into the distance with a smile curling on his lips. In just 5 days, we've lost 8 guardians and 21 guides consecutively. Except for a few special ones, all our connections in the Goa Kingdom have been completely severed. Was it all his doing? Uncertain, as no word has leaked out. But it should be him. Across the 4 seas. Leave only the essential personnel to guard the guidance, and have everyone else head to the Grand Line. That is more dangerous. You know he has more eyes and greater power there. Shanks pondered for a moment, then nodded. True, but we are running out of options. Adams, Dylan has become the biggest variable, and we must ensure his growth. Perhaps our arrangements in some places have already fallen behind, so we must start making amends now. Are you certain? You know that once certain people surface, it will alert the world government. I am certain. I have a premonition that when he appears in this world again, Adams, Dylan will surely strike at him with all his might. And we must ensure we can hold back Adams, Dylan without him noticing. And the location? The Sabaody Archipelago. Understood. With Dayton's disappearance, Garp had aged considerably. Along the way, he didn't even touch his favorite donuts. Back at Marineford, the silent Garp stood, gazing at the flag overhead for a long time. Garp, Sengoku, clad in his beach shorts, walked over and patted his old friend's shoulder, seeing his dejected state. Buddha Sengoku had deduced much from the scant intelligence available. Are you feeling regret, Garp? No. Garp shook his head, and the 2 white-haired old men sat down on the ground. The Marines around them gave them a wide berth. Sengoku, I have no regrets for anything I've done, because after all, I'm just a useless old man. Seeing Garp so dispirited, Sengoku fell silent. Over 30 years ago, Garp and Roger had joined forces to defeat Rox, earning Garp the title of Hero of the Marines. Yet Garp harbored deep shame over it. After Roger claimed the throne, Garp also sheltered Roger's bloodline. What entanglements lay beneath all this Sengoku did not know. But from Garp's face Sengoku could see profound loss and loneliness. During this summit war, except for Sakazuki and a few radical officers who relentlessly targeted Straw Hat, everyone else was wary of Garp's position, including himself, and even that young man known for his ruthlessness. The appearance of Straw Hat Luffy had made the Marines look utterly foolish during this summit war. Though they ultimately claimed victory, it also caused a massive rift. Kazan left, he stepped down, and Zephyr practically retired as well. Among the new generation of Marines, there was no one capable of upholding formidable combat strength. The one bright new star was on the verge of turning against them. Gion and Tokicake had the seniority, but lacked the strength to assume the Admiral position. In the end, the Marines had to resort to a worldwide conscription to exceptionally promote Fujitora and Green Bull. At this thought, even though he had stepped down nearly a year ago, Sengoku let out a long sigh inwardly. Where is the Marines heading? The first auction in Green Bit proceeded with exceptional smoothness. Yet there were many aspects that displeased Dylan. For instance, the majority of the alloys were monopolized by a single buyer. Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro. This money-obsessed man claimed to possess over 20% of the world's berries. He could manipulate the celestial dragons and issue orders through the world government. Given the notoriety of the Dark Dragon, the people of Grand Tesoro, despite monopolizing most of the alloys at high prices, did not behave arrogantly as they usually did. Even when departing, they humbly expressed a welcome for Vice Admiral Dark Dragon to visit Grand Tesoro for a vacation with all expenses covered. Grand Tesoro. Dylan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk. As for Tesoro himself, he was not exactly a great villain. But neither was he a good man. A pitiful figure twisted by hatred. Given our current pricing, if we raise the prices, others will be deterred, and our goal of prospering Green Bit will fail. If we keep the prices unchanged, the Golden Emperor's financial power and his methods of amassing wealth will likely lead to this situation every time. Faced with this predicament, Tahir seemed unconcerned. Clearly, this Golden Emperor was using this method to invite Dylan to his Grand Tesoro. What needed to be determined now was Dylan's stance. With their strength, destroying Grand Tesoro would not be difficult. In fact, even their senior officers wouldn't need to intervene. Some among the new recruits would be sufficient to erase Grand Tesoro from existence. Was it instigated by the neighbor? The neighbor of Green Bit, the kingdom of Dressrosa? Not sure, but I don't think so. After all, that person's goal is to destroy Mary Geos. Pushing you into opposition with the world government so soon doesn't align with his long-term objectives, nor does he strike me as that foolish. Indeed, Doflamingo's vision and ambition should not be so shallow. It seemed to be the Golden Emperor's own initiative. Just as Dylan was deep in thought, the gray din mushy on the table rang. The face of a CP0 agent appeared on the din mushy. One of our superiors wishes to see you. A superior? Dylan frowned. As far as he knew, the only one in CP0 who could be called a superior was Rob Lucci. But Dylan believed that either there was another organization above CP0, like CP1A, or Rob Lucci was not the highest combat force within CP0. After all, CP0 was meant to counter the Revolutionary Army. With Rob Lucci's skills, he probably couldn't even last a round against Dragon. Let him come up. Had the world government detected something about Tesoro's actions? Seeing the silent din mushy that hadn't been hung up, Dylan leaned forward slightly. Are you asking me to go visit him? After a brief silence, the voice on the other end came again. He's on his way. More than 10 minutes later, a man in white robes and a mask appeared in Dylan's office. Dylan scoffed at the man. Could you be a bit more careful with your disguise? Walking around with a big pigeon. Are you afraid no one will recognize you? Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci's body visibly stiffened, then he removed the mask. I heard you received an invitation from Grand Tesoro. I am ordered to go there to carry out a mission. The 5 elders command you to cooperate with me. Dylan reclined in his chair looking at Rob Lucci, without responding or refusing. Is there a problem? After a moment, Rob Lucci couldn't help but ask. A steel ball materialized in Dylan's palm, floating above it. Lightning crackled around the ball, the friction between the electricity and the air sizzling audibly. Rob Lucci's pupils narrowed slightly. During the Summit War, someone had witnessed Dylan use this very technique to instantly kill the 7th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Lackgay. I'll give you one chance to rephrase yourself. Faced with Dylan's dominance and pressure, Rob Lucci's lips twitched, but in the end, he didn't utter anything like CP supersedes the Navy. Before coming, he had indeed requested the 5 elders to have the nearest and strongest Dark Dragon atoms Dylan assist in the operation, but the 5 elders' attitude was strange. They simply nodded and said that Rob Lucci could discuss it with Dylan himself. This was unprecedented. The world government's focus on Grand Tesoro was no less than that on the most powerful nations. After all, the wealth controlled by Grand Tesoro was staggering. Yet, even for such a mission, the 5 elders had not issued a mandatory order, nor had they personally commanded the Navy headquarters or the G5 branch. I am ordered to deal with Gran Tesoro and hope to obtain the cooperation of the G5 branch. Wrong answer. The steel ball transformed into a streak of light and stopped right before Rob Lucci's forehead. Transformed into his leopard form, Lucci swallowed hard as he stared at the lightning-wreathed steel ball. Remember, I am the one in charge. How to handle him and how to handle Gran Tesoro. That's my decision. Understood. Understood. Dylan stood up, recalled the steel ball, gestured to Tahir, and then said to Rob Lucci, change your outfit. Are you afraid people won't recognize you as CP0? Gran Tesoro, a colossal ship 10 kilometers long perpetually adrift in the midsection of the New World. Because its owner Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro possessed unparalleled wealth and secretly controlled dozens of nations through money, the world government had designated it an absolute sanctuary that could not be recklessly touched. Of course, in Dylan's view, this was merely the world government's excuse for keeping Guild Tesoro in check. A fat pig, after all, is best fattened before slaughter to maximize profit. And Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro seemed utterly unaware of this, his behavior growing increasingly overreaching. Rob Lucci's arrival proved that the world government's harvest had begun. When Dylan arrived at the port of Gran Tesoro aboard a G5 warship, a massive band and welcoming party lined both sides of the dock. Dylan glanced at the CP0 agent behind him. He had changed into casual clothes with a raccoon-shaped mask, departing from the usual CP organization attire. This kind of scene is almost unheard of. Even when royal families visit, they receive only a standard welcome. Celestial dragons rarely come here. After all, this area is already considered a danger zone. He was still the same. One glance, and he knew what I was about to ask. A truly perfect straight man. Welcome, welcome. Master Tesoro is preparing an unprecedented grand concert, so I shall be the one to receive you all. A sultry voice rang out from the welcoming party, and a seductive red-haired beauty stepped forth from the crowd. Vice Admiral Dark Dragon, what an honor. The beauty strode forward, arms outstretched as if to offer Dylan a warm embrace. Humph. Dylan let out a cold snort. Beside him, Tahir smiled gently and raised a single finger. The approaching woman shuddered, then clutched her chest in agony. This is my heart's flame, Tahir said, walking past the red-haired beauty as he followed Dylan. He offered her a tender smile. For the time being, miss, I must ask you to keep your emotions in check. Otherwise, something unpleasant might occur. Fear, anger, greed, hatred. None of these are allowed. Of course, joy and excitement are also forbidden. As Dylan's group moved away, the red-haired beauty's chest began to take on an eerie purple hue. Hearing Tahir's voice, the red-haired beauty quickly suppressed her inner thoughts. As her mind calmed, the piercing pain in her chest as if stabbed by a sword finally began to subside. Sky Fox. Tahir. Dylan paid no heed to the woman who had nearly lost her life behind him. Baccarat, a user of the luck fruit. She could absorb others' fortune through physical contact. Dylan had no desire to be entangled with such a power that bordered on causality. Since it was the infamous luck fruit, it surely possessed its own unique strength. Luck. I may not need good fortune, but I certainly don't want misfortune clinging to me. Tahir walked beside Dylan with a smile, yet his mind was calculating. This renowned Golden Emperor, is he truly this reckless? The luck fruit, not many know of it, but not few either. G5 definitely belongs to those who do. So what was Tesoro's intention in sending this woman to try and touch Dylan? Glancing sideways at the CP0 agent and Rob Lucci, Tahir followed Dylan onto the reception party's sightseeing car. The sightseeing car rolled along slowly. Dylan sat in the second row, eyes half closed, seemingly uninterested in the scenery and extravagant architecture around him. It was Tahir and the two CP agents who carefully observed their surroundings. Gran Tesoro was indeed extraordinary. Even Rob Lucci, who had once served at Mary Geos, marveled at the opulence and ostentation. But soon a wave of contempt surged within him. Shallow fool. With that thought, Rob Lucci cast a glance toward Dylan ahead. That man also possessed staggering wealth, yet his style was vastly different from Guild Tesoro's. One flaunts his riches for all to see, the other forges his wealth into power hidden from the public eye. He commands the Navy's strongest branch. G5 is the crownless king of the Green Bit Kingdom, the sovereign of the Chia Kingdom, and the true boss of Water 7. But Rob Lucci believed this was by no means all of his strength. He must hold even more cards in his hand, such as certain kingdoms in the East Blue. Though at past Levelly conferences some East Blue kingdoms had openly spoken in his favor, Rob Lucci suspected those very places might not be his true territory. His domain would be the places they would naturally overlook, or the places they deemed impossible. Where could it be? Rob Lucci fell into deep thought. We have arrived, esteemed guests. Though Tahir had struck Baccarat at the pier, the replacement receptionist maintained a full professional smile. Please follow me. Master Tesoro has arranged the most honored seats for you all. As they entered the luxurious VIP passage behind the receptionist, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. The scent was refreshing and even had a slight calming effect. Dylan glanced at the CP0 agent. It's a crystal from an animal from the South Blue, the fragrant deer. Extremely precious, its value rivals that of sea stone. The CP0 agent took a sniff then nodded. No problem. See that? That's what you call professionalism. On both sides of the VIP corridor stood rows of beauties in varied attire. Each time Dylan passed, they would bow gently and offer a subtle smile, neither distant nor fawning. After traversing the corridor and boarding an elevator, Dylan's party arrived at the highest viewing platform of the venue. Here the attendants were no longer the dazzling array of beauties below, but rather more ordinary women. The leading receptionist smiled demurely. Knowing that Sky Fox, Vice Admiral, was coming, we specially dismissed those vulgar women. After all, Sky Fox, Tahir, was the universally acknowledged most beautiful being in the world. This number one included men, women, fishmen. In short, all humanoid beings. Settling onto the sofa, Dylan looked down and saw the opening dance had already begun. But such things held no interest for Dylan. He closed his eyes again to rest while the attendant beside him remained composed, timing the replacement of warm drinks. After about half an hour, as Dylan's expression began to show signs of impatience, the lights of the entire venue suddenly blazed to life. A massive circular stage slowly rose. Welcome everyone. Tonight's concert is unprecedented and specially prepared. A magnetic voice resonated from the center of the stage. Guild Tesoro stood there in resplendent attire, microphone in hand. All the spotlights converged upon him. Aunt, Lord Tesoro. Waves of cheers erupted, and some female fans fainted outright. Then, allow me first to dedicate a song to my esteemed guests. Passionate music surged, and the crowd in the stands grew even more frenzied. Guild Tesoro did not announce the song's title, but as the lyrics flowed out, a hint of puzzlement crept across the audience's faces. It was a ballad praising heroes. This was completely at odds with Guild Tesoro's usual style. But soon the crowd shrugged it off and plunged into wild revelry. After all, it was him, the great Lord Guild Tesoro, so brilliantly talented. He could master any musical style. How strange. Before Dylan could even ask, the CP0 agent muttered to himself. According to records, his style has always been melodious and gentle, with themes mostly praising love and such. Though he occasionally performs upbeat or lively tunes, a theme like this is a first. Rob Lucci and the CP0 agent instinctively looked toward Dylan. From their vantage point, no guest in this venue could be more honored than them, and praising heroes suited Dylan's identity perfectly. Was he trying to convey some hidden meaning? After the rousing performance of the hero's anthem, Guild Tesoro's musical style returned to a more familiar territory. He began to sing of love, expressing a profound longing for the beauties of life. However, Tahir, seated beside Dylan, furrowed his brow slightly. This man's emotions were exceedingly strange. Although he was not a singer himself, Tahir felt that Guild Tesoro's emotional fluctuations were far too extreme. Some notes even contained barely perceptible wavering. Dylan had to admit that the man's singing was indeed captivating, and their position allowed the song's full splendor to reach them perfectly. As the hour-long performance concluded, Guild Tesoro bowed to the audience. The performance ends here. Please enjoy the various entertainments on offer. All purchases today are 20 off. Amidst the roaring cheers, Guild Tesoro winked in a specific direction. The casino, of course, is excluded. As the lights brightened and the crowd savored the lingering melody, a nearby waiter turned to Dylan and said, "Honored guest Mr. Tesoro invites you to join him for a meal." Dylan rose, stretched, and followed the waiter out. In the grand golden banquet hall, over 100 dishes of ostentatious luxury were laid out. Guild Tesoro, having changed clothes, stood behind the table, a smile spreading across his face as he watched the four enter. "Vice Admiral Ankiku, I never truly expected you to come." Dylan glanced at the dishes, walked to the opposite side of the table, but did not sit. "Enough. Why did you use such tedious methods to summon me here? My time is precious, as you well know." Seemingly oblivious to Dylan's foul mood, Guild Tesoro picked up a wine glass, swirled it, and said, "One should learn to enjoy life, especially after acquiring sufficient power and wealth." After a delicate sip, Guild Tesoro glanced at the two CP agents flanking Dylan before returning his gaze to him. "Your wealth is equally astonishing, yet you squander it on useless pursuits. What a pity. So what do you say? Shall we join forces? My authority, your strength, and our combined wealth could secure a far superior life. We could purchase everything in this world. Beauty's fine wine, lands, kingdoms. Even becoming a celestial dragon is within reach." "Oh, are you breaking up with Doflamingo? He'd be heartbroken if he knew." Guild Tesoro set down his glass with an air of indifference and stood. "The heavenly Yiksha. He's merely a cast-out celestial dragon. In terms of power, I have better people at my disposal. In terms of strength, he's hardly top tier. Partnerships are built on equal footing, are they not? Spare me your nonsense. I have no interest in partnering with you." Dylan pressed a finger onto the massive golden table, which instantly melted. "Your people are not welcome in Greenbit. With that, Dylan turned and strode towards the exit. Rob Lucci hesitated for a moment, but recalling their earlier conversation, silently followed. It seems I'll have to choose another time. Not welcome. And what about the celestial dragons? Seeing Dylan halt at the doorway, Guild Tesoro chuckled. After Marineford's relocation, the Sabaody archipelago has become a lawless land. The celestial dragons are terribly bored up there. I was planning to suggest connecting my Grand Tesoro with your green bit. With the strongest marine base, G5, providing protection, we could create the world's most luxurious and secure entertainment hub. A sharp intake of breath. A blur vanished from its spot. The next instant it appeared before Guild Tesoro. Clang. Ha ha, just as the legends say. A hasty and ferocious one, aren't you? A golden shield materialized in front of Guild Tesoro. Dylan's fist struck it, causing it to buckle violently, the concave surface stopping a mere hair's breadth from his nose. Your strength is surely more than this. I know of your exploits at the Summit War. You see, there's so much money can buy. So, if you refuse, that's fine too. I'll just take green bit for myself. Thud. A dull metallic thud echoed. Guild Tesoro, now fully coated in gold, was sent crashing into the wall. So you really do resort to violence. From the smoke, Guild Tesoro wiped the blood from his lip with his thumb, then licked it clean. The golden floor and pillars began to shift. Gold bomb. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted and sections of the palace burst apart simultaneously. The chain of explosions separated Dylan from the CP agents and Tyre. Within the thick smoke, countless fine golden particles floated in the air. Gold waterfall. Thud. A heavy impact. The gold covering Guild Tesoro's body was completely warped by Dylan's punch. But his distorted form began to frantically absorb the surrounding gold. The entire Grand Tesoro groaned in agony. The golden structures disintegrated, surging towards Guild Tesoro from all directions. So this is the awakening of a paramecia type. Dylan rolled his neck, gazing up at the 100-meter-tall golden giant before him. Piloting a mech is a man's romance, but a body like this. Storm clouds swirled in the sky, forming a massive core of tempest. The golden giant Guild Tesoro stood unafraid. Boom. A lightning bolt dozens of meters thick struck down, forcing the entire Grand Tesoro to sink significantly into the sea from the impact. Is just a target. Drip. Drop. The surface of Guild Tesoro's golden giant began to show signs of melting from the scorching lightning strike. Large streams of molten gold started to fall to the ground. Guild Tesoro seemed not to notice. Gold hellfire. A colossal fist wreathed in molten gold flames slammed down towards Dylan. Boom. The once magnificent and opulent palace was instantly reduced to rubble. Hit. Guild Tesoro felt the impact through the giant's fist, his eyes holding a mix of excitement and disappointment. I hit nothing but air. Dylan hovered in the sky, opposite the golden giant. Taking this attack wouldn't be hard, but I often wonder, why take an attack you can simply dodge? What's the logic in that? Like some King Kong gun or King Kong rifle. Why take it to the face? Isn't that the last resort? Isn't it better to dodge, wait for your strength to wane, and then finish you off easily? Forcing a beam clash is hype, but also foolish. The golden giant's expression froze for a moment, then erupted into earth-shaking laughter. Well said. Golden hellfire inferno. Boom. 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 The golden giant's fists rained down furiously towards Dylan's direction, causing the entire Grand Tesoro to tremble. Residents and tourists had long since scattered in panic. Amidst the distant ruins, Rob looked at the swirling dust, contemplating a sneak attack to finish off Guild Tesoro once and for all. But just as he was about to move, Tahir, standing not far from him, suddenly spoke. I advise against it. That would be an insult to our commander. The moment the words fell, purple flames materialized out of thin air before Rob Lucci. Skyfox. Tahir. This man capable of suppressing Phoenix Marco. Whether it's him or Raging Sea Tom or Rain Shiryu, they all obey only Dark Dragon Adams Dylan. There were even rumors that they only accepted the Marines' ranks for convenience. Taking a deep breath, Rob Lucci said in a low voice to the CP0 beside him, go find the location where Guild Tesoro has hidden his wealth. After the CP0 duo left, Tahir stood in place, watching the distant battle with a slight frown. Golden Emperor. Deliberately provoking Dylan, is he seeking death? It seems this man is fully aware of his own situation. Let's settle this once and for all. Golden Divine Punishment. Countless streams of gold shot into the air, morphing into warhead shapes, flying towards Dylan. Sensing something, Dylan's expression turned slightly serious. Since that's the case, I shall grant your wish. Watching the incoming projectiles, Dylan drew the Shura, which had remained sheathed until now. Since Severance, 10 Kings of Hell. A magnificent wave of slashing blade energy erupted. Despite bearing the name, Yama, the slash held no hint of gloom, but instead was filled with overwhelming heavenly might and righteous aura. The moment they intersected, the thousands of warheads were sliced apart. And sliced again. Not only were their physical forms destroyed, but even the kinetic force within them was severed. Countless golden dust particles drifted in the air. The giant, drained by golden divine punishment, had vanished. Guild Tesoro lay on the ground, gazing at the sky. Dylan landed before him, looking at the smiling golden emperor. What was your purpose in doing this? Simply seeking death. And of course, to see you. See me? Dylan leaned on the Shura. He could sense the desire for death. But the part about seeing him was puzzling. Even though this body was indeed handsome, that didn't mean the world's richest man could buy him. Guild Tesoro pulled a coin from his chest and rubbed it. To see if you can bring this world back to a state of beauty. That old coin, with a face value so small, it was negligible, seemed like a precious treasure. Guild Tesoro stroked it with such care. After placing the coin back into his breast pocket, Guild Tesoro looked at Dylan and spoke. Kill me. Adams. Dylan. There's no meaning in that for me. Dylan frowned. Killing this man wouldn't cause major problems, but he didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. Too many problems were truly a headache. Consider it a transaction. Guild Tesoro said, his gaze utterly calm. As for the reward, it was already sent to G5 before you set sail. Reward? What could this man have besides money? An unregulated flood of too much money into the market would cause inflation. That was useless to him. It would only add another burden to his back. Please help me. I don't want. Guild Tesoro watched Rob Lucci flying towards them, using moonwalk. To become a slave again. Rob Lucci observed Guild Tesoro lying on the ground in the distance. He had obtained it, his wealth, but he also needed to bring the man back. The power to control gold and his exceptional business acumen. SSHHK. The Shura pierced through Guild Tesoro's heart. Blood instantly spilled from the corners of Guild Tesoro's lips. Ruthless, yet unexpectedly gentle. Dark Dragon Adams. Dylan. Although the blade of the Shura had pierced his heart, it had avoided the position of the coin. Blood flowed from both sides of his body, and a wave of fatigue washed over Guild Tesoro's heart. Beautiful homeland, blooming flowers, beloved maiden. Guild Tesoro softly and laboriously hummed a simple, unremarkable tune. In his vision, a blonde woman with a worried expression appeared in the sky. But as if hearing his song, the worry on her face dissipated. That's truly beautiful. Tesoro. Blood spread across the ground, and Guild Tesoro's expression was one of contentment and joy. His lips trembled slightly, emitting a barely audible sound. Thank you. Bang. Rob Lucci landed beside Dylan. Guild Tesoro's life force had completely vanished. You? Rob Lucci started to speak, but immediately swallowed his words. The killing intent radiating from Dylan was nearly materializing. Even he felt an inexplicable terror at this moment. After a glance at Guild Tesoro's corpse on the ground, Dylan turned and walked away carrying the Shura. Rob Lucci stood rooted to the spot, his expression grim. The mission was only half successful. Watching Dylan disappear into the distance, Rob Lucci felt a surge of confusion. Why was he so angry? Was it merely because he was attacked by Guild Tesoro? Or was it because Guild Tesoro had toyed with him? The dead held no value. Rob Lucci glanced at the corpse, then recalled the aura a dark dragon had just unleashed. What use is money? Power is everything. Back on the warship, lying on a deck chair, gazing at the sky. That man. Did you know him? Only after sensing that Dylan's aura had calmed did Tahir sit by the ship's railing and chat with him. Somewhat, Dylan narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course he knew of Guild Tesoro's past, and the story between him and the woman named Stella. A slave living in confusion and wandering. Oppressed by what had once shattered his mind, unable to resist. He held an almost paranoid obsession with money and wealth, yet in turn he was enslaved by it. Was it his fault? He bore some blame. But the root cause? Dylan looked at the sea, his gaze crossing mountains and oceans. Reaching that sacred land unreachable by mortals. The celestial dragons. Upon returning to G5, Tom carried a large box into Dylan's office. This was delivered by Guild Tesoro's men after you set sail. With that, Tom set down the box and turned to leave. Dylan walked over, opened the box for a glance, and immediately snapped it shut. That man. It was only then that he understood the true meaning of those words. See if you can bring this world back to a beautiful state. So this was the treasure he had so meticulously hoarded. Letting out a sigh, Dylan stored the box away into his ring. A month later, Dylan received new intelligence. Many unfamiliar faces have been appearing across the Sabaody archipelago and its surroundings. We haven't made direct contact, but by tracking their movements, they seem to be converging from the Four Blues. Tahil flipped through his documents. Notably, some appear to be connected to the former Roger Pirates, while others are likely linked to that group in the East Blue. What about Rayleigh, Shaki, Crocus, Gabon, and Silka? Tahil shook his head. No trace of them. Given their caliber, it's unlikely our scouts could even get close. After listening to Tahil's report, Dylan fell into deep thought. No word had come from the East Blue, which meant they had not gone there. It seems they had become wary of the East Blue as well. since they've withdrawn from the East Blue and relocated the majority to the Grand Line. At this point, Dylan couldn't help but feel troubled. In truth, his control over the Grand Line was far less extensive and profound than Shanks imagined. Power along this sea that encircles the world was deeply entangled. Despite having established a foothold here for nearly a decade, his grip was far weaker than it was in the East Blue. No, rather the strength he commanded was nowhere near his expectations. There was only a little over a year left until the so-called New Dawn, and he had to move faster. What about that giant, the one recruited last time? Salpa D. Oblong. As per your orders, he's still undergoing training under Zephyr and hasn't been assigned to a specific combat unit. Giants, dwarves, minks, fishmen. G5 has already acquired a portion of other races. No, that's not quite right either. Apart from the Tontata tribe, the rest are individuals, not entire clans. And as for the Tontata, according to Gansho, they are merely one branch of the dwarven race, not representative of all dwarves. With Zephyr, Tom, and you here at the base, I'll have the other combat units set sail to compete with Teach for the former Whitebeard pirates' territory. Keep it measured. Once we've expanded enough, establish a new kingdom. Don't put everything under Green Bit's name. Understood. Dylan stared at the map. Wano country. Its location was simply too far. Last time he had taken advantage of Kaido's absence to retrieve Otama, but now Kaido was almost perpetually entrenched on Onigashima. A full-scale assault on Wano was clearly unrealistic, and even if he were to launch a solo strike, defeating Kaido quickly was far from guaranteed. And the other emperors, upon catching wind of such a move, would inevitably rush to Wano for whatever reason, or launch a surprise attack on G5. Big Mom, who was on good terms with Kaido, Red Hair, who was dedicated to maintaining balance and waiting for Joy Boy's rise, and the opportunist Teach. Even if they weren't going to help Kaido, the mere possibility of them showing up to scavenge for scraps meant that facing all of them at once was not an option. Furthermore, the Uranus, hidden within the sea of clouds above Wano, could very well be exposed to their prying eyes. That didn't align with his interests. Uranus, an ancient weapon concealed in the skies above Wano. It requires some kind of external power to be driven, and Zanesha, that beast, its original purpose might have been to bear Uranus. During his last visit to Wano, Dylan could only faintly sense something within the sea of clouds, but the clouds were saturated with high-purity seastone, preventing him from investigating further. Moreover, besides the one red road poneglyph in Kaido's possession, Wano likely concealed the final red road poneglyph as well. After all, the Kazuki family were the stonemasons who carved the poneglyphs for the D clan. They not only mastered the reading and writing of the ancient language, but also the creation method of the poneglyphs. Although the creation method has been lost, and the reading and writing were lost after Odin's death, considering the historical connections, Wano was highly likely to be the location of the final road poneglyph. Its extremely harsh weather and the perilous geography, which even the world government found troublesome, made it a perfect hiding place for a road poneglyph. Among the known road poneglyphs, one is on Zo, one was on Fishman Island, one is held by Big Mom, and one is held by Kaido. Although the one on Fishman Island has been moved, it can be deduced that road poneglyphs differ from both the blue and gray poneglyphs. They are all likely placed in strategically important, dangerous locations on the Grand Line. Furthermore, they are entrusted to clans that have forged some sort of pact with the D clan. This perfectly matches the identities of the Minks, Fishman Island, and the land of the samurai. The question now is whether the road poneglyph in Big Mom's possession is the one originally housed on Fishman Island, and whether the one Kaido holds was taken from the flower capital. If there's an overlap, then one remains unknown, or perhaps the poneglyph, once on Fishman Island, was taken and kept safe by Whitebeard during his time as its protector. This can be inferred from Whitebeard's hopes for the new era and Marco's steadfast guardianship of Whitebeard's homeland. The one on Fishman Island probably doesn't overlap with Big Mom's. After all, her people frequently visited Fishman Island. If she were to move it, she wouldn't have passed up a stone inscribed with Joy Boy's apology. After organizing his thoughts, Dylan picked up a Den Mushi. Have you found the person I'm looking for? A face of an albatross appeared on the other end. Found him. No leaks. Morgans nodded. None. I personally vetted this information. I know one else was involved. Send me the exact location through the channel I provided. All right. After hanging up on Morgans, Dylan picked up a blue Den Mushi. I need a special pardon. The bald Elder Star frowned. A pardon? For a criminal and impelled down. Yes, but not exactly. He's already escaped. The bald Elder Star pondered for a moment before replying, fine. But you must be certain you can control him. Whoever he is. Of course. If I can't handle him, I'll kill him myself. Consider it fulfilling my duty as a Marine. Marineford. Upon arriving at the headquarters, out of respect for his position and basic courtesy towards Sakazuki, Dylan did not fly directly up. He landed in the plaza and followed the standard entry procedure to report in before meeting Sakazuki. What a rare guest, little Dylan. A sultry voice sounded from behind him. A tall, alluring woman stepped to Dylan's side from the flank. Here, to see Sakazuki. It seems something major is about to happen. After the Paramount War, Dylan's visits to Marineford had become even rarer than before. Even though the current leader was Sakazuki, whose style was closer to his own, Dylan still inevitably felt a degree of resistance and aversion towards the headquarters. So in the nearly year since then, including this visit, Dylan had only come to headquarters twice. Guillaume speaking so loudly might just expose my battle plans. Intelligence networks. The entire sea was almost transparent. No one could be entirely sure there wasn't an enemy agent beside them. The Marines soared the world government's CP, the Charlotte family's power, Morgan's influence, and countless others. These things couldn't be fully guarded against. Unless one were like his intelligence network in the East Blue. He distinctly sensed a change in the heart rate of someone nearby, but Dylan didn't call it out. Since Morgan's had given his assurance, the problem shouldn't be significant. Besides, that man wasn't someone just anyone could provoke. Guillaume and Dylan walked side by side onto the elevator platform. Dylan glanced at the Kenpyra at her waist. Guillaume, I heard you're a world-renowned Grandmaster swordsman. Why not crossblades with Hawkeye? Hearing Dylan call her Guillaume over and over, she finally couldn't hold back. Hey, I'm telling you, little Dylan, you can't just keep calling me that. I'm still a woman in my prime. You'll make my missions so much harder. Thanks to her beauty, she could often complete her missions with ease. If little Dylan spread that title around, every pirate on the sea would know she was an older woman. All that fighting was just such a hassle. Seeing the smile at the corner of Dylan's mouth, Guillaume finally realized this little rascal was deliberately provoking her. I am a Marine. Protecting the sea is my duty. Titles like Grandmaster mean nothing to me. And besides, Guillaume turned her head to glance at the Shura at Dylan's waist. I haven't seen you go challenge that Mihawk fellow to a duel either. Though Dylan wasn't purely a swordsman, his swordsmanship was renowned across the sea. The debate over whether his skill or Hawkeye's was superior remained a constant controversy. Hearing Guillaume's response, Dylan nodded. Indeed, many in the Marines were masters of the sword, yet no one engaged in pointless duels or battles over such trivial honors. Take Borsellino for instance. His swordsmanship might not overpower Rayleigh, but it could at least match him. And there were rumors that in his youth, before acquiring the Magu Magu no Mi, Sakazuki was also a renowned swordsman. The two chatted idly, and upon reaching the top floor, Dylan waved goodbye to Guillaume and headed towards Sakazuki's office. Guillaume stood in place for a few moments, watching him before turning and walking towards Vice Admiral Tsuru's office. As Dylan neared the office, the guards at the door saluted him before entering the Admiral's office through a side door. They promptly returned to the front and opened the main door. Vice Admiral Dylan, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki will see you now. Entering Sakazuki's office, he found him biting a cigar while holding a stack of documents. He glanced up at Dylan before setting the files down. What is it? In his mind, he and Dylan were both hawkish men of action, a stark contrast to certain old men who spent their days sipping tea and eating rice crackers. They weren't the type to run around just for tea or seafood either. Being Fleet Admiral seems quite taxing, Sakazuki. Sakazuki looked at Dylan with slight surprise. You sound like Sengoku now. That's not a good habit. Dylan laughed heartily and shifted into a more comfortable posture before speaking. I've come to request an order. An order? Sakazuki furrowed his brow. Ordinary orders wouldn't require direct contact between the two of them. The subordinates could handle that. Moreover, G5's autonomy had reached its peak since he took office, making it almost an independent entity. For him to come personally rather than report via Den Den Mushi, it had to be an extraordinary matter. War. Seeing magma begin to form on Sakazuki's hand, Dylan quickly waved his own. No, it's a special. Recruitment request. I've already greased the wheels with the higher-ups, but I also need to respect your authority as Fleet Admiral, so I've come to ask you directly. Hearing this, the magma on Sakazuki's hand slowly receded. Honestly, why are you always so eager for battle? If pirates were truly wiped out, who knows, we might be slapped with some charge and locked up or executed. Impel Down, with its 5 or 6 levels, had plenty of empty cells now. It could easily hold 100 or so disobedient Marine officers. A soldier's duty is simply this. Sakazuki lit another cigar with his finger and sat opposite Dylan. Sometimes Dylan couldn't understand why Sakazuki's head was so hard. By all rights, Garp should have had the power to kill him during the Paramount War, but he never backed down, stubbornly shouting ace back to his death. He even intended to outright execute the Sun God. He couldn't have missed how Borsellino shot the key instead of the head. Nor could he have missed how Sengoku fought everyone else with full force, but merely went through the motions against the Sun God. And Garp being knocked off the execution platform by the Sun God was utterly absurd. The whole world knew how high the risk of killing the Sun God was for the Marines at that time. Yet he of all people did it. He dove straight for the tower, giving no time for development at all. You're thinking about the Paramount War, aren't you? Sakazuki blew out a thick plume of smoke, unconcerned with the question mark forming over Dylan's head. Someone has to do these things. Sakazuki shook his head. Kazan. He and I never saw eye to eye because of the O'Hara incident, but I am a soldier. A soldier must carry out official orders completely and unconditionally. Isn't it the same in your G5? Too much personal position and hesitation will completely corrupt the Marines. It's already dangerous enough, Dylan. The air around Sakazuki began to heat up, his emotions stirring. Perhaps that's what sets me apart from them. No, it's what sets us apart. Because our families were killed by pirates. Those others are different. They have the luxury of pondering how to maintain a so-called balance and their own justice. And besides, Sakazuki smirked. You underestimate Garp's restraint, Dylan. If he truly harbored such resentment, why didn't he strike when red-haired Shanks appeared? Was it a lack of ability? A lack of justification? He had both. Isn't his grandson the one who was lured onto the pirate path by red-haired Shanks? As a Marine, as an elder, he had every reason to act. It wouldn't violate justice, nor would it betray his morals. But he didn't. At this, Dylan's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed his earlier judgment had been flawed. And Sakazuki was not just a reckless, brainless soldier. That's Garp for you. I worked with him for decades. I know his nature well. And even if he truly intended to strike at me, would Sengoku have allowed the Marines' morale to collapse? Seeing Dylan lost and thought Sakazuki didn't disturb him, he simply sat opposite, quietly smoking. His own prime was nearing its end. In a few years he would begin his decline. But this young man before him, he had power, he had cunning, and he was deeply connected to Mariewa. Someone like this, with decades of peak performance ahead of him, was perfectly suited to lead the Marines for the next several decades. I won't hinder their pursuit of their own justice, Sakazuki continued after Dylan emerged from his contemplation. Kazan, Borsellino, even Isho, they all have their own convictions. You're right. When we truly wage war and bring an end to the pirates, what we may face is the purge from Mary Geos. But I won't change my justice because of that. Some things simply must be done. Sakazuki repeated the phrase once more. And there's an order to things. I'm not a politician. My duty is to sweep the pirates from these seas. As for what comes after, Sakazuki cast a deep glance at Dylan. That's for the generations to come. As Dylan rose to leave, Sakazuki suddenly asked, by the way, this conscription order you mentioned, who does it refer to? Pausing at the doorway, Dylan turned to look at the scars on Sakazuki's face. Douglas Bullet. He was a soldier once too. Sakazuki nodded. Go ahead. Keep him under control. If there are any problems, you can push it all on to headquarters. Leaving Sakazuki's office, a guard who had been waiting outside saluted Dylan and said, Vice Admiral Dylan, Vice Admiral Tsuru has invited you for tea. Tsuru. Dylan mused for a moment. Vice Admiral Tsuru. During the Paramount War she hadn't been on the front lines. That was understandable, of course. She was a woman in her 70s. Although she had pursued Doflamingo for years, Dylan believed the real reason Doflamingo kept escaping wasn't because he couldn't defeat Vice Admiral Tsuru. More likely, he understood that if he ever laid a hand on Vice Admiral Tsuru, the consequences would mean facing the wrath of Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Gion. It wasn't a matter of winning or losing. He simply couldn't afford to provoke them. Especially Garp and Zephyr. Garp was the one who openly called the Celestial Dragons garbage on the streets. Regulations like, the Marines cannot attack the warlords, were hardly enough to restrain Garp. If pushed to the brink, even the Celestial Dragons might have to dance to appease him. After all, who would want to offend an old man with no ambition left but immense power and prestige? Dylan nodded to the guards, signaling him to lead the way. Stepping into Vice Admiral Tsuru's office, he found it crammed with documents. The Marines really are in decline, aren't they? Even you have this much work, Granny Tsuru. Gion, seated nearby, put down her teacup and looked at Dylan. Hey, I feel like you're talking about me. Dylan walked over and sat beside Gion, nodding to Vice Admiral Tsuru before taking a sip of tea. It's not all bad. At least the future of the Marines rests with you, doesn't it, Dylan? Gion muttered as she moved to the side to brew more tea. Besides being a vice admiral and a master swordsman, she was also the Marines' foremost master of the tea ceremony. Dylan made no response to Vice Admiral Tsuru's words, remaining silent. A flicker of disappointment passed through Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes, but she quickly smiled. I heard you came to Marineford. I wanted to personally thank you. Dylan nodded, then said, if it truly comes to that, I'll find a way to help him. He's a man worthy of respect, and he did speak up for me in the past. I had intended to visit G5 myself. Vice Admiral Tsuru began, then stopped mid-sentence. They were all well aware of the discord between Dylan and Garp and Sengoku. If she went personally and was turned away, it would only deepen their conflicts. Besides, she'd heard that Zephyr was doing well at G5 now, even more energetic than in previous years. That was good enough. Dylan didn't respond, instead turning to look at Gion with a smile. Sister Gion, your tea is truly exceptional. Gion's eyebrow twitched as she slapped the table. I told you not to call me sister. Vice Admiral Tsuru tilted her head slightly, shooting Gion a sideways glare. That's so unfair. Sister Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru took the tea Gion pushed toward her, sipped it, and said, your heart is unsettled, so the tea turns bitter. Gion huffed, grabbed the cup back from Tsuru, and poured it out. Then she began brewing tea again, calming herself. Watching the playful banter between Dylan and Guion, Vice Admiral Tsuru felt a measure of relief. At least, he hadn't rejected the entire Marine faction. G5 was now practically an entity independent of the Marines. With the double indulgence of Mary Gios and Sakazuki, G5 had become an almost fully autonomous second Marine force. Zephyr. Through certain clues, she had learned that Dylan had cured Zephyr's asthma through some method. Now G5 boasted 2 top-tier combatants. And under his command were the Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals, the mid-ranking officers who had long fought in the New World, and the recruits drawn by his reputation. With 1 or 2 more top-tier powers, G5 would have the strength to rival Marineford. Sengoku, I hope your judgment is correct. After Dylan left, Guion looked at the worry etched on Vice Admiral Tsuru's face and asked, worried about him. Their bond was as close as sisters, and Vice Admiral Tsuru didn't hide anything from Guion. Yes, I do see immense potential and hope in him, but it could also be an abyss of utter ruin. Humph, the little brat. Guion muttered, but offered no further comment. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at her with a hint of surprise. You don't seem to think so. Guion took a sip of her tea. I have no particular opinion, Sister Tsuru. I only see the means and the power he uses to protect the world. As for where he'll end up, or where this path leads in the end, that will be decided by the swords in our hands. Hearing Guion's words, Vice Admiral Tsuru paused briefly, then smiled. You've grown up, Guion. Guion set her cup down with a clatter. I'm not a kid. Saying things like, you've grown up, is just insulting. Sister Tsuru. As Dylan left Marineford, his din mushy rang. It was Morgan's. The address has been sent. Understood. As a return favor. Your photo king is a CP agent. The albatross on the other end hesitated for a moment, then nodded solemnly. I understand. A news bird flew overhead. Dylan raised his hand, and a newspaper dropped down. After scanning a piece of information, he pulled out a map and traced his finger across it. Here. Locking onto a certain island, Dylan's body dissolved. The demon heir, Douglas Bullet. Time for a good old-fashioned brawl between men. A new world. Douglas Barrett paused momentarily in his relentless training on a nameless, desolate island. An extraordinary presence was approaching, and at an astonishing speed. Yo! Dylan landed not far from Barrett, observing the man's explosive musculature. Standing over 5 meters tall with bulging, defined muscles, the man radiated sheer power and an overwhelming sense of pressure. The Dark Dragon, huh? Barrett rolled his shoulders, his eyes turning feral like a demon's. You came alone to capture me. The Marines these days are truly arrogant. Is that not allowed? Allowed. A thunderous roar erupted as Barrett appeared right in front of Dylan. But you will pay the price. Boom. Their fists collided and the air around them violently displaced. Boom. A massive shockwave exploded from their clash, splitting the earth and toppling mountains. Aren't you a devil fruit user? Where's your ability? Neither had used their powers, nor even hockey in that exchange. It was purely a contest of raw physical strength. Feeling the force transmitted through his arm, Dylan grinned. What's the rush? You haven't used your ability either. Douglas Barrett, user of the merge fruit, capable of fusing anything around him with his own hockey. Arrogant. Their bodies vanished, leaving countless afterimages flickering in the area. Thud, 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 crack. After hundreds of bone-jarring fist-to-flesh impacts, they both landed back on the ground. The excitement in Barrett's eyes intensified. You? Not bad at all. To have tempered your body to such a degree. Over 20 years ago. No. Even earlier, he had been renowned for his monstrous physique and supreme martial arts skills, earning him the epithet Devil's Heir. But this man before him was famous for being a devil fruit user and a master swordsman. What Barrett hadn't expected was for him to be so proficient in hand-to-hand combat, matching him in raw physical prowess. This ignited a fervor in Barrett he hadn't felt in ages. Warm-up's over. Show me your real skills. Hockey enveloped Barrett's body, his presence skyrocketing. Equally potent hockey shrouded Dylan. Their eyes locked, and they launched themselves at each other. Bam! Barrett's fist smashed into Dylan's face, while Dylan's fist hammered into Barrett's gut. Neither dodged that strike. The force of their impacts sent both bodies hurtling backward. Twin mushroom-shaped clouds of smoke erupted from where they landed. In the next instant, 2 dark silhouettes burst from the smoke, and the earth trembled once more, the surrounding sea beginning to churn violently. Cheek, chest, abdomen. They relentlessly pounded each other's vulnerable and vital points. But the more they fought, the more exhilarated and frenzied they became. They even simultaneously abandoned their defenses, each focused solely on landing the next blow. Aura, 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 aura. MUDA, 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 MUDA. Sweat began to bead on Barrett's forehead, and steam started to rise from Dylan's body. Oomph. A red glint flashed in Barrett's eyes as his hockey began to merge with his physical form. His skin started shifting to a blue-purple hue, and his presence surged again. Dylan adjusted his breathing in the distance, and lightning began to crackle across his skin. Cellular activity skyrocketed as his hockey strength and neural responses all ascended to an entirely new level. Boom. A single simple punch. The entire island began to crumble. Every mountain was reduced to dust, leaving a devastated barren plain. Your fruit is quite well developed too. In the narrow space between their clenched fists, the very fabric of reality seemed to tear. The dark clouds above churned wildly, as if a colossal hand were stirring them from within. Dylan grinned. Yours is mediocre though. Barrett's expression darkened, yet he detected no mockery in Dylan's words. Impossible. Is there another path for the merge fruit? Why would he say that? But the doubt was fleeting. His immense confidence made him smile again as he pushed his hockey to fuse with his body even further. His skin grew even darker. Their fists slowly began to separate, black lightning crackling outward. Conqueror's hockey in the Marines. Seems your ambitions are considerable as well. But the next moment a flicker of different emotion appeared in Barrett's eyes. His Conqueror's hockey. It's not just simple coding. There's a more complex transformation at play. How is he doing this? You noticed? Dylan's Conqueror's hockey began to press slowly towards him. Interesting. With a mighty roar, Barrett's body was sent flying across the island, crashing deep into the ground. A purple glow emanated from the smoke, spreading across the rim of the massive crater. Dylan stood still, breathing heavily. This high-intensity battle had taken a toll on his stamina. But he hadn't experienced such a sweat-drenched fight in a long time, especially this kind of hand-to-hand brawl, which sent a thrill through every muscle and cell. Blood surged through his veins, his heart pounded like a furnace. Every inch of skin screamed with power, every pore wide open. At the other end of the island, a giant hundreds of meters tall had completed his fusion. Facing him from the island's center, Dylan stood gazing at the absurdly massive figure. A body like that? Dylan shook his head, then slowly rose into the air. Are you looking down on me? Deliberately waiting for me to finish fusing? A thunderous voice boomed from the giant. Storm clouds churned in the sky and countless lightning bolts descended, converging upon Dylan's body. His entire form became a blindingly brilliant orb of light. No. Dylan's voice emanated from within the radiant sphere. I'm trying to show you that against certain opponents a massive body is nothing but a weakness, wasting your stamina and hockey. Too confident, Marine. The giant roared, raising a hand as large as a ship and swinging it towards Dylan. The colossal hand displaced the air, generating a devastating gale. Lightning exploded and tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck down from the sky simultaneously. Demon binding. The net of lightning snapped shut, severing the fused giant's arms. Above its head, a figure with flowing hair stood, right hand raised high. In his hand, he held aloft a massive crimson sphere radiating an aura of pure destruction. Sensing that annihilating presence, Barrett's eyes finally changed. What kind of lightning is this? But before he could react, a booming voice echoed from the thunderclouds. Daluo, Nether Guide. The colossal sphere of red lightning descended from the giant's head, unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. From the top of the head down, the fused materials began to revert, dissipate, and disintegrate. The crushing pressure of the red lightning orb rendered Barrett immobile. Against this overwhelming force, he could only desperately concentrate his hockey to shield his body, utterly unable to resist. Boom. A dull thud echoed from the island. Ripples spread across the sea, surging outward in wave after wave. Dozens of kilometers away, they had formed colossal tsunamis. Seeing the tsunamis rushing away, Dylan was stunned. Damn it. I held back. But not completely. Kazan isn't here. This is a huge mess. Well, at least this is the latter half of the new world, so anyone drowned is probably just a pirate anyway. The ground had completely collapsed, forming a giant bowl-shaped crater. Barrett lay at the bottom of the crater, his expression dazed. You're a great swordsman, aren't you? Lying on the ground, Barrett recalled the information about this man and the battle that had just taken place. Yeah. Practicing the sword. On one hand, it's a more direct way to kill, and on the other. Dylan pulled out a cigarette, and with a slight pull between his right thumb and index finger, a faint arc of lightning sparked to life, igniting it. It's to avoid certain special situations, like when an enemy just won't die no matter how much you hit them, then the only option left is to cut off their head. Hearing Dylan's words, Barrett turned his head to look at him. Then why didn't you cut off my head? After taking a drag of his cigarette, Dylan looked at the man embedded in the ground beside him. If I was going to cut your head off, I would have done it the moment I came at you. All this flashy maneuvering isn't my style. Dylan looked into the distance where a Jura which he had taken from his ring was now planted in the ground. So in each stage of our fight you defeated me using the same method every time. You want me to follow you? Like Roger did back then. After saying this, Barrett fell silent again. Roger. He hadn't gone that far. He had indeed defeated him, and many times at that. But not like this man who had beaten him in almost a mirror image fashion. Physical combat, hockey, devil fruit abilities, awakened devil fruit abilities. He had lost to him in all of them. And his swordsmanship. He hadn't even seen it yet. Yeah, otherwise do you think I'd be so bored as to come all the way here just to wrestle with you? Barrett gave a slight smile, then said, the Marines. TCH. What if I refuse? After exhaling a plume of smoke, Dylan used the fingers holding the cigarette to point towards Azura. Then I cut off your head. That's my usual way of doing things. I'm not lying. Barrett stared at the blue sky. Roger died of illness. Whitebeard is dead too, and I heard you took care of Shiki as well. There aren't many strong people left in this world. I didn't expect there was still someone like you. Dylan sat down beside him, listening to the man's murmurs, not interrupting him. I no longer believe in comrades, or anything like that. So, you have to keep getting stronger. Because the day I surpass you, I will leave. Dylan waved his hand. You don't have to leave. You can just kill me outright. I said something similar to another person almost 10 years ago. Who? Shiryu. You should know him, right? After all, you were locked up and impelled down for 20 years. Barrett's expression returned to normal. Oh, it's him. Well, he doesn't stand a chance then. So you need to work hard and be a good example for him. Getting to his feet, Dylan pulled out a din mushy from his ring. Get a ship over here. Send me back to G5. The albatross on the other end hesitated for a moment before saying, it might take a while. A massive tsunami has appeared in the waters around that area. Ships can't sail right now. All right, hurry up once the tsunami passes. After resting for a bit, Barrett managed to free himself from the ground. After surveying his surroundings, Barrett's expression finally changed. The natural environment was unchanged. He hadn't even used his full power. What a thorough defeat. Barrett threw his head back and laughed heartily. We still have decades before our prime ends. I truly look forward to it. The days to come. Dylan flicked away his cigarette butt and wagged his finger. I'm not done yet, you know. 15 days after Dylan left G5, a ship from the World Economy News pulled directly into the military port of G5. Sailing is such a hassle. It would have been better if you hadn't eaten a devil fruit. Dylan stretched his muscles as he looked at Barrett beside him. The merge fruit. Although he had developed it well, allowing him to merge hockey and greatly enhance his close-quarters combat. In some respects, it wasn't suited for a brawler like him. If only he could have eaten the Garuda fruit instead. The immense power of a mythical Zoan and its almost freakish vitality could have multiplied Barrett's strength exponentially. The ability to fly was also crucial, especially for certain battles in the future. So, Wano, and even the Red Line, places like those. Barrett's arrival caused a huge uproar within G5. A precious combatant of the original Roger pirates on that ship, he was second only to Roger himself. The Devil's Heir Barrett. A man like that walking behind Dylan. However, despite being the source of the commotion, Barrett rarely showed his face after entering G5. Dylan had specially prepared a unique training room for him. Inside there were high-purity seastone and various alloy equipment, forged by G5's alloy workshop with weights and densities so extreme, they were almost monstrous. You're not opposed to? Dylan sat in Zephyr's office, watching him busily sift through and evaluate the files of the new recruits. Hearing his words, Zephyr looked up. Why would I be opposed? He put down the materials in his hand and walked over to sit on the opposite sofa. I've been at G5 for a while now. If it were before, I probably wouldn't have opposed it either. But I would have felt some worry or resistance inside. But now I'm completely in favor. Dylan had just taken out a cigarette, but remembering Zephyr had once suffered from asthma, he put it away. That's quite a change. Why? Shiryu was once bloodthirsty and Magellan had reported multiple times wanting to convict him. But in the years following you, he seems to have changed considerably. And Barrett? As a former admiral from the previous generation, Zephyr was more familiar with Barrett. He's just a guy purely obsessed with power. He believes in strength above all else. So I don't think there will be much of a problem. Most importantly, Zephyr adjusted his glasses. You are much younger than him. He won't have another chance to change his allegiance again. Dylan nodded. The old man saw things pretty clearly. It's about time. Dylan looked at the wrinkles at the corners of Zephyr's eyes. Although Zephyr's asthma had been cured, having been out of the front lines for years and burdened by old injuries, his strength had already declined somewhat. If we wait any longer. Dylan stroked his chin. Zephyr wasn't like that guy Barolik Redfield after all. And even that guy, didn't he lose in his old age? Count of the Red Barolik Redfield could once battle Iron Fist Kong for days on end before eventually exhausting his stamina and being captured by Garp and thrown into Impel Down. A man like that couldn't withstand the ravages of time. Zephyr, who was slightly weaker than him, would find it even harder to maintain his peak strength. Zephyr, I'm planning to go find a devil fruit for you. Your Seastone mechanical arm. Don't just remove it. I'll get you a replacement. A look of confusion appeared in Zephyr's eyes. Although Dylan had mentioned finding him a fruit before, at his age, even with the asthma cured, the improvement from eating a fruit would be quite limited. I'll leave it to you then. But I am curious. What fruit is it exactly? Dylan stood up, opened the window, and looked towards the CP organization's base. The Bat fruit model vampire, a mythical Zoan. A fruit that can restore a person to their youth or prime. Once I find it, the true Black Arm Zephyr will return. In the South Sea. After 6 months of conquest, the Third Legion had successively captured many lawless lands that had been occupied by pirates or plunged into great turmoil. Although the South Sea was even weaker than the East Sea, known as the weakest sea, in certain aspects the oppression of classes and the greed of humanity were not confined by region. Craig, remember your duty. You are a soldier, obedience is your paramount obligation. Even if you believe the current order is wrong, you must execute it meticulously and reflect afterward. This is an ironclad rule in our military, and no one may violate it, including yourself. Supreme Commander of the Peace Roundtable Craig, while charging forward amidst the cannon fire, recalled the harshest words spoken to him by that man when he had entrusted the army to him. Before coming to the South Sea, Chief of Staff Bamanga had specifically told him that the South Sea was different from the East Sea. We don't have much time, so the policy for the South Sea is entirely different from that of the East Sea. We must conquer it more swiftly. The spread of ideology can only wait until peace is achieved. Deterrence and rule through force. This caused some doubt in Craig's heart, but as he had promised back then, he kept his uncertainty to himself. His mission was to execute orders completely and thoroughly. Boom. The huge city gate shattered under his shoulder armor. The pirates on the city wall stared in horror at Craig, whose body was bathed in blood. Is this even a human? Cannon fire. A loud shout came from afar. A cannonball arrived in an instant. Boom. The cannonball exploded on Craig's body. We got the monster. Since the coastal city, this man had been charging at the forefront, always breaching the city gates. His legend now made many nations in the South Sea uneasy. In the smoke, a faint golden light flickered. Craig trembled all over. The moment the cannonball hit him, he instinctively used his newly acquired ability to defend himself. But the master had specifically sent orders that he was not to reveal his ability in front of others unless facing a life-and-death crisis. If exposed, eliminate all witnesses. Craig looked back with difficulty. Fortunately, his subordinates were still entangled with the enemy outside the gate. Then, he's completely unharmed. Impossible. Craig flipped his gauntlet and sharp finger spikes popped out. This was a weapon forged by the master for him, rarely used. Thud. A pirate's head burst open like a watermelon. Block the gate. After Craig roared, he plunged into the pirate horde without waiting for his subordinates' response. 2 hours later, Craig emerged from the main street opposite the city gate. After waving to his subordinates, Craig walked to the moat and jumped in. Countless shreds of flesh and unidentifiable internal organs floated up from the water's surface. The patch of water turned dark red and turbid. Thud. At the bottom of the river, Craig struck his chest in frustration. Why was I so careless? 14 years ago, Craig was locked in an iron cage like an animal, as usual. Slaves with his physique were favored by many. Over the past decade, he had been repeatedly sold, sometimes to mines, sometimes to battlefields, and sometimes as a mere pet like a dog or cat. No. In the homes of many nobles, he fared worse than dogs or cats, and his food was far inferior to theirs. He didn't know where he came from, only the sounds of cannon fire, slaughter, and crying lingered in the depths of his memory. As a young child, he had learned to secretly follow rebel armies or pirates drifting between battlefields because where they passed, he could always find something to eat. Even if those things were caked with mud and soaked in blood. After years of being a ghoul in the ruins of war, as he grew older, his hunger became more intense. Finally, during one of his stalking of pirates, he was discovered. At first, the pirates hesitated and tensed when they saw his unusually robust physique. Then they realized that this physique belonged to just a young boy, and a very timid one at that. Overjoyed, the pirates briefly turned into slave traders. And so Craig began his life as a slave. Being a pet in a noble's home was even more unbearable than stepping on landmines on the battlefield. Because before going to war, he could usually eat a meal that was 30 to 40% full. But when he was a pet in a noble's house, whether it was a common perverse taste among nobles or a fear that he would attack, all nobles gave him only a tiny amount of food. So more often than not, he wished to be sold to the military or a pirate ship. At least then he could eat something. The final destination of his sale was the battlefield he had hoped for. The huge iron cage could barely contain his body, and he had to curl up inside. When will I get to eat? Just as Craig was hugging his knees, enduring the burning hunger in his stomach, faint cries came from the deck. But soon it quieted down. Another person captured. Sigh. Despite years of slavery, Craig still sympathized with others when they were captured. Especially the women. He rarely saw women leave pirate ships or nobles' homes alive. Footsteps. Footsteps. Only one set of footsteps, and so steady. Craig couldn't lift his head, so he strained to raise his chin, shifting his gaze slightly upward. A young man carrying a blade walked up to him, opened the lock, and then walked toward the other cages. The slaves were released one by one. Anyone who can sail it. Though released, no one dared to move. Some even stayed in their cages, too afraid to come out. After a few breaths, a trembling voice finally spoke. "My lord, I was a fisherman. The young man nodded. Take the helm, head east. Food is in the second cabin. Eat sparingly, eat too much will strain your bodies. With that, the young man shouldered his blade and walked up to the deck. The slaves exchanged glances, but none dared to follow. Finally driven by hunger, Craig cautiously poked his head above the deck. Even Craig, who had been a ghoul on battlefields since childhood, was shocked by the scene on the deck. Heads lay everywhere, and not a single pirate's head remained attached to its neck. A great deal of blood sloshed with the ship's motion. The white-haired youth sat at the bow, glanced at him, then looked away. Seeing that he seemed to want to speak, but hesitated, the youth tilted his chin toward the cabin behind him. The food is in the cabin. Call them up to eat. You're free now? You don't have to follow me. Dylan hoisted Shura onto his shoulder and studied this seemingly human creature. He was far too tall. Could he be a distant relative of Lain? Craig's lips trembled, but he had no idea how to voice the thoughts churning within him. He could only silently trail behind the white-haired youth. He was formidable, yet he didn't kill indiscriminately. Not ordinary people, at least. Back at the stronghold, Dylan closed his eyes to rest. His conqueror's hockey had grown remarkably, and the pirates lurking in the vicinity had been mostly swept away. It was time to move to a new area. A sudden torrential downpour arrived, and amidst the chaotic, white noise, drowsiness gradually crept over Dylan. Go check if that youth who was following me is still there. He's been sitting by the wall outside the whole time. Dylan frowned slightly, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. In the heavy rain, Dylan held an umbrella and looked at the youth crouched by the wall. This fellow had an exceptional physique. The erratic sudden shifts in temperature seemed to have little effect on him. Why did they capture you and make you a slave? Craig looked up a bit bewildered. I don't know. A bit simple-minded. Dylan gazed into his clear, pure eyes. A fool's eyes should be more turbid, shouldn't they? All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to eat your fill? Yes. Eating his fill had always been Craig's greatest wish and pursuit. Go break that tree. Dylan pointed towards a massive tree in the distance, so thick it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. Oh. Craig walked up to the tree, hesitated for a moment, seemingly unsure how to begin. Use your fist. Oh. Thud. The great tree shuddered, and the raindrops clinging to its leaves came crashing down in a sudden deluge. Can't break it. Soaked through, Craig turned his head to look at Dylan. Dylan glanced at the ground, which had bulged slightly from the impact, and clicked his tongue inwardly. Break it, and you'll have food. Every day. Really? Craig's eyes lit up. Though many had made similar promises to him before, they had all mysteriously vanished in the end. Some had died, some had fled, and some had simply given up on him due to his cowardice and timidity. Craig turned back to face the great tree. After sizing it up, he raised his fist above his head. Stop. Not like that. Dylan walked over to him, pulling his fist down and positioning it level with his waist. Plant your feet firmly, put power into your waist, tense the muscles in your shoulders, and unleash your entire body's strength at once. You only have one chance. Break it, and you eat. Fail, and you go back to where you came from. A bolt of lightning flashed, followed by a deafening clap of thunder, and then a heavy, muffled thud resounded. 2 figures, each shouldering a massive boulder, ran across the sandy beach. One tall, one short, one stout, one lean. Huff, huff, huff. Dylan regulated his breathing as he observed Craig beside him, who still showed little sign of strain. This guy, he's definitely a distant relative of Lain. After circling the island 10 times, Dylan wrung out his shirt and draped it over his shoulder. Your physical training is done. Go to Baman this afternoon and learn some knowledge. Oh. At the mention of learning, Craig's spirits dampened. Those knowledge sessions were far too difficult. But he glanced at Dylan beside him. Despite being so powerful and learned, Dylan could often be heard discussing things with the white-bearded old man that Craig couldn't comprehend at all. Words like conviction, class, and struggle sounded incredibly profound. Do you know why I haven't taught you hand-to-hand combat yet? Dylan walked back side by side with Craig. Seeing the troubled look on Craig's face, he patted him on the arm. You must understand, if one possesses only strength but lacks the wisdom to control and wield it properly, then that person cannot truly be called human. Craig turned his head, a look of confusion on his face. He had never asked Dylan to teach him his fighting techniques. But whenever Dylan was training, Craig would always watch him entranced from the sidelines. Even though he couldn't understand it. A person. Not human. Then what? Dylan paused mid-stride. A beast. A beast driven by desire and instinct. After surfacing from the water, Craig cleaned the grime from his arms and face. He was no longer the youth who struggled to even speak clearly. He was no longer a beast. Sir, the area has been cleared. By the riverbank, a guard seemed to have been waiting for him for a while, but showed no sign of surprise. Rest for 2 days. The wounded will return. Notify them to come and take over. We move to the next location. Understood. After the guard departed, Craig sat on the riverbank, gazing at his reflection in the water. A face full of stubble, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, now holding a gaze that was steady and sharp. The bulging muscles on his frame were in no way inferior to Barrett's. He glanced back at the city gate they had breached earlier, then lowered his head in thought. He had been far too careless just now. After over 10 days of lightning-fast raids, they had smashed through this pirate kingdom with an unstoppable momentum. To minimize casualties among his soldiers, he had led the charge despite his fatigue. But in the final moment, a flicker of exhaustion had loosened his guard, and he was struck by an enemy cannonball. He had only recently acquired his ability, and wasn't yet proficient in wielding it. The moment the shell exploded, the power within him was triggered involuntarily. According to the master's orders, if his ability was ever exposed, he was to eliminate all witnesses on the scene. In special circumstances, this even included his own subordinates. This reminded him of a saying that man had once told him: "Love your soldiers as your own children, but use them as if they were clay." Craig clenched his fist tightly. When he stood up again, the confusion and regret in his eyes had vanished completely. Meanwhile, at Greenbit, Dylan stood within the CP's base of operations. "We've consulted the sealed documents from Mariewa, but we still cannot determine the location of Sleepy Ancient Town." After a moment's hesitation, a CP0 agent probed cautiously, "Does that place truly exist?" "Can't find it." Dylan frowned. "That shouldn't be. It's a desolate place. There should be a church there and lots of bats." "Bats?" A CP member muttered involuntarily upon hearing Dylan's words. Dylan and the CP0 agent both turned their heads to look at him. "I do recall seeing a place like that. I remember a small chapel and the nights there were long with many bats, but I don't think it was called Sleepy Ancient Town." Seeing the increasingly dangerous expressions on the two faces before him, the CP member quickly got to the point. "The locals called it Bat Town, I believe." Dylan glanced at the location, then nodded. A moment later, his figure vanished. The CP0 agent looked at his subordinate. "Pack your bags. If he finds it, you'll get a promotion. If he doesn't, you'll be heading to the depths of the new world." The CP member stood there utterly dumbfounded. "Why can't I ever just keep my mouth shut?" "The dragon is at Baltigo. Go find him yourself." After returning to Greenbit, Dylan left CP0 with those words and departed. A flicker of delight crossed the face hidden beneath the CP0 mask. At last, this precious piece of intelligence was in their hands. Still, he owed that man a bloom fruit. He wondered why he insisted on that particular one. Wouldn't any other fruit suffice? Back at G5, Dylan placed the vampire fruit on Zephyr's desk. "Hey, I got it. Eat it while it's fresh." Ever since Zephyr had arrived at G5, Dylan had sent a batch of top-grade alloys to Vegapunk's lab requesting a new prosthetic arm designed specifically for him. Vegapunk replied that it was a trivial matter. Moreover, he was genuinely intrigued by the project. These metals were rare, with only small samples in his possession. This time, to avoid any loss, during the forging process, Dylan had deliberately increased the proportion of each alloy by 10%. One of these metals had been accumulated over nearly a decade, totaling less than 20 kilograms. Vegapunk had once given this metal the highest praise. He had called it the most powerful metal in history. Apart from its inability to restrain devil fruit powers, its hardness was virtually unmatched. Dylan even suspected that his little furnace had inadvertently smelted adamantium. Combined with Zephyr's armament hockey, this thing should be formidable, right? A 40-year-old Zephyr enhanced by a mythical Zoan devil fruit, plus the custom-made adamantium mechanical arm. With Zephyr, Tom, and Tahir stationed at G5, his own freedom of movement would expand considerably. Oh, and let's not forget Barrett, that muscle-bound maniac who spends all day training in the base. With this lineup, even an emperor would find it hard to leave unscathed. G5's military structure is finally complete. Time to get down to business. Any news from Boa Hancock? Tahir shook his head. She seems to be desperately avoiding giving you any leverage. The Kuja have spent this past year hunting beasts and plundering other pirates to survive. And Jinbi, he's joined the Big Mom Pirates, and Fishman Island now flies her flag. Dylan's lips moved as if to speak, but he held back. He had initially considered sending Tom to Fishman Island to tear down Big Mom's flag and raise G5s in its place. The merfolk might be fine, but the fishmen, given their deep-seated hatred and hostility towards humans, such a move would likely backfire. If they ended up tearing down G5's flag themselves, G5 would be caught in an awkward position. Baltigo, the New World. Facing the sudden assault of the CP organization and the world government fleet, Dragon's face showed a hint of gravity. This desolate land abandoned by the world for so long. Why had the CP organization come knocking? "Mr. Dragon, we've been discovered." Standing atop the base, Dragon watched the warships encircling Baltigo. "Where was the leak?" "We're not sure. It was too sudden. And we haven't had many major clashes with the world government recently, though over in the South Blue." Sabo paused mid-sentence, a realization dawning on him. Their operations in the South Blue had recently suffered unprecedented setbacks. A group of unidentified individuals had aggressively seized control of the lawless lands and pirate nations there. Intelligence suggested their combat capabilities were formidable and their discipline was strict. The opposing warships continued their loudspeaker demands for surrender, but Dragon seemed not to hear. Is there any connection to the East Blue? Sabo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Can't be certain, but their methods are vastly different. The group in the South Blue appears to enforce rule through sheer force. Although reports say they haven't harmed civilians, their conduct is starkly different from that organization in the East Blue. Has Lindbergh had any clashes with them? No direct conflicts yet, but there have been some covert skirmishes. Boom. The warships on the sea, seemingly losing patience, opened fire on Baltigo in unison. Let's go. We're abandoning Baltigo. A fierce gale swept through, and the revolutionary soldiers quickly donned their goggles. The previously calm sea was suddenly whipped into a frenzy by roaring winds, and the airborne shells veered off their trajectories. It's Dragon. He really is up there. It's his devil fruit ability. Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, user of the wind fruit. The wind gramma wreathed in dragon-like winds burst through the encirclement, twin gales surging fore and aft, one blocking the world government fleet, the other propelling the ship towards the horizon. Dragon stood silently at the bow. East Blue, South Blue, who possesses such immense power? We miscalculated. The Revolutionary Army escaped. Dylan looked at the CP0 agent with slight confusion. You don't need to report this to me, do you? The transaction is complete. No, you still owe me a bloom fruit. Are you trying to weasel out of our deal? It's not my fault they got away. You were the ones being overly cautious and not committing your full force. Dylan knew they wouldn't fully trust his information. They must have sent a small contingent only to find out the intel was solid. Humph. Those Revolutionary Army fools always stirring up trouble in the East Blue. That woman Bello Betty is constantly trying to ferret out information about the Peace Round Table. This past year in the South Blue, while they didn't engage us head-on, they've been causing plenty of trouble behind the scenes. Since you keep trying to sabotage me, it's only fair I return the favor. Dragon. And let's not forget that Okama King. They're still hiding that perverted chef. Though I don't know the location of Makabaka myself. As for CP0, no need to give them everything, especially since they botched this operation on their own. This was our failure. We are still very grateful. We will accelerate our search for the bloom fruit. If you have any more information on the Revolutionary Army, please do inform us. We'll see when the time comes. And it depends on what you're willing to offer in exchange. Now wasn't the opportune moment to crush the Revolutionary Army anyway. They were still useful as a counterbalance, diverting the CP organization's attention. The true test of strength would come when the Revolutionary Army attacked the Red Line to rescue Kuma. Seeing that Dylan had no further interest in conversation, the CP0 agent wisely took his leave. Dylan meanwhile organized his thoughts on the Revolutionary Army. It's the same old story, overthrowing the old nobility to install new ones. A superficial change that doesn't address the root cause. Even though the red ideology might not be a permanent cure, it would at least buy a significantly longer buffer period. Guided and driven by this ideology, the world would have enough time to enlighten its people and strengthen its nations. As for the new class and racial conflicts that might arise generations later, that would be for future generations to solve with their own wisdom and adaptability. There is no eternal system, nor is there eternal peace. Nobility. Some nobles have merely shed their titles. A true utopia cannot exist wherever there are intelligent beings. In the early stretches of the Grand Line lay the kingdom of Chia. Since Teach's visit, the witch had kept her door sealed. That was the final warning he had given her. The entire kingdom had undergone a seismic transformation. After enduring the devastation wrought by Wapple, and then Teach, the once benevolent king, had finally awakened to reality. Following the establishment of the G5 subordinate branch, Dylan had given him two directives. First, rebuild the medical sector and restore the nation's once renowned healing arts to global prominence. Second, cultivate military might. The G5 banner now flew at the port of Drum Island. Even the world government regarded that flag with deep trepidation, while pirates fled at the mere sight of it. Yet that was not enough. At Dylan's insistence, Dalton launched relentless offensives, expanding territory and engaging pirates in battle. Only a people and nation tempered by combat could possess true mettle. After Whitebeard's death, a new wave of pirates surged forth, and the kingdom of Chia as a gateway to the Grand Line bore the brunt of the impact. Yet armed with battle-hardened experience accumulated over the years and the superior weaponry supplied by G5, they repelled wave after wave of invaders. The kingdom of Chia's territory now extended far beyond Drum Island. To the west, they were nearly bordering Alabasta. A pair of twin brothers resided at the foot of the witch's castle, casually roasting venison over a campfire as they chatted. "Brother, are we really going to be stationed in this place for over a year?" The young man with slightly longer hair poked at the fire and said, "Do not question his orders. He is not one to act without purpose. There must be something here that draws his attention, or someone." He raised his gaze toward the castle atop the mountain. Clearly the so-called witch was their overt mission. As for the deeper objective, they had yet to receive it. The kingdom of Chia is the vanguard of the Grand Line. Though its position is not as pivotal as Alabasta's, it still carries considerable weight. Entrusting it to us is a mark of his faith. The Kellerman brothers, renowned bounty-hunting twins from the West Blue. After scrutinizing their growth trajectory, Dylan and Tahir had subjected them to a round of evaluations. Having passed, the brothers were dispatched to the kingdom of Chia once the conscription concluded. Keep watch over the witch and await further orders for 1 year. Beside each brother lay a nearly identical short sword. In the royal palace below, Dalton's face no longer bore the gentle smile of bygone years. Only resolute determination remained. Your evil lies in your incompetence and your hypocrisy. Those words had scourged him relentlessly. He had once doubted them, but after the Blackbeard pirates ravaged his kingdom, the truth finally struck home. Incompetence and hypocrisy were indeed sins, especially for the leader of a nation. After finishing his official duties, Dalton turned to a nearby guard and asked, "How are those on the mountain?" "As per your orders, we have not kept them under close surveillance. We only deliver supplies at scheduled intervals." After the G5 conscription ended, the twin brothers had arrived at the palace bearing transfer orders from the G5 branch, yet they neither joined the military nor involved themselves in the kingdom's governance. The orders merely stated they were to act at their own discretion. In the brief period following the interception battle, pirates worldwide were gripped by panic, but before long they began flooding into the Grand Line once more. Though pirates went to great lengths to avoid Greenbit, when they grew restless again, that man had uttered a single line. The only lesson humanity ever learns from history is that it never learns any lessons. And so the G5 combat forces set sail once more. According to reports, G5 had already seized a portion of the New World seas and established a new kingdom there. Once again, the world was stunned by his audacity and arrogance. To expose one's ambitions so brazenly, what a reckless man. Meanwhile, the first half of the Grand Line was being managed by the kingdom of Chia, this once weak nation of medicine that had undergone a dramatic shift in demeanor. The frigid climate had forged the people of Chia into a robust and hardy stock. Once they took up the weapons supplied by G5, the surrounding pirates and unclaimed territories were practically swept clean. Do not disturb them, and do not relax the outer sentries. Dalton did not understand the twins' purpose, nor did he wish to. This nation was no longer what it once was. All of it was owing to that man's grace and support. He even periodically sent rare medicinal herbs from Greenbit for the local physicians to study. The kingdom of Chia now possessed the strength of a major nation. Though not entirely stable, its scale had grown formidable. Yet despite all this, a sense of urgency gnawed at Dalton's heart. He could feel that neither he nor his kingdom had truly entered the man's inner circle. Was it weakness? Or loyalty? Perhaps both. Recalling the day Alabasta had accused that man before the reverie, Dalton's breathing grew heavy. He had to prove something. Otherwise he would never truly draw close to him. Issue the order. Mobilize the army and advance toward Alabasta. Dalton and Alabasta are at war. What the hell is he thinking? Dylan stared at the intelligence report Tahir had placed on the table. What's gotten into him? Has he gone from a pushover to a warmonger? Rabies. Alabasta is a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line. Its population and national strength are far beyond what a mere kingdom of Chia can handle. Tahir took a sip of tea, then shook his head. I can't fathom his reasoning either, but if I had to guess. A faint smile crossed his face as he looked at Dylan. Perhaps he wants to catch your attention. After all, though you've planted the G5 flag there and supported them all these years, you've never set foot in that land yourself, nor have you ever summoned its people to fight for you. Dylan pondered for a moment before asking Tahir, the subordinate branch personnel haven't joined the fight, have they? It was common knowledge that G5 maintained a subordinate branch in the kingdom of Chia, but if that branch were to participate in a war between member states, the implications would be dire. No. Though reckless, he seems to know his limits. The subordinate branch, including the Kellerman brothers, is entirely absent from his battle roster. Besides, he couldn't command them anyway. Then let him be. On the mountain behind base, G5, Dylan sat by the cliff's edge. Salpadi, Oberon, a warrior of the giant tribe, sat beside him. What is your purpose for joining G5? Facing the sea breeze, Dylan's long white hair drifted gently, but his gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon. It is to follow the orders of my good friend Loki, the Prince of Elbaf. Loki. This generation's prince was indeed named Loki. He was a few years younger than Lean, born in the very year she destroyed the sheep's house. Yes, the prince said the time for the pact between Joy Boy and the myriad races is approaching. While Elbaf may not need to choose a side, someone must witness this moment. So even Elbaf, the strongest nation, had once forged a pact with Joy Boy. Yet confident in their own strength, they seemed inclined not to ally with any faction this time. So Hadrudin chose to go to sea as a pirate, and you chose to join the Marines. That doesn't add up. You carry the D in your name, shouldn't you align with the pirate cause? Oberon shook his head. This is the prince's arrangement. He said, I am no longer bound by the promises of the D. Dylan mused over this. It seemed that after 800 years of waiting, many races had lost faith and patience. The Tontata tribe had turned their coats, Fishman Island had joined the world government, and among other races. Except for isolated places like Zo and Wano, others might harbor similar thoughts of defection. I have a question. How many factions is Elbaf currently split into? 3 or more. Oberyn looked at Dylan in surprise. How could he know Elbaf was in a state of division? Dylan glanced at him. Just a guess. Why is it hard to say? Oberyn waved his hand. No, it's not that. It's exactly as you say. Elbaf is split with each village holding its own stance. But they can broadly be categorized into 3 types. The first believes we should honor our promise and wait for Joy Boy's return to follow him once more. The second believes that after our previous failure we should fully align with the world government. And the third? Oberyn hesitated. The third believes Elbaf is strong enough not to rely on any other party. With our natural defenses and our might we can ensure the continuation of our race. So that's how it is. It seems the giant tribe is not without internal strife. And what of Loki's stance? Oberyn gazed into the distance as if recalling past events. The prince doesn't favor any side. He supports us in making our own choices. Has he never thought of reunifying Elbaf? Oberyn fell silent. In truth, he himself couldn't fathom the prince's deeper intentions. Dylan crossed his arms in thought. The giants were few in number despite possessing devastating techniques like Supreme Nation and Supreme Sea. But their population cap and strength ceiling dictated many things. A child Linlin had effortlessly slain the waterfall beard Jorel, and a young Kazan had killed Saul. This highlighted their weaknesses in combat. They excelled at clearing fodder and causing destruction, but seemed to lack an edge in high-level duels. Since Loki sent you to be a witness, I won't stop you. But once you're in G5, you follow G5's orders. Understood. Understood. Back at the fortress, Dylan didn't head straight to his office. Instead, he went to the adjacent reception room. Crack, crack. An old man with white hair sat inside, shoveling rice crackers into his mouth. Seeing Dylan enter, he took a gulp of tea and continued eating. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, Dylan said to Nokiho beside him, go buy some rice crackers for the Inspector General. Buy a cart. No. Buy a ship's worth. And when you get back, feed them to him yourself. Nokiho gave a strange look, acknowledged the order, and walked out. Hey, a ship's worth is too much. I'm not Garp. Dylan crossed his legs, sitting opposite Sengoku. What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid I'll kick you out? That would be embarrassing for you. Sengoku laughed heartily. I'm just a retired old man. What do I need face for? Humph. Dylan snorted coldly. This old fox had used every political trick in the book during his time as Fleet Admiral. Seeing that Dylan wasn't welcoming, Sengoku put down his rice cracker. Dylan. No need for apologies, Sengoku. We each have our own path. As long as we still remember we are Marines, that's enough. I always have been. Sengoku regained his usual composure, gazing intently at Dylan. But I am curious. Why did you have your Unit 07 secretly take the Den Den Mushi from Buggy the Clown and play Whitebeard's final words at the crucial moment? What was your aim? Dylan shifted his crossed legs. He never expected such a thing to stay hidden from Sengoku. Then why didn't you stop it? One blast of your great Buddha form, and you'd have wiped out not just the Den Den Mushi, but every ant in that area, right? Hearing Dylan's malicious jest, a flicker of conflict crossed Sengoku's face. Garp. His reputation was nearly shattered after that war. Though everyone could understand his actions, many couldn't accept them, especially his intent to attack Sakazuki. So, I was pushed forward to replace Garp as the strongest vice admiral in history. Sengoku nodded, not denying Dylan's claim. The young need a goal, a leader. That's also why I didn't expose it back then. But today I still want to ask, what exactly do you plan to do? What do I plan? Dylan looked at Sengoku. The old man's expression was more serious and earnest than he had ever seen it. Even during the war against Whitebeard, even when Whitebeard had charged right up to the execution platform, he had never seen such a look on Sengoku's face. After a moment of thought, Dylan met Sengoku's gaze. Do you remember what I said when I hung up my plaque back then? You said to halt war is true valor, to purge evil, and to welcome peace. That wasn't my true goal. Dylan leaned forward slightly. In reality, that plaque should have read, equal justice. Sengoku's face showed little surprise. In fact, Dylan even sensed a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Just as I thought. After saying this, Sengoku fell silent, but Dylan's gaze didn't leave him. The air grew heavy with silence. After a long moment, Sengoku let out a wry chuckle. It seems you're waiting for my answer. Dylan's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was remarkably calm. Since you came to me for an answer, you must have already prepared yours. A glint of light flashed off Sengoku's glasses. I'm not sure what I can truly do for you, but there is one thing I can promise. Sengoku looked at the young man before him, whose calm demeanor was unsettling even to him, and spoke slowly. When the time comes, I will hold Garp back for you. Abandoning the balance. Hearing Sengoku's response, Dylan looked at him with a knowing smile. These are not things I can maintain just by wanting to. I've sat in the Fleet Admiral position for so many years, yet my achievements have been unremarkable. Now that I've retired, I can choose to do what I believe is right. But your reasoning isn't very convincing, Sengoku. Sengoku grabbed the bag of rice crackers in front of him, took one in his hand, and said, "You see, I too have my own family. As long as I don't go against justice, isn't it reasonable for an old retired man like me to lend a hand to his family?" Sengoku left the fortress and arrived at the harbor to board his warship. The deck was piled high with a full shipment of rice crackers, and the sailors were submerged in a veritable ocean of them. Inspector General. These were all sent over by the G5 base. We couldn't stop them. In Dylan's office, Tahir was frowning in deep thought over a table full of documents. Dylan walked over and sat opposite him, glancing at the materials on the table. They were all about the sun god. Any conclusions? It's a bit strange. An indescribable strangeness. Tahir shook his head. But it's hard for me to pinpoint exactly what this strangeness is. Dylan sat across from him and lit a cigarette. After taking a couple of puffs, he said, "It's his personality." Personality. A flicker of confusion and insight crossed Tahir's mind, but it vanished as quickly as it came. Dylan nodded. Let's not dwell on his experiences before setting sail, but let's start from when he went to sea. In just 1 year, he's been through a lot. Most of those experiences are filled with scenes of the people's blood and tears. But there are 2 points where he differs completely from ordinary people. No, from normal people. Why does he still insist on becoming a pirate? Why is he still laughing and joking, never once considering the cause and effect of it all? What would a normal person, someone who claims not to be evil, do after witnessing such heavy truths? Tahir's brow furrowed even deeper. It truly defied logic and was extremely bizarre. From his analysis, Straw Hat was indeed not someone with malicious intent, vastly different from pirates who kill and plunder for their own selfish desires. This meant there was indeed a certain degree of kindness in his heart. But why would someone with kindness remain unmoved, or even completely unchanged after seeing so much blood and tears? This was absolutely not the thought process of a normal person. His reasons for fighting are sometimes extremely dull, even nonsensical. He's always shouting about becoming the Pirate King, about knocking out this one and that one. There's no growth in his mentality whatsoever. Yet this kind of person always manages to experience some incredibly remarkable things. Even though some incidents have already been handled by me in advance, he still manages to find equally or even more fantastic stories elsewhere. Can you guess why? Tahir's pupils constricted slightly as a wave of immense dread washed over him. Dylan chuckled softly, flicking the ash from his cigarette, and said to him, "Back in my hometown, there's a story called The Truman Show." After hearing the gist of the story, Tahir's expression grew even more solemn. "You mean, he has been guided all along, from the inside out?" Dylan took a drag of his cigarette and nodded. "That's right. Back then, after Red-Haired seized that fruit, he immediately headed to the East Blue, probably intending to give it to Ace. But it was only after meeting Straw Hat that he realized he was the flame of this generation." The flame? Ah, this is a conclusion I obtained through some special means of interrogation. They call the cream of the crop among the D clan, or those related to them, who wield immense power lamps. And among them, those with the hope of leading all races towards the dawn are called the flame. A vast amount of information flooded Tahir's mind. Various figures kept intertwining in his thoughts. There are many lamps, but only one flame. Correct. And the flame must be among the lamps. The lamps of this generation are Poseidon, the Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi, master of Pluton, Nefertari Vivi, master of Uranus, Kazuki Momonosuke, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, and Straw Hat Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Hearing this, Tahir was somewhat puzzled. The Kazuki family. They were indeed a family with deep ties to Zou for generations, and Zou had always had legends about them. But I heard Kazuki Odin and his retainers were killed in the land of Wano 19 years ago. I don't know if that idiot Odin is dead or not, but the others are most likely alive. They're just still in the time tunnel. Kazuki Toki, the woman who crossed over from 800 years ago, journeying from an unknown land to the land of Wano. There's no doubt she was a loser in that war. After traversing countless times and spaces, she came to Wano, probably to confirm that Uranus was still intact. Whether the time fruit could allow for travel into the past was unknown, but Dylan believed it couldn't, or perhaps it required a tremendous cost, like one's life. Otherwise, 800 years ago, she could have repeatedly traveled back to correct the oversights and flaws of the war. If that were the case, Joy Boy wouldn't have failed. It seemed that on a certain day, 20 years later, she was also present. She witnessed the original history, she saw the return of the sun god Nika, and thus left the prophecy, "When 8 shadows are cast upon the world, thou shalt know the dawn's dazzling light." Complex and subversive information kept intertwining, leaving Tahir feeling overwhelmed. "So you say Straw Hat is being guided? By what power?" 2 forces. Dylan raised his fingers. In every era there are groups of people who call themselves guides and guardians. The guides are spread across the world, some strong, some weak. They can be civilians, nobles, other races from all walks of life, encompassing everything. Their task is to use words and actions to lure the flame to grow in designated locations. The guardians, on the other hand, are mostly individuals with great power. They ensure the safety of the flame, but unless there's a life-threatening crisis, they won't interact with the flame directly. That's the first force. Second, the power of the fruit twists his mind, making him maintain a bizarre, yet unwavering optimism no matter what he witnesses. Even if he feels brief disappointment or doubt, the devil fruit compels him to remain cheerful and optimistic. So, that's why his personality is so strange. Hearing this, Tahir finally began to understand some things. For instance, why Dylan was so wary of Straw Hat Luffy, yet hesitated to personally eliminate him, and why Straw Hat always managed to turn danger into safety at critical moments. After the Enies Lobby incident last year, the failure of CP9 must have been seen as a great humiliation for the world government. So a more powerful force should have been dispatched to eliminate Straw Hat. Garp and Kazan. Dylan shook his head. They shouldn't be. Based on my judgment, they were just fools who were deceived and used by others. Thank goodness. If those two were also on the opposing side, the pressure would increase dramatically, and the blow to the Marines would likely be unprecedented. Various fragments connected, and some things that were once hidden in the fog finally began to reveal themselves. Even someone as calm and composed as Tahir felt a bit unsettled. He gathered the documents in his hand, intending to return to his office to sort out his thoughts. By the way, since the lamps and the flame are passed down from generation to generation, who was the previous generation? Dylan stubbed out his cigarette and looked at the hint of shock and doubt in Tahir's eyes. I don't know about the others from the previous generation, but there were 3 lamps. Rocks represented chaos and domination, Garp represented peace and guardianship, and Roger represented freedom and liberation. Among them, Roger was the flame, but unfortunately, he wasn't the true flame. If anything, he was merely the one who passed the torch. The war waged by the Kingdom of Chia against Alabasta sent shockwaves rippling across the world. Many member nations of the world government still recalled the accusations leveled against Adams Dylan by the Flower Country and the Kingdom of Alabasta during the Reverie years ago. Now, with Chia declaring war on Alabasta, did it signify that the man's reckoning had finally arrived? Alabasta, bearing the brunt of the assault, was plunged into turmoil. The kingdom had barely emerged from the shadow of Crocodile the previous year, only to face the invasion of a formidable foe. True, the size and population of Chia still lagged behind Alabastus. Yet years of relentless outward conquest had forged their military into a sharper, more potent force. Moreover, their standard-issue weaponry and fleets were all supplied by Adams Dillon's enterprises. Alabasta and the Flower Country once again submitted a joint petition to the world government. Supporting wars between member nations with such blatant disregard for consequences was a betrayal of the original promise made by the 20 kings. Mary Geos was also plagued by this headache. G5 had not directly participated in the conflict, and the weapons they provided to Chia were procured through standard commercial channels. It didn't violate any legal principles. Yet precisely because of this, everyone felt that Dark Dragon had single-handedly orchestrated the war. After all, he had twice saved that kingdom and granted it new life and dignity. Well. So now I've gained the moniker of a warmonger. How delightful. Dylan's eyes narrowed as he perused the newspaper. This wasn't from the World Economic Journal, but another publication. Dylan, however, showed no